My father supported my education for 20 years without asking for anything in return. But I didn't feel sad at all after he passed away, because my mother is the youngest female billionaire in Dacia. I should have been driving luxury cars and surrounded by beautiful women, but I have never spent 100 yuan all these years. Even from childhood to adulthood, I was mocked by classmates as a child without a mother. For a moment, my feelings were very complicated, and it was hard to believe that this was real. The woman sitting in front of me took out a letter, with a photo of me and my dad mixed in. "This is your dad's will. He said if something happened to him, let me take you home and enjoy the life you deserve. Do you believe what your mother said?" I took a deep breath and said as calmly as possible, "I believe, but I need some time to process this." My mother suddenly woke up at these words. "Mom, I will definitely make it up to you and let you feel my love again." But my next words made her completely despair. "I'm going back to where I live now. Don't follow me. I'll contact you when I figure things out." After saying that, I raised his business card and left the cafe. Yang Yingyu's snow-white, slender arms hesitated in midair, originally wanting to stop me. But in the end, she let go and watched her son's desolate figure walk away. I returned to my single apartment, threw myself heavily onto the sofa, and stayed motionless for a long time. Normally, I would be gaming with my old classmates, but at this moment, I have no interest at all. After brooding for half an hour, I took out a pack of cigarettes from my pocket, lit one, and took a deep drag. I then sat staring blankly at the wall, not knowing how much time had passed until it got dark outside. The ashtray in front of me was also filled with countless cigarette butts. It wasn't until the sound of knocking at the door that I was brought back to reality. A soft and pleasant voice came from outside the door. "Aiken, open the door quickly." I found it strange because I didn't have any female friends. I had thought it might be Yang Yingyu coming to visit, but the voice didn't sound like hers, so I had to open the door first. I saw a beautiful girl standing at the door, smiling and greeting me. "Are you Aiken? Hello, I am your wife." Upon hearing this, I was stunned. When did I get a wife? Before I could finish speaking, the stunning lady, wearing high heels, had already lightly squeezed past me. A fresh fragrance wafted into my nose as I turned my head to face this lady. "How did you barge into my home like this?" The stunning lady curiously looked around the room, then playfully stuck out her tongue at me. "Your mom is worried about you, so she asked me to come and check on you." I was momentarily stunned, and suddenly I understood that she was talking about Yang Yingyu. The beautiful woman smiled at me and winked, then walked directly into the living room with an elegant figure. Under the skirt, a pair of slender and straight stockings, legs, very attractive. I felt that this lady was too familiar, so I had to close the door and follow her in. The beautiful woman stood in the living room, turned back to look at me, winked, and said, "Let me introduce myself formally. My name is Jiang Yao, your mom's goddaughter." I was a bit puzzled about the relationship, so why did you just say that I'm your wife? Jiang Yao brought her flawless delicate face close to mine, her eyes widened almost touching my face. She also smiled and said, "Young master, you don't really want me to be your wife, do you?" I looked at her charming smile, and my heart skipped a beat, unconsciously taking a step back. When did I have such close contact with a beauty like her? I nervously said, "Don't tease me." Jiang Yao took a step forward, continued to approach, and with a charming face, she smiled and said, "Are you still shy?" She stared at my eyes unabashedly. "Just now you were calling me big sister quite mischievously." I caught a whiff of the faint fragrance, looking innocent. "I didn't know how to address you just now." Jiang Yao had a smile at the corner of her mouth. "Then you can call me Sister Yao Yao from now on. Remember, I really have no way to deal with this kind of shameless girl. I can only shyly lower my head and say I understand." Jiang Yao then smoothed Xiang Xiang's hair and sat contentedly on the sofa. "Actually, not long after you went missing, your mom took me in. Your mom is like a second mother to me, so it's not wrong for you to call me sister." Jiang Yao had the demeanor of an elder sister, patting her turbulent heart. I finally understood the relationship between this woman and Yang Yingyu. I just haven't figured out how to get along with her yet, and now there's Sister Yao Yao, which is quite a headache. I scratched my head, looking at this overly familiar and beautiful woman. Helpless, "I've told you and your mom that I want to be alone for a while. Can you go back first?" Jiang Yao smiled and said, "What's there to be calm about? Your mom is your real mom. How can a son not communicate with his mom? I think you should spend more time with your mom. Only then will you understand how much she loves you." I inwardly rolled my eyes and said, "It's easy for you to say. You better go back first. I'll be fine at home." Jiang Yao's watery eyes looked at me and said, "Young master, are you trying to drive me away?" She changed from her aloof and untouchable demeanor to a look of a helpless little woman. "As a girl wearing a dress, I could be chased out by you at night, and maybe even followed by a drunkard. I was taken aback by her crying and hurriedly stopped her. You can stay if you want, I'm speechless. Jiang Yao suddenly smiled, that's about right. If the employees of the Snow Mountain Group saw the usually aloof general manager like this, crying like that just now, it would definitely shock many people. I'm also impressed. Now I understand why Aunt Yang asked you to come find me. Jiang Yao's long and slender legs were elegantly crossed, and she curiously raised her eyebrows. I stared at her face and gave a surprised assessment. Because your cheek is really thick. Jiang Yao not only did not get angry, but laughed and said, thank you for the compliment while covering her red lips. I rolled my eyes and sat down on the sofa next to her. However, because of Jiang Yao's familiarity, our interaction didn't feel like with my own mother. If my own unfamiliar mother cried like Jiang Yao did, we had a little quarrel. It's better not to dwell on this scene. How can a mother cry over her own son like this? Jiang Yao saw the ashtray full of cigarette butts on the coffee table and asked me, do you live here alone? I nodded casually. Jiang Yao reached out her delicate hand, picked up the ashtray and a piece of cloth, and wiped away the scattered cigarette ash on the coffee table. Then she emptied it into the trash can. Men never know how to clean up, even when life is so messy. Seeing her starting to tidy up the room for me, I quickly and apologetically reached out to stop her. I can do it myself, I'll clean up later. Jiang Yao gently pushed away my hand, then bent down to tidy up the things on the coffee table for me. Her white curly hair fell over her cheeks, covering half of her face, only revealing a section of her fair and delicate neck. Her skin was extremely fair and delicate, it seemed like just looking at it could make one shudder. The place where her small hand touched me just now still felt tingly. I could only look eagerly at this beautiful woman, tidying up the room for me. This kind of treatment was a first in my life. Especially when Jiang Yao was bending over in high heels, her whole graceful body had alluring curves. This caused my gaze to unconsciously stick to her. It wasn't until Jiang Yao finished tidying up the table and turned around that she noticed me staring at her. The long and straight legs under the skirt are instantly beautiful. Just met my sister and already teasing her, can't you behave? But it's not enough to have the intention, you also need the courage. After all, you are the heir of the Snow Mountain Group. I was stared at by his gentle eyes, making my face even more unnatural. I quickly stood up and said, I'll go get the vacuum cleaner. Jiang Yao looked at me as I slunk away, her lips slightly curved. I resisted the urge to continue mocking me and said, with the young master around in the future, life definitely won't be so boring. After I helped Jiang Yao tidy up the living room, Jiang Yao came out of the bathroom after washing her hands and asked me, do you have any slippers at home? It's not very convenient for me to wear high heels. I couldn't help but laugh and said, aren't you planning to go back? You're clinging to me, aren't you? Although I said that, I still went to the small shoe cabinet and took out a pair of slippers for myself. Jiang Yao sat on the sofa, bent over, and untied the black strapped shoes on her feet. I put the slippers by her feet and took the opportunity to sneak a peek at Jiang Yao changing shoes. A pair of snow-white feet are very delicate, and holding them gives a delicate texture. Jiang Yao had just put her delicate feet into the slightly large slippers, and as she raised her head, she noticed me peeking at her feet. She giggled and said, you naughty boy, why are you so lecherous? I quickly averted my gaze. What's with the innocence? I was just checking if your outfit was suitable. How does that make me lecherous? In theory, I often come across all kinds of beauties on TikTok, so I've seen countless beautiful women. But compared to those TikTok beauties, even with beauty filters, they don't measure up to half of Jiang Yao's beauty. Having never come into contact with such a top-tier beauty, I couldn't help but secretly observe every part of her. Just then, there was another knock on the door. I immediately looked at Jiang Yao. Could this be your Aunt Yang? Seeing my nervous look, Jiang Yao raised her beautiful legs and lightly kicked me. She chuckled and said, what are you thinking? I had someone bring your meal up. I don't know when he ordered dinner. It arrived so quickly. Jiang Yao stood up, wearing slippers, and went to the door with a flip-flop sound. After opening the door, I saw a delicate girl carrying a basket of meal boxes walking in. Mr. Zhang, this is the dinner you requested. Jiang Yao nodded and said, put it on the dining table. After the delicate girl left, I curiously asked Jiang Yao, who was that girl just now? As Jiang Yao opened the meal box, she looked up and jokingly asked me, what, did you take a fancy to her? Should I let her warm your bed tonight? I laughed and cried, saying, stop kidding. What does Jiang Yao think of herself? Jiang Yao stopped teasing me and smilingly said that his name is Xiao Chang, my driver and bodyguard. I was a bit surprised. That girl doesn't look like she can fight. Jiang Yao naturally knew what I was thinking and made a face at me. Don't be fooled by Xiao Qing's gentle appearance. I bet 10 of you couldn't beat him. I find it hard to believe. Is he really that powerful? Jiang Yao winked and said, why don't you let him practice with you? He's waiting in the car downstairs. I quickly changed the subject and asked, can you tell me more about him? Because I remember him telling me that apart from being rich, he has nothing else. Jiang Yao smirked and said, there's a lot, way beyond your imagination, while glancing at me. I curiously said, the Snow Mountain Group has assets of just over $1 trillion, right? Having seen so many rich people online, $1 trillion doesn't seem particularly impressive. Jiang Yao explained, that's just for show. In this city, as long as you don't spend your money in other cities, you can bring the money back from various industries. Theoretically, your mom owns nearly half of the city's wealth. I was a bit dumbfounded. Turns out, I'm not just a simple super rich second generation. Jiang Yao's fair and delicate face wore a charming smile. Aunt Yang will explain it to you in detail later. You don't need to understand the company's affairs so quickly now. I can't imagine how much my family background has been distorted. The scene shifts to the Shirmao Fisherman's Wharf in Modu, the only villa in the entire Modu with a panoramic view of 3 mountains and 1 lake. Covering an area of 2,664 square meters, it is closely surrounded by Moon Lake. Yang Yingyu, known as the Queen of Modu in the business world, is sitting on the second-floor balcony in a hanging chair, staring blankly at my photo in her hand. At this moment, there is not a trace of the aloof and domineering Ice Queen of Modu in her. Only an infinite tenderness hidden due to missing her son. Until a Rolls-Royce slowly drove into the estate. Only then did Jiang Yingyu retract her gaze from the photo, looking down from the balcony. It's Yao Yao's car. She's back from her precious son's place. A man worth trillions, but I don't want to acknowledge him. Who would have thought he would send his goddaughter to pick me up in a Rolls-Royce? I was stunned looking at the luxury car in front of me. This car must have cost at least 20 or 30 million. Jiang Yao opened the car door, pushed me inside, and nodded to the bodyguard in the driver's seat. Xiaoqing instantly understood and started the Rolls-Royce Phantom. I curiously looked at the interior of the car. It's the first time in my life that I've sat in such a luxury car. I have to say, it's truly the boss's private car. Sitting on the genuine leather sofa in the back was really comfortable. Just then, Jiang Yao took out a small paper bag from the car's thermos and handed it to me, saying, did you not have breakfast this morning? Here, I bought you some xiaolong bao. Have this to fill your stomach first. I took it and looked at it, and I immediately exclaimed, wow. The paper bag had the words Wu Yuxian printed on it. This place is known for having the most expensive xiaolong bao in the Magic City. I heard that just one basket sells for 3,888 yuan. Seeing me burning my mouth, Jiang Yao quickly handed me a bottle of milk. After I finished the whole bag of xiaolong bao, I found that the car had already stopped at the entrance of a shopping mall. I wiped my mouth with a tissue and looked out the car window. Jiang Yao had already gotten out of the car, and because it was the weekend, there were many people at the shopping mall. Jiang Yao linked her arm with mine and walked ahead. There were always passers-by attracted by Jiang Yao's beauty, glancing over at us. I wasn't used to being under such scrutiny and felt uncomfortable all over because I was sure they were all thinking, how can this toad be walking with a swan? Jiang Yao coldly snorted, I dare them to, and then looked around at the people. The cold, piercing gaze cultivated in the Shuashan group made everyone subconsciously nervous and avoid his eyes. After coming to their senses, they realized that their backs were covered in cold sweat. I watched this miraculous scene in amazement. Jiang Yao seemed like a little rabbit in front of me, but in their eyes, she appeared to be a big bad wolf. Soon we arrived at an Armani flagship store. This is one of the world's top luxury brands. As soon as we arrived, an enthusiastic sales assistant in uniform came over and said, Mr. Jiang, everything is ready for you here. I sneakily glanced at the sales assistant's name tag and found out she was actually a store manager. Jiang Yao then pulled me and said to the female store manager, let's get started. She is our host for today. The female store manager clapped her hands and immediately 2 more sales assistants came over to measure my size. It was the first time I experienced such grandeur. I could only let them handle it. I occasionally looked at Jiang Yao. After finally getting all my measurements done, a sales assistant pushed a whole rack of clothes over for me to try on. I looked at Jiang Yao feeling at a loss. Yao Yao, my sister, patted my shoulder and whispered in my ear, just relax and enjoy these services. This should be the life you live. You'll get used to it slowly. I could only reluctantly take over set after set of clothes, go to the dressing room to change, from more casual pants, t-shirts to casual shoes, and then to formal occasions with suits, leather shoes, and ties. The female shop owner sincerely praised, Sir, your figure is really suitable for wearing a suit. You look completely different. I looked at myself in the large dressing room mirror and indeed looked much more handsome than before. Now with this appearance walking on the street, I am definitely the object of admiration for countless young girls. Zhang Yao has already instructed the female shop owner to pack up all the clothes and shoes that they can just try on. Pack them all up and send them to my car. The female shop manager quickly responded, okay, General Jiang. We will pack everything up and send it to your car, and then went to work. I nudged Zhang Yao's slender waist and whispered, I tried on more than 10 sets of clothes just now. Are you buying so many? Zhang Yao chuckled mischievously and said, this is just the beginning. I also instructed them to make clothes according to your measurements. They will tailor a batch of clothes for you and fill your wardrobe with them. Then you can wear different styles every day. I couldn't help but laugh and cry. Where would I get a wardrobe? Zhang Yao blinked mysteriously and said, you will have one soon. Soon I understood what she meant. Because after we left the shopping mall, Xiaocheng drove us to a luxurious villa area. I stood in the yard of a standalone villa, looking up at this luxurious 3-story villa in front of me. I felt inexplicably nervous. Zhang Yao, she wouldn't have brought me to my mother's house, would she? Zhang Yao could tell what I was worried about from my expression and pursed her lips after applying lipstick. She continued with a smile, your mother doesn't live here. This is the new place he prepared for you. He knows you're not used to living with him yet, but he doesn't want you to keep renting outside. So, he asked me to give you this villa today. I only breathed a sigh of relief when I heard this. At this moment, I really wasn't ready to live with my mother. Zhang Yao smiled and said, let's go, then linked her arm with mine and walked through the lush green courtyard. Up front, Xiaoqing had already opened the villa's door for us. Looking into the house, there was a short corridor at the entrance. Passing through the entrance area, there were some delicate potted plants and art sculptures placed on the side. Further inside, there was a beautifully decorated luxurious living room, with a dazzling crystal chandelier hanging from the high dome. The floor was entirely paved with natural marble, and there was also a thick pure wool carpet on top. The area of the entire living room was twice as large as the house I rented, easily over 100 square meters. Both walls were floor-to-ceiling glass, offering a view of the exquisite garden outside. Zhang Yao said to me with concern, this villa is the king of the entire plum garden villa area. It was personally designed by an internationally renowned designer specially hired for this. All the furniture and appliances inside the house are also using the world's top brands. Aiken, you just need to bring simple luggage to move in. If you're not comfortable living here, I'll find another house for you. I nodded slightly. In fact, I have naturally heard about this very famous wealthy villa area in the Magic City. It seems that it costs more than 500,000 per square meter. I didn't dare to think about it before, living in this kind of villa. And now, if I'm not comfortable, I can change again. The trajectory of life has really undergone earth-shattering changes. Zhang Yao held my hand again. Now we are on the second floor, let's see your room. I held Zhang Yao's smooth and cool little hand, feeling my heart beating fast. It wasn't until Zhang Yao pushed open the door of the master bedroom that my attention was diverted, and my eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. Because looking from the master bedroom towards the balcony, it's actually the Huangpu River. The river view is very beautiful, and you can also see many cruise ships shuttling on the river. Since I entered the villa, it's the first time I've praised this room. Zhang Yang pursed his lips. There are even better things. Xiaoqing has already opened the glass door leading from the master bedroom to the balcony. On the spacious balcony outside, there is actually a swimming pool that is over 20 meters long and 3 to 4 meters wide. I stood at the edge of the balcony and looked outside. This swimming pool actually connects with the distant river, visually looks very beautiful. I couldn't help but marvel at how even the bedroom comes with a swimming pool. This time, I truly got to see the life of the wealthy. Zhang Yao looked at me with a smiling face and said that this design is called Horizon Pool, which is a unique pool for all our villas. It comes with a constant temperature water control system, so you never have to worry about it being too cold whenever you go for a swim. Especially at night, you can swim while enjoying the beautiful river view. I sensed something else from his painting, and I happily asked what he meant by all our villas. Seeing that I caught on to the meaning in her painting, Zhang Yao stuck out her tongue and said she accidentally let it slip. This villa area is your mom's property. Everywhere you look is the estate your mom has amassed for you, so just live here with peace of mind. This time, I truly saw the extent of my mom's wealth. When I came just now, I saw the scale of this villa area. Basically, she's taken over this entire side of the Huangpu River, and all of it is my mom's estate. Zhang Yao spoke up, Xiaoqing, go downstairs first and bring up the clothes the young master just bought. Later, put them in his dressing room. Xiaoqing responded in a calm and respectful tone, then went downstairs. Seeing me watching Xiaoqing's figure, Zhang Yao explained with a smile, under your mom's command, there are several female bodyguards like Xiaoqing, and they all come from the security department. I was curious about what the security department is. Zhang Yao gave me a flirtatious look, and Dong Bugu from the Zongnanhai was visibly shocked. I suddenly understood. She is definitely the king of kings in the military world. I didn't expect Xiaoqing, who looks gentle and weak, to have such a big background. But thinking carefully, with my mom's status, it's not unreasonable to have a few bodyguards like her. Zhang Yao walked to the side of the big bed in the bedroom, smiling at me and said, "This mattress was newly bought by your mother. Guess its price." I glanced at the European-style, over 2-meter-wide bed mattress, and the label was in a string of English that I naturally didn't recognize. Because the best mattress I know of should be Sealy. Zhang Yao smiled coquettishly and said, "The gap between Sealy and Oxiana is like the distance between Anta and LV. I've already guessed high. Could this mattress sell for 100,000? Zhang Yao raised her slender fingertips and shook them, smiling as she said, "Be bolder." I widened my eyes. "It couldn't be 1 million, could it?" Zhang Yao looked at me seductively and said with a gleeful smile, "It's over 10 million. Over 10 million? Su Chen was truly dumbfounded. What kind of mattress was this? Many people struggle their whole lives and can't even earn 10 million. And this is just the price of a mattress? Zhang Yao revealed a smile that could charm anyone to death as she introduced, Duxiana. This brand holds the title of having the most expensive bed in the world. It is the exclusive bed supplier for the Swedish royal family. Just equipping these mattresses in your villa costs over 20 million. Of course, the total for the other rooms combined doesn't even match the price of yours. Your mattress was specially customized by your mother just to make you more comfortable when sleeping." Su Chen took a deep breath and re-examined this luxurious bed. He had never imagined he would sleep on a mattress worth over 10 million in his lifetime. He had never had a concept of the quality of life for the wealthy. But from this moment on, he suddenly seemed to understand a bit. Zhang Yao came to his side, her arm resting on his shoulder, her voice seductive and thrilling. "Young master, shall I accompany you in trying out this bed?" Su Chen turned to look at Zhang Yao, peeking at her plump and fair cheek, swallowing and asking, "How do we try it out?" Zhang Yao shyly lowered her head, hesitating. "You lie down first." Su Chen watched the increasingly charming Zhang Yao, licked his dry lips, and as she said, sat on the edge of the bed and tried lying down. Indeed, living up to its price of over 10 million, it was soft and comfortable beyond imagination. Su Chen felt himself sinking slightly into the mattress as soon as he lay down. And on top of being soft and comfortable, the mattress also had enough elasticity. It felt like lying on a woman who was both tender and charming. Anyway, he was so comfortable that he didn't want to get up at all. "Let me test its elasticity." Zhang Yao giggled and kicked off her slippers, pouncing directly from the foot of the bed. The mattress shook, causing her graceful body to bounce, with curves that left Su Chen stunned. However, he also noticed that the mattress, even with such movement, didn't make a sound. Zhang Yao rolled around on the bed, cooing. "Indeed, it's even more comfortable than my bed. I really don't want to get up." Su Chen watched her roll to his side, her fragrance wafting over, and he felt a surge of emotions, even his throat feeling a bit dry, so he coughed. "If you like it, you can stay here tonight, and I'll move in tomorrow." Zhang Yao lay on the bed, casting a seductive glance at him, sticking out her tongue. "You're the owner of this villa, how could I stay here first?" Su Chen looked at her alluring curves, scratching the back of his head hesitantly. "Then how about I stay here tonight too?" "Sure, I'll keep you company tonight and celebrate your housewarming." Zhang Yao turned her head, a beautiful smile on her face. "But I'll sleep in the adjacent room, I dare not stay in the master bedroom." "That's fine." Su Chen naturally had no objections, smiling with raised eyebrows. He genuinely wanted Zhang Yao to stay and keep him company, as he had never lived in such a large villa before. Being alone in a villa of hundreds of square meters would inevitably feel a bit empty. At least for now, he might not have fully adapted to this kind of lifestyle. "Ayang." Zhang Yao suddenly called out to him softly. "What's up?" Su Chen turned to look at her. The two locked eyes, less than 10 centimeters apart. He could see the watery gaze in Zhang Yao's phoenix eyes, very captivating. "This is my first time lying on the same bed with someone of the opposite sex." Zhang Yao blushed, even her ears turning red, making her look dizzyingly beautiful. Su Chen finally understood why she had been a bit shy and hesitant earlier. "Actually, it's my first time too," Su Chen said somewhat embarrassedly. After all, the implications in their conversation both indicated that they were still young. Zhang Yao burst into laughter, like a rose blooming in an instant, charmingly approached and reached out to grab his belt. "Really? Let me check?" "Check your head." Su Chen helplessly pushed away her hand. This Yao Yao's style is indeed bold. Fortunately, Xiaoqing had already walked in with shopping bags at this time. Zhang Yao got up from the bed as if nothing had happened, tidied her skirt, and went to help with the clothes. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief, lying on the bed trying to clear his mind, so as not to embarrass himself in front of the two women. When the strange feeling in his body subsided, he dared to get up and go to the dressing room to find Jiang Yao. Evening. Su Chen finally officially moved into the new villa. Everything here was ready-made. He just needed to bring his personal belongings and move from the previous house. Jiang Yao had been running around with Su Chen, sweating profusely. After everything was sorted out, she went to take a shower. Xiao Qing drove to bring her a change of clothes, leaving only Su Chen and Jiang Yao in the villa, although they had been alone together in his rented house before. But Su Chen listened to the sound of running water from the bathroom in his room. This Yao Yao actually used the excuse to help him try out his white jade bathtub and took a bath here. Su Chen had never experienced such a thing before. Behind a door was a beautiful woman taking a shower. It was inevitable that he would have some wild thoughts. He couldn't stay in the room any longer. Su Chen was worried that his young and vigorous body wouldn't be able to handle it. He simply walked out of the room and wandered around outside. The main building of this villa is 3 stories with a half floor and an observation deck. Su Chen's room was on the 3rd floor. The 2nd floor had a home theater, study, gym, and guest rooms. The bottom floor included the living room, dining room, kitchen, and open spaces like a small bar. According to Jiang Yao, there was also a fully enclosed garage next to the villa. Su Chen walked along the spotless stairs to the rooftop observation deck. There's even a helipad here? Su Chen saw the H logo in the big circle on the rooftop and widened his eyes slightly. He was quite surprised to find that his villa had its own helipad, something he had only seen in movies and TV shows. However, he heard that air traffic control in China was very strict, so this helipad was probably just for show and not very practical. Curiously, Su Chen walked around the helipad a few times before standing on the observation deck, staring at the night view of the Huangpu River across. For some reason, even though he now lived in such a luxurious villa, it didn't excite him much. He felt somewhat out of place with this kind of lifestyle. It seemed like this place didn't give him a sense of belonging to a home. The night wind howled, and the dazzling city lights highlighted the splendor of the riverside. Su Chen leaned on the railing with both hands, and suddenly, an elegant figure appeared in his wandering thoughts. It was his birth mother, Yang Yingyu. I wonder, how has she been these past few days? Su Chen suddenly realized. He missed her a little. After some time passed, Su Chen, who was staring blankly at the night by the river, heard a gentle voice in his ear. Yanger, are you hungry? It's time for dinner. Su Chen turned around and saw Yang Yingyu, dressed in a plain long dress, nervously twiddling her fingers, standing behind him. Su Chen was stunned for a moment, and blurted out unconsciously, Mom, why are you here? The unintentional address he used was like a thunderclap in Yang Yingyu's ears, causing her body to tremble violently. Yanger, what did you just call me? Yang Yingyu's face was full of disbelief, and her whole body was still trembling slightly. Su Chen finally realized that he had called her mom in a daze just now. I. Su Chen looked at Yang Yingyu, who had suddenly appeared in front of him, feeling as if something was stuck in his throat. When he came to his senses, he couldn't smoothly call out like he did just now. Yang Yingyu's gaze was hazy, with a gentle light in her slightly moving eyes, a soft and faint smile, comforting him. It's okay, Yanger, don't feel pressured, I will never force you. The cold moonlight fell on her snow-white face, adding a touch of rosy tenderness compared to when they first met, and reducing some of the sorrow engraved on her brow. However, from her gentle and elegant demeanor, and her noble and dignified temperament, there was still a hint of unresolved melancholy. Su Chen looked at her dazedly, and though her words were light, he could still sense her sadness. Especially seeing the tears shimmering in Yang Yingyu's eyes made him inexplicably uncomfortable. He realized that even though he had disregarded the role of his biological mother for the past 20 years, at this moment, he empathized with her and didn't want to see her sad. Su Chen's lips kept moving, and suddenly he gathered the courage to speak again, softly calling out, Mom. Hearing her son call out to her again, Yang Yingyu was completely stunned, her body swayed violently, her shoulders trembling, and her red lips quivering slightly. In an instant, her dignified phoenix eyes were completely wet with tears, her vision blurred, her breath stopped completely, and she was so excited that she almost fainted. Mom, are you okay? Su Chen saw Yang Yingyu suddenly falling backwards, rushed over in alarm, and hurriedly supported her. Yang Yingyu's eyes were misty, making a blood-curdling sobbing sound, as if going crazy. She desperately threw herself onto Su Chen, tightly embracing him, crying loudly. My son, my precious son, you finally called me Mom. Su Chen felt his mother's arms around his waist tightening with force, as if she wanted to knead him back into her body. Tears streamed down his face just like his mother's, surging instantly. Listening to Yang Yingyu's cries, he endured the grievances of being laughed at for not having a mother for so many years, and it all erupted at this moment. Mom, I'm sorry. Su Chen also tightly hugged Yang Yingyu's waist, burying his head in her shoulder and neck, apologizing as he cried. Although it was only the second time he had met Yang Yingyu, being held in his mother's warm embrace, watching her shed tears for him, that irresistible warmth made him completely lose control. "Son, it's Mom who's sorry to you, for not being able to accompany you as you grew up, missing from your side for a whole 21 years. Yang Yingyu cried so much that her voice became hoarse. Her heart was in turmoil, gently reaching out to lift Su Chen's face as if holding fragile jewels, her hands trembling slightly. "Son, can you forgive Mom?" She was the legendary domineering queen of the business world in the Magic City, managing the Snow Mountain Group for years, with over 100 enterprises under her control, cruelly defeating her opponents. Because her methods were too ruthless and domineering, many competitors secretly feared her and called her the most venomous woman. But when they faced this domineering queen, not one dared to show any disrespect, all showing sincere fear and respect on their faces. And now, this woman who made the entire national business world tremble in fear, the Magic City Queen, had tears in her eyes, with a nervous and eager expression, waiting for a response from a young man. Su Chen looked at Yang Yingyu's noble and dignified face, tears continuously falling from her eyes. He sniffed and nodded heavily. "Mom, I have never blamed you. It's not your fault to forgive." His heart was already soaked by Yang Yingyu's tears, the moist feeling making his heart tremble to the core. Yang Yingyu's unbelievably beautiful face showed a smile, but tears kept shimmering in her phoenix eyes as she cheered. "My son doesn't blame me, my son accepts me." For so many years, she had been enduring the pain of missing her son, waking up every morning with a wet pillow, not even knowing how many tears she shed in her dreams. Until she found her precious son alive and found him. She still worried about how to make her son accept her, how to bring him back into her embrace, because all she had for him was guilt and regret. So, she never hoped that her son would accept her quickly, or even call her mom. But she didn't expect that at this moment, her son accepted her. In this world, only this flesh and blood that fell from her own body could make her so fragile, crying like a little girl. "Mom, are you okay?" Su Chen suddenly noticed Yang Yingyu's body convulsing as if in extreme excitement. Her body seemed out of control. Her phoenix eyes stared tightly at Su Chen, her plump body trembling suddenly. Her outstretched hands froze on her son's face. Her red lips kept moving, but no sound came out. "Mom!" Su Chen realized something was wrong and quickly supported her shaking shoulders. Jiang Yao, who had been standing behind the door, heard the commotion outside and hurried out. "Ayang, quickly take your mom downstairs." Jiang Yao, seeing Yang Yingyu's condition, also became anxious. Su Chen decisively lifted her in his arms and ran downstairs. Jiang Yao, in a bathrobe, followed closely behind, dialing the phone continuously. Soon, Su Chen brought Yang Yingyu to his bedroom and gently placed her on the luxurious bed. Xiao Qing had already rushed in and started emergency treatment on Yang Yingyu. Su Chen could only watch anxiously from the side, unable to intervene. "Jie Yao, does my mom have any medical history?" Su Chen pulled Jiang Yao aside and asked worriedly in a low voice. "It's impossible. Yang Auntie undergoes a comprehensive detailed physical examination every year, and there has never been any health issues found." Jiang Yao replied carefully. Fortunately, after Xiaoqing applied local heat therapy, massage, and body stretching for a while, Yang Yingyu's convulsions finally eased, and her body gradually softened. Jiang Yao immediately said, "Yang Auntie, I have called the medical team to come over. They will be here in 2 minutes. No need, let them go back." Yang Yingyu waved her hand gently, her voice hoarse. Her gaze was fixed on Su Chen the whole time, full of indulgence that poured all her love onto him. Jiang Yao saw that Yang Auntie's face had returned to calm from excitement, although there was still a hint of redness on her cheeks, showing the waves in her heart. But at least her emotions were stable, and she no longer insisted. After all, Yang Auntie always had the final say, and Jiang Yao dared not argue. So, Jiang Yao quietly left, took out her phone, and started communicating. "Mom, are you really okay now?" Su Chen still sat by the bed, feeling a bit worried. "I'm fine, son. How could Mom be so fragile? In the future, Mom will still shield you from the wind and rain." Yang Yingyu suppressed her excitement and pulled Su Chen's big hand into her palm, revealing a smile that radiated the brilliance of great motherhood, making her already mature and beautiful appearance even more charming. The happiness and satisfaction of this moment, even if Yang Yingyu had to exchange it for trillions of wealth, she would gladly do so. She only wanted to spend the rest of her life thoroughly making it up to him, accompanying him, protecting him, and nurturing him. Su Chen also tightly held his mother's delicate hand. Although there was no nurturing affection between them over the years, at this moment, none of that mattered. Because as a rootless wanderer, he only felt his heart finally settle down when his mother held him in her arms. It was the moment when the wanderer finally found his home. A wanderer has no roots, and home is where the heart is. 8 o'clock in the evening. Su Chen and Yang Yingyu's first dinner together after reuniting took place in his newly moved-in villa. If Suchin didn't feel a sense of belonging here before, after what just happened, he suddenly accepted everything naturally. In the magnificent dining room, under the stylish crystal chandelier, Suchen, Yang Yingyu, and Jiang Yao sat at the dining table preparing to eat. "Mom, are you really feeling okay now?" Suchen looked at his mother beside him and asked with concern. Yang Yingyu grabbed her son's big hand and placed it on her rosy and tender cheek, her phoenix eyes fixed on him, her voice soft and elegant. "Yanger, Mom feels that her body has never been better than now, so you can rest assured." After lying in bed for a while, the queen of the city finally managed to control her emotions. Suchen felt relieved seeing his mother seeming to relax. After all, Yang Yingyu was his only close blood relative in this world. He no longer had a father, and he didn't want anything to happen to his newly recognized mother. "Aunt Yang, let's eat first. You went to call Yang for dinner just now, and it's already 8 o'clock. Jiang Yao smiled as she poured red wine for them. "Oh, right, Yang must be hungry." Yang Yingyu also came back to her senses, afraid of letting her precious son go hungry. She picked up the chopsticks and served Suchen food, full of tenderness. Suchen looked eagerly at the food in his bowl, but his right hand was being held by his mother's left hand. He wasn't left-handed, so how could he eat with chopsticks? Jiang Yao sat down on the other side of Suchen. Seeing his embarrassment, she smiled and helped him out. "Aunt Yang, you've been holding Yang's hand all this time. How can he eat?" "Oh, sorry, Yang, Mom didn't notice." Yang Yingyu blushed slightly as she let go of Suchen's hand. Since her son acknowledged her, she had been reluctant to let him go, fearing that he would leave her if she let go. Fortunately, there was only Jiang Yao here, no other outsiders. Otherwise, her current appearance would surely shock many people, with no trace of the domineering and cold queen of the city. "It's okay." Suchen smiled, picked up the chopsticks to eat, and changed the subject, asking, "Mom, when did you come over just now?" "I came by Xiao Qing's car. I didn't tell you in advance, afraid you would be upset." Yang Yingyu looked tenderly at her precious son, unable to take her eyes off him. Suchen then remembered Yang Yingyu's somewhat timid and nervous appearance when she came up to call him for dinner. "Mom, I'm sorry for making you feel wronged," Suchen said with some self-blame. "How could that be?" Yang Yingyu affectionately rubbed his head. "It's my fault, making you suffer for so many years." "It's okay, Mom, I've gotten used to that life over the years." Suchen shook his head and said. Jiang Yao watched as the mother and son were busy apologizing to each other, and she couldn't help but say with a wry smile, "Yang auntie, let's eat while the food is hot. Let's have a good chat after dinner." Yang Yingyu quickly picked up her chopsticks and served food to Suchen, saying, "It's all my fault. I forgot that Yanger was still hungry." The dinner was filled with warmth, marking the formal reunion of mother and son, allowing Suchen to slowly regain the lost maternal love. At night, as the moonlight descended, Suchen, Yang Yingyu, and Jiang Yao lay on a hammock on the viewing platform, gazing at the stars. "Yanger, can you tell Mom how you've been all these years?" Yang Yingyu's eyes were like water as she looked at her son lying beside her and asked. Suchen rested his arm behind his head, smiling as he looked at the starry sky and said, "I don't know how to put it. I grew up in a small town in Jiangnan when I was a child. My father worked in the county to raise me. It was quite ordinary until I was in the third year of junior high when my father died in a car accident. I finished high school and college on my own with the compensation money from my father, then went on to intern, find a job, and eventually my mother found me. The life of an ordinary person is not without its ups and downs. Living a plain life is all there is." If he hadn't reunited with Yang Yingyu, his future would have been just finding a stable job, saving money to buy a car, house, marrying a decent-looking girl, and living an ordinary life until old age. This is basically the epitome of an ordinary person's life. Many things are predetermined from the moment of birth. The efforts of several generations, why should they lose to your 10 years of hard work? The differences in family, wealth, resources, and connections make it difficult for all ordinary people to move up to a better social class. Even the so-called fair college entrance examination, said to change one's destiny. In reality, even if one enters a prestigious school with excellent grades, after graduation, they are just laborers working for the wealthy. Therefore, the dream of many ordinary people is just a starting point within reach of the rich second generation. This seemingly harsh reality is actually irrefutable. Yang, how did you celebrate your birthday, Mid-Autumn Festival, and Chinese New Year in the past? Jiang Yao, lying on the other side of Yang Yingyu, also raised her head and asked Suchen. Suchen glanced at her. Jiang Yao lay on her side with her arm as a pillow, her long hair spread over her shoulder, accentuating her fair and rosy face, making her look even more attractive. "For my birthday, I occasionally go out with classmates for a meal to celebrate." Suchen took a deep breath and continued in a relaxed tone. "During the Mid-Autumn Festival and Chinese New Year, when school was on break and classmates went home, I preferred staying alone in the dormitory, undisturbed, which was quite nice. He spoke lightly, but in reality, during the Mid-Autumn Festival and Chinese New Year, while other families were lively and watching fireworks together, he was alone, feeling isolated. Yang Yingyu could naturally imagine that scene, her eyes turning red again, tears swirling in her eyes. Son, it's Mom's fault for not finding you earlier. Yang Yingyu trembled as she hugged Su Chen's neck, pressing her forehead against his head. Although she forced herself to hold back from crying out loud, tears still fell uncontrollably from her phoenix eyes, unable to stop. Su Chen patted Yang Yingyu's back indifferently and said with a smile, "It's okay, Mom. I've gotten used to it over the years. From now on, Mom will always be with you on every birthday and every Mid-Autumn Festival and Chinese New Year." Yang Yingyu wiped her tears with a choked voice, cupping Su Chen's face in her hands, her eyes filled with melting warmth. "Okay," Su Chen replied heavily. "My baby." Yang Yingyu murmured softly, holding Su Chen tightly in her arms. Su Chen closed his eyes, leaning against his mother's warm embrace, feeling the bitterness and sorrow of these years slowly disappearing. From now on, he was no longer alone. The next morning, Su Chen, still half asleep, suddenly felt an itch on his face. It felt like something was tickling his face. He, half awake, opened his eyes to see a beautiful woman in a sexy purple nightgown lying next to the luxurious bed. She was playfully teasing him by stroking his face with a strand of hair. Only Jiang Yao, the mischievous sister, would dare to tease him like this early in the morning. "Your Majesty, it's time to wake up." Jiang Yao, with her flirtatious voice, sought him awake and playfully kissed him on the lips. The fragrance of her kiss woke him up instantly. "Hey, don't take advantage of me," Su Chen said with a smile. Jiang Yao looked at him with a hint of resentment. "Calling me sister, do you think I'm old? Are you going to abandon me now that you have a mother?" Su Chen chuckled helplessly and whispered, "Jiang Yao, please leave first. I'm afraid my mother will see us and misunderstand that we slept together last night." Last night, Yang Yingyu also stayed in the villa, in another room on the same floor. He was worried that his mother would think he was taking advantage of Jiang Yao shortly after meeting her, thus tarnishing his image in her eyes. Jiang Yao, however, giggled and continued to tease him, saying, "Let her misunderstand. I'm a few years older than you, knowledgeable in theory. I can teach you what you don't know." Su Chen quickly got up from the bed, but when he looked up, he saw his mother, Yang Yingyu, leaning against the door with a smile, watching the two of them playfully. "Mom, when did you come?" Su Chen felt embarrassed. "I came with Jiang Yao," Yang Yingyu said with a gentle smile, walking towards Su Chen with elegance. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that his mother didn't misunderstand their relationship from the previous night. Yang Yingyu walked in gracefully, feeling the palpable bond between them, and asked, "Son, have you found a girlfriend?" Su Chen blushed and replied, "Not yet." Yang Yingyu, full of affection, said gently, "Then you can consider Jiang Yao. If you don't like her, Mom can find someone else for you." She would never force her son to be with anyone, including Jiang Yao, as she didn't want the same tragic marriage fate to befall her son. Su Chen blushed even more and said, "Mom, I can handle this myself." Yang Yingyu looked at her shy son and said with a smile, "All right, Mom will wait to find you a wife." Jiang Yao giggled on the side, making Su Chen even more embarrassed. He quickly got off the bed and said, "I'll go freshen up first," then quickly slipped into the bathroom. "You naughty girl, you scared Younger away by getting a fever, didn't you?" Yang Yingyu scolded Jiang Yao with a glance, also covering her nose with her index finger and lightly laughing. Jiang Yao pleaded for forgiveness, her eyes full of innocence. "Aunt Yang, who made Yang so cute, people see him shy and want to tease him." Yang Yingyu rubbed her head with a smile, "Continue to behave well, educate our Younger to be more mature. In the future, there will surely be many girls throwing themselves at him. He needs to adapt in advance." "Yes, Aunt Yang, you can rest assured leaving our young master to me." Jiang Yao blushed and accepted the task. After Su Chen had breakfast with his mother and Jiang Yao, Yang Yingyu handed over a bank card. "Younger, this is the gold card I got for you. The password is your birthday. Enjoy yourself during this time." She had changed into a black French-style waist-length skirt, her beautiful oval face mostly makeup-free, her naturally fair and rosy skin, sitting elegantly with grace. In her early 40s, she was in the most charming period of a woman. Su Chen hesitated as he looked at the black and gold card, saying, "Mom, I have my own money. Why not use it?" Yang Yingyu, with an almost instinctive affection for her son, held his hand and said softly, "You are my precious son, my money is your money, we don't need to be formal, okay?" Money and material possessions were nothing compared to her son for her, who controlled half of the wealth in the city. Su Chen looked into his mother's gentle eyes and finally accepted the card. "Okay, I'll listen to Mom." Yang Yingyu smiled slightly, suppressing her reluctance, and said, "Then Mom will go to the company first, call me if you need anything." "Okay." Su Chen nodded, seeing his mother off and watching her leave in the car. He was also reluctant to part with his mother, still reminiscing about her every expression. "Hey, What are you thinking about? Jiang Yao patted his shoulder, holding a snack in her hand and stuffing it into her mouth, her cheeks puffed up. Su Chen glanced back at her, feeling puzzled. Aren't you supposed to be at work? I am working right now, Jiang Yao said with a smile upon hearing this. Su Chen pursed his lips. Where are we going today? Jiang Yao wiped her delicate hands with a wet tissue and asked, do you have a job now? I've resigned, these days have been chaotic, I don't feel like working. Su Chen replied truthfully. That's good, you are the young master of the Snow Mountain Group, why work for others? Jiang Yao smiled and picked up her bag, linking her arm with his. Let's go, I'll take you to a place today. Since Su Chen had nothing to do, he followed her and got into her Rolls-Royce. The Yaoqi Women's Beauty Salon was the largest beauty and skincare salon in the entire city. Located in the bustling Huangpu district, it had a magnificent 16-story office area, a favorite gathering place for the city's elite ladies. Although it was still morning, the parking lot was already filled with various luxury cars. Su Chen followed Jiang Yao all the way to the Yaoqi Women's Beauty Salon, glanced at the sign from inside the car, and widened his eyes. Yao Yao, why did you bring me to this place? Can I go in? Although compared to other salons, this beauty salon should be considered formal, but it was still a women's salon. Seeing the sign next to it saying men not allowed, could a male like him enter? Jiang Yao turned to look at him, smiling. Other men definitely can't, but this beauty salon is your mother's business, you are the young master, where can't you go? Is this also my mom's doing? Su Chen widened his eyes, wondering how many industries his own mother had, to have such a large women's beauty salon. Get off the car, today's sister will show you what it's like to experience the life of the second-generation rich. Jiang Yao pinched his cheek, giggled, and opened the car door to get off. Su Chen could only follow behind Jiang Yao and get off the car. Xiao Cheng parked the car and followed closely behind them. The entrance of Yaoqi Women's Beauty Salon was a set of marble steps. After walking up the steps, the large glass automatic doors opened on both sides. General Jiang, good morning. The two waitresses in pretty uniforms at the entrance quickly greeted Jiang Yao respectfully. Jiang Yao nodded lightly, ignoring the curious gazes of the people around her towards Su Chen, and walked into the lobby arm in arm with Su Chen. It was clear that Jiang Yao was a regular here, as all the staff recognized her. Su Chen noticed the surprised and hesitant looks of the female attendants in the lobby, and his heart rate quickened. After all, he realized that he was the only man in this women's beauty salon, including security guards, waitresses, staff, receptionists, cleaners, etc. All were young girls. It felt like he had walked into a country of daughters. Jiang Yao, on the other hand, remained calm, her high heels clacking on the terrazzo floor, her waist swaying with extra charm, like a cold female CEO. At this moment, a beautiful uniformed woman approached. General Jiang, the VIP lounge upstairs is ready, I have already arranged it. Su Chen glanced at the woman's name tag, she was the manager named Wang Mei. Jiang Yao simply said, lead the way. Wang Mei politely gestured to lead the way, and they followed her. When the group arrived at the VIP lounge on the 16th floor rooftop, Su Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief, as the uncomfortable feeling of being stared at like a piece of meat in the lobby just now had made him uneasy. Sister Yao Yao, why am I here? I don't need any beauty treatments, Su Chen quietly asked Jiang Yao beside him. According to his previous experience, these beauty salons were mostly for women, right? Men generally wouldn't go for beauty treatments. Hee, maybe your understanding of beauty treatments is a bit different from reality. Jiang Yao giggled, raised her hand and patted his head. I felt something was missing after taking you shopping the other day, and today I noticed your hair is a bit long. Let's start with a haircut. They have the best hairstylists in the entire city here, even though they don't usually serve male clients, they are very skilled in men's hairstyles. They can cut hair here too? Su Chen was truly amazed. Of course. Jiang Yao beckoned Wang Mei over, call the chief hairstylist, and have her give my brother a haircut. Yes, General Jiang. Wang Mei curiously glanced at Su Chen and then went out to arrange it with the walkie-talkie. Soon, a beautician in a pink uniform with blonde hair came up carrying a small box. General Jiang, I am delighted to serve you. The female beautician hurriedly approached, smiling and bowing. Jiang Yao obviously knew her, pointed at Su Chen beside her with a finger, and smiled. Xiaoran, this is my family's young master, Su Chen, the future successor of Yaoqi. Today you will give the young master a haircut. Xiaoran and Wang Mei were both stunned to hear this, their eyes widened in shock. They naturally knew who Mr. Yang was in Zhang's words, but they never expected the young man in front of them to be Mr. Yang's own son. Just as General Jiang said, he was their future boss, the one in control of Yaoqi Women's Beauty Salon, right? Sua, my name is Wang Mei, I was rude just now. Wang Mei, as the store manager, quickly reached out her hand, respectfully approached and greeted. Outsiders are completely unaware of Yang Dong's family affairs, so when Jiang Yao introduced Su Chen as Yang Dong's son, they naturally did not doubt. No, Manager Wang did a great job just now. Su Chen politely reached out his hand to shake hers. In fact, he didn't feel that she had been rude at all. After all, Jiang Yao didn't introduce him just now. And these part-time workers didn't know his identity, afraid of asking too many wrong questions, as if testing Jiang Yao's relationship with him, so naturally they didn't dare to inquire too much. Jiang Yao stood by and watched him respond with a smile, not speaking anymore, apparently wanting Su Chen to gradually get used to his identity. After meeting the future young master, Wang Mei led Su Chen to a barbershop and instructed the beautician, Xiaoran, take good care of Su young master, meticulously, make sure Su young master is satisfied. Don't worry, manager, I will definitely serve the young master like an emperor, the beautician, with an outgoing personality, replied with a smile. Su Chen sat in front of the barber chair, glanced at the beautician skillfully disinfecting various barber tools with alcohol. The beautician with golden hair had a pretty uniform, somewhat similar to the short uniforms worn by high-end hospital nurses. But overall, it was more exquisite and fashionable, with a light pink base embroidered with some floral patterns, flesh-colored sheer stockings wrapping around long legs, feet in red thin-strap high heels, exuding a hint of uniform temptation. Jiang Yao sat next to Su Chen waiting for him, seeing his eyes sneakily glancing around. She teasingly leaned close to his ear. Not bad, young master, your interest has increased quite a bit. Su Chen innocently withdrew his gaze. I just think the beauticians here dress very professionally and beautifully. After cutting your hair, I'll show you something more fun, Jiang Yao said with a smile. The beautician finished disinfecting the barber tools and warmly asked Su Chen, how would you like your haircut, Su young master? Su Chen really didn't know how he wanted it cut. Some people would tell the hairstylist how to cut here and there, but he always let the hairstylist have free rein, just saying to cut it short. Jiang Yao could tell what he was thinking from his expression and jokingly said, give him a hairstyle worth billions. Seeing the beautician also giggling, Su Chen helplessly said, you can do as you please, as long as it looks good, not too extravagant, more natural. Okay, Su young master, I'll design a hairstyle for you based on your face shape, Xiaoran said with a smile, then began to carefully cut Su Chen's hair with precise movements. 20 minutes later, Su Chen finished his haircut, was washed and blow-dried by the beautician. Su young master, are you satisfied with this billionaire hairstyle? Xiaoran removed the cloth from Su Chen's body and asked with a light smile. Su Chen turned his head to look in the mirror. It was a hairstyle based on a 3:7 short hair ratio. The sides of the ears were shaved short, very refreshing and neat. Compared to his previous hairstyle, he looked slightly more mature. It's pretty good, I quite like this hairstyle. Su Chen was very satisfied with his new look. Then I can rest assured. If Su young master needs a haircut in the future, you can come directly to Yaoqi to find me. I am the chief hairstylist, Xiaoran. After tidying up the barber tools, the beautician threw a flirtatious look at Su Chen. Okay, no problem, Su Chen waved to her. Xiaoran then bowed, smiled, and left. Jiang Yao took a segment of the orange she was eating and stuffed it into Su Chen's mouth, then looked him up and down, commenting, Ayang, with your handsome face now, you'll definitely attract a lot of women when you walk out on the street. And it was true. The current Su Chen had almost completed a major transformation compared to before. The old-fashioned sportswear he used to wear had been replaced with stylish casual wear from the luxury brand Armani. His casually cut hair had also been replaced with a neat and tidy short hairstyle. His whole demeanor seemed to have undergone some changes. He could now easily be called a handsome guy. And not just any handsome guy, but a wealthy and handsome one. Isn't this the kind of man that women seek as their other half? Su Chen chewed on the orange segment and chuckled, Yao Yao, have I charmed you yet? Charming to the max, Jiang Yao giggled and playfully hugged his head, pressing his face against her ample chest. Yao Yao, there are still people around. Su Chen pushed Jiang Yao away, complaining. Wang Mei timely approached and asked, Su, Jiang, is there anything else you need me to do? Jiang Yao finished the remaining orange segment, clapped her hands, and said, take our young master to the spa. Wang Mei quickly bent down and extended her hand, saying, Su, this way, please. Su Chen stood up from his chair, arm in arm with Jiang Yao, and walked along the red carpet to a luxurious spa. The interior was luxurious, with marble walls, a fountain pool, soft and comfortable lighting, and mist rising from the water's surface. What is this place for? Su Chen asked curiously as he observed the layout of the spa. This is a spa, of course. We have hot spring baths, massages, foot baths, acupuncture, and other services, Jiang Yao explained with a smile, pulling him to sit on a sofa and teasing, Ayang, have you ever experienced a health preservation service? Health preservation? Su Chen heard the term and recalled some related rumors. In this internet age, even if you haven't done something, you've probably heard of it. They have health preservation here too? Su Chen felt a wave of curiosity and asked in a low voice, is it an unconventional service? Jiang Yao smiled mischievously, brushed her hair behind her ear, and asked with a flirtatious smile, well, you have to tell me first, what do you consider unconventional? Su Chen naturally found it difficult to answer. But considering this was a women's beauty salon, even if it was unconventional, it shouldn't be too extreme, right? Suppressing a smile, Jiang Yao gave him a sly look and said to Wang Mei beside her, bring the best spa therapist here. Yes, Jiang, Wang Mei replied and went out to make arrangements. Su Chen took the opportunity to ask Jiang Yao again, why do they have spa therapists here? Jiang Yao chuckled and tapped his forehead, saying, we are doing a spa treatment here. Without spa therapists, who would serve you, young master? So, how does it work? Do I need to undress? Su Chen asked, feeling very inexperienced. Of course, you have to undress, Jiang Yao said with a seductive look, continuing with a hint of flirtation, the spa therapists at our beauty salon are all high quality and beautiful girls. They are college students, female teachers, urban white-collar workers, and even foreign girls with blonde hair and blue eyes. You can even learn a foreign language from them. Su Chen looked at the radiant smile in Jiang Yao's eyes and said helplessly, Yao Yao, you're kidding, right? Ah Yang, sister is not lying to you. Jiang Yao's mouth was full of smiles as she held his hand and said with a smile, as the most famous gathering place for socialites in the Magic City, do you think those pampered and spoiled rich ladies and young ladies would allow some ugly women to touch their bodies? In fact, not only men like pretty girls, women also prefer to let pretty girls touch them. Otherwise, things touched by ugly women will feel disgusting. On the contrary, things touched by pretty girls will be pleasing to the eye. Do you think this makes sense? Su Chen thought carefully and indeed, it was true. He gazed at Jiang Yao's flawless face and asked, so, are they really university students, female teachers, and cherry blossom girls? Definitely, Jiang Yao replied with a smile, you don't need to worry. They are attracted by the high salary here and voluntarily joined. Besides, this is a women's beauty salon, serving only female clients, so there's nothing to worry about. But I'm a man, Su Chen said helplessly. But you are the boss, Jiang Yao corrected him with a charming smile. Is there a big difference? Su Chen asked. There is a big difference. Apart from you, we don't serve male clients here, Jiang Yao replied. That's not what I meant, Su Chen said. Oh, are you worried that the spa therapists will have objections? Yes. Then you don't need to worry. Sister will arrange it for you. Before Su Chen could continue, there was a knock on the door of the spa room. Then, Wang Mei led a group of young women in. There were about 20 of them, all very delicate and beautiful. Their exquisite figures were wrapped in red embroidered cheongsams, accentuating their pink and tender skin, as if water could be squeezed out of them. Among them were indeed a few blonde, blue-eyed spa therapists, with fuller figures that made the cheongsams look exceptionally graceful. Su Chen was facing such a scene for the first time, and his heart inexplicably started beating faster. He had thought that these spa therapists would be surprised to see a man like him. However, he found that they were just curiously looking at him, without much reaction. Obviously, Wang Mei had already talked to them so as not to disturb the young master's mood. Young Master Su, General Jiang, the best and most beautiful spa therapists in the Jade Pool are all here, and a few more are on their way, Wang Mei said with a smile, approaching Su Chen and Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao scanned the spa therapists in front of her and asked Wang Mei, are there any newcomers? Maybe our young master will like someone new. Wang Mei smiled, yes, there are. Today, a group of spa therapists who just finished training, and there is one among them. With that, she turned back to the group of spa therapists and called out, Rong Rong, come out and let young Master Su and General Jiang have a look. A delicate and pretty woman hesitated for a moment after glancing at Su Chen, but eventually stepped forward. Su Chen's gaze immediately fell on the spa therapist who walked out from the crowd. However, when he saw the face of this spa therapist clearly, he was stunned. Because he had seen this girl with delicate features before. She was actually the younger sister of the beautiful counselor he had in college. Su Chen was in the same year as her, just in different classes. Over the past 4 years, he had seen her many times coming to their class to find their counselor. Privately, the students at Magic City University called them the most beautiful sisters. How could she be here? Su Chen's mind was filled with question marks at this moment. Jiang Yao hadn't noticed his reaction yet and asked him with a smile, Yang, this spa therapist looks quite innocent. Shall we let her give you a spa treatment? Beside, Wang Mei saw Jiang Zong showing interest in this spa therapist, smiling and reporting, Jiang Zong, actually she has a sister who is also very beautiful and is already on her way here. What? Su Chen was surprised and blurted out. The beautiful instructor is also working as a spa therapist here? Is our women's beauty salon really a decent place? For Gu Rongrong today, it was like a scene of social death. Their store manager said that the prince of Yaoqi upstairs had come to their store and wanted the spa therapists to go up and give the prince a spa treatment. After many spa therapists heard about this, their first reaction was not to resist giving a man a spa treatment, but to vie for the opportunity, surrounding Wang Mei, the store manager, and volunteering to go up and serve the prince. Gu Rongrong and her sister Gu Yaya could tell from the expressions of these girls that each of them was holding on to dreams of becoming a phoenix. After all, who doesn't know that Yaoqi Women's Beauty Salon is under the Snow Mountain Group? So the Prince of Yaoqi is also the Prince of the Snow Mountain Group. This is truly the top rich second generation in the Magic City. How many women can pass up the opportunity to climb up to the top rich second generation in the Magic City? However, Gu Rongrong and Gu Yaya were a bit hesitant. Although they were short of money, coming to work at Yaoqi, they were at least facing female clients. Even though they were working at a salon, it was still respectable. But when Wang Mei promised that if chosen by the prince, their salary for the month would be doubled. At the same time, if they were intimately touched by the prince during the process, as long as they served the prince satisfactorily, they would receive an additional 1 million bonus. This made both Gu Rongrong and Gu Yaya, the two sisters, unable to contain their excitement. One was a graduate of a prestigious school, the other a counselor at a prestigious school, coming to work at Yaoqi Women's Beauty Salon with the aim of making a large sum of money in a short time. So now even Gu Rongrong and Gu Yaya were a bit tempted, not to mention the other spa therapists who were already dreaming. Wang Mei selected more than 20 spa therapists with excellent looks and temperament, and they went to the VIP lounge on the top floor. Among them, Gu Yaya and 3 others, because they still needed to prepare tea, would arrive later. As Gu Rongrong followed the front team and entered the spa room and the VIP lounge, she was dumbfounded. Because the boy sitting on the luxurious sofa in front of her, she had actually seen before. Although this boy had changed a lot since their school days, but her sister had been his instructor for 4 years, and she often came to the class to find her sister, so she had seen this boy many times. They had even exchanged greetings face to face, although they were not close, they knew each other. She really hadn't expected to see a familiar classmate here. And this boy, who used to look ordinary, turned out to be the prince of the Snow Mountain Group. Oh my god! Even though this was just a women's beauty salon, as a spa therapist, this profession also had some negative connotations. At least not many people would have the courage to tell their relatives and friends that they were a spa therapist. Thinking back to what manager Wang Mei had said before, this made Gu Rongrong feel a bit nervous and embarrassed. In order not to be recognized, Gu Rongrong kept her head down as soon as she entered the room. But who knew that the more she hid, the more she exposed herself. Before long, manager Wang Mei called her out. On the other side, Jiang Yao saw Su Chen's sudden strong reaction, looked up again at the spa therapist with a pure first love face, as if trying to figure out what was happening. And just then, there was a knock at the door. 4 spa therapists dressed in the same cheongsam, carrying tea sets, walked in from outside. One of them, a beautiful woman in her late 20s, stood out. When Su Chen saw this beautiful woman enter, his eyes were fixed on her. After graduating, they hadn't seen each other for almost half a year, but teacher Gu's style remained the same. Compared to her sister Gu Rongrong, who was pure and lovely, teacher Gu was the kind of woman who exuded charm and allure from the corners of her eyes and eyebrows. The spa uniforms at Yaoqi were finely made, with a bright red high-slit qipao that exposed her shoulders, tightly hugging her mature body and outlining her incredibly seductive curves. Her pure white pearl fragrant shoulders were exposed, and the high slit at the bottom revealed a pair of snow-white, shapely legs as she walked. Paired with those black strappy high heels, her arched feet were adorned with black straps around the ankles and deep red nail polish on the toes. Teacher Gu's whole body exuded an even more alluring charm than before. Indeed, it was her. Su Chen felt inexplicably uncomfortable. After all, teacher Gu had been his mentor for 4 years, and he had deep feelings for her. And whether it was him or his classmates, they all really liked the beautiful teacher Gu. Never did he expect that after graduation, they would meet again in such a setting. Why did she, a good mentor, come here to work as a spa therapist? And bringing her sister along? Even though this was Su Chen's mother's business, it was still a women's beauty salon. However, Su Chen couldn't help but feel uneasy at the thought of his usually dignified teacher being treated like a commodity by female clients. He couldn't help but feel that even though being a spa therapist was a legitimate profession, it still lacked the dignity of a university mentor. At that moment, Gu Yaya, along with her companions, set down the tea set on the coffee table in front of Su Chen. As he looked up and saw the Prince of Yaoqi mentioned by manager Wang Mei in front of him, he froze in place as if struck by lightning. He never imagined that he would meet one of his students here. And she was the one who had just graduated after 4 years under her guidance. She knew more about Su Chen's situation than her own sister, because when students enrolled, they had to fill out academic records. Gu Yai knew that Su Chen was a rural child from a town in Jiangnan, and also an orphan whose parents had passed away. So, she had always taken care of this student with a pitiful background, helping him find part-time work in the school library and applying for scholarships for him. Never did she expect that after his graduation, the two would meet again, in such a situation. He was the prince of Yaoqi, and she was one of the candidate spa therapists serving him. Ya. Her companion saw Gu Yaya standing still, and quietly pulled her snow-white arm. Gu Yaya then came back to her senses, quickly lowered her head, and slightly bent her waist with her hands on her side. Respected guest, please enjoy the hot tea. This is a unique tea from our Yaoqi. After saying this, she followed her companions as they stepped back, retreating into the line of spa therapists. Zhang Yao had been observing Su Chen's changing expressions all along, and now seeing him staring at this woman again, she turned her charming eyes and asked Wang Mei, who was waiting beside her, "Is that girl her sister?" "Yes, General Jiang, this spa therapist is named Gu Yaya, the elder sister of the one over there, Gu Rongrong," Wang Mei quickly replied with a smile. At this moment, Gu Yaya saw her sister standing at the front of the line on the other side. Did Su Chen recognize her sister just now? Su Chen looked at Teacher Gu with a complex expression, then suddenly pointed at her and said, "I want her to give me a spa treatment." "Of course, young Master Su," Wang Mei said respectfully, waving to Gu Yaya. "Young Master Su will be in your care today. Serve him well and don't neglect him." Gu Yaya took a step forward, still not daring to look at Su Chen, her voice crisp and pleasant. "Yaya understands." Su Chen hesitated for a moment, then pointed to Gu Rongrong on the other side. "I want her too." Zhang Yao couldn't help but chuckle and cover her mouth, teasing Su Chen with her eyes as she called him a little wolf. Wang Mei responded politely and gestured towards Gu Rongrong, saying, "Rongrong, come with your sister." "Okay." Gu Rongrong glanced at her sister and echoed. The other spa therapists who weren't chosen could only envy the sisters. Su Chen stood up calmly and said, "Lead the way. Su Xiao, follow me." Gu Yaya immediately stepped forward and gestured for him to follow. Zhang Yao glanced at Su Chen with a teasing expression, but instead of voicing her guess, she straightened Su Chen's collar and softly said, "Have fun and relax. I'll be next door. If you need anything, just call me, and I'll come find you." "Okay." Su Chen's mind was still a bit chaotic at this moment. He nodded absent-mindedly and took the lead. Gu Yaya led the way in front, while Gu Rongrong followed closely behind Su Chen. No one knew the complexity in their hearts at that moment. Perhaps it would only be when the three of them were alone together that they could speak openly. The spa room had individual private rooms. Each room was about 100 square meters, elegantly decorated with deep red carpets and screens dividing the space. One side had a waterbed, the other a pool, and there was also a changing room. Wisps of mist steamed out from the pool, but the ventilation system above prevented the room from becoming too humid. Following Gu Yaya into the room, Gu Rongrong closed the door behind them. "Su Xiao, why don't you change into your robe first?" Gu Yaya handed him a bathrobe and, pretending not to recognize him, said, "Su Xiao, there are only 3 of us here. How long are you going to keep up the act? Do you dare say you didn't recognize me?" "Su Xiao, you're joking." Gu Yaya laughed lightly and casually said, "As a spa therapist, how could I recognize a big shot like Su Xiao?" He. Su Chen chuckled, "You were my instructor for 4 years. It's only been half a year since we last met, and now you don't recognize me? Well, it seems you're determined to keep up the act." Gu Yaya's face, which had shed its serious teacher expression, was now adorned with a charming smile. "Su Xiao, why don't you go change first?" "Fine, you wait to give me a spa treatment." Su Chen was finally provoked by Gu Yaya's attitude and took the bathrobe from her. Ignoring Gu Yaya, he walked into the adjacent changing room. Seeing Su Chen close the door, Gu Rongrong immediately walked over to her sister. "Sis, why did you pretend not to recognize him?" Gu Yaya's eyes were misty as she smiled bitterly. "What's the point of not pretending? It would only make things more awkward. Why worry about awkwardness?" Gu Rongrong held her sister's hand and said playfully, "He's now the crown prince of Yaoqi and the future boss of Snow Mountain Group. With the bond we had for 4 years, if we ask him for help, we might be able to get out of this situation." Gu Yaya gave her sister a stern look. "Get out of it by asking for help? Do you think there won't be any consequences? What's so difficult about that?" Gu Rongrong stuck out her tongue and said with a cool gaze, "Back when I was in school, I always felt he was secretly watching you. Sis, I'm sure he has feelings for you. Just give him a hint, and maybe he won't ask for repayment." Blushing, Gu Yaya lightly tapped her arm. "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm his teacher." Gu Rongrong raised her elegant nose and said nonchalantly, "That was in the past. Now that he's graduated and you've been dismissed, why worry about these issues? Moreover, he is now the son of the richest family in Magic City. If you don't want to flirt with him, then I will go. After all, us women always need a man to rely on. Just as Gu Yaya was about to say something, a sound came from the direction of the dressing room. The door opened, and the two sisters immediately stopped talking. Suchin came out wearing only a bathrobe, glanced at the expressions on the two women's faces, saw that Teacher Gu seemed a bit evasive, and didn't know what they had just said. Teacher Gu, what do I need to do next? Suchin called Gu Yaya by her previous title, deliberately mocking her as he looked at her. Gu Yaya didn't mind and smiled, saying, Su Xiao, please lie down on the waterbed, and I will introduce the projects to you and see what services you need. Suchin smirked, slowly sat down on the waterbed. Gu Yaya and Gu Rongrong followed, waiting on either side. Su Xiao, our Yaoqi spa projects include facial care, body care, aromatherapy massage, soaking, showering, jet baths, whirlpool baths, bubble baths, and other healthcare services. What do you think you need? Gu Yaya handed him a service project brochure, kneeling by the bed and offering it to him. Su Chen, feeling annoyed, said to himself, I want to try all the projects here. No problem, Gu Yaya responded, glancing at him and nervously saying, let's do facial care and aromatherapy massage at the same time. Su Chen was already in this situation, and if he didn't continue, he would appear timid. He simply lay on the waterbed with his eyes closed, pretending not to see anything. Teacher Gu, don't you have anything to say to me? After a while, Su Chen suddenly asked calmly. Hearing his words, Gu Yaya smiled to hide her loneliness. Su Xiao, I am no longer a teacher. I am just an ordinary spa therapist at Yaoqi now. Su Chen realized that she still called him Su Xiao and knew she didn't want to talk to him using their previous relationship. Oh well. If she didn't want to talk, he couldn't force her. Over an hour later, the aromatherapy project was finally completed. Su Chen let out a long breath, his face and body covered in fine sweat. He was still immersed in the strange feeling that followed exhaustion. Gu Yaya glanced at Su Chen lying on the waterbed and said with a smile, Su Xiao, rest for a while. We'll go change first. Go ahead. Su Chen waved his hand wearily, lazily lying on the bed without moving. He felt both excited and guilty about Teacher Gu. She still felt warm and accommodating, just like before. However, she shouldn't be doing these things. Gu Yaha could sense his complex emotions at the moment. She signaled to her sister Gu Rongrong, and they left the private room together. After a while, Su Chen heard a knocking sound outside. He thought it was Teacher Gu and the others returning. However, the door creaked open, and Jiang Yao walked in with a smile on her face. She was also wearing a loose bathrobe. With her makeup removed, Jiang Yao's skin, as white as sheep fat jade, dazzled under the room light. Jie Yao, why did you come over? Su Chen quickly grabbed the neatly folded robe next to him and put it on. I just finished my massage and bath and came to see you. Jiang Yao glanced at Su Chen's dejected face, her charming face carrying a hint of ambiguity, as she helped him tie the belt into a bow and softly said, It looks like Yang, you had a good time just now? Su Chen blushed and changed the subject, asking, Do you often come here? I used to come on weekends to relax and unwind. Sister is not young anymore. If I don't take care of myself, I will age quickly. Jiang Yao took a towel to wipe the sweat off Su Chen's face. Her smooth and thick wavy long hair rested on one shoulder, emitting a faint and elegant fragrance that was intoxicating. A few drops of water dampened the strands of hair near her ears, adding a touch of charm to her elegant and alluring demeanor. Your skin is so good, do you still need skincare? Su Chen stared absent-mindedly at the bathed Jiang Yao, her snow-white face almost flawless and as smooth as water. Haven't you heard that if women take care of themselves when they need to, they can maintain their appearance? Waiting until you're old to take care of yourself is not skincare, it's maintenance. Jiang Yao playfully poked his forehead with her fragrant fingers and said coquettishly. Su Chen curiously asked, Will my mother come here too? Of course, Jiang Yao smiled and said, Your mother has invested over $1 billion here, wanting a place to relax. She feels assured when it's her own place. Also, your mother and I have a few exclusive beauticians here. They manage when they're not on duty, only serving us when we're here. Oh, I see, Su Chen understood. Indeed, as Yao Yao said, if they were in someone else's shop, there might be hidden cameras, which would be a risk. Alright, go take a bath first, I'll wait here for you. After you're done, we'll have lunch. Okay. Lunch was brought by Wang Mei and eaten in the VIP lounge. The Yaoqi Women's Beauty Club is a 16-story building, with 2 floors used as restaurants. It allows guests to enjoy delicious food without having to go out during their leisure time. Su Chen felt that the taste was not inferior to that of luxurious restaurants outside. After a satisfying meal, they felt refreshed. The two returned to the private room. They sat by the French windows and drank tea at the rattan table. facing the bustling commercial street of the Magic City in the misty rain. Gu Yada and Gu Rongrong sisters were brewing tea, kneeling on both sides, with their beautiful faces and slender necks fully exposed. They had changed into a set of lace-printed high-waisted cheongsams, showing a touch of ancient charm. With delicate snow-white hands holding teapots and teacups, they looked like female tea artists performing, very pleasing to the eye. Su Chen didn't understand tea tasting, but he found it visually appealing. Usually, he would just grab a handful of tea leaves, rinse the teapot, pour hot water, and that was it. But now, with the tea set, tea leaves, beautiful women, and delicate hands all together, it made the tea experience feel more upscale. Jiang Yao squinted her eyes, looked for a while, and asked with a smile, "Have you two sisters studied tea art?" "General Jiang, my sister, and I have just finished training as spa therapists. Manager Wang specially hired a female tea artist to teach us," Gu Yaya replied with a smile, handing the teacup to Jiang Yao. Su Chen discreetly glanced at Gu Laoshi kneeling up, revealing her two snow-white calves, crystal-clear feet stepping on the carpet like 10 round pearls with bright red toenails, very beautiful. Jiang Yao took a sip of the freshly brewed tea and suddenly blinked, asking, "So, does that mean you two sisters are officially starting work today?" "Yes, General Jiang," Gu Yaha nodded. Gu Rongrong also handed another teacup to Su Chen, with a playful expression, saying, "Mr. Su and General Jiang are our first guests. We just started working and haven't had familiar customers yet. We were chosen by Mr. Su as soon as we started." Su Chen then remembered that before meeting Gu Rongrong in the morning, Yao Yao had asked Wang Mei if there were any newcomers. Wang Mei seemed to have mentioned that there was a group of newly trained spa therapists, and then called out Gu Rongrong. Thinking of this, Su Chen inexplicably seemed a little happy, maybe because he was teacher Gu's first guest? Jiang Yao has always been focused on her young master at home, naturally able to perceive the slight upturn of his mouth, the flicker of his eyelids, and she smiled, saying, "Tea art is not a course that a spa therapist must learn, but you are quite attentive and have learned well." Gu Rongrong is more lively than her sister, and she chirped, "I heard from our tea art colleagues at the club that the teacher who taught us tea art is the most famous female tea artist in the Magic City. I heard that tickets to watch her performance at the tea house sell for over tens of thousands of yuan, and if you want to be a tea guest served by the teacher, it costs 60,000 yuan for a cup of tea." At that time, my sister and I were shocked to hear this and felt that it would be a waste not to study well with such a talented teacher. Jiang Yao praised, "Well, it's good to have this attitude. Having multiple skills doesn't weigh you down, and tea art is the best way to cultivate one's temperament and spirit." In the Magic City, an international metropolis, spending tens of thousands of yuan to watch a top tea artist perform is not unusual for her. Because for tea artists like her, besides the necessary tea art skills, it is more important to have a beautiful appearance and figure. This way, they can be pleasing to the eye in tea art performances and gain recognition and closeness from the upper-class society. Therefore, women like the Gu sisters, who have excellent looks and figures, are very good candidates for tea artists. After hearing Jiang Yao's words, Su Chen realized that the Gu sisters did indeed exude a more ancient beauty and refined temperament than before. Curiously picking up the teacup to taste, he wondered how different a cup of tea could be. As he brought it close to his lips, he was greeted by the fragrance of tea, as if the rim of the cup had been touched by the delicate and fragrant fingertips of Gu Rongrong, like orchids and musk. Su Chen drank it in one gulp, sweet and soft, full of tea fragrance, seemingly tastier than any tea he had drunk before. This action made Gu Rongrong, who was serving beside him, couldn't help but chuckle and cover her mouth. "Young Master Su, this is the first time I've seen someone drink Da Hong Pao like this. It costs tens of thousands per jean." Gu Yada quickly tugged at her arm and whispered, "Don't talk nonsense." Su Chen blushed, realizing he didn't know how to appreciate tea. Jiang Yao said nonchalantly, "Yang, tea tasting is just a pretentious pastime. Does the person who sets the standards for tea tasting really know more about tea than anyone else? I don't think so. So, look beyond appearances and essence, it's just a thirst-quenching pastime, drink it however you like, there's no need to be so particular." Su Chen thought Jiang Yao's words made sense. Many so-called standards were just for show, making oneself feel sophisticated. In fact, with his mother being a prominent figure in the Magic City, he had no need to follow others' standards. He should do as Jiang Yao suggested, be comfortable and not be pretentious. Thinking of this, Su Chen casually took the teacup handed to him by Gu Rongrong's slender fingers and drank it in one gulp. Finding the cup too small and unsatisfying, he grabbed the teapot and drank directly from it. This left Gu Rongrong beside him stunned. This was a top-grade Da Hong Pao tea, which Wang Mei, the store manager, said cost over 1,000 yuan per gram. Previously, only Chairman Yang Yingyu and General Manager Jiang Yao would use it to brew tea. And now, Su Chen was drinking this precious tea like a beverage to quench his thirst. It truly made Gu Rongrong deeply realize the gap in wealth. "Drink slowly, Don't worry about it being too hot. Jiang Yao smiled gently and wiped the sweat from Su Chen's face with a handkerchief. Indeed, good tea is thirst-quenching, Su Chen gasped as he drank. Have you rested enough? Jiang Yao's delicate hand lightly rubbed his chest, and in a charming and soft tone, she asked. Su Chen responded with an looking content. Let's get up and go soak in a hot spring bath with sister. Jiang Yao pulled his arm and stood up from the cushion. Gu Yaya and her sister also got up, asking softly, Mr. Su, do you need us to serve you on the side? Jiang Yao glanced at Su Chen, who was peeking at the Gu sisters, and smiled, come with us. Su Chen's heart started to beat faster. He didn't know what kind of scene soaking in a hot spring bath would be like. Jiang Yao led Su Chen back to the private room where he was before. The pool on the other side of the screen behind the waterbed was large, comparable to the size of a normal family's living room. As soon as Gu Rongrong entered, she knelt by the white porcelain pool and sprinkled some white crystals inside. Gu Yaya, seeing Su Chen looking curiously around, introduced to him, these are specially customized hot spring bath tablets from our Yaoqi, known for its 1,000-year sacred soup, health paradise, and the famous Jinling Tongshan hot spring. It contains over 30 trace elements, which can moisturize and soothe the skin, make it smooth and delicate, relieve fatigue, promote sleep, and is no different from natural Tongshan hot spring water. Su Chen nodded slightly. This should also be the method used by other hot spring hotels. After all, it was impossible to source an endless supply of hot spring water in a bustling city. Jiang Yao, however, proudly approached and informed Su Chen of another matter. Yang, this private room is usually reserved for Aunt Yang. Su Chen nodded. No wonder it's so luxurious. Gu Yaya glanced at the two whispering together, pursed her lips lightly, and said, Mr. Su, why don't you go change first? Jiang Yao chuckled, took Su Chen's arm, and walked towards the changing room. The changing room had two separate dressing rooms. However, when Su Chen saw Jiang Yao take out a set of swimsuits from the wardrobe, he was suddenly at a loss. Yao, are there men's swim trunks here? Su Chen couldn't help but ask. Jiang Yao said matter-of-factly, this is a women's beauty club. Even if they sell swimsuits, they definitely wouldn't have men's. What should I do then? Su Chen looked at the bathrobe he was wearing. He couldn't go into the hot spring wearing a bathrobe. Just don't wear it, Jiang Yao said with a coquettish smile. Are you kidding me? Su Chen rolled his eyes. If you really want to wear one, I have a set here, see if it fits? Jiang Yao glanced at him seductively and took out a set of sexy purple-red swimsuits from the nearby wardrobe. Su Chen, looking at Jiang Yao teasingly, quipped, this is a women's swimsuit, it's a bikini. Have you ever seen a man wear a bikini? Jiang Yao made a face at him, then you'll just have to go without. After a brief thought, Su Chen said, forget it, I'll just wrap a big towel around me. As you wish, Jiang Yao said somewhat regretfully. She put the swimsuit back and began to undress in front of him. Her movements were always particularly elegant, with a ladylike charm. Hey, aren't you going to change in the dressing room? Su Chen's heart skipped a beat, quickly turned around, silently reciting, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Why be so formal between us? I'm practically your daughter-in-law, not afraid of you seeing. Jiang Yao giggled and hung the bathrobe on the side. Su Chen was speechless, so he turned his back to Jiang Yao and waited for her to change into the swimsuit. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yao came out of the dressing room wearing a pure white swimsuit, with Su Chen following behind. Her swimsuit was a halter bikini style, with side-tie bottoms. Su Chen just wrapped a large towel around his waist. When Gu Yaya saw this, she was slightly surprised for a moment before saying embarrassedly, Mr. Su, I forgot you don't have swim trunks. Should I have a colleague go buy them for you now? No need. Su Chen didn't want to be so troublesome. When he looked up, he found that teacher Gu and her sister had also changed into a set of light yellow bikinis at some point. Especially when teacher Gu saw him looking over, she felt a little embarrassed. Master Su, the hot spring water is ready, you can come down and soak. Gu Rongrong's lively eyes turned around and greeted the two of them. As evening approached, a Rolls-Royce Phantom drove out of the Yaoqi Women's Beauty Club. Su Chen looked like he couldn't handle it, leaning back on the genuine leather seats in the back row. Teacher Gu was really mischievous, causing him to be greatly shocked today. Jiang Yao sat beside him, seeing his absent-minded look, and asked with a smile, what's wrong with my young master? Still thinking about the spa therapist from earlier? Su Chen hesitated for a moment and said, Yao, she was actually my instructor for 4 years in college. Oh? Jiang Yao didn't look surprised. Supporting her round chin with one hand and crossing her arms, she asked, Yan, what do you think? Su Chen turned his head to look at Jiang Yao beside him. Yao had changed back into her original dress, her freshly blow-dried hair casually pinned up with a rhinestone hair clip, sitting with her legs crossed on the seat, her 5 shiny feet moving happily, causing her high heels to sway back and forth. Yao Yao, should I not have come to a place like this? Su Chen couldn't help but ask. It depends on whether you're happy or not. If you don't like it, then you shouldn't have come. Jiang Yao licked her lips and said with a smile. Su Chen's gaze was somewhat distracted as he stared at Yao Yao's swaying white and tender feet. Was he happy? To be honest, he was really happy and comfortable at that moment. Did he like it? It seemed like he did, as there was still a hint of reluctance in his heart. He was still thinking about the feeling of enjoying Teacher Gu's tenderness. Yao Yao, I feel like I'm a bit hypocritical. I find myself willing to come here. Su Chen raised his head and looked at Jiang Yao, saying softly. Jiang Yao giggled, lifted her snow-white hand to cup his face, resembling a young wife teaching her husband, and said as she looked him in the eyes, "What's hypocritical about that? It's very normal. Men should have many desires, it's just that many people are suppressed by life. As the heir of the Shuishan group, you should try everything you've ever fantasized about, broaden your horizons completely, that's the path every mature man must take." Su Chen felt warm upon hearing these words and couldn't help but ask, Yao Yao, have I disappointed my mom and you in any way? How could that be possible? Jiang Yao sensually bit his chin with her rosy lips. You are Yang aunties and my most cherished treasure. No matter what kind of person you are or what you do, we think you're very good and perfect. But what if I haven't acknowledged my mom yet? You don't know my identity, or I'm not my mom's son, would you still think I'm good and perfect? Su Chen continued to inquire. Silly boy, those what ifs you're talking about are simply not valid. Jiang Yao pinched his cheek playfully. If Su Chen really wasn't Yang Yingyu's son, then Jiang Yao would definitely not be so affectionate towards him. After all, there were many men like Su Chen in this world. If she was so easily attracted to such a man, how easily could her heart be moved? So, if what Su Chen said was true, Jiang Yao would definitely not even spare him a glance if she met him on the street. The same goes for Yang Yingyu. Jiang Yao saw Su Chen still staring at her, she chuckled and touched his face, continuing with a coquettish smile. Actually, you don't need to be conflicted about whether your personality, abilities, thoughts, and such are perfect for us. A person's personality and values are largely influenced by their parents' generation. When people's personalities and values are not yet fully developed, they usually refer to and learn from how their parents conduct themselves. So, that's why children from well-off families are definitely more mature than those from less privileged backgrounds. And you, growing up without a mother, following your father, who left you after a car accident in middle school. Such family environment naturally affects your personality. But love is the most unreasonable thing. Because you are Yang Ant's biological son, she would want to give you all the best love in the world. I also absolutely love you, the sister Yao Yao who likes you the most. Regardless of whether you are humorous, good at talking, or talented, in our eyes, you are perfect. Even if you are daydreaming, we would still find you very cool and handsome, and we like you a lot. So, you don't need to worry about losing your status, whether we will still love you. If that's the case, if your mother and I meet a man you consider outstanding, witty, humorous, considerate, gentle, and knowledgeable, would we have to like him? Would you accept us liking other men so easily? No, I can't accept that. Su Chen vigorously shook his head. Just the thought of another man competing for his mother and sister Yao Yao's love made him feel like the world was collapsing. Jiang Yao hugged Su Chen's head, pressing it against her proud chest, and softly said, "Don't worry, your mother and I have never considered any man in the world except you. You were born for your mother and me to love, you don't need to separate your identity. You don't even need to do anything to earn all our affection. In our eyes, you are different from others. Your personality doesn't need to be exceptionally good, and you don't need extraordinary talent. But we just like you, love you, only have feelings for you. We feel intoxicated by your presence, we sigh because of you, we have sleepless nights because of you. When we see you, maybe we're not smiling outwardly, but our whole being is smiling. We love you not because you are perfect but because you are you. Just like your mother's love for you, it doesn't need a reason, just because you are her son, she loves you. So, just be yourself, you don't need to think about changing, just grow naturally, understand? I understand, I've been too sensitive. Su Chen smiled self-deprecatingly. Sensitive? You're just adorable, okay? Jiang Yao giggled and kissed his cheek. As long as she genuinely liked someone, no matter what kind of person they were, she would find everything about them good. Sister Yao Yao, I want to help Teacher Gu. Su Chen didn't like being treated like a child by her, so he lifted his head, hugged Jiang Yao's slender waist tightly, and held her in his arms. How do you want to help? Jiang Yao obediently leaned against his chest, affectionately rubbing her head against his heart, looking completely different from the aloof goddess of the Snow Mountain group. After touching the smooth skin on Yao Yao's arm, Su Chen contemplated for a moment before saying, I believe Teacher Gu must have her reasons. Can you help me find out what happened to her? Sure, leave it to sister to investigate. Jiang Yao snuggled in his embrace, took out her phone from her bag, and smiled lightly. Yaoqi Women's Beauty Club. Sister, do you think Su Chen will reveal that we are working here as spa therapists? Gu Rongrong asked her sister, staring blankly at the counter with her head in her hands, looking at her sister who had just finished bathing. No, he won't. Su Chen is not that kind of person. Besides, he is now the prince of the Shueshan group. Why would he care about such trivial matters? Gu Yaya walked over, drying her hair, and said to her sister. She was wearing only a bathrobe, revealing a deep and exceptionally white figure, with a slender waist and shapely thighs. Thinking about this makes me feel so frustrated. When I used to see him at school, I had no idea he was hiding his identity to experience life. Otherwise, I would have left a good impression on him, staged a drama of a domineering CEO falling in love with me. Now I don't know who the Cinderella will be. Gu Rongrong sighed, feeling a bit melancholic. Gu Yada thought about this and found it strange, as she had seen Su Chen's file. According to his household registration, he was the only one listed, and his family address should have been correct. Why did he suddenly transform into the prince of the Shueshan group? Could it be a training exercise like the heirs of wealthy families portrayed on TV? The two sisters had only been working at the Yaoqi for 2 months, and they had been in training the whole time. Naturally, they couldn't know the family background of the richest woman in the Magic City. Not to mention them, even the employees of the Shueshan group were mostly unaware. After all, which billionaire would lay bare their family affairs for everyone to know? Just like the daughter of the Penguin chairman, no one knew what she looked like to this day. True wealthy families always protect their family members well. Unless the family members grow up and are willing to step into the public eye. Stop daydreaming, why are you talking so much? Gu Yaya gave her younger sister a look, taking off her towel and getting dressed, continuing, we are already worlds apart from him. Gu Rongrong playfully patted her sister's round and plump buttocks. Sister, if you have already provided him with those services, why not just give him your body too? I see Su Chen eyeing your delicate and voluptuous body, he must be drooling over it. Otherwise, you could have gotten $1 million. Earlier, manager Wang Mei had promised that if chosen by the prince, their salary for the month would be doubled. Also, if they had intimate contact with the prince during the process, as long as they served the prince satisfactorily, they would receive an additional 1 million bonus. This intimate contact naturally meant the most intimate kind, not just being mischievous. Hearing her sister's words, Gu Yaya couldn't help but blush and glare at Gu Rongrong. You're not satisfied with the doubled salary? Each of us can earn at least 60,000 this month. That adds up to 120,000, which is still far from enough for our mother's treatment. Gu Rongrong pouted. Gu Yaya sighed helplessly. Even though the treatment and salary at Yaoqi were very high, the total annual salary and bonuses added up to hundreds of thousands. But her mother's liver cancer couldn't wait that long. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the dressing room. Gu Yaya quickly put on her clothes and called out to the door, come in. Manager Wang Mei entered with a smile on her face. Xiaoya, Xiaorong, you two did a great job this time. Su Xiao is very satisfied with your service. Here is a 1 million bonus for each of you, take it. Wang Mei handed them 2 bank cards. Gu Yaya and Gu Rongrong looked at each other in surprise for a moment. Manager, but we didn't. Gu Yaya's face turned red as she spoke. Wang Mei interrupted her and smiled, this is not my business to manage. Su Xiao specifically instructed me to give you the money. Also, both of you can leave work early today, and take a few days off in the coming days. When you come back, go directly to the finance department to work. From now on, both of you will be Su Xiao's exclusive spa therapists. Well, Gu Yaya hesitated. What? Don't you want to? Wang Mei noticed her expression and asked strangely. We want to, of course we want to. Gu Rongrong eagerly took the 2 bank cards without waiting for her sister's response, her face full of excitement. Gu Yaya's beautiful eyes flickered uncertainly, and suddenly asked Wang Mei, Manager, did you tell Su Xiao about us? When they joined the company, they had advanced some salary from Yaoqi, so they had also told Wang Mei about their difficulties. Yes, Su Xiao asked Zhang Zong to call and inquire. Wang Mei nodded, patted Gu Yaya's shoulder with a heavy heart, and continued, for people like us to be noticed by Su Xiao, it's a great opportunity. You should cherish this opportunity. Many people can't earn it no matter how hard they try. Gu Yaya nodded with a complex look in her eyes. I understand, thank you, manager. Thank you for what? We are all colleagues, Wang Mei said with a smile. She couldn't afford to offend anyone now. Who knows, after Gu Yaya climbs up the ladder with Su Xiao, her influence might surpass hers. After Wang Mei left, Gu Rongrong couldn't contain her excitement anymore and pounced on her sister. Sis, we're rich. 2 million, enough for our mom's liver transplant surgery, and to repay the money we borrowed from relatives and friends. It's great. Gu Yaya's clothes were lifted by her sister's pounce, revealing her snow-white, soft waist, with a faintly visible long belly button. It's good, but we also owe Su Chen a favor. Gu Yaya pulled her clothes and said with a bitter smile. She wasn't the type to accept help from others without feeling guilty. Gu Rongrong, still excited, laughed. What's there to fear? Whether it's owed to others or to him, it's still a debt. It's better to consolidate all those scattered debts onto Su Chen. If we can't repay, we can always offer ourselves. Gu Yaya actually had a good impression of Su Chen. It's just that because of her past role as his teacher, she always felt the need to set a good example and not be a bad influence on him. However, at this moment, she felt her sister was right. If you owe one person, you owe a bunch of relatives and friends. After thinking it through, Gu Yaya relaxed and patted her sister's head with a smile. Pack up and let's go off work. You're always talking about offering yourself. If I hadn't insisted on serving Su Xiao today, you would have done it yourself, right? Gu Rongrong giggled and ran off, teasing. It was you who acted like a seductress, sticking to him. You used to be good at keeping your distance with other men, but today you were so unrestrained. You need a beating, don't you? Gu Yaya blushed and chased after her sister. The two sisters received a huge sum of 2 million, finally lifting the heavy burden that had been weighing on their hearts. They couldn't help but feel joyful, with genuine smiles on their faces. This is truly like a melodramatic TV series. Su Chen sighed upon hearing about the changes in teacher Gu's family. Jiang Yao raised her long eyelashes and looked at him, smiling sweetly. Reality is even more melodramatic than TV series. The biggest disaster for ordinary families comes from family members falling seriously ill, which not only costs money and effort but may also be incurable. Like you, teacher Gu and her sister, just working at Yaoqi is considered good, but more women are at their wits' end, unable to let their families suffer. As long as they can earn quick money, they will do anything. That's true, Su Chen nodded in agreement. Teacher Gu and her sister are already considered smart, and they did not resort to selling their bodies. Xiao Chang drove the Rolls-Royce back to Su Chen's villa, and it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. As soon as Su Chen entered, he saw Yang Yingyu in the living room, wearing a red long dress, sitting on the sofa, holding a document and reading it carefully. Mom, you're back! Su Chen exclaimed in surprise, put on his slippers, and ran over. Seeing her son running over, Yang Yingyu quickly got up to greet him, smiling gracefully. Did you have fun today? She was over 40 but still radiant, living up to the saying that a beauty does not age. I had a great time, went to Yaoqi with Yao Yao. Su Chen said with a smile. Some say that the best state for a woman is to see if her mood is pleasant. Yang Yingyu is like that. Since reuniting with Su Chen and his mother, her mood has clearly improved a lot. This made her extraordinary charm even more outstanding, with a dignified and elegant face that even exuded a shiny luster. As long as you're happy, Mom has always been thinking of you. Yang Yingyu smiled softly and pulled him to sit on the sofa. I miss Mom too, Su Chen said in a spoiled manner. He really liked the scent of his mother, it gave him a sense of home. After all, his mother was his only close relative in this world. As long as his mother was there, he felt at ease. Oh, Aunt Yang didn't miss me, I'm so sad. Jiang Yao kicked off her high heels, put on a pair of slippers, and walked in, biting her lip in jealousy. Yang Yingyu gave her a look. Tell me, what did you do with my son all day today? Her heart was completely on her son now. After all, her son was her flesh and blood, so she naturally wanted to know more about him. Jiang Yao pouted on the other side of Aunt Yang, holding Aunt Yang's arm, and winked at Su Chen on the other side. Aunt Yang, let I Yang tell you, he spent the whole day at Yaoqi today. He was so happy he didn't want to leave. Oh? Yang Yingyu's phoenix eyes stared at Su Chen with a noble air, smiling lightly. Yanger, can you tell Mom what you did today? Su Chen glared at Jiang Yao secretly and said, I just experienced the spa treatments at Yaoqi, had a massage in the morning, and soaked in a hot spring bath in the afternoon. Jiang Yao almost burst out laughing and added, Yang also requested 2 newly hired spa therapists to serve him in your exclusive suite, Aunt Yang. That's nothing. As long as my Yanger likes it, it's only right for all the spa therapists at Yaoqi to serve him. My things are his, as long as Yanger is willing, Mom can give you everything. Yang Yingyu looked indulgently at her precious son and said calmly. Su Chen felt warm in his heart and said with a smile, Mom, you're so good to me. Silly child, Mom is your closest person. If I'm not good to you, who will be? Yang Yingyu rubbed his head affectionately. This time, Su Chen didn't wait for Jiang Yao to tease him, and continued to say to Yang Yingyu, Mom, one of the spa therapists turned out to be my counselor and her sister from my university days. I heard that their mother has liver cancer, so they came to work at Yaoqi. Since teacher Gu took good care of me before, helped me apply for scholarships, and even found me part-time jobs, I wanted to repay her, so I had the manager give them 2 million. Yang Yingyu immediately said to Jiang Yao when she heard that the other party had also helped their own loved one, call the director of Shuishan Hospital and have her contact this teacher Gu. Have teacher Gu's mother transferred to Shuishan Hospital. We will provide the best hospital bed and medical services for them for free. Her son was her lifeblood, and as long as someone treated her son well, she would repay them. But if anyone dared to harm her son, she could make them disappear from this world. Okay, Aunt Yang, I'll make the call right away, Jiang Yao said as she left to carry out the task. Su Chen did not expect Yang Yingyu to value his words so much and couldn't help but ask, Mom, am I causing you trouble? Definitely not, Yang Yingyu said gently, looking at Su Chen with a smile. Yanger, just remember, in this world, if money can solve a problem, then it's not a problem. Moreover, Shuishan Hospital is my asset, so it's a simple matter. I understand, Su Chen nodded as if he was being taught a lesson. Yang Yingyu took this opportunity to broaden her son's values. Yanger, in this world, when wealth accumulates to a certain extent, it's just a string of numbers. As long as you feel that doing something can make you comfortable and happy, it doesn't matter how much money you spend. Wealth is something that you can't take with you when you die. As long as you spend it and it brings you emotional value, then it's meaningful. Su Chen, curious, asked, how much money can I spend without affecting Mom's business? You can spend as much as you want, it won't affect Mom's business, Yang Yingyu said confidently, smiling. She couldn't help but pat her son's head and continued, if I had to give you a number, you could spend 100 billion in a year without any problem. Spend 100 billion in a year? That means at least 3 billion a day on average? What kind of family is this? Yang Yingyu's words shocked Su Chen greatly. It did have a certain impact on his previous values. Seeing her son stunned, Yang Yingyu smiled with narrowed eyes. Yanger, just remember, indulging in food, drink, and fun is your privilege. Only people with mediocre backgrounds will struggle for a living. So, go ahead and spend money freely, our family is wealthy. In the steam-filled white jade bathtub, rose petals floated, emitting a unique fragrance. Yang Yingyu lay comfortably on the edge of the tub, enjoying Jiang Yao's massage on her shoulders. This was Su Chen's luxurious bathroom. The two of them stayed overnight at Su Chen's villa again tonight. After dinner, Jiang Yao persuaded Aunt Yang to use the bathtub in Yang's room, saying that it was large and comfortable. Then, the two women occupied Su Chen's bathroom after he finished bathing. Although this white jade bathtub was not much different from the one in Yang Yingyu's mansion, it was even slightly smaller. However, being here made Yang Yingyu feel closer to her son. Jiang Yao asked with a smile, Aunt Yang, since you have acknowledged Jiang as your son, why not let him move to Shemoshi Mountain Manor and live with you? It's not time yet, Yang Yingyu smiled helplessly, looking through the glass door of the bathroom towards the room, as if trying to see Su Chen through the door. She sighed and continued, Yang has been independent for so many years. In fact, he needs personal space. For example, if he wants to bring a girl home but it's not at the level where he can introduce her to me, then he can only take her to a hotel. So, I can't interfere too much in his life right now. Jiang Yao poured hot water over Yang Yi's shoulders, pondering her words, and asked, Aunt Yang, does that mean I shouldn't stick to Yang all day long? It seems like I'm taking up all his time, not leaving him any time to do what he wants. That's true, Yang Yingyu sat up against the bathtub, turned to face Jiang Yao, and said, Yang does need a guide at the beginning, but he ultimately needs to find his own path. So, what we can do is to come help him when he needs it, without forcing him to follow the life we set for him, as that would mean he loses his freedom. Jiang Yao nodded with a smile, I understand. On the other side, Su Chen saw his mom and sister Yao Yao both going to take a bath. Feeling bored alone, he sat in front of the computer desk in the room, preparing to revisit a game. After the computer started up, he put on headphones to listen to music while downloading the game. Suddenly, Su Chen remembered something. His gaze fell on the wallet on the desktop. He took out the bank card that his biological mom had given him through Jiang Yao. He wondered how much money was in it. Out of curiosity, Su Chen picked up his phone and downloaded the corresponding bank app. He remembered Jiang Yao saying it was a gold card his mom had arranged for him, with the password being his own birthday. Opening the bank app, registering an account, and entering his ID, he quickly found his bank card under his name. The available balance showed several asterisks. There was also a closed eye symbol next to it. Su Chen reached out and tapped the closed eye symbol, and the balance of the bank card was immediately displayed. Holy cow! When Su Chen saw the number displayed, he couldn't help but exclaim, because behind the one at the front, there were a long string of zeros. After carefully counting, Su Chen finally arrived at a staggering number. There was actually 100 billion in the card. Su Chen had never seen such a sum of money with his own eyes before. And, this money now belonged to him. He had thought that the pocket money his mom gave him wouldn't exceed 1 billion at most, right? He didn't expect it to be 100 billion now. Although Suchen knew his biological mom was wealthy, the conversation with Yang Yingyu this evening had also changed his values. However, when faced with 100 billion right in front of him, the shock and accelerated heartbeat were unavoidable. After all, just a few days ago, he was just an ordinary person planning to save money to buy a car, a house, and get married. It seems I need to adapt to the fact that I am now a super rich second generation, Suchen thought, looking at the game Star Iron that had already been downloaded at lightning speed on the computer. He used to be a bit of a homebody, enjoying watching dramas, anime, and playing games. The game called Star Iron was a second-dimensional adventure strategy game that was perfect for homebodies. In simpler terms, it involved raising wives, leveling up and equipping beautiful wives, and experiencing the plot. He had also played other types of games like Dream of Three Kingdoms, QQ Speed, Dungeon and Warrior, Crossfire, League of Legends, and so on. He also played Genshin Impact, another second-dimensional game. However, because Suchen had limited spare funds before, he could only afford to be a monthly card player in games, relying on saving stones to draw the game characters he wanted. And now, with 100 billion pocket money in his hands, shouldn't he try things he had only dared to think about before? Shouldn't he try everything once? Let's start with Star Iron. It's time for me to be a rich guy, Suchen thought and acted. He directly opened the game Star Iron, entered his account, and logged in. The main storyline of this game can be summarized as the protagonist implanted with a star core, invited by Himiko to board the starry skytrain, traverse the galaxy, explore new civilizations between countless bizarre worlds, meet new companions, and embark on new adventures. Suchen played Genshin Impact before and started playing this Star Rail game released by the same company on the first day of its public beta. Due to being busy these days, he hasn't been able to play the game. He first cleared the commissions and stamina. Suchen couldn't wait to open the recharge system. As a monthly card player, he still had the first-time double bonus available. In the character archive, he only had the female character Xier from the first rate-up pool and the female character Yinlang from the third rate-up pool. By saving up various resources at that time, he successfully obtained both limited characters at 0 constellation. 0 represents a character with only a blank archive, with a maximum of 6 constellations, requiring 6 more pulls for a total of 7 to activate all constellations. 1 represents an exclusive weapon that can be stacked 4 times, reaching level 5 refinement, requiring a total of 5 weapons to be fully refined. Currently, the Star Rail character pool has a new character, Luo Sha, who is a support character. As a monthly card player, Suchen needed to plan his gacha resources accurately to pull for his favorite characters. Usually, he had to give up some pools and save resources to pull for characters he liked. However, now he didn't need to be so strict. After binding his gold card to Weixin, he directly scanned the QR code to top up his first recharge and then added another 20 sets of 648. Looking at the tens of thousands of extra primo gems in his account, Suchen went on a gacha spree. Purple and gold lights kept flashing from the train's doors. Purple represents 4-star characters or weapons, while gold represents 5 stars. A guaranteed 5-star character is obtained after 90 pulls, but there is a 50% chance of getting a non-rate-up character. The second guarantee ensures a rate-up character after a certain number of pulls. Suchen was lucky this time, spending just over 100,000 primo gems to fully refine the limited character Luosha and her exclusive weapon to 6 constellations in level 5 refinement. Indeed, gacha in this game is the most addictive and satisfying gameplay. The anticipation of pulling the characters and weapons one desires is the most hormone-inducing feeling. Feeling unsatisfied with his pulls, Suchen scanned another 150 sets of 648. This time, he was ready to challenge the standard pool. As a monthly card player, he had only pulled one limited DPS character before. Limited characters are available for only 20 days in each pool before rotating to another pool. Therefore, he didn't have enough main DPS characters for 2 teams. Previously, he didn't have the money, but now he could enjoy as much as he wanted. Although standard pool characters will eventually be outclassed by limited characters, having full constellations makes them invincible at the current stage, right? Especially the white-haired girl Clara from the standard pool, whose 0 constellation strength rivals that of limited main DPS characters. Suchen really liked this white-haired girl because not only does she have white legs, but she also goes barefoot. Absolutely adorable. He was pulling from the standard pool just for this white-haired girl Clara. After a frenzy of pulls, 6 out of the 7 standard pool characters were fully refined, some even overflowing with resources. However, the white-haired girl Clara that he wanted was still missing 1 constellation, with only 5 constellations. Damn it! Did the warehouse check fail? I spent over 100,000 and still couldn't get Clara fully refined? If I had known, I wouldn't have chosen the 300 pull self-select option. Su Chen complained and was about to continue spending money. However, as soon as he took out his phone, he suddenly remembered something. Since he was going to be a rich guy, he had to act like one. If he didn't show off, how could he be a rich guy? If he didn't show off, who would know that he was already a rich guy now? Thinking about it, Su Chen was not in a hurry to spend money. He directly opened the Genshin Impact community, took a screenshot of his game character guide, and then posted it along with the screenshot of his game character. Can't stand it, the OP is so angry that he's posting electricity. For the sake of pulling a white-haired girl, I spent 10,000 and she still didn't show up. It's really a pure injustice, so angry that I can't even play games on the bed anymore. It's really making me feel bad. As soon as the post was made, new comments quickly popped up. Wow! What kind of rich guy is this? C6 Rosaria, C0 Sinyan, almost all maxed out permanent characters. Impressive, even spending money on the standard banner, he really doesn't treat money as money. Rich guy, why not wait for the 300 pulls to choose your own character? The one above is hilarious, look at him spending so much on the standard banner. Will that one-time selection still be available? Is this how rich guys play? Do you need a security guard at home? So extravagant. Spending so much on a single-player game? Rich guy, show us your strength. Rich guy, can you spare a friend slot? I want to borrow your characters. Wow, you've spent 10,000 and still need to play the standard banner? Can't you play with real people? Iron Juice? Why does the one above think the rich guy lacks real people to play with? You can imagine that rich guys are tired of playing with real people. Is the rich guy so rich that he can afford to cosplay as Klee and vent his anger? With this money, you can hire several cosplayers offline to cosplay as Klee. The money the rich guy spends on games is equivalent to what we spend on a pack of cigarettes. It doesn't affect spending a few $100 on a meal, so naturally, he wants it all. The rich guy's troubles are really something. Is it really so extravagant to have money? I'm amazed. Too exaggerated, wanting all the permanent characters at max level, it's scary. Rich guy, thank you for supporting the game. I'm stunned by the rich guy's way of playing. Honey, let me help you pull. Unbelievable, this rich guy is so rich, I want to marry him, even as a mistress, I'm willing to be the rich guy's mistress. 666,666. The money I've spent on games from childhood to adulthood doesn't add up to what you've spent in this picture. Pulling like this in a single-player game, I can only say I don't understand the world of the rich. Being a big brother in an online game can be cool and powerful, where's the fun in this game? Log in for 5 minutes a day and then post on the forum? I envy this kind of trouble, the ups and downs of human nature. It's too much to pull for all the permanent characters. Is this how rich guys usually pull for cards? I worship the big shots, the boss is confused. Rich guy, don't be like this, how can I have the luck to run into you? So rich, spending 10,000 like this in the game, I want to ask if the OP has a monthly income in the millions. Just want to say boss, if you need a slave, just say the word. Rich guy, need a dog? I'll be your dog, woof woof woof. Rich guy, screw me. Su Chen watched as more and more netizens were drawn in, commenting away, laughing so much that his mouth split open. So this is what it feels like to be a rich guy. It's really satisfying to be envied and licked by others. Indeed, being a rich guy means letting others know. Otherwise, being a rich guy wouldn't be so enjoyable. After checking the comments, Su Chen noticed that his number of followers was steadily increasing. At the same time, several people sent him private messages. Lolita, where is the rich guy from? Want to be friends? I'm a female college student. Carp Lemon, rich guy, don't spend on the game, spend on me, add me as a friend? Little Mio, does the rich guy need a girlfriend? I can cosplay any character you like. Peach Bunny, is the rich guy going public? 00 Miss Sister CPDD, easy to deceive, sticky and obedient, not social, small circle, doesn't drink or dance, doesn't mind distance. Yoon, rich brother, do you need to develop? I have a love brain, a 22-year-old girl from Sichuan, independent, likes playing games, hoping to play together. Shaluosas, rich brother, I can do anything, I really want to be friends with you, I will give you a sense of security, report everywhere we go. Be cute, obedient, and understanding, you don't need to do anything. So many girls are trying to hook him indirectly. Su Chen is experiencing this kind of treatment for the first time. Honestly, it feels pretty good. No wonder so many people like to show off their wealth online. It's like fishing with bait. As long as you show off your wealth, you won't have to worry about girls coming to you. If this was in the past, Su Chen might have added these girls as friends to chat. But now, under the influence of his mom and Jiang Yao's beauty, his standards have been raised. Ordinary girls really can't pique his interest. Moreover, these girls who come to him are basically opportunists. For Su-Chen, games are more fun than dealing with these girls. After feeling secretly pleased reading his messages, Su-Chen continued to play Star Iron and spent 648 to finally draw the last white-haired girl, Clara. It's not easy, I need to look at Clara's cute moments more to heal my wounded soul. Su-Chen added Clara to his team, lowered the camera angle, and made Clara move around. Not bad, so cute. Su-Chen praised with a smile. If only this angle wasn't transparent, Manhwa was really annoying. White-haired girls are too tempting. As Su-Chen spoke, he suddenly felt something was off, because he caught a whiff of a refreshing fragrance. He turned around and saw Yang Yingyu leaning in, watching him play the game with curiosity. Jiang Yao was standing next to Yang Yingyu, trying to stifle a laugh. Damn! Did they hear everything I said just now? Su-Chen awkwardly took off his headphones and asked, Mom, are you done showering? We just finished and called out to you, but you didn't respond, so we came to see what you were doing. Yang Yingyu said with a light laugh. Mom, how long have you been here? Su-Chen blushed and asked embarrassedly. Before Yang Yingyu could answer, Jiang Yao couldn't help but giggle and said, We've been standing here for a while, since you were peeking at this white-haired girl's cute moments. Su-Chen felt even more embarrassed. He had headphones on and didn't hear Yang Yingyu calling him or notice them approaching. Yang Yingyu playfully scolded Jiang Yao for embarrassing her precious son. Yanger, is this the type of girl you like? Yang Yingyu asked, looking at the computer screen at the girl character in a red dress. Su-Chen wanted to change the subject and shyly said, Not really, I like all beautiful girls, I'm in control. Wow, Yang, I didn't know you were so fickle. Jiang Yao teased with an exaggerated smile. Su-Chen defended himself, this is just a game, collecting beautiful female characters is normal, it's not being fickle. Yang Yingyu chuckled and scolded Jiang Yao, telling her to bring some drinks and stop causing trouble. Jiang Yao happily ran out of the room in her slippers. She was wearing a black camisole nightgown, with two big white legs smooth and straight, long and perfect like the beautiful legs of Aunt Xing Tai Li GZ. Su-Chen was a heavy leg fetishist. He used to watch videos of those long-legged women on Douyin. He also liked female game characters who showed their legs, but he rarely saw legs as perfect as Jiang Yao's, which seemed to be modeled. Yang Yingyu saw her son sneakily glancing at Jiang Yao's departing figure and indulgently smiled, saying, Yao Yao is sometimes crazy, but she only acts like this with intimate people. She actually likes you a lot. I know, Su-Chen smiled casually, not really minding the teasing words Yao Yao had just said to him. Yang Yingyu wanted to take the opportunity to understand her son more, so she curiously asked, Yanger, is this game fun? It's not bad, it's more suitable for me to play. I usually like playing these second-dimensional games since I'm more of a homebody, Su-Chen said, noticing his mom still standing beside him and worried she might be tired. He moved aside to give her half of the chair. Mom, have a seat, I'll play for you. You're such a good son. Yang Yingyu sat down beside him and softly smiled. Yanger, can you teach Mom how to play this game? Sure, Su-Chen smiled and started buying energy to brush artifacts, which are equipment. This game is turn-based, it actually challenges players. Some people prefer open-world gameplay, but I like them all. Su-Chen played the game while chatting with his mom. Yang Yingyu watched her son control a team of female characters fighting monsters and asked, which company made this game? It's also from Magic City, called Manhwa. I've played their games before, they're all good, Su-Chen said, then remembered he had just topped up tens of thousands of yuan, tentatively telling his mom, Mom, I just topped up a lot of money. Just top up, as long as Yanger is happy. I've always said, the most important thing about spending money is to bring you emotional value, then the money spent is meaningful. Yang Yingyu turned her head, gazing gently at Su-Chen, continuing to elegantly say, also, I know about Manhwa. Their office building is still owned by our Snow Mountain Group, we rented it to them. In addition, several executives of Manhwa have bought houses in our Snow Mountain Group's villa area, and many of their employees live in the community we built. So, when you spend money on their company, they will return the money they earn to my company's account. This is the advantage of asset circulation. As long as you spend money in Magic City, Mom can recoup the money you spend from various industries. This was the second time Su-Chen heard similar words, the last time was from Jiang Yao. Mom, does that mean I can spend money however I want? Su-Chen asked his mom. Yang Yingyu smiled lightly and said, of course, Mom's things will be yours in the future. Yanger, you are Mom's only closest relative, the dearest to my heart. After a while, Mom will make you familiar with the company's situation, then let you take over, and then find a few comfortable daughters-in-law for Mom, so Mom can retire peacefully. Mom, you're so young, why talk about retirement, and I haven't managed the company before. What if I mess up? Su-Chen wasn't that confident. Yang Yingyu looked at her son gently and said, it won't happen. There are many smart people in this world. But wealth is always concentrated in the hands of a very small group of people. So as long as you offer a high salary, there will be no shortage of talents to advise you. And, isn't there Yao Yao? She will always be with you, guiding you. If you're tired, just leave all the work to her and accompany me for a chat over tea. Mom, let's not talk about this for now, it's still early, Suchen said with a smile. He felt that these things were still quite distant from him, and he didn't want his mother to really leave the career she had devoted half her life to. Yang Yingyu obediently smiled and said, okay, Mom won't say anything. Let's play games with Yanger. Early the next morning, the warm summer sun shone into the luxurious bedroom through the crack in the curtains. Suchen opened his eyes from the spacious and comfortable European-style bed. Why didn't Yao Yao come to wake me up today? This time he woke up naturally. Getting up from the bed, Suchen looked at the clock on the wall. It was already past 10 in the morning. He had played games until past midnight last night before going to sleep. There was a beautifully packaged gift box on the bedside table, with a piece of paper on top. Suchen took out the paper and read the words left by Yang Yingyu. The handwriting was very dignified, beautiful, and gentle. Yanger, Mom saw you sleeping so soundly that she didn't wake you up. I and Yao Yao went to work at the company first. The box with the note contains a watch Mom bought for you when she came back yesterday. She forgot to give it to you last night. Try it on to see if it fits. If you need anything, give us a call. There's a little surprise downstairs too. Seeing the emoticon drawn at the end, Suchen couldn't help but smile. Mom still has a girlish heart. After folding the note and putting it in the drawer, Suchen picked up the exquisite gift box. Upon opening it, he found a very exquisite watch inside. The watch case was intricately carved with vine patterns, themed in deep blue with elements of a starry night sky and moon. Although Suchen didn't understand watches, he could tell at a glance that it was definitely a valuable luxury watch. He picked up the tag on the box and searched on his phone. Patek Philippe, so it's a Patek Philippe? Suchen searched for the model number. Ref. 6002G Celestial Tourbillon watch. My goodness. This watch is worth 40 million renminbi? No wonder people say online that the poor play with cars while the rich play with watches. This small item could easily match the price of a small villa in the city. It was truly extravagant. Suchen put down the watch, planning to wash up before wearing it to avoid getting it wet. After washing up, changing clothes, and getting dressed neatly, he looked at the watch on his wrist in the full-length mirror. It did look quite handsome. Previously, he had only worn Armani clothes, lacking some accessories. Now, with this Patek Philippe watch on, his overall demeanor seemed to have improved significantly. Suchen struck a few poses admiring himself before leaving the room and heading downstairs. He didn't know what the little surprise mentioned on the note was. Just as he walked down the solid wood staircase, he saw a sexy blonde woman sitting in the living room. Good morning, young master. I am your personal housekeeper Betty. Director Yang instructed me to wait here for you. The beautiful blonde woman spoke fluent Chinese with a bright smile as she greeted Suchen. Suchen took a quick look at the voluptuous foreign woman. To be honest, he had always felt that foreign women rarely met his aesthetic standards. But this woman named Betty, in terms of both figure and appearance, could be considered top-notch in his eyes. She was even more beautiful than the few foreign women he had seen at the Yaoqi Women's Beauty Club before. Especially in her sexy office lady outfit and tight skirt, which hugged her extremely hot body tightly. The surging curves were tightly bound by the white shirt, almost bursting out. Her tall and slender figure resembled that of a supermodel, with slim waist, plump and long legs wrapped in ultra-thin black stockings, and a pair of black crystal high heels on her feet, exuding a seductive and tempting aura. Suchen curiously asked her, "Where are you from? Your Chinese is quite good." "Thank you for the compliment, young master. I come from the empire where the sun never sets," Betty replied warmly and politely with a charming smile on her face. Suchen nodded and glanced at this Western beauty, asking, "Why did my mom ask you to wait for me here? Young master, why not have breakfast in the dining room first?" Betty blinked her deep and enchanting blue eyes like the ocean and smiled. "All right." Suchen had thought he would have to find breakfast himself at this late hour. After he sat down in the dining room, Betty brought out a hot breakfast from the kitchen. A cup of hot milk, a serving of pan-fried buns from the Magic City, and lean pork congee with preserved egg. It seemed that Yang Yingyu had told her that he liked Chinese breakfast, so she didn't prepare hamburgers or anything else. Betty watched as Suchen started eating breakfast before taking a seat across from him. "Young master, in the future, if you want to eat at home, I will be responsible for preparing various meals for you. In addition, I will manage the cleaning, laundry, cooking, equipment operation, garden maintenance, and reception services at your villa," Betty said with a smile. "Even laundry?" Suchen asked curiously with a mouthful of pan-fried buns, as he had never dealt with a personal butler before, especially a beautiful foreign girl. Yes, these trivial matters should not be done by the young master personally, otherwise it would be a dereliction of duty on my part as a butler, Betty said respectfully and rigorously. Alright, if you like doing it, then go ahead. Suchin didn't mind. After all, being taken care of by someone was quite enjoyable. By the way, young master, in addition to what I just mentioned, you can come to me for any issues in your life, including booking hotels and flights, shopping, picking up guests, booking entertainment activities. As long as it is related to clothing, food, housing, transportation, eating, drinking, and entertainment, I can take care of it, Betty continued. Suchin couldn't help but ask, where have you worked as a private butler before? Betty handed a towel to Suchin to wipe his hands and reported without any neglect, after graduating from the International Butler Academy, I was hired by Director Young to work at Snow Mountain Group. I first served as a private butler to General Manager Jiang Yao for a few years, and after General Manager Jiang moved to Director Yang's residence, I have been working at Director Yang's villa. Today, Director Yang arranged for me to serve by the young master's side. I see. Suchin was quite satisfied with her resume. After all, if she had worked as a butler for other male employers before, he would have been somewhat concerned. Now having a foreign girl as a butler to take care of his home made him, a lazy otaku who liked to slack off, even more comfortable, as he didn't have to worry about anything. Young master, shall we go see the little gift madam prepared for you now? Betty smiled and suggested as she saw Suchin had finished breakfast. Sure. Suchin was curious about what surprise his mom had prepared for him. Following Betty, they walked out of the villa and arrived at the large garage door next to the villa. When the automatic sensor door rose up, revealing what was inside the garage, Suchin's eyes widened in amazement. Inside the gorgeously decorated garage, brightly lit, were top luxury cars parked, their surfaces reflecting dazzling brilliance under the lights. Even if Suchin didn't recognize the models of the cars, he could still identify famous brands like Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi, Porsche, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Rolls-Royce, Bugatti, McLaren, Koenigsegg, Pagani, Aston Martin, and more from the logos. Wow! So many cars, worth at least hundreds of millions, right? Suchin couldn't help but exclaim. Betty giggled, young master, the value of the luxury cars in this garage has exceeded 10 billion, such as the Bugatti La Voiture Noire, which is priced at approximately 1.25 billion soft sister coins. Suchin asked in amazement, when were these cars brought here? He remembered that the garage was empty the first time he visited the villa, and he didn't know when it was filled. Betty replied, it was yesterday during the day when you were not at the villa, Madam arranged for me to take care of these cars. My mom really spoils me, and this is just a small surprise. Suchin thought of Yang Yingyu's voluptuous figure again. Betty walked over to a rack with a bunch of car keys hanging on it, looked back at Suchin, blinked her charming blue eyes, and asked with a smile, young master, do you want to pick a car to test drive? Sure. Suchin walked over eagerly. There is no man who doesn't like cars, especially cool sports cars. Some say that cars are a man's face, just like women love handbags. Not only is it fun to drive, but it can also show off and satisfy one's vanity. At 11 o'clock in the morning, a handsome Porsche Panamera was speeding through the bustling streets of the city. The classic sleek coupe styling, frog-eye headlight design, and the raised body lines on the hood. The fine white body shimmered with a faint golden edge in the sunlight. It's simply too cool. Betty didn't follow in another car, she stayed at the villa to do her work. Suchin sat alone in the driver's seat of the latest Panamera Turbo S, feeling a sense of satisfaction almost bursting from his body. After all, which man doesn't have a dream of owning a Porsche? The reason he drove this Porsche Panamera out was that when he used to pay attention to luxury cars, his favorite was the Panamera. Although this car's top configuration costs just a few million, it's still not as much as the Bugatti La Voiture Noire mentioned by Betty. But Suchin likes this kind of four-door sports car. Not only can it carry beautiful girls, but more importantly, it has ample space, and you can play games in the car, right? Of course, another reason is that the previous Suchin felt that the price of this car was at least a lifetime away from his own efforts, with a slight possibility of achieving it. Whereas those top supercars worth tens of millions or even billions are completely impossible dreams, just something to envy. Anyway, there are still more than a dozen top luxury cars lying in the garage of his own villa. Suchin can switch to another car when he gets tired of one. So, it's not necessary for the first car he drives out to be the most expensive one. Fortunately, Suchin took his driving test with his classmates during the summer vacation right after the college entrance exam. Otherwise, he would only be drooling over the luxury cars in the garage now. After not driving for a few years, he didn't speed up much, especially now driving on the busy streets, keeping the speed around 50. It must be said that the driving and handling of top luxury cars are indeed very strong, almost like pointing and shooting. It's much more comfortable and relaxing than driving the practice car with the instructor years ago. And the Bordeaux red leather interior, with seats that have ventilation and massage functions, makes driving a direct enjoyment. According to Betty's introduction, this set of leather seats is worth tens of thousands in the personalized accessories. Even the seat headrests with the embossed Porsche Shield emblem pattern cost close to tens of thousands. The various accessories in the car are also very luxurious. The large area of piano lacquer trim, matte metal air vents and door switches, delicate leather, exquisite chrome trim rising with the gear lever, the artistic car interface, and the overall sense of luxury and extravagance created are simply overwhelming. Suchin parked his Porsche at a Chinese restaurant to have lunch. He saw several girls in summer clothes taking photos of his Panamera. He used to think that online videos were all jokes, but now he realized they could actually happen. This Panamera is so cool, right? Look at the 21-inch bird's nest wheels. I heard at the Porsche exhibition that the optional price is around 80,000 yuan. And this panoramic sunroof system, the blue exterior lights, and the chassis cost over 200,000 yuan. The Porsche ceramic composite brake system is another 150,000 yuan. And that's not even counting the leather interior, seats, sound system, it's top-notch. Indeed, it's fully loaded. I just saw the power emblem at the back, it's a 4.0T. Altogether, it must cost at least several million. This latest top-of-the-line Panamera is rare in the city. Can you guys take a picture for me? I'll post it on my social media. I want to take a picture too. Su Chen, holding a pack of Manhwa cigarettes he just bought from a nearby store, chuckled as he watched the girls taking photos by the car. If Betty hadn't carefully introduced him to the optional features of the Panamera, he probably wouldn't have known as much as these girls. This also showed that the girls living in the city were quite vain. Even if they couldn't afford it, they would still visit luxury brand stores or car exhibitions. So, they could all name various luxury brands and cars like experts, even more so than him, the car owner. However, Su Chen didn't look down on them. After all, everyone pursues different things in life. Who can truly be without desires? Anyway, Su Chen was just an ordinary person. He also had a sense of vanity and liked luxury cars, villas, and beautiful women. When the girls finished taking photos, Su Chen walked over. "Hey handsome, is this your car?" A girl with a popular face brightened up. "Yes, just parked here to have lunch." Su Chen casually took out the Panamera's key and pressed a button. Beep, beep. The handsome Panamera's headlights flashed like dazzling stars. "Wow, you're so handsome." Another girl gushed, holding her face in admiration. "Hey handsome, can you take us for a ride?" The girl with the popular face leaned in, wearing a camisole, and tilted her body slightly. Su Chen glanced and shook his head with a smile. "Sorry, I have things to do." Her short-haired companion quickly spoke up. "Hey handsome, let's exchange WeChat. Maybe we can hang out together another day when you're free?" Often, women develop a good impression of a man they meet for the first time based on his financial status. In today's society, which is so materialistic, few people take the time to truly understand your inner self. This is especially true for those pragmatic women, for whom financial status represents charm. Su Chen generously took out his phone, opened his WeChat QR code. "Scan me." I'll scan. The girls all took out their phones and scanned Su Chen's WeChat. After they finished scanning, Su Chen got into the car, waved goodbye to them. "Goodbye. Goodbye handsome, remember to add us." "Goodbye handsome." The girl with the popular face even threw a flirtatious look at Su Chen. Su Chen smiled faintly and drove off in the Panamera. Although he wasn't interested in those girls, rejecting them face-to-face would make him seem tactless. It was better to let them scan and then not add them as friends later. As they watched Su Chen's car drive away, the girls huddled together, reluctant to part, discussing among themselves. "This handsome guy must be the second generation of a wealthy family in the Magic City. Did you see his watch just now?" "Yes, I did. It looks like a Patek Philippe. Tall, good-looking, young, and rich. It would be great if he could be my boyfriend. If anyone is going to be his boyfriend, it should be me. I'm older than you." The internet-famous girl proudly stopped in her tracks. A man riding an electric bike nearby couldn't help but glance over. As a result, the internet-famous girl covered her chest and glared at him fiercely. "What are you looking at, being a pervert?" Compared to her previous deliberate display for Su Chen, it was like two different people. The man quickly lowered his head, twisted the handle of his electric bike, and hurriedly left. It was just as the saying goes. The girl wore a low-cut camisole but covered her chest. It was typical of being afraid that the poor would take advantage and afraid that the rich wouldn't see their advantages. On the road where Magic City and Jiangnan intersect, Su Chen was driving a white Palomilla, speeding along this highway towards his hometown. Taking advantage of his free time today, He wanted to visit his hometown and pay respects to his father. After all, he hadn't been back for a long time, and now he had also acknowledged Yang Yingyu. In any case, he had to go back and see his father. As Su Chen drove, his mind was still thinking about the several girls in cool outfits just now. In the past, facing such good-looking girls above the passing line, he would probably blush just to speak. But just now, he felt very calm and indifferent. Maybe it was because his identity was different now. Or maybe it was because he had a bank card with billions of cash in his hand. That's why he could face them so confidently. After all, as the saying goes, money is a man's courage. The more money one has, the more courage one has. And these days, Su Chen had been dragged around by Yao Yao to various places, which also broadened his horizons. This should be what Yao Yao meant by broadening his horizons. Only after expanding one's horizons can one withstand pressure and not have such a narrow mindset. Otherwise, in this life, one can only be like an ordinary person, always having a small-minded mentality. Su Chen finally understood his mother's painstaking efforts. Yao Yao was called over by his mother that day to accompany him in his growth and cultivate his sense of the bigger picture. I wonder what his mother is doing now. The Snow Mountain building is located in the commercial center of Pudong, Magic City, with a total of 99 floors. It is the headquarters building of the Snow Mountain Group. There are tens of thousands of administrative staff from various branches working here. Yang Yingyu, dressed in a Dior purple waist-cinching long dress, sat elegantly in the luxurious independent office on the top floor. Like a queen, she looked down on all the people in Magic City. One decision of hers could even change the landscape of an industry. A single word from her could directly cause a large number of people to lose their jobs. However, at this moment, this domineering queen reigning over the skies of Magic City was lost in thought with a gentle expression in her eyes. Knock, knock. Just then, the office door was gently knocked. Yang Yingyu's gaze remained on the small photo frame in her hand as she calmly said, "Come in." The pretty female secretary walked in with a document and respectfully placed it on the desk. "Director Yang, this is the group's financial report from the last quarter. Please take a look." Leave it here." Yang Yingyu casually tossed out a sentence while still gazing at the photo of her beloved son. The secretary, accustomed to this, acknowledged and noticed that the coffee left on the side had cooled down, so she took it to reheat it for her. "Director Yang, I've noticed that you look much better recently. You must have encountered some good news, right?" The female secretary gently placed the freshly brewed coffee in front of her, smiling sweetly as she asked. Yang Yingyu elegantly picked up the coffee and took a sip, smiling gently. "You are quite observant to notice that." Only those who had been working by her side could occasionally see a smile on her face. This beautiful female secretary was one of her secretaries. In addition, she also had a team of assistants, all of whom she had personally trained and trusted. Their only common feature was that they were all beautiful women with fair skin, good looks, and long legs. After all, both of these teams worked closely with her, so they had to be pleasant to look at. As the chairman of a group, there were many affairs to handle in various branch companies. If Yang Yingyu had to make every decision herself, she would work herself to death. A truly wise leader focuses more on the art of using people. Just like the empresses and queens of ancient times, once a decree was issued, those below had to come up with a solution no matter what. If they couldn't perform well, they would be replaced directly. When in a position, one must fulfill their duties and demonstrate their value in exchange for a high salary. The pretty female secretary sneakily glanced at the frame in the chairman's hand and asked with a smile, "Chairman Yang, is it because of this handsome guy?" As one of Chairman Yang's trusted secretaries, she had noticed a delicate photo album on the desk a few days ago. She had even wiped it clean several times. Normally, Chairman Yang had never shown any favor towards any man, even business partners received a cold reception. But for some reason, she had caught Chairman Yang staring absent-mindedly at the man in the album several times. "Yes, he is the most important person in my life." Yang Yingyu smiled elegantly, and because of her son, she rarely exchanged a few words with her secretary. Oh, the female secretary dared not ask further. "And Yang, I have some news to tell you." Just then, Jiang Yao entered with a smile on her face. "What news? You look so happy." Yang Yingyu lazily stretched and curiously looked at her. The female secretary had sensibly retreated and closed the office door. Jiang Yao hurried over in high heels, and Yang, she said Yang has left the city and gone to Jiangnan. Today, she was dressed in a professional OL suit, wearing a peach blossom patterned shirt inside paired with a black pleated mini skirt, her long and slender white legs wrapped in ultra-thin sheer black stockings, and her ears adorned with black pearl and diamond earrings. Her whole demeanor became more capable, like a strong career woman. "Oh, is Younger going back to his hometown to visit?" Yang Yingyu smiled lightly, but she saw through the situation. Xiaoqi was the female bodyguard she personally arranged to secretly protect Su Chen, her beloved son. She used to be in the same unit as Xiao Cheng. After all, her precious son's safety was the top priority. Even though not many people knew about her son's identity now, it was still necessary to prevent any potential dangers. Sometimes, a single negligence could lead to a lifetime of regrettable events. Therefore, for Yang Yingyu, who had experienced the pain of losing her son 21 years ago, nothing was more important than her son's safety. It should be. Xiaoqi said Yang's current route is heading towards Mingzhou in Jiangnan. Zhang Yao's lips curled up slightly, smiling. Mingzhou. Yang Yingyu murmured and stood up from the CEO's chair. Clack! Her high heels made an elegant sound as she walked to the floor-to-ceiling window behind her, gazing in a certain direction. And Yang, do you want to go to Mingzhou too? Zhang Yao also walked over cheerfully, her pleated mini-skirt fluttering, making her pair of black silk legs even more attractive. Of course, Yang Yingyu wanted to go, as that was where her beloved son had lived. However, it was also the place where the man she hated the most had lived. Although the man is now dead, he reunited her with Yanger and his mother a few days ago. But back then, he took Yanger away out of revenge against her, causing Yanger to endure the grievances of a single-parent family, and causing her to suffer the pain and torment of missing her child day and night, something she could never forgive him for in her lifetime. Just as Yang Yingyu was lost in thought, her phone on the table rang with a special WeChat notification sound, which she had set up for Su Chen. Yang Yingyu immediately came to her senses, rushed over, and quickly grabbed her phone to check. Yanger, Mom, I plan to return to our hometown today. I'm in Mingzhou now, and I might stay there tonight and come back tomorrow. Smiley face. Just as Yang Yingyu was about to reply, Su Chen sent another photo. It was a selfie of her son sitting in the driver's seat, holding up his wrist to show off the Patek Philippe watch. Yanger, Mom, I really like this watch. Thank you for the gift, love you. Hug. Yang Yingyu smiled sweetly and replied, as long as you like it, Mom loves you too. Yao Yao, let's go to Mingzhou as well. After sending the message, Yang Yingyu, with her elegant and noble phoenix eyes fixed on the photo of her son, suddenly spoke. Okay, I'll go prepare the car. Zhang Yao happily agreed and hurried outside, swaying her voluptuous mature hips in high heels. Yang Yingyu gently touched the screen of her phone with her white fingertips, feeling full of happiness in her heart. Son, you are Mom's lucky star. Mom can't live without you in this lifetime. Mingzhou in the south is about 200 kilometers away from the Magic City. Su Chen drove for over 2 hours and finally entered the territory of Mingzhou around 2 p.m. He bought 2 boxes of cigarettes and alcohol in the city, as well as some offerings, and stayed for a while. Then he drove directly to a small town in Mingzhou. The sleek Porsche with its white exterior and red and blue interior attracted many envious glances on the roads of Mingzhou. After all, Mingzhou is just a prefecture-level city, not comparable to the Magic City, so luxury cars like this are very rare. Therefore, pedestrians along the way couldn't help but look at the Porsche with envy. It's no wonder that wealthy people are so fond of driving luxury cars. The smooth driving experience and the vanity of being stared at by passers-by are truly a great enjoyment. Especially when Su Chen drove the Porsche into Qinjia town. The brand new Porsche with its white exterior and red and blue lights stood out against the surrounding houses with green tiles and blue bricks. Some villagers who saw the Porsche also looked over. Which family's child came back from working outside and driving a new car? Working? How is that possible? Uncle C, do you know what kind of car this is? I saw it on Douyin. It seems to be called a Porsche, cost several million. Wow, so valuable? Isn't that like several houses running on the road? Only those bosses who don't treat money as money would spend millions to buy this metal thing. Yeah, we haven't heard of any child from Qinjia town doing so well. It must be a boss from the Magic City passing by. Just look at his license plate. Qinjia town originally developed from a gathering place for the Chun clan, almost all of whom were surnamed Chen. Later, migrants and residents from neighboring towns merged into it, making it a town with multiple surnames, but Chen remained the largest surname in the town with the most people. The town is large in size but not wealthy, probably due to its location in the hills, backed by green mountains, with most of the area being continuous fields. And because it is relatively far from the city center, no one chooses to develop it. The villagers in the town almost entirely rely on farming and producing local specialties for a living. In fact, poverty really has nothing to do with laziness. When these villagers are busy with farming, they work from sunrise to sunset, facing the earth and toiling away. Can you say they are lazy? So, Su Chen, since he entered university and left this town to see the outside world, only then did he realize that working hard to get rich was the biggest joke. Times have changed, and the older generation used to say that working people were superior. Work hard and life will get sweeter. Parents would often instill in their children that one must endure hardship to succeed, that being poor at home meant enduring grievances outside, and only by enduring how much injustice could one achieve great things. But in reality, working hard did not make life sweeter, as car and house loans could crush a lifetime. Enduring hardship did not necessarily lead to success, but rather to endless suffering. Enduring grievances and injustices did not lead to greatness, but instead made a person's character gradually become weak and timid, ultimately falling to the lowest level of laborers. That's why history has summed it up with the famous saying, "It's hard for the son of a poor family to become successful." Suchen was very fortunate that when he was young, his father did not follow the old ways of the older generation in the town. He was mischievous, got into fights, and had the school call his parents. But his father never laid a hand on him or scolded him. When he heard that his classmates laughed at him for being a motherless child, his father would praise him for fighting well and come up with strategies to help Suchen improve his grades. Suchen once asked his father why. His father told him, "As long as you have good grades, you can hit back harder next time someone bullies you, and the school won't do anything to you." Indeed, after Suchen became a top student in the school, as long as he stood on the side of reason in a fight, the school did not blame him, but instead reprimanded the one who was beaten. In that era, the top students were the teacher's favorites. After all, good grades meant the person was a diligent student, and fighting back was a legitimate defense against bullying. Later, Suchen became famous for fighting, and the school often sided with him. Those who used to mock him for being a motherless child dared not do so anymore. Suchen's academic performance remained excellent, and he eventually got into a top university. So, although Suchen was a bit of a homebody and liked to take it easy, he was always someone who wasn't afraid of trouble and had a lot of perseverance. After all, he had worked hard to improve his grades from the middle level of the school to the top 3 in the grade just to fight. However, as he grew older and matured, he realized the true nature of society, the unfair distribution of resources, and the fact that without resources or connections, one could not change their fate. That's why he chose to slack off and live a laid-back life. If he hadn't met Yang Yingyu, his life would have been spent in this laid-back manner. So, fate. Suchen sighed and didn't greet any of the villagers he knew, heading straight for the back hill of Qinjia town. In the countryside, it is said that fallen leaves take root and become safe in the soil, so the deceased are buried on the nearby back hill to bless future generations with prosperity. After turning onto a rugged mountain road, Suchen's car couldn't go any further, so he had to walk. The road was a hard mud path made by people, with large forests on both sides and lush vegetation. Carrying the offerings, Suchen walked for more than 10 minutes and arrived at his father's burial site. Due to the compensation money Suchen used to build his father's grave with bricks and cement, it was not overgrown with weeds. Nearby, there were several other graves, and the surrounding trees had been cut down. Looking down the mountain, one could see golden rice fields. Suchen placed the offerings aside, stood in front of his father's tombstone, and remained silent for a long time. "Dad, I've come to see you." After a few minutes, Suchen smiled with a complex expression and spoke. His feelings towards his father at this moment were indeed very complex. The father lying in the cemetery, he shouldn't belong here, his hometown should be elsewhere. It was only because of his father's choice that he ended up here, causing Suchen to be separated from Yang Yingyu and their son for a full 21 years. However, the love his father showed him over the years never let him suffer. Everything other children had, he had too, and what other children didn't have, his father bought for him, even if it meant secretly eating plain steamed buns to save money for him. The unique education he received from his father, different from other families in the village, also benefited him for a lifetime. Memories kept rolling in Suchen's mind like a revolving lantern. In the end, Suchen sighed, "Let the past be the past, Dad, I don't resent you. Just like you taught me before, we must bravely face things we cannot change." In the scorching July summer, Suchen calmly accepted the dramatic life chosen by his ancestors in front of his father's tombstone. This was also his fate. Under the blazing sun, Suchen held the sickle he bought, bending down to clear the overgrown weeds and branches. He muttered to himself, as if chatting with his father lying in the cemetery, "Dad, actually, when I was young, I felt that something was wrong with our family. Other families had relatives and uncles, but we didn't. There were no relatives visiting during festivals, only some villagers and colleagues you were familiar with. After you left that year, fortunately, Uncle Chen next door helped handle your affairs. Otherwise, as a junior high school student, I really didn't know what to do. Time flies, Dad, it's been 8 years since you left, and I've already graduated from college. I'm sorry, Dad, after going to college, I only come to see you during Qingming Festival. I'm too busy with part-time jobs to earn a living. There's still over 100,000 of your compensation money left. I originally planned to save it for buying a house in the future, but it seems unnecessary now. You chose the time to tell the truth to my mom, so you should know now that I have acknowledged her. She's been very good to me, so rest assured. There hasn't been much change in Xinjia town. Maybe the only change is that there are mostly children and middle-aged and elderly people in the village, while young people have mostly gone out to work. Next time, I'll bring my mom to see you. My mom is very beautiful now, although I haven't seen her when she was young, she must have been just as beautiful. You should still be able to recognize her. My mom also adopted a goddaughter named Zhang Yao. She asked me to call her sister Yao Yao, 4 years older than me, and very beautiful. I quite like her, and she's very good to me too. Although my knowledge and experience can't keep up with my mom and them, this is the difference in living environment and learning environment. Interests, hobbies, and skills are definitely not as good as those of real second-generation rich kids. But these soft skills can still be made up for later. My mom had sister Yao Yao take me around to broaden my horizons a few days ago. I've been doing pretty well these years, eating and sleeping well. Besides studying, I watch anime and play games. You probably don't understand anime, right? It's similar to the cartoons I watched on TV when I was a kid. As for games, I'll show you a special skill now. Suchen smiled, dropped the sickle, wiped his hands, and didn't care if his expensive Armani casual clothes got dirty. He sat down in front of the tombstone. He took out his phone, opened Genshin Impact, switched to the team of Raiden Shogun, and found a wild boss, directly unleashing a set of nuclear explosions with his sword. The Raiden Shogun's sword slashed out over 800,000 damage. Dad, impressed? This is a game that some young people like to play nowadays, incredibly cool. Speaking of Dad, do you think this Thunder movie has some traits of my mom? Suchen finished his mischief, satisfied, took back his phone, and sat up to wipe the dust off the tombstone. Dad, I'm telling you this to let you know that I'm really doing well. When I had no money, I found happiness in that, and after reuniting with my mom, there is also the joy of mother and son being together. Suchen muttered to himself for a while, then picked up a bunch of white chrysanthemums he bought and gently placed them next to the tombstone. Then he skillfully lit candles in front of the tomb, burned incense, and started burning paper money. A few years ago, firecrackers could still be set off, but now it's not allowed. Last year when he came back to pay his respects, Suchen saw some villagers using ceremonial cannons instead, spraying out mini paper money. However, Suchen felt it was strange to use ceremonial cannons, so he didn't buy any. Standing under the shade of a tree, Suchen lit a cigarette and gazed at his father's tombstone. He waited until the incense and paper money were completely extinguished before packing up and preparing to leave. Dad, I'll come back to see you when I have time. Suchen touched the tombstone one last time before leaving his father's grave with a box of paper offerings. He planned to go back to the town to see his old house. Walking on the hard mud road that the villagers walked out of in the mountains, there was only the sound of wind blowing through the leaves around him, occasionally accompanied by the chirping of insects and birds, far from the hustle and bustle of the city. Just as Suchen was about to reach the exit where he parked his car, on a small path at the corner of the mountain road ahead, a clear and sweet humming suddenly came. Then, a girl carrying a bamboo basket skipped down the path. This girl was very beautiful, with almond-shaped eyes and rosy cheeks, her long black hair tied in a ponytail swaying behind her shoulders. Although her face was plain, her skin was still delicate and fair, and her black t-shirt wrapped around her slender figure. Her slender and straight legs stretched the jeans tightly, showing great elasticity. The skin on her neck and ears that was exposed was very fair and delicate. Compared to her mother's various styles, she lacked some maturity and elegance, but had more innocence and vitality. As soon as Suchen saw this girl, he called out to her, "Chen Wanling." The girl heard someone calling her, turned around, and upon seeing the person's appearance, she exclaimed in surprise, "Xiao Suchen, why are you back?" This beautiful girl was the only daughter of Suchen's neighbor, the daughter of Uncle Chen Yon who helped with his father's affairs just now. Because the two were of similar age, they had been playing together since they were young, and had a very good relationship, almost childhood sweethearts. It wasn't until Suchen went to study in the big city that they lost contact. Suchen raised the paper box in his hand and smiled at Chen Wanling, saying, "I came back to see my dad. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I could have helped you weed the grave." Chen Wanling excitedly ran over with the bamboo basket on her back. "I didn't know you were back too. Weren't you interning in the city?" Suchen looked at the childhood friend he hadn't seen in a long time. "It's been almost half a year, and you've grown up like a young lady." Although Chen Wanling's figure was a bit slim, she had developed well and could already outline a considerable European curve. "No way," Chen Wanling blushed when she saw him staring at a certain part of her, playfully slapped him, and then said, "I've finished my internship and become a regular employee. I was planning to apply to go to the big city to visit you, but unfortunately it didn't get approved." She had been admitted to the Medical College of Jiangnan University, majoring in nursing. Su-chen seemed to think of something and smiled as he pinched her delicate face. If you want to work at a hospital in the big city, maybe I can help you. Because his biological mother had mentioned that the Snow Mountain Hospital in the big city was her business. This is the largest comprehensive third-level private hospital in the entire Magic City, even higher than the First People's Hospital of Mingzhou City. Since she is his childhood playmate, Su-chen is naturally willing to help her. How can you help me? Do you have friends working at hospitals in Magic City? Chen Wanling frowned her delicate eyebrows, but with her cherry lips she said, this will definitely earn you a lot of favors, right? If it makes you feel uncomfortable, then I'd rather not go. It's okay, let's talk about this later. Let's go home first. Su-chen chuckled and handed her the almost weightless cardboard box. You carry this, I'll carry the bamboo basket for you. Su-chen had already seen the half-filled bamboo shoots in her basket. He used to take Chen Wanling to the mountains to dig bamboo shoots, but that was years ago. Time really flies. Su-chen reached out and took the bamboo basket from Chen Wanling's shoulder, without hesitation. Chen Wanling didn't stand on ceremony either, holding the cardboard box and helping him secure the bamboo basket. This is quite heavy, be careful, Chen Wanling said with concern. If you can carry it, why would I be afraid of the weight? Su-chen smiled lightly and replied as he looked at her. The two were almost close to each other. He could even smell the faint fragrance of flowers and herbs coming from Chen Wanling's body. And after she went out to study and work, her skin had become much fairer than before, full of youthful vitality. Coupled with her delicate features, straight nose, rosy lips, slightly pointed chin, forming a beautiful face of a classical Jiangnan girl. After helping her tidy up, Chen Wanling looked up at him, her bright and clear eyes meeting his. Her delicate face blushed instantly, shyly avoiding his gaze. This girl has really grown up. Su-chen smiled, carrying the bamboo basket, and walked down the mountain with Chen Wanling. Wanling, when did you come back? Just a couple of days ago. It's not the busy farming season yet, so I went to the mountain to dig bamboo shoots. It's really a coincidence. If I hadn't suddenly wanted to come back to see my dad today, we might not have met. It's fate, destined by the heavens. Do you still believe in this kind of thing? I saw it in a movie. What are your parents doing at home? Same as usual, watching the store at the small shop. Do you remember when we went to the mountain to dig bamboo shoots when we were kids, and you fell and hurt your leg, and I carried you down the mountain? Of course I remember. You were so naughty, scaring me by saying there were ghosts. Ha, we were so childish back then. Still laughing. I'll hit you. Although Su-chen and Chen Wanling had less contact after going to college, they often met after a long time. But the 10 years of growing up together in childhood had created a bond between them, and they easily fell back into their old ways of interacting. Perhaps this is the bond formed by childhood friends. Wow, Xiao Su-chen, is this car yours? Chen Wanling's eyes sparkled as she looked at the Pamela that shone like gold in the sunlight. Of course, who else would be willing to drive this kind of car up the mountain? Su-chen chuckled as he put things in the trunk and said to Chen Wanling. Chen Wanling circled around the Pamela, constantly praising, this car is really beautiful, it must be worth a lot of money, right? I think it's around 4 million. Su-chen said with a faint smile. Ah, so expensive. Chen Wanling covered her mouth in surprise, looking extremely cute. Let's get in the car first. Su-chen opened the driver's door and beckoned to her. Oh, okay. Chen Wanling replied, taking small steps and running to the passenger seat, her soft leather boots swaying gently, evoking images of elasticity and softness. She was sitting in a luxury car for the first time, her tight jeans hugging her perky buttocks as she carefully sat down, curiously looking around. Su-chen glanced at Chen Wanling and knew she was worried about getting dirt from freshly dug bamboo shoots on her body onto the car. Wanling, the car is just a tool. The most important thing is for people to sit comfortably. Otherwise, it's a waste. Just relax and sit comfortably. Do you think I, little Su-chen, would be afraid of you getting it dirty? Even if you take off your shoes and put your feet in front of you, I wouldn't mind. Su-chen smiled, glancing at her wearing white socks and sneakers. Chen Wanling saw that he was joking and giggled. Humph, I'm a lady. Who would put their feet in front? Su-chen saw that she had finally relaxed, so he started the car and headed back the way they came. The white Palomila leisurely shuttled on the road, with rice fields and fish ponds on both sides, clear blue water, blue sky, and golden rice swaying in the breeze. Little Su-chen, did you strike it rich in the city? Chen Wanling leaned back in the passenger seat, curiously observing Su-chen driving. She noticed that his clothes were still very new and stylish, typical of a big brand. More or less, I met a benefactor and seized the opportunity, Su-chen said with a bright smile. The complicated situation in his family was not something he could easily discuss with Wanling. After all, It involved some matters of the older generation. Moreover, Wanling's family knew his father, and the two families had a good relationship. If he were to tell them that his father was originally a wealthy businessman from another city and had deliberately brought him to Chenjiazan to hide from his mother, he didn't know how they would react. Wanling didn't delve into it further and believed Su Chen's words with a smile. I knew Uncle Su would surely bless little Su Chen with safety and success. She was genuinely happy to see Su Chen doing well. After all, when Uncle Su passed away, Su Chen was only 14 years old. At that time, she was genuinely worried about how he would live alone in the future. Do you still farm at home? Su Chen asked casually. No, my dad exchanged the farmland for a hill and planted a patch of tsishi waxberries. By the way, those waxberries are ripe now. When are you free? I'll take you to pick them, Wanling said. Sure, how about tomorrow? I need to clean up the old house later, so I'll stay here tonight. I'll help you clean up. Tsishi waxberries were a famous specialty of Mingzhou, and in a town not far from Chenjiazan, they were known as the hometown of waxberries. When they were young, Su Chen used to sneak out with Chen Wanling to pick waxberries. The tsishi waxberries were plump, sour, juicy, and especially delicious. As they chatted along the way, with a beautiful girl by his side, even driving felt like a breeze. Before long, Su Chen arrived at his old house, not far from Chenjiazan. Wanling's house was next to his, with their yards adjacent and separated by a wall. Their family's small shop was under a tong tree opposite the house. As soon as Su Chen parked the Palomila, he attracted the attention of everyone. Isn't this the car that passed by earlier? Yeah, why did it stop here? Maybe they saw the shop and came to buy something. As the villagers discussed, Su Chen got out of the driver's seat. Hey, isn't this the kid from the Lao Su family? It is. I saw him come back to pay respects to his father during Qingming a few months ago. So this car was driven back by little Su. Looks like he made a fortune outside. Chen Wanling got out of the passenger seat and headed straight to her family's convenience store, shouting inside, Mom, Dad, Xiao Suchen is back. Suchen didn't follow her in, instead he carried 2 boxes of cigarettes and alcohol from the trunk, walked over to the villagers, and said with a smile, Hello uncles, long time no see, are you all doing well? We're all good, Xiao Su, you've made something of yourself now, driving a luxury car. I'm trying my best. Suchen smiled as he opened the boxes and gave each person a bottle of wine and a pack of cigarettes. I grew up under your care, causing trouble when I was young, so I can only bring back some cigarettes for you to enjoy. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Wow, de Zhonghua, Mao Tai, good cigarettes and alcohol. Xiao Su still remembers us and cherishes the past. These villagers were all seasoned smokers and drinkers, and they happily accepted the gifts. In a way, Suchen's return this time was like returning in glory. After all, this was where he grew up, his roots. He had seen and walked every inch of this land. Moreover, when his father died in a car accident, it was these uncles and elders in the village who helped with the funeral arrangements. So, naturally, Suchen felt a deep connection with them. Just then, Chen Wanling's father, Chen Yong, also ran out of the convenience store and greeted Suchen with a big smile. Suchen, the good boy is finally back. Uncle Yong. Suchen grinned and gave him a big hug. This uncle Chen Yong was like a blood brother to his father, taking care of the funeral arrangements when his father passed away. After his father's death, their family often invited Suchen over for meals, treating him almost like their own son. So, Suchen's feelings towards the Chen Yong family were much deeper than those towards the other villagers. Chen Yong patted his back, released him, and said with a smile, How long will you stay this time? Just until tomorrow. I went to see my father on the hill, and coincidentally met Wanling. As Suchen spoke, he took out 2 more boxes of cigarettes and alcohol from the trunk and placed them on the counter of the convenience store. Uncle Yong, you keep these cigarettes and alcohol for yourself, don't be polite with me. Alright, you really make your father proud. Chen Yong pointed to Pamela on the side and gave Suchen a thumbs up. Suchen took the juice handed to him by Chen Wanling and took a sip, then looked around. Where's Aunt Yun? Isn't she here? She went to the vegetable garden to tend to the crops. Chen Yong looked at Suchen with satisfaction and said, Come to our house for dinner tonight? Let Aunt Yun cook some good dishes, and I'll have a drink with you? Sure, I'll go back to tidy up the old house first. Suchen smiled and agreed. Chen Yong then turned to his daughter who was standing there drinking juice and said, Linger, go help Suchen clean up the house, don't just stand here. Chen Wanling rolled her eyes at her father. Dad, you don't need to say that, I already told Suchen earlier. Suchen waved his hand, Uncle Yong, let's chat later. Sure, come find me when you have time. Chen Yong watched the 2 young people walk away together with a gentle smile. They looked quite compatible, like a young couple. Old Su, if you were still here, maybe we would have become in-laws. Suchen's old house was a single-story house with blue bricks and white walls. There was an empty space in front of the door, forming a courtyard. When his father was alive, he used to plant some vegetables in front of the door. Now, the large courtyard was desolate, with only an old elm tree standing alone at the entrance, and the wall was starting to peel off. The once warm home, with the passage of time, buried many childhood memories in this land. Wanling, did you climb over the wall again to clear the weeds for me? Suchin smiled and glanced back at the green plum beside him. According to the natural growth rate, a yard that had been uninhabited for a year would definitely be overgrown with weeds. Even the entrance was blocked, making it impossible for people to step in. However, the courtyard at this time only had some fallen leaves, and even turning it into a vegetable garden was impossible. Chen Wanling blinked her eyes, smiling brightly, and said casually, I didn't have anything to do when I came back a few days ago, so I came over to tidy up for you out of boredom. Suchen smiled and shook his head. Are you bored like this every year? Indeed, every time Suchen came back, he would find traces of the courtyard being tidied up. After so many years, it was still the same, this childhood friend. There's no way, you fought for me before, so tidying up the courtyard for you is nothing. Chen Wanling stuck out her tongue at him. Hearing her say this, Suchen recalled the things that happened in junior high school and high school. Apart from fighting with people who insulted his mother, he had also fought for this childhood friend. At that age, the boys and girls were just beginning to experience love. Although the 14-year-old Chen Wanling had not fully developed yet, she already had attractive curves. So, when Su Chen and Chen Wanling went to junior high school and high school in the town, there were always troublemakers trying to flirt with her. Su Chen naturally became the shield for this childhood friend and had fought several times with those troublemakers. Although sometimes outnumbered, he was known for being fierce and crazy when confronting the troublemakers. Moreover, because Su Chen was a top student, the school had to take care of him and only punished those troublemakers. After his reputation spread, those troublemakers dared not cause trouble again. As for when they went to university, the college students had matured mentally. Chen Wanling mentioned that although there were still people trying to flirt with her, they were no longer impulsive troublemakers like in junior high school and high school. Time really flies, Suchen couldn't help but sigh. Yes, Chen Wanling replied, but her gaze secretly glanced at him. Suchen didn't notice and went to open the door of the old house. The furniture and appliances inside were all covered with dust covers. There was a layer of dust on the covers and even on the floor. There were also some cobwebs in the corners and on the ceiling, with a few small spiders sleeping on their webs. I'll go get the mop. Chen Wanling rushed to do the cleaning. Su Chun chuckled and shook his head, not competing with her, and took out his phone from his pocket to check the time. His Patek Philippe wristwatch had been taken off and placed in the car in advance for cleaning. Ha! Yao Yao sent me a message? Su Chen had not been paying attention to his phone, thinking the occasional vibration was just notifications from apps or junk messages. The message was sent at 3:10 in the afternoon when he was still paying respects to his father. Zhang Yao, Phi, W asterisk, Yang, your mom and I also want to come and see where you've been living. Zhang Yao, */W asterisk, after you see the message, send us a WeChat location, we're afraid we won't find the place. Zhang Yao, W? Asterisk? We're already on our way to Mingzhou. There was also a selfie of Yao Yao and their mom in the car at the end. It was already 3:40, half an hour had passed. Suchen quickly sent a location to Yao Yao. He replied, if you still can't find the way, call me, I'll go out to pick you up. I was busy with something and didn't have time to check my phone. As soon as the message was sent, Yao Yao replied instantly. Zhang Yao, okay, I knew you were busy, we just got on the highway, we won't be there so soon, don't worry, we'll call you when we get there. Degree? Suchen thought about it, it would take him over 2 hours to drive here. So, calculating it this way, his mom and Yao Yao should arrive around 6 o'clock. Suchen quickly put his phone back in his pocket and had to hurry to clean up. Wanling, I have guests coming here in 2 hours. Guests? Friends I know from the Magic City. Suchen could only say that, otherwise explaining would involve revealing his parents' past. However, how should he introduce them when his mother and the others arrived here? The other villagers could be left alone, but the young family needed an introduction, right? Should he just tell them that this is the birth mother my father mentioned who has already passed away? It feels like exposing his father's secrets, the choices he made back then were not so pleasant. Or should he simply introduce Yang Yingyu as his sister from the Magic City, since they won't have many chances to meet in the future? This way, he could avoid revealing his parents' past. Suchen thought about these things while keeping busy, and time seemed to pass quickly. It was already past 4 o'clock when they finished cleaning up the old house. Of course, this was definitely thanks to Chen Wanling. She had been helping out at home since she was young and was definitely skilled at it. Actually, marrying a girl like her would be really nice, as she could handle household chores independently, allowing her husband to rest when he returned from work. "Xiao Su Chen, I'm going back to take a shower." Chen Wanling fanned herself and pouted, her face flushed with sweat. Su Chen smiled slightly and reached out to help her wipe the sweat with a tissue. "You've worked hard." "Worked hard for what? We don't need to say that." Chen Wanling blushed and quickly ran out. Su Chen scratched his head. Why did this girl become so easily shy? She wasn't like this before. Without thinking much, he first checked if all the appliances at home were still working. The air conditioner he bought 10 years ago could still blow cold air. It must be said that the quality of those appliances back then was really good. He went out to the car to bring in the luggage he had brought. Su Chen also took a shower in the bathroom. The weather was actually suitable for a cold shower. But in order to test if the gas stove and water heater were still working, he turned on the hot water. Unlike the city, this old house mainly used gas stoves. In the past, people used to cook and heat water with wood stoves, but now it's less common. After Su Chen finished showering and changed his clothes, Chen Wanling was still nowhere to be seen. Girls, when taking a shower, tend to be more meticulous, so naturally, they take longer than boys. Su Chen sat on a chair in the yard, thinking about his birth mother and Yao Yao's sister who were about to come here. Suddenly, he felt like giving them a surprise or something. Otherwise, his birth mother and Yao Yao's sister would only focus on his poor living conditions here. But in Xinjia town, what could surprise his birth mother and Yao Yao's sister? Got it! Su Chen suddenly had a bright idea in his mind. Tonight I will show my mother and Yao Yao's sister a spectacle that has been passed down for thousands of years in this world, the ultimate romance. Uncle Chen Yong used to work in a forge and was a famous blacksmith. When Su Chen was young, the villagers of Xinjia town were poor and couldn't afford fireworks for festivals. However, under the organization of Uncle Chen Yong, a few blacksmiths performed the world's earliest fireworks show for the villagers of Xinjia town, which was the intangible cultural heritage iron flower. Su Chen was just thinking about what surprises Xinjia town could offer to his mother and Yao Yao's sister when suddenly, the dazzling and breathtaking scene of the iron flower show appeared in his mind. Iron flower, also known as tree flower, was a technique invented by blacksmiths during the Northern Song dynasty. It became very popular during the Ming and Qing dynasties. It was a traditional folk fireworks display. Because the cost was only iron blocks and willow branches, there was a saying that the rich set off fireworks while the poor enjoyed iron flowers. So far, Su Chen still remembers the scene when he first saw it, throwing over 1,600 degrees of molten iron into the sky, turning it into a colorful display, a scene of gold everywhere. This is what Su Chen wanted to show his mother and Yao Yao, the most extreme romantic surprise in the world. "Xiao Su Chen, what are you daydreaming about?" Chen Wanling finished bathing, changed into a t-shirt and jeans, put on a pink and white floral dress, and with a smile on her face, she bounced into Su Chen's yard. Su Chen looked at Qingmei's innocent and lovely appearance, stood up directly, took her hand, and ran outside. "Come, let's go find your dad." "Why are you in such a hurry? You don't have to run to find my dad." Chen Wanling was pulled by Su Chen and ran, the floral skirt swaying gently in the summer breeze, outlining her alluring curves. Su Chen ran straight to Uncle Yong's small shop. He is now racing against time because it won't be long before his mother and Yao Yao arrive. "Hey, Xiaoyang is here? I just heard your uncle say you're back, and I wanted to come see you." Chen Wanling's mother, Zhou Huiyun, had already returned to the store and warmly greeted Su Chen when she saw him. "Aunt Yun, where's Uncle Yong?" Su Chen greeted Aunt Yun and looked around the store. Zhou Huiyun sneakily glanced at her blushing daughter who was being pulled by Su Chen's hand. "He's in the back stocking up. Lao Yong, Xiaoyang is looking for you." Shen Yong walked over from the shelves, smiling at Su Chen. "You just came over and called me. Is there something you need from your Uncle Yong?" "Yes, there is." Su Chen let go of Chen Wanling's hand and said to Chen Yong, "Uncle Yong, I have 2 friends coming over to play later. Can you help me set up a flower pavilion for them?" "A flower pavilion? Are you planning to do iron fireworks tonight?" Chen Yong understood his meaning as soon as he heard this. "Yes, there's not much to see or do around here, and I remembered watching you do iron fireworks when I was a kid. I even pestered you to teach me how to do it, but I really don't know how to set up the flower pavilion." Su Chen got straight to the point. This 1,000-year-old skill is now known to very few people, and Uncle Yong is the representative inheritor of iron fireworks in Xinjia town. Before performing the iron fireworks, a willow branch flower pavilion needs to be built. Su Chen had heard Uncle Yong say that in ancient times, iron fireworks were performed by blacksmiths and Taoists together, praying for national peace, a bountiful harvest, symbolizing a year of abundance and prosperity. The Taoists were responsible for designing the flower pavilion, which included the unity of heaven, earth, and man, the 4 symbols, the 5 elements, and the 8 trigrams. Not only is it beautiful, but it also carries profound traditional Chinese cultural connotations. However, due to years of war and natural disasters, the Taoists either died or fled, so gradually the blacksmiths learned to set up the flower pavilion themselves. This has allowed this 1,000-year-old romance to be preserved in the world. Chen Yong looked at his watch. There's still time, I'll go find some people. You and Linger can go to the willow tree field behind your house to make the flower sticks. Okay, thanks Uncle Yong. Su Chen took out his wallet, wanting to give Uncle Yong some money for his trouble. After all, Uncle Yong could help him for free, but others might not, and there would also be some material costs. Chen Yong directly held onto his wallet, pointed to the 2 boxes of cigarettes and alcohol on the counter, and said with a smile, "You brought over 2 boxes of cigarettes and alcohol for me. Don't worry about the small amount of money with your Uncle Yong." Okay. Su Chen didn't insist further. There was no need to push back and forth in the relationship between the two families. Linger's mom, you watch the store, I'll be back in a bit. Chen Yong turned back to his wife at home and left the small shop. Zhou Huiyun brought 2 machetes and a saw, handing them to Su Chen. "Xiayang, it's scorching hot today, just make 1 or 2 flower sticks and come back. Auntie will cook for you tonight, and your uncle will handle the rest." Su Chen took the tools with a smile and said, "It's my responsibility to trouble Uncle Yong, I can't be lazy. Besides, my 2 friends are very important to me, I can't just talk and not act. In that case, why don't you invite your 2 friends to Aunt Yun's house for dinner tonight? Don't cook alone," Zhou Huiyun suggested. "Okay, thank you, Aunt Yun," Su Chen thanked her. Then he turned to Chen Wanling standing beside him and waved, "Wanling, let's go cut some willow wood." "Ha! I just changed into a new skirt after taking a bath." Chen Wanling was dressed up beautifully just for Su Chen. Girls love beauty, especially when it pleases themselves. "You don't have to cut, just accompany me. I'll buy you some pretty skirts another day." Su Chen chuckled and patted her on the back of her head. Chen Wanling's beautiful eyes sparkled, her smiling face showing dimples, as she extended her pinky finger. "Then it's a deal." "It's a promise." Su Chen smiled and reached out to hook her pinky finger. Zhou Huiyun watched the 2 young people walk away holding hands and muttered to herself with a smile, "Girls nowadays are not easy to keep, even mothers are called and they run off with their lovers." A mother knows her daughter best, how could she not see her daughter's feelings for Su Chen? However, growing up together like siblings, it's uncertain if they can smoothly transition their relationship. Su Chen led Chen Wanling through the alley next to their old house to a vacant lot behind. There was a river flowing next to it, connecting to the reservoir, with several large willow trees planted along the riverbank, swaying in the wind. The flower rods were made of willow wood about the thickness of an arm. Fresh willow wood is elastic and contains moisture, making it resistant to burning through when holding molten iron at over 1,600 degrees. "Xiao Su Chen, are your 2 friends male or female?" Chen Wanling asked casually while helping Su Chen trim and peel the willow wood he had cut down. "They are all female," Su Chen glanced at her. At that moment, Wanling was squatting on the ground, her skirt pulled up to reveal her 2 beautiful and fair legs. "Girlfriend?" Chen Wanling raised her head in surprise, her eyes flickering. Su Chen chuckled as he looked at Wanling's pretty eyes filled with tension. "Ready to introduce their identities, girlfriend?" "No, they are sisters I met in the city. One of them is almost the same age as your mother." "I see, I thought they were your girlfriends." Chen Wanling finally smiled, her dimples showing, looking extremely beautiful. "Girlfriends are not easy to find, at least they have to be as beautiful as you are, Miss Chen, the first village flower of Chen family town." Su Chen joked, admiring her slender waist and beautiful face. Blushing, Chen Wanling picked up a willow branch and threw it at him. "What a tacky title, I don't want to be the village flower." The 2 chatted and laughed, and soon they saw Uncle Yon leading some middle-aged men from the village carrying bamboo over. "Xiayang, we'll take care of the rest. If you want to forge the flower rod yourself, you should practice first," Uncle Yong instructed Su Chen. "Alright, I've almost finished the flower rod. I'll leave the willow branch pergola to you guys," Su Chen replied, nodding to the middle-aged men from the village as a form of greeting. After Uncle Yong gave some instructions to Su Chen, he went to direct the men to set up the pergola in the field. The pergola was built by first erecting a tall frame with long bamboo poles, then weaving willow branches on top to create a willow branch pergola. Unable to help, Su Chen took the newly made flower rod and prepared to practice in advance. "After all, when I was a child, it was fun and exciting to learn from Uncle Yong, but after so many years, it has become unfamiliar. To make iron flowers, you need to hold a willow flower stick in each hand. Carve a groove at the front end of the upper stick to hold the molten iron. Hit the upper stick with force from the bottom up, as long as the force is strong enough and the position is accurate enough. You can scatter the molten iron, which is over 1,600 degrees, like flowing golden fire, into the air, turning it into shining iron flowers, dancing in the sky like stars, iron trees, and silver flowers." When Su Chen first started practicing, Uncle Yong placed a stone in the groove and asked him to hit the stone to a treetop over 10 meters away to consider it as a beginner's level. Because this thing called molten iron must be hit high, otherwise, you will burn yourself. The most labor-saving method is to hit the lower stick directly below the groove of the upper stick. This way, you can hit the stone high and far. However, hitting stones is just the beginning. In the precision practice that follows, Su Chen has to hit sand. The feeling of sand is the closest to molten iron because it scatters in the air like molten iron. Molten iron over 1600 degrees does not tolerate any mistakes. To combine strength and precision, there is no other way but to be skilled with your hands. It can only be achieved through long periods of repeated practice to form muscle memory. To graduate, there is only one final hurdle left. That is hitting water. This step of practice requires going shirtless to feel the sensation of the misty rain falling on the body. You must achieve the effect of a misty drizzle to hit the molten iron finely enough to cool rapidly in the high altitude and not burn the skin upon contact. Chen Wanling stood on tiptoe beside Su Chen, watching him hit the water, applauding, "Great! The boy next door is growing up with the strength to move mountains and the spirit to dominate the world." Su Chen, bathed in the misty rain falling from the sky, shouted somewhat dramatically, "The flesh and blood, burning once is enough." Uncle Yong once said that some people practice for several years and still cannot perform. That's because the most challenging part of making iron flowers is not the technique but overcoming the fear of facing the intense fire. This is the romance of bathing in fire. Su Chen's eyes sparkled. In order to surprise his mother and Yao Yao's sister, he wanted to pluck the bright moon from the sky, toss it up, shatter it, and turn it into a galaxy on Earth. To create a romantic summer night tonight. With the help of professionals, it only took a little over an hour to build the willow flower shed. Su Chen climbed up the flower shed over 10 meters high and inserted an old willow pole at the top center of the shed. According to Uncle Yong, if the old pole is hit a few times, it symbolizes good luck in the new year. Su Chen stood on the flower shed, looking at the setting sun. Bunches of willow branches tied to the shed swayed in the wind, resembling a large willow tree. After all preparations were made, the sky gradually darkened. He was looking forward to tonight's ultimate romance that has been passed down for 1,000 years. After practicing with the flower stick for over an hour just now, Su Chen had regained his touch and was fully capable of making iron flowers himself. "Little Su Chen, let's go back and rest." Under the willow flower shed, Chen Wanling looked up at Su Chen above and shouted, "Coming!" Su Chen responded and climbed down from the willow flower shed. Judging by the time, his mother, Yao Yao's sister, and the others should be arriving soon. As Su Chen walked back, he smiled and instructed them, "Uncle Yong, Wanling, don't reveal the iron flower making to my friends when they arrive. I want to give you another surprise tonight." "Sure, I'll have them prepare the molten iron and set up the venue in advance." Chen Yong readily agreed. Chen Wanling walked on the other side of Su Chen, not with her father, and curiously asked, "Little Su Chen, when will your two sisters arrive?" "It should be soon." Su Chen had just taken out his phone when, as if they were connected telepathically, Yao Yao's call came in. He quickly swiped the screen to answer. "Hello, Yao Yao, where are you guys?" Zhang Yao's soft voice came through the phone. "Yang, we've already arrived at the entrance of Qinjia town, but we don't know which house is yours yet." She was obviously lying because the female bodyguard secretly following Su Chen had already told them the location of the young master's old house. Su Chen naturally didn't know about this and happily said, "Yao Yao, just wait at the entrance and don't move, I'll be there soon." Zhang Yao chuckled naturally, "We'll wait here for you, take your time, no need to rush." "Got it, see you in a bit." Su Chen hung up the phone and turned to Wan Ling and Uncle Yong beside him. "Uncle Yong, Wan Ling, I'll go pick someone up first, you guys can head back." "Okay, I'll go back and see if your Aunt Yun has prepared dinner." Chen Yong waved to him. Although Chen Wan Ling was curious about what the two female friends of little Su Chen looked like, she didn't insist on following him and just watched him eagerly. "Wait for me at home." Su Chen chuckled and patted Wan Ling's shoulder before jogging in the direction of the town entrance. The entrance of Qinjia town was not far from here, probably about a kilometer away. Back in school, running a lap was already 800 meters, so this 1 kilometer, 1,000 meters, could be covered in a few minutes. It had been a long time since Su Chen had felt the joy of running eagerly to meet someone like this. Qinjia town entrance. A Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked on the side of the road. Xiaoqing was in the driver's seat, while Yang Yingyu and Zhang Yao were waiting in the back for Su Chen to arrive. I wonder what the place where Yang used to live looks like. Yang Yingyu was still wearing the Dior purple waist-cinching dress from the company, peering out the car window while taking off her high-heeled shoes to change into a pair of sneakers. "It probably won't be that great. I just saw the houses in this town, mostly bungalows." Zhang Yao also looked out the window frequently, with her feet resting on the edge of the seat. Her toes, painted with red nail polish, were fidgeting happily in a pair of white socks, as if she was reluctant to put on the sneakers. She had changed out of her professional OL suit and was now wearing a knee-length skirt like Yang Yingyu, with a conservative design that only revealed her arms and part of her fair legs. Yang Yingyu lightly kicked her and scolded with a smile, "Hurry up and put on your shoes, when Yang arrives, you'll be barefoot on the ground?" Zhang Yao stuck out her tongue and quickly put on the white socks on her feet. After the two women had changed into their white sneakers and adjusted their skirts, they looked in the same direction. Yang Yingyu vaguely saw a black dot running towards them from a distance and immediately recognized it as her precious son. "Yanger is here. Aunt Yang, how did you know he's Yang?" Zhang Yao asked with a smile from afar, looking at the figure of the person who looked like a small black dot against the setting sun. "Silly, because that's him." Yang Yingyu scolded with a laugh and couldn't wait to open the car door and get out. Su Chen could already see the familiar Rolls-Royce from afar, and his pace began to quicken. The closer he got, the more he could feel his heart pounding with excitement at the reunion. Yang Yingyu and Zhang Yao had already gotten out of the car, and their knee-length skirts couldn't hide their tall figures. When Su Chen was about 10 meters away, he couldn't help but shout, "Mom, Yao Yao." Yang Yingyu smiled slightly, opened her arms, and started jogging towards him. "Ah Yang, I want a hug too." Su Chen had just put down Yang Yingyu when Zhang Yao, like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep, flew over and kissed his cheek wildly. "Yao Yao, I just finished work, I'm sweaty," Su Chen said in a fluster as he awkwardly held Zhang Yao's soft body. Zhang Yao wrapped her legs around his waist like a little panda hanging on him, murmuring, "I'm not afraid, no matter how our family is, I won't mind." Yang Yingyu smiled and watched the two children playfully, her noble phoenix eyes filled with tenderness as she said, "All right, let's talk in the car, it's not good to be seen by others." Su Chen decisively carried Zhang Yao into the car, worried that Yao Yao might do something even more crazy. Once the three of them were back in the Rolls-Royce, the car slowly moved forward under Shao Qing's driving. Su Chen took the opportunity to quickly share his thoughts with them. "Mom, Yao Yao, the Chen Yong family next to our old house has always had a good relationship with our family. When my father passed away, they helped take care of many things and were worried that I would be alone at home with no one to cook, so they often invited me to eat at their place. I remember during the year of the college entrance exam, I wasn't in the same exam room as their daughter Chen Wanling. Most students had their parents waiting for them after the exam, and I thought I would be going home alone. But on that hot day, Uncle Chen Yong was standing in the crowd waiting for me, separated from his wife who was at a different exam site, to pick up me and his daughter. That day, I felt that I wasn't alone, that there were people in this world who cared about me." Su Chen leaned back in his chair, reminiscing about the past and describing the neighbors to Yang Yingyu and Zhang Yao. "They are good people." Yang Yingyu's eyes were a bit moist as she patted her son's head. For her son was everything, and anyone who treated her son well was considered a good person, to be repaid in the future. "Another thing is, Uncle Chen Yong used to be best friends with my father, so I'm not sure how to introduce you to them later." Su Chen paused. After all, from the letters he had seen, his father didn't have a good relationship with Yang Yingyu. If he were to introduce them, he would have to reveal the inappropriate things his father had done back then. And perhaps Uncle Chen Yong and Auntie Yun would have to address Yang Yingyu as sister-in-law. After all, Su Chen's father was Chen Yong's older brother. In this case, Yang Yingyu might not easily accept the role of sister-in-law. It was really difficult to disclose family matters to outsiders. Yang Yingyu and Zhang Yao were both smart and quickly understood what Su Chen was trying to convey. Zhang Yao tilted her head, her eyes sparkling as she asked, "Yang, what do you want to do?" Su Chen looked at Zhang Yao's charming face and then at his mother's dignified and elegant face, hesitated for a moment, and then said directly, "How about I introduce you as my sisters from the city?" "Sisters?" Yang Yingyu blinked, her expression still dignified. Zhang Yao burst into laughter, almost unable to contain herself. "Mom becomes a sister? Then how do you address your mom?" Su Chen's face also reddened a bit, but he bravely said, "Sistering you?" Ha! Zhang Yao covered her soft belly, laughing on the seat. Yang Yingyu seemed to find this title amusing, smiling lightly as she said, "Yanger, try calling me again?" "Sistering you," Su Chen continued to call out to his mother with determination. Yang Yingyu responded softly, with a smile in her eyes, "It sounds quite nice, no one has ever called me that before." I'm dying of laughter, a biological mother being called sister by her son. Zhang Yao laughed uncontrollably, twisting and rolling on the seat, her charming face turning red with laughter. Su Chen was a bit embarrassed, pinching her cheek. "What are you laughing at, Yao Yao? Are you saying that my mom doesn't look like my sister? Are you saying my mom looks old?" "I didn't mean that, don't frame me." Zhang Yao kicked off her shoes and used her foot in white socks to kick him. Su Chen grabbed that delicate and boneless foot and started tickling her dainty sole. "Yao Yao, it looks like I need to take charge today. Previously, he had been teased by Jiang Yao, but this time he couldn't lose face in front of his mother. Haha, it tickles. Jiang Yao twisted her body and laughed, kicking Su Chen with her other foot. Su Chen accidentally got kicked in the face, and in anger, he kept lightly tickling her perfect arch. Jiang Yao laughed and cried, seeking help from Yang Yingyu beside her. Aunt Yang, save me. Haha, Yang Yingyu smiled faintly, with a look of watching a show. I'm not getting involved. I was wrong. Please spare me, Jiang Yao begged with disheveled hair, her face already smiling as if blood was about to seep out. Su Chen patted Jiang Yao's snow-white foot. Call me brother. Brother, I was wrong, sobbed Jiang Yao coquettishly pleaded, her watery phoenix eyes looking pitiful. Keep sobbing, little sister, one more sob and I'll tickle you again. Su Chen finally let go of her foot. Alright, stop messing around. Yang, is that the old house you mentioned up ahead? Yang Yingyu asked warmly. Su Chen helped Jiang Yao up and tidied her messy hair, then looked out the car window. Yes, it's the house with an old elm tree in the yard, just past that small store up ahead. Jiang Yao heard they were almost there and quickly straightened her skirt, which had gotten wrinkled during their play. In no time, the car stopped in front of Su Chen's old house. The small store behind them was already empty, as Aunt Yun had closed up early to go home and cook. Other villagers had also gone home to prepare dinner, with wisps of smoke rising from each house. Only Chen Wanling was peeking around in her yard, as her parents were still in the kitchen and hadn't come out. After all, no one knew that Su Chen's friend was actually his own mother. Otherwise, Mr. and Mrs. Chen would have surely welcomed them at the door. They thought it was just a younger generation coming over to play, so they planned to make a sumptuous dinner to entertain Su Chen's friend. Su Chen waited for Jiang Yao to put her shoes back on before opening the car door and getting out. Wanling, come over and let me introduce you to my friend. Su Chen saw his childhood friend peeking out from the neighboring yard and waved at her with a smile. Chen Wanling giggled and ran out from the yard. Jiang Yao and Yang Yingyu also got out of the car. Jiang Yao was a typical mature beauty. Yang Yingyu, born into a wealthy family, had fair and rosy skin, beautiful features, and an elegant demeanor that exuded a powerful woman's charm, making it impossible to guess her exact age. Chen Wanling, who was originally confident in her appearance, couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed when she saw the two beautiful women. Su Chen noticed Chen Wanling's uneasiness and pulled her over, introducing her. These are the two sisters I mentioned to you before. This is Sister Yingyu, and this is Sister Yao Yao. You can call them like I do. Chen Wanling, holding her floral dress, shyly complimented the two charming sisters. Sister Yingyu, Sister Yao Yao, I've heard Su Chen talk about you. You are both so beautiful. We've also heard about you from Yang Air. You are very beautiful too. Yang Yingyu looked Chen Wanling up and down. The exquisite classical face of the Jiangnan girl, with a tall figure, the floral dress clinging to her body, outlining the charming curves of a girl just coming of age. Although she still looks a bit green like a young apple now, after a few years of growth, she will definitely be no less beautiful than Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao circled around Chen Wanling like an old friend, suddenly hugged her from behind, smiling. You are Ayang's girlfriend in Qinjia town, right? I'll just call you Wanling. Chen Wanling blushed immediately, shyly saying, I'm not Ayang's girlfriend. Not yet? Yang Yingyu caught the flaw in her words with a smile. Su Chen also hesitated, realizing that this girl seemed quite willing to be his girlfriend. Seeing Su Chen staring at her, Chen Wanling's face became even redder, quickly pushing away Jiang Yao's arm. I'll go check if my mom has finished cooking, you guys can chat first. With that, she dashed off like she was escaping, hurrying back to her own yard. Jiang Yao chuckled, covering her mouth, blinked at Su Chen, and said playfully, Ayang, your girlfriend is quite interesting. Seeing no one looking their way, Su Chen playfully smacked Jiang Yao's arm. Don't talk nonsense. Yang Yingyu gently intervened. Let's go inside first. Follow me. Su Chen took the lead, leading Yang Yingyu and Jiang Yao into his yard. The simple house with its blue bricks and white walls looked somewhat out of place in front of the two stylish urban women. Yang Yingyu had been carefully observing the details of the yard, and when she saw the worn-out interior, her beautiful eyes immediately turned red, tears welling up as she covered her mouth and cried, Yanger, you grew up in a place like this. My poor son. Su Chen hadn't expected his mother to suddenly burst into tears without warning, and quickly comforted her. Mom, I don't think there's anything wrong with this place. What's good about this place? Yang Yingyu's tears continued to flow as she pointed to the chipped tile on the wooden table. Her voice was filled with bitterness as she continued, Look at this table, it's uneven and needs something to prop it up. And look at these mahogany furniture, faded and peeling, made of inferior wood, full of white wood inside, with holes chewed out by insects. Look at this refrigerator, how many years has it been used, and it's still so noisy. Look at this TV, why is it so thick, with such a small screen? Look at the cracks in the ceiling, will it leak on rainy days? Look at how narrow the space is, how can anyone live here? Yang Yingyu cried more with each place she looked at, thinking of her son living in such poverty for so many years, her voice becoming somewhat muffled. She didn't look down on this place. If she had to live here, she could adapt and survive. But thinking of her precious son, whom she had held in her hands since birth, afraid he might fall, and kept close to her mouth for fear he might melt, being brought here by his unscrupulous father, directly into such a drastically different environment. Even Jiang Yao felt a pang of sorrow, tears welling up as she looked at Su Chen. Imagining the time he spent living here, compared to herself being adopted by Yang Yingyu, living in a mansion, wearing beautiful clothes, and using luxury brands. Over 20 years of worry-free living, never experiencing any hardships. She suddenly felt like she had taken over Su Chen's life, while the real master was suffering here. Su Chen saw the two women wiping away tears and couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and sadness. Why couldn't people live here? The whole Qinjia town used to live like this. Or rather, this was how life was in rural areas across the country. Su Chen hugged two girls, lightly patting their fragrant shoulders, and said with a smile, "Mom, Yao, although my original family has become like this because of my father's choice, I feel that, whether good or bad, there are always shortcomings. For example, when I lived in a poor environment, I experienced a life of poverty, which made me appreciate the importance of love and cherish things more. If my father hadn't brought me here, under mom's care, I would have lacked experiences. Lessons that I didn't learn in any previous life, I will eventually have to learn. A fixed life is like this, nothing can be possessed. But I am able to experience two different lives, which gives me more life experiences than ordinary people, even more than other rich second generations. I think this is the greatest wealth in life." Yang Yingyu and Jiang Yao heard Su Chen's words and realized that there was some truth to it. After all, many rich second generations who were pampered from a young age tend to become willful and reckless when they grow up, often leading to trouble. But Su Chen, having experienced a life of poverty, understands the thoughts of ordinary people. Other rich second generations have no concept of the lives of ordinary people and cannot relate to or understand them. As long as Su Chen can make up for the missing part of his upper-class society perspective and values in the future, his life will be more exciting than that of other original rich second generations. However, the truth is just that. How could Yang Yingyu bear to see her beloved son suffer for so many years and not feel heartbroken? "It's all because of your father, he's such a heartless father, to sacrifice his own son for a little selfish desire, I will never forgive him." Yang Yingyu cried for a long time before finally stopping her tears, leaning against Su Chen's chest and choked out, don't cry, am I not fine?" Yang Yingyu's eyes were watery as she looked up at Su Chen and said softly, "Son, Mom will make sure you no longer suffer and live the life you deserve." Jiang Yao, although she also wanted to scold, she was still a junior, and the other party was Su Chen's biological father, so she couldn't casually comment. Su Chen could only helplessly comfort the two girls, saying, don't cry, am I not fine?" Yang Yingyu's eyes were watery as she looked up at Su Chen and said softly, "Son, Mom will make sure you no longer suffer and live the life you deserve." Jiang Yao, although she also wanted to scold, she was still a junior, and the other party was Su Chen's biological father, so she couldn't casually comment. Su Chen could only helplessly comfort the two girls, saying, don't cry, am I not fine?" Yang Yingyu's eyes were watery as she looked up at Su Chen and said softly, "Son, Mom will make sure you no longer suffer and live the life you deserve." Jiang Yao, although she also wanted to scold, she was still a junior, and the other party was Su Chen's biological father, so she couldn't casually comment. Su Chen could only helplessly comfort the two girls, saying, don't cry, am I not fine?" Yang Yingyu's eyes were watery as she looked up at Su Chen and said softly, "Son, Mom will make sure you no longer suffer and live the life you deserve." Jiang Yao, although she also wanted to scold, she was still a junior, and the other party was Su Chen's biological father, so she couldn't casually comment. Su Chen could only helplessly comfort the two girls, saying, don't cry, am I not fine?" Yang Yingyu's eyes were watery as she looked up at Su Chen and said softly, "Son, Mom will make sure you no longer suffer and live the life you deserve." Jiang Yao, although she also wanted to scold, she was still a junior, and the other party was Su Chen's biological father, so she couldn't casually comment. Su Chen could only helplessly comfort the two girls, saying, don't cry, am I not fine?" Yang Yingyu's eyes were watery as she looked up at Su Chen and said softly, "Son, Mom will make sure you no longer suffer and live the life you deserve." Jiang Yao, although she also wanted to scold, she was still a junior, and the other party was Su Chen's biological father, so she couldn't casually comment. Su Chen could only helplessly comfort the two girls, saying, don't cry, am I not fine?" Yang Yingyu's eyes were watery as she looked up at Su Chen and said softly, "Son, Mom will make sure you no longer suffer and live the life you deserve." Jiang Yao, although she also wanted to scold, she was still a junior, and the other party was Su Chen's biological father, so she couldn't casually comment. Su Chen could only helplessly comfort the two girls, saying, don't cry, am I not fine? Yang Yingyu's eyes were watery as she looked up at Su Chen and said softly, son, mom will make sure you no longer suffer and live the life you deserve. Jiang Yao, although she also wanted to scold, she was still a junior, and the other party was Su Chen's biological father, so she couldn't casually comment. Su Chen could only helplessly comfort the two girls, saying, don't cry, am I not fine? Yang Yingyu's eyes were watery as she looked up at Su Chen and said softly, son, mom will make sure you no longer suffer and live the life you deserve. Jiang Yao, although she also wanted to scold, she was still a junior, and the other party was Su Chen's biological father, so she couldn't casually comment. Su Chen could only helplessly comfort the two girls, saying, don't cry, am I not fine? Yang Yingyu's eyes were watery as she looked up at Su Chen and said softly, son, mom will make sure you no longer suffer and live the life you deserve. Jiang Yao, although she also wanted to scold, she was still a junior, and the other party was Su Chen's biological father, so she couldn't casually comment. Su Chen could only helplessly comfort the two girls, saying, don't cry, am I not fine? Yang Yingyu's eyes were watery as she looked up at Su Chen and said softly, son, mom will make sure you no longer suffer and live the life you deserve. Jiang Yao, although she also wanted to scold, she was still a junior, and the other party was Su Chen's biological father, so she couldn't casually comment. Su Chen could only helplessly comfort the two girls, saying, don't cry, am I not fine? Yang Yingyu's eyes were watery as she looked up at Su Chen and said softly, son, mom will make sure you no longer suffer and live the life you deserve. Jiang Yao, although she also wanted to scold, she was still a junior, and the other party was Su Chen's biological father, so she couldn't casually comment. Su Chen could only helplessly comfort the two girls, saying, don't cry, am I not fine? Yang Yingyu's eyes were watery as she looked up at Su Chen and said softly, son, mom will make sure you no longer suffer and live the life you deserve. Jiang Yao, although she also wanted to scold, she was still a junior, and the other party was Su Chen's biological father, so she couldn't casually comment. Su Chen could only helplessly comfort the two girls, saying, don't cry, am I not fine? Yang Yingyu's eyes were watery as she looked up at Su Chen and said softly, son, mom will make sure you no longer suffer and live the life you deserve. Jiang Yao, although she also wanted to scold, she was still a junior, and the other party was Su Chen's biological father, so she couldn't casually comment. Su Chen could only helplessly comfort the two girls, saying, don't cry, am I not fine? Yang Yingyu's eyes were watery as she looked up at Su Chen and said softly, son, mom will make sure you no longer suffer and live the life you deserve. Jiang Yao, although she also wanted to scold, she was still a junior, and the other party was Su Chen's biological father, so she couldn't casually comment. Su Chen could only helplessly comfort the two girls, saying, don't cry, am I not fine? Yang Yingyu's eyes were watery as she looked up at Su Chen and said softly, son, mom will make sure you no longer suffer and live the life you deserve. Jiang Yao, although she also wanted to scold, she was still a junior, and the other party was Su Chen's biological father, so she couldn't casually comment. Su Chen could only helplessly comfort the two girls, saying, don't cry, am I not fine? Yang Yingyu's eyes were watery as she looked up at Su Chen and said softly, son, mom will make sure you no longer suffer and live the life you deserve. Jiang Yao, although she also wanted to scold, she was still a junior, and the other party was Su Chen's biological father, so she couldn't casually comment. Su Chen could only helplessly comfort the two girls, saying, don't cry, am I not fine? Yang Yingyu's eyes were watery as she looked up at Su Chen and said softly, son, mom will make sure you no longer suffer and live the life you deserve. Jiang Yao, although she also wanted to scold, she was still a junior, and the other party was Su Chen's biological father, so she couldn't casually comment. Su Chen could only helplessly comfort the two girls, saying, don't cry, am I not fine? Yang Yingyu's eyes were watery as she looked up at Su Chen and said softly, son, mom will make sure you no longer suffer and live the life you deserve. Jiang Yao, although she also wanted to scold, she was still a junior, and the other party was Su Chen's biological father, so she couldn't casually comment. Su Chen could only helplessly comfort the two girls, saying, don't cry, am I not fine? Yang Yingyu's eyes were watery as she looked up at Su Chen and said softly, son, mom will make sure you no longer suffer and live the life you deserve. Jiang Yao, although she also wanted to scold, she was still a junior, and the other party was Su Chen's biological father, so she couldn't casually comment. Su Chen could only helplessly comfort the two girls, saying, don't cry, am I not fine? Yang Yingyu's eyes were watery as she looked up at Su Chen and said softly, son, mom will make sure you no longer suffer and live the life you deserve. Jiang Yao, although she also wanted to scold, she was still a junior, and the other party was Su Chen's biological father, so she couldn't casually comment. Su Chen could only helplessly comfort the two girls, saying, don't cry, am I not fine? Yang Yingyu's eyes were watery as she looked up at Su Chen and said softly, son, mom will make sure you no longer suffer and live the life you deserve. Jiang Yao, although she also wanted to scold, she was still a junior, and the other party was Su Chen's biological father, so she couldn't casually comment. Su Chen could only helplessly comfort the two girls, saying, don't cry, am I not fine? Yang Yingyu's eyes were watery as she looked up at Su Chen and said softly, son, mom will make sure you no longer suffer and live the life you deserve. Jiang Yao, although she also wanted to scold, she was still a junior, and the other party was Su Chen's biological father, so she couldn't casually comment. Su Chen could only helplessly comfort the two girls, saying, don't cry, am I not fine? Yang Yingyu's eyes were watery as she looked up at Su Chen and said softly, son, mom will make sure you no longer suffer and live the life you deserve. Jiang Yao, although she also wanted to scold, she was still a junior, and the other party was Su Chen's biological father, so she couldn't casually comment. Su Chen could only helplessly comfort the two girls, saying, don't cry, am I not fine? Yang Yingyu's eyes were watery as she looked up at Su Chen and said softly, son, mom will make sure you no longer suffer and live the life you deserve. Jiang Yao, although she also wanted to scold, she was still a junior, and the other party was Su Chen's biological father, so she couldn't casually comment. Su Chen could only helplessly comfort the two girls, saying, don't cry, am I not fine? Yang Yingyu's eyes were watery as she looked up at Su Chen and said softly, son, mom will make sure you no longer suffer and live the life you deserve. Jiang Yao, although she also wanted to scold, she was still a junior, and the other party was Su Chen's biological father, so she couldn't casually comment. Su Chen could only helplessly comfort the two girls, saying, don't cry, am I not fine? Yang Yingyu's eyes were watery as she looked up at Su Chen and said softly, son, mom will make sure you no longer suffer and live the life you deserve. Jiang Yao, although she also wanted to scold, she was still a junior, and the other party was Su Chen's biological father, so she couldn't casually comment. Su Chen could only helplessly comfort the two girls, saying, don't cry, am I not fine? Yang Yingyu's eyes were watery as she looked up at Su Chen and said softly, son, mom will make sure you no longer suffer and live the life you deserve. Jiang Yao, although she also wanted to scold, she was still a junior, and the other party was Su Chen's biological father, so she couldn't casually comment. Su Chen could only helplessly comfort the two girls, saying, don't cry, am I not fine? Yang Yingyu's eyes were watery as she looked up at Su Chen and said softly, son, mom will make sure you no longer suffer and live the life you deserve. Jiang Yao, although she also wanted to scold, she was still a junior, and the other party was Su Chen's biological father, so she couldn't casually comment. Su Chen could only helplessly comfort the two girls, saying, don't cry, am I not fine? Yang Yingyu's eyes were watery as she looked up at Su Chen and said softly, son, mom will make sure you no longer suffer and live the life you deserve. Jiang Yao, although she also wanted to scold, she was still a junior, and the other party was Su Chen's biological father, so she couldn't casually comment. Su Chen could only helplessly comfort the two girls, saying, don't cry, am I not fine? Yang Yingyu's eyes were watery as she looked up at Su Chen and said softly, son, mom will make sure you no longer suffer and live the life you deserve. Jiang Yao, although she also wanted to scold, she was still a junior, and the other party was Su Chen's biological father, so she couldn't casually comment. Su Chen could only helplessly comfort the two girls, saying, don't cry, am I not fine? Yang Yingyu's eyes were watery as she looked up at Su Chen and said softly, son, mom will make sure you no longer suffer and live the life you deserve. Jiang Yao, although she also wanted to scold, she was still a junior, and the other party was Su Chen's biological father, so she couldn't casually comment. Su Chen could only helplessly comfort the two girls, saying, don't cry, am I not fine? Yang Yingyu's eyes were watery as she looked up at Su Chen and said softly, son, mom will make sure you no longer suffer and live the life you deserve. Jiang Yao, although she also wanted to scold, she was still a junior, and the other party was Su Chen's biological father, so she couldn't casually comment. Su Chen could only helplessly comfort the two girls, saying, don't cry, am I not fine? Yang Yingyu's eyes were watery as she looked up at Su Chen and said softly, son, mom will make sure you no longer suffer and live the life you deserve. Jiang Yao, although she also wanted to scold, she was still a junior, and the other party was Su Chen's biological father, so she couldn't casually comment. Su Chen could only helplessly comfort the two girls, saying, don't cry, am I not fine? Yang Yingyu's eyes were watery as she looked up at Su Chen and said softly, son, mom will make sure you no longer suffer and live the life you deserve. Jiang Yao, although she also wanted to scold, she was still a junior, and the other party was Su Chen's biological father, so she couldn't casually comment. Su Chen could only helplessly comfort the two girls, saying, don't cry, am I not fine? Yang Yingyu's eyes were watery as she looked up at Su Chen and said softly, son, mom will make sure you no longer suffer and live the life you deserve. Jiang Yao, although she also wanted to scold, she was still a junior, and the other party was Su Chen's biological father, so she couldn't casually comment. Su Chen could only helplessly comfort the two girls, saying, don't cry, am I not fine? Yang Yingyu's eyes were watery as she looked up at Su Chen and said softly, son, mom will make sure you no longer suffer and live the life you deserve. Jiang Yao, although she also wanted to scold, she was still a junior, and the other party was Su Chen's biological father, so she couldn't casually comment. Su Chen could only helplessly comfort the two girls, saying, don't cry, am I not fine? Yang Yingyu's eyes were watery as she looked up at Su Chen and said softly, son, mom will make sure. Chen Wanling looked at the shining and exquisite bracelet on her wrist, then lowered her head to look at the diamond necklace hanging on her collarbone. She blushed and thanked, thank you, Sister Yingyu, thank you, Sister Yao Yao. That's more like it. Su Chen clapped his hands. Let's go eat. The group walked out of the courtyard. Su Chen suddenly noticed that the Rolls-Royce parked at the entrance was gone. Mom! Su Chen was about to greet Yang Yingyu, almost calling her out of habit, but luckily Chen Wanling was walking ahead and probably didn't hear. He quickly changed his words, Sister Yingyu, where did Xiaoqing go? Is she not eating? Su Chen still remembered Xiaoqing, the female bodyguard who drove for Jiang Yao. She was good at blending in and often went unnoticed. Yang Yingyu smiled softly. Xiaoqing went to find something to eat by herself. Except for some necessary occasions, she usually doesn't follow us closely. Every time she heard her son call her Sister Yingyu, she felt it was quite novel. Su Chen nodded, not paying too much attention. As the group entered Chen Wanling's home, Chen Yong and Zhou Huiyun immediately welcomed them. Uncle and Auntie, sorry to disturb you. I am Jiang Yao, a sister that Yang knows in the Magic City. You can call me Xiao Jiang. Jiang Yao introduced herself proactively. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. I am Yang Yingyu. You can call me Xiao Yang. Yang Yingyu also greeted graciously. Only Su Chen, who knew the truth, found it somewhat amusing to see his mother addressing these two women of similar age as uncle and auntie. Welcome. We have heard from Xiao Yang. Please sit down and chat. Although Chen Yong was surprised by the elegance and appearance of the two women, he didn't think much of it and invited everyone to take a seat. Obviously, he didn't realize Yang Yingyu's age. After all, if wealthy people take good care of themselves, they can look similar in age to rural folks of a different generation. This can be seen from those female celebrities in their 30s and 40s. If they dress up nicely and you don't know them, some might believe they are in their 20s or 30s. Zhou Huiyun, with sharp eyes, noticed some shiny things on her daughter's neck and wrist and asked in surprise, Wanling, where did you get this necklace and bracelet? Why didn't I see you wearing them earlier? Mom, these were gifts from Sister Yingyu and Sister Yao Yao, Chen Wanling said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Zhou Huiyun looked at the sparkling diamonds and quickly said, these must be expensive, you shouldn't wear them. Su Chen chimed in, Aunt Yun, these are not worth much. They are just small pieces of jewelry, a gift from my two sisters to Wanling. Chen Yong, seeing how much Su Chen's sisters liked his daughter, waved his hand generously. Let's not talk about this, it's the children's matter. Let's eat first. The group sat around a round table. Chen Yong and his wife sat together, with Su Chen and Chen Wanling on either side. Yang Yingyu and Jiang Yao sat between Su Chen and Chen Wanling. Tonight's dinner was obviously well thought out by Aunt Yun, with a variety of local dishes, both meat and vegetarian. Although they were all home-cooked dishes, they were delicious and well presented. At the dinner table, since both sides were not familiar with each other, the conversation mainly revolved around Su Chen. For example, Uncle Yong and Aunt Yun brought up some stories from Su Chen's childhood as topics of conversation. This also piqued the interest of Yang Yingyu and Jiang Yao. After dinner, Aunt Yun and Wanling went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Su Chen secretly exchanged a glance with Uncle Yong. Chen Yong understood, made an excuse, and went out alone. Wanling was chased out of the kitchen by Aunt Yun to chat with them. The four of them returned to Su Chen's old house and sat in the courtyard chatting. After about half an hour, Su Chen received a message from Uncle Yong. Sister Yingyu, Sister Yao Yao, I'll take you to see something. Su Chen mysteriously put away his phone, stood up, and said to them, "What are we going to see?" Yang Yingyu asked with a hint of elegance. Jiang Yao blinked her charming big eyes curiously. "You'll know in a moment," Su Chen signaled to Chen Wanling. "Yingyu, Yao Yao, please don't be offended." Chen Wanling giggled and took out 2 scarves from behind. "Are you going to blindfold us?" Jiang Yao stared at the 2 mysterious people. "Yes, Yao Yao is indeed clever." Su Chen chuckled as he took a scarf and walked behind his mother. Chen Wanling also walked behind Jiang Yao, covering her eyes with the scarf and tying it around her head. "Yanger, what are you going to show us? Why so mysterious?" Yang Yingyu stood obediently in front of Su Chen, letting him blindfold her, and asked softly with a gentle smile. Su Chen chuckled quietly in a voice that others couldn't hear, "Mom, you'll know in a moment." Yang Yingyu could only smile and give him a playful look. After Su Chen and Chen Wanling blindfolded them both, they each held one of their hands and led them outside. When you can't see anything with your eyes, it can feel quite unsettling, fearing you might step into a hole or trip over something. Su Chen felt his mother slightly tighten her grip on his hand and whispered, "Don't worry, your son is here." Yang Yingyu softly murmured, with a warm smile on her face, bravely moving forward. "Yang, are we there yet?" Jiang Yao, holding Chen Wanling's hand and tugging on Su Chen's clothes, asked eagerly. "Almost there," Su Chen continued to lead the way with a smile. With the bright moon overhead casting a clear light, in the dim moonlight, on a vast field, several bonfires were burning faintly. Chen Yong stood next to a burning furnace, directing the workers to pour the molten iron into a row of willow wood molds. After Su Chen brought them to the best viewing spot, he said, "Okay, stand here and wait for a moment." Yang Yingyu couldn't help but ask, "Where are you going, Yanger? I need to prepare first. You'll see me soon." Su Chen smiled and called out to Qingmei, "Wanling, I'll leave it to you here." "Don't worry, I've got it," Chen Wanling said, holding the hands of the 2 older sisters. "Why is it so mysterious? What are we going to see?" Jiang Yao was still curious. With their eyes still covered, she and Yang Yingyu could only faintly hear some sounds in the distance. After a while, music started playing. It was the classical instrumental music Floating Light. This was the signal Su Chen had arranged with Uncle Yong for the Iron Flower performance to begin. When Chen Wanling heard the music, she smiled and let go of their hands, saying, "Yingyu, Yao Yao, you can take off the scarves now." Yang Yingyu and Jiang Yao eagerly reached behind their heads. As the scarves were removed from their eyes, the first thing they saw was the bonfires burning in the dark night. The bonfires surrounded a tent over 10 meters high, with Su Chen standing underneath it, illuminated by the firelight. At that moment, Su Chen was only wearing a t-shirt with his arms bare, and his head wrapped in a red square scarf covering all his hair. In the darkness, there were only flickering firelights. Truly, it was like the glow of the furnace lighting up the sky and earth, with red stars and purple maples, a blushing young man under the bright moon, and the song stirring the cold river. "What is Yanger doing?" Yang Yingyu couldn't help but ask softly. "Little Su Chen is preparing to show you the ancient skill of iron flower forging," Chen Wanling replied. "Iron flower forging?" Jiang Yao asked curiously. Yes, in ancient times, people would forge iron flowers during festivals to ward off evil, pray for blessings, wish for the safety and well-being of loved ones, and hope for a prosperous era, Chen Wanling explained. With the music of Floating Light reaching its climax under Chen Wanling's explanation, the performance was about to begin. Clang clang, clang clang, clang clang. The ancient flute sound of Floating Light shook the heavens and the earth. Dang 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 dang, dang dang dang, dang dang. Su Chen held a complete willow wood in one hand and a flower stick containing molten iron with fire in the other hand, suddenly rushing towards the willow wood pavilion. With a bang, the lower stick accurately struck the upper stick's willow wood. The molten iron, with a temperature of over 1,600 degrees, instantly soared into the air. Sparks scattered in the sky like threads of rain, exploding on the willow wood pavilion, forming a tree of fire and silver flowers. Flowers bloomed throughout the city, stars showered the sky, falling like rain. The east wind scatters flowers at night, blowing down thousands of trees, more falling, stars like rain. Su Chen danced in the fire. The scene was so beautiful that it was breathtaking. "It's so beautiful." Jiang Yao's eyes suddenly lit up, unable to help but exclaim. Dang 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 dang, dang dang dang, dang dang. The ancient flute sound of Floating Light continued. Su Chen continuously sent the hot iron water into the sky again, bursting into starlight in the dark night, iron flowers splashing into the sky turning into stars. Brilliant fireworks fell from the sky, colorful and diverse, like dragons dancing wildly, like volcanoes erupting, a sky full of stars, as if a celestial maiden scattering flowers. The iron flowers fell to the ground, into the pupils, falling to the mortal world. The ground was covered with a golden path of molten iron, shining like gold. Chen Wanling continued in a low voice, "In fact, It is somewhat dangerous to send this molten iron with a temperature of over 1,600 degrees into the sky. Little Su Chen heard that you were coming, and he practiced hitting iron flowers for over an hour in the afternoon, not letting us reveal it in advance. He said he wanted to give you a little surprise, to pluck the bright moon from the sky, toss it up, shatter it, turn it into a galaxy on Earth, and give you this once most romantic night in the world. Jiang Yao was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes, looking at the man in the fire, her heart beating violently, her beautiful eyes filled with deep affection, tears streaming down. Yang Yingyu also tightly covered her mouth, unable to speak, but tears kept flowing, golden tears reflected in the corners of her eyes, stunning all who saw. They could no longer hear the chirping of insects in the fields, the classical flute music, their eyes only on that man. Su Chen looked over from the fire, smiling in the sparks, his eyes full of brilliance. The fire tree and silver flowers never sleep, reveling tonight without returning to rest. That dazzling moment, surpassing fireworks, though brief, forever etched in the hearts of Yang Yingyu and Jiang Yao, unforgettable. Even after many years, Yang Yingyu and Jiang Yao vividly remembered that brilliant night like a blooming flower. It was past 10 o'clock at night. After Su Chen finished showering and taught Jiang Yao how to use the water heater, he was pulled into the room by Yang Yingyu. This room was where Su Chen used to live, and it was rebuilt today when Chen Wanling cleaned it, with bedding laid out. "Mom, what's wrong?" Su Chen was pulled to sit by the bed by Yang Yingyu, who then silently hugged him without saying a word. Yang Yingyu's emotions were obviously a bit off. After some thought, Su Chen smiled and said, "Mom, are you worried that there was danger when I was making the iron flowers just now?" Yang Yingyu only made a sound with her nose, still not speaking. Su Chen smiled and continued softly, "Actually, I used to play with Uncle Chen Yong next door when I was a child, so I'm very familiar with making iron flowers. Nothing unexpected will happen. But what if? This is using the flesh to face the danger of heat." Yang Yingyu finally spoke, her brows furrowed, naturally dignified, yet still charming on her oval face. Su Chen raised his head and said, "Mom, it's fine. Those metal materials have a small heat capacity, so they cool down quickly. As long as the iron water is hit high and scattered, it will turn into tiny iron scraps, burning and cooling during the fall, completely avoiding burns. But the premise is to hit it high enough, otherwise if it hasn't cooled down and falls on the body, it will still burn, right? Why don't you just hire someone to do it for you? It would be safer." Yang Yingyu still frowned and said. Su Chen smiled calmly, "Because I want to hit the old willow pole at the top of the flower shed. Our ancestors passed down that as long as you hit the old pole, you can make all your wishes come true in the new year. So I hope that Mom and Yao Yao can have a smooth and successful year without any regrets." Yang Yingyu looked at her son's sincere and lovely face, feeling a great sense of comfort in her heart, and said with tears in her eyes, "Silly child, you are the one Mom wants the most." "Mom!" Su Chen was about to say something. "Don't say anything." Yang Yingyu didn't want him to see her cry again, so she hugged his head to her chest. This is her precious son, who even thinks of his mother's well-being. "Mom, why are you crying?" Su Chen noticed the wet corners of her eyes. "It's nothing, just got some sand in my eyes." Yang Yingyu gently stared at her son with her tender eyes and smiled softly. "Oh." Su Chen didn't want to push further, so he suddenly climbed onto the bed with a smile and sat behind Yang Yingyu, saying, "Mom, let me massage your shoulders." Yang Yingyu enjoyed her son's massage on her shoulders, feeling amused in her heart, and squinted her eyes and said softly, "Do you have something to ask Mom?" "Mom, you are really smart." Su Chen asked affectionately, "Can you tell me about my father?" Yang Yingyu frowned again when she heard this, turned to look at her expectant son, and finally softened. "What do you want to know? Is my father also from the Magic City?" Su Chen asked the question in his heart. "No." Yang Yingyu shook her head and sighed. "He is from Lingnan Yangcheng, with a very prominent family background, not inferior to mine." Su Chen was somewhat surprised. Although he could infer from the conditions for marriage back then that his father's family background must have been good, he always thought his father was also from the Magic City. "Are my father's relatives still alive? Does he have any siblings?" Su Chen couldn't help but ask. After all, since he was a child, he had envied others for having so many relatives, while his family seemed to have been forgotten by relatives. Yang Yingyu said with a complicated expression, "Mom is not sure about that. I have lost contact with them for a long time." "Oh." Su Chen nodded somewhat disappointedly. Yang Yingyu turned around and hugged her son, saying, "Yanger, having Mom is enough for you. Whatever you want, Mom will give it to you. Don't think too much, okay?" "Got it." Su Chen smiled confidently. Yang Yingyu dared not say anything more, just held him tightly. "Son, it's not that Mom doesn't want to tell you, but she's afraid you'll be taken away from her." In the quiet night, Su Chen lay on the wooden bed, looking at the moonlight outside, feeling a bit sleepless. The room he was in now used to belong to his father. Mom and Yao Yao were in the room next door where he used to live. The bed frame was just set up today, with a new blanket on it. Suddenly, there was a creaking sound from the door, and a graceful figure sneaked in. Suchen looked at the dim light of the bedside lamp and couldn't help but smile and cry, whispering, "Yao Yao, why did you come over?" Zhang Yao was wearing a black suspender nightgown, smiling as she closed the door and walked over, saying, "I passed by the bathroom and saw the light under your door, so I wanted to come in and see if you were asleep. But now you see that I'm not asleep, right?" Su Chen rolled his eyes. Zhang Yao, already wearing slippers, pounced on his bed, rolled around, stretched her arms and legs, lying in a very unladylike manner. "It's so comfortable to sleep on a bed alone." Su Chen moved her snow-white long legs off him and looked at the carefree Zhang Yao and joked, "Should I give you this bed to sleep in? Then where will you sleep? Switch with me." Zhang Yao leaned over and flirted with him. "I'd become the living room to sleep in, right?" Su Chen impatiently patted her thigh. "No way, your mom might scold me." Zhang Yao hummed a few times, stared at his face carefully, and asked in a sweet voice, "What's wrong with you? Did Aunt Yang scold you?" "No," Su Chen replied with a low mood, shaking his head. "Well, of course not. Aunt Yang wouldn't scold her precious son like you." Zhang Yao lifted Su Chen's blanket, slipped her alluring body inside. Su Chen made some room for her, didn't drive her away, but asked, "Yao Yao, have you met my dad's family?" "No," Zhang Yao smiled and said, lifting her legs onto him from under the blanket. "I see, so you asked Aunt Yang about your dad? How did you know?" Su Chen's blanket was tucked under his armpit, his arm outside grabbing Zhang Yao's leg to prevent her from moving. "Because I noticed Aunt Yang's strange mood tonight." Zhang Yao also covered herself with the blanket, revealing her delicate collarbone and round, fair shoulders outside her camisole. Su Chen sniffed the faint scent coming from Zhang Yao's body, and asked her, "Yao Yao, how much do you know about my parents?" Zhang Yao's slender legs moved slightly. "First, let go of my leg." "Oh." Su Chen then released her long legs. Zhang Yao restlessly moved her beautiful white legs and said with a smile, "Actually, I don't know much, but I understand that besides the bad business relationship between Aunt Yang and your dad, there is another important core issue." "What issue?" Su Chen was intrigued by Zhang Yao's words, allowing her legs to move freely. "Have you noticed that your mom ate very little tonight?" Zhang Yao didn't get to the point, but guided the conversation from another angle. Su Chen recalled that tonight, he took his mom and Zhang Yao to Uncle Yong's house for dinner, and it seemed like his mom only ate a few bites before finishing all the rice in her bowl. "Is my mom not feeling well? Or did the dishes not suit her taste?" Su Chen wondered. Zhang Yao reached out her arm, hooked his neck, and said with a smile, "Give me a kiss, and I'll tell you." Su Chen looked at the fragrant Zhang Yao lying beside him, embraced her slender waist, and kissed her soft and delicate cheek. "Yang, this is the first time you've kissed me voluntarily." Zhang Yao's charming face was full of smiles. Su Chen blushed, realizing it was indeed the first time he had kissed her on his own initiative. Not to mention kissing her for the first time, it was also the first time lying in the same bed with such a mature and beautiful woman. Su Chen's heart inexplicably beat faster, quickly shifting his focus and saying, "Yao Yao, I did as you asked, now tell me." Zhang Yao playfully rolled her eyes at him and continued, "Have you noticed that Aunt Yang kept her distance from Uncle Yang tonight?" "It seems so," Su Chen pondered. Indeed, his mom was only close to her, with Zhang Yao and Chan Wanling on the other side. "Right? That's the core issue I wanted to talk about." Zhang Yao smiled sweetly. Su Chen smelled the faint sweet fragrance emanating from Zhang Yao, looked at her blankly. "What does that prove?" "Yao Yao, you practically didn't say anything." Zhang Yao tilted her charming face, pointed to her lips, and chuckled, "Kiss me here, and I'll explain everything to you." Su Chen blushed again, looking at Zhang Yao's rosy lips, feeling a bit restless. "Hurry up." Zhang Yao, with her red manicured toes, pinched his leg and urged with a red face. Su Chen, not pretending anymore, after all, he really liked Zhang Yao, slowly leaned in. "So fragrant, so soft. Is that enough?" "Not yet." "Oh." 10 minutes later, Zhang Yao's beautiful face was as red as blood, panting against his chest. She said in a soft voice, "Actually, your mother has a natural aversion to men." Su Chen, who was still savoring the sweetness, was stunned at her words. "What is an aversion to men?" Zhang Yao licked her slightly swollen lips, giggling, "It means exactly what it sounds like. Your mother naturally dislikes men. If a man gets within 2 meters of her, she feels nauseous, repelled, gets goosebumps all over, and even if a man touches her skin, she'll have an allergic reaction." Su Chen looked surprised. "But what about me? My mom doesn't seem to have a problem when she hugs me, right?" "Silly, you're Yang Auntie's son, flesh and blood that fell from her. How could she dislike herself?" Zhang Yao leaned softly against him and laughed. "Is there really such a thing?" Su Chen was truly amazed. Jiang Yao, with her fair and rosy face tilted up, said to him, I heard this from young auntie. She once mentioned to me that because she was pregnant with a son, she was worried about how to interact in the future. But after giving birth, she found that her body didn't resist, and after consulting a doctor, she realized it was because of you being her son. So, this is the reason you mentioned about my parents not getting along? Su Chen began to understand. Yes, your mother's body can only tolerate contact with her own son. She dislikes all men, including your father. You didn't know that because of this, all the employees in our company are women. Jiang Yao exaggeratedly said. Since my mom has this condition, how did I come about? Su Chen couldn't help but ask again. It's not necessary to do that thing to get pregnant. Those infertile couples can also use medical methods to assist in pregnancy, right? Jiang Yao squinted her eyes flirtatiously. How do you know so much about this? Su Chen couldn't help but be curious. I heard it from your grandparents when they were still alive. Jiang Yao suddenly pouted and said with a smile, one more secret, I'll tell you. Su Chen gladly lowered his head, so soft and fragrant. A few minutes later, Jiang Yao leaned contentedly against him, breathing softly as she continued to gossip. Your grandmother once told me a secret. On the night your parents got married, your father broke 2 ribs and went straight to the hospital. My mom did that? Su Chen widened his eyes. Jiang Yao smiled brightly at him. What do you think? Only your mom and dad were in the villa. The doctor said that as long as the physiological aversion reaches a certain level, the body will erupt with a strong force to resist. Maybe that's how your mom kicked your dad into the hospital. Thank goodness I'm her biological son. Su Chen thought of his father's plight and couldn't help but feel a little scared. It's quite miraculous, because you carry your mother's genes, you're the only male in the world that Auntie Yang is immune to. Jiang Yao said proudly. By the way, are my grandparents no longer around? Su Chen had just heard Jiang Yao mention her own grandparents. Yes, the 2 elders had many health problems due to some historical reasons, and they passed away in the past few years. Jiang Yao comforted by patting Su Chen's head. Although Su Chen felt a bit regretful, he wasn't too sad, probably because he had never met them and didn't have much emotional connection. Does my mom have any other siblings? Su Chen continued to inquire. Yes, she has a twin sister. Jiang Yao playfully rubbed her foot on his leg. What? I have another aunt? Su Chen was pleasantly surprised to learn that he still had relatives. Well, your aunt is so beautiful, she used to be called the 2 golden flowers of the Yang family by the busybodies in the city. Jiang Yao blinked and said, Where is my aunt then? Is she also in the city? Su Chen hurriedly asked. Jiang Yao's whitened tenderfoot was stepping on Su Chen's foot, softly saying, Your aunt is overseas, helping your mother manage the foreign branch. I see, I still want to meet her. Su Chen sighed. His aunt was the only relative he knew of at the moment. She occasionally comes back to the country, so you will definitely meet her then. Jiang Yao said. By the way, what is my aunt's name? Su Chen continued to ask. Yang Bingru. Oh, so she has been abroad all this time. Does her family not have any objections? What objections could there be? Her family is your mother, and she is not married. Why? Isn't she getting old? It's just that she's tired of men, following your mother. Oh my, is that a thing? Yes, it's normal for twins from the same mother, but you don't have to worry. Your aunt has been in contact with you since you were born, just like your mother, immune to you. That's good. I was afraid my aunt would dislike me. Your aunt likes you the most, because she has a sister complex, and she has a good relationship with your mother. What's a sister complex? Aren't you into anime culture? You don't know this? Oh my, is that even possible? The next morning, while Su Chen was still in a daze, he suddenly heard his mother's voice faintly. Yanger, have you seen Yao Yao? Why is she not around so early in the morning? Yang Yingyu turned around inside and outside the house, pushed open her son's door and asked. Su Chen opened his eyes drowsily, looked up at his mother. I don't know either. Then he wanted to continue sleeping. Yang Yingyu, standing at the door, was slightly stunned after seeing the scene in the room, because the Yao Yao she mentioned was lying in her son's bed, and this girl's sleeping posture was really not decent. The summer quilt was thin, and you could see the outline of her long leg, which was hooked around her son's waist. Su Chen suddenly felt something was wrong because there was some weight on his body, and a faint fragrance entered his nose. Suddenly, he opened his eyes again and looked beside him. He saw Jiang Yao with her chestnut curly hair scattered, covering half of her face, lying on her side snuggled in his arms, sleeping soundly with her arms and legs sprawled. Damn! Su Chen then remembered what happened last night. Jiang Yao came over to chat with him for half the night, and the two of them fell asleep like that, without going back to his mother's room. Hey, Yao Yao, wake up! Su Chen pushed her. Jiang Yao, like a lazy pig, hummed a few times, silently moved closer to him, with one leg still hooked around his waist, mumbled something indistinctly, and continued to sleep deeply. Su Chen looked awkwardly at Yang Yingyu. Mom, she came over last night to chat with me and fell asleep here for some reason. It's okay, I thought she had gone somewhere. It's good that she's here, you should rest too. I'll go freshen up first. Yang Yingyu smiled at her son, her voice gentle, with a hint of a young woman's softness and intelligence. After speaking, she naturally closed the door with a soft click. Jiang Yao, who was still sound asleep, opened her beautiful eyes, looked mischievously at Su Chen, and said in a sweet voice, Yang, what did you just call me? Damn! Yao Yao, are you pretending to sleep? Su Chen turned around and saw Jiang Yao with her watery eyes looking at him, no longer in her lazy appearance from earlier. Pretending to sleep? I just woke up. Jiang Yao twisted her soft body in the bed, stubbornly saying, Pretending? You're still pretending. Su Chen lifted the blanket and slapped her smooth white thigh under the sleeping gown. I warmed your bed last night, and you still hit me, Jiang Yao pouted, hiding her white thighs under the covers to avoid being hit. Seeing her pitiful eyes, even though he knew she was pretending, Su Chen softened and reached out to massage her. Why did you pretend to be asleep just now? Do you think there's a difference between being awake or not? Jiang Yao smirked, snuggling comfortably and warmly in Su Chen's embrace. Su Chen paused and said, the way you put it, it does make some sense. Jiang Yao playfully pinched his face. See? Your mother came to find me, worried about my whereabouts. Now that she's found me, why the need for a standoff? Su Chen hugged Jiang Yao's slender waist, pondered, and said, Yao Yao, what if my mother sees us lying together and misunderstands that we did something last night? Did you do nothing last night? Jiang Yao licked her rosy lips. I'm not talking about that, Su Chen blushed. Then there's no need to worry. As they say, why look elsewhere when the water is in your own field? Since your mother has acknowledged me, I am destined to be your wife. Are you happy about that? Jiang Yao raised her charming face, her soft lips brushing against his. Yao Yao, you're so good to me. Su Chen tightly embraced Jiang Yao's fragrant and soft body. Silly boy, as your future wife, who else should I be good to? Jiang Yao coquettishly teased, her long and straight beautiful legs entwined around him. Su Chen was captivated by Jiang Yao's charm, suddenly hoarse. Yao Yao, stop moving. Oh. Jiang Yao seemed to realize something, blushing as she buried her face in his neck. Although they didn't do much last night, spending the night together in bed for the first time had changed their relationship somewhat. As for when they could move closer, that would have to wait until they returned to the city. At least this wasn't the right place. When Su Chen and Jiang Yao got up and freshened up, it was already 9 in the morning. Yanger Yao Yao, this is breakfast Xiao Cheng bought for us. Let's eat while it's hot. I just met Xiao Ling and she asked me to remind you not to forget to pick the bayberries, Yang Yingyu said, carrying several paper bags as she walked in from outside. Today, she wore a bright bohemian long skirt, giving off a feeling of going on a leisurely water trip. Su Chen glanced at his mother, who was smiling at him affectionately from time to time, and couldn't help but suggest, Mom, how about I take you to see where my father is buried first? Yang Yingyu was slightly taken aback, originally not wanting to go, but seeing the hopeful look in her son's eyes, she softened. She knew she couldn't refuse any request from her son. Let's go. After breakfast, we'll go see. Yang Yingyu gently extended her slender fingertips, wiping the oil stains off her son's mouth. The morning sun shone on a tombstone partially obscured by bamboo. The warm sun and cool mountain breeze enveloped the area. Su Chen pulled Jiang Yao to hide under the bamboo forest, watching his mother standing in front of the tombstone. Ayang, why don't we go over there? Jiang Yao, wearing a bright red bubble-sleeved A-line dress, exuded a mature charm as she gazed at the tombstone. Su Chen lowered his voice, leaned in close to Jiang Yao's enchanting face, and whispered, I want to give my mother and father some private space to talk. They probably have things to discuss. I see. Jiang Yao blinked, linking her arm with Su Chen's, obediently waiting on the side. Yang Yingyu in front of the tombstone did not say a word, standing 3 meters away, staring at the weathered tombstone without any emotion. Although they were once husband and wife, she had no feelings for him at all. Moreover, she still resented him for forcibly taking away Yang Air back then. Yes, she still hated the man lying in the grave. If it weren't for Yang Air's wish for her to come, she wouldn't have set foot here. In the midst of summer, the mountain wind blew, casting dappled light on the ground. Yang Yingyu's long skirt was also swayed by the mountain wind, revealing the contours of her slender and jade-like legs. After standing for about 10 minutes, she lightly opened her red lips and sarcastically said, if others knew that the grandson of the prestigious Lingnan king was lying in this mountain wilderness, they would probably laugh out loud. It's truly a self-inflicted tragedy. After saying this, Yang Yingyu turned around to leave. Just as she took 2 steps, she suddenly stopped, as if she had remembered something, and her cold gaze turned back to the tombstone. Su Shangtian, you must not have only sent me letters about Yang Heir's matters, right? In the youngest generation of the Su family, Yang Heir is the only male heir. You wouldn't let your family line end like this. Yes, why didn't I think before that you would have set up timed letters to send to me, and you must have set up another letter to send to your family somewhere, because not only do you owe me, but you also owe your family. You, a person who plans everything flawlessly, who even accounts for unexpected accidents leading to your death, would you easily hand over Yang Heir to me? Thanks to Yang Heir for letting me come to see you, it made me think of these things. Su Shangtian, I tell you, no one can take my son away from me, even if your family is the Lingnan king. Even if Yang Heir carries the blood of your Lingnan king family, he is my son. I am the closest person to Yang Heir. In the afternoon, a white Pamela was speeding on the road from Qinjia town to Mingzhou city. Chen Wanling was wearing a white fitted shirt with a checkered JK skirt, stuffing bayberries into her mouth while looking at Su Chen who was driving, saying, Xiao Su Chen, has Yingyu and Yao returned to the magic city? Yes, they still have work to do. Let me tell you, thank you for the bayberries. Su Chen said, glancing at the slender and white legs under the skirt that was pressed against his knees. Why is this little girl dressed so attractively today, even in a college-style JK outfit? My bayberries can't compare to the necklaces and bracelets they gave me, and they also helped me with work in the magic city. I should thank them. Chen Wanling giggled and reached out to put a bayberry into Su Chen's mouth. Su Chen bit down, accidentally sucking on her snow-white fingertip, but maintained a normal expression and said, let's make plans to have dinner with them in the magic city when we have time. Yingyu has already arranged your work, and I'm free today to help you move. He was heading to Mingzhou City to help Chen Wanling move her luggage from the house she rented during her internship at the First People's Hospital, and then they would go together to the Snow Mountain Hospital in the Magic City for her job. Chen Wanling blushed and withdrew her hand, covering her emotions, and continued to eat bayberries with her head down. Xiao Su Chen, can I really work at the Snow Mountain Hospital? I heard it's the largest comprehensive tertiary private hospital in the entire Magic City, a dream job for many medical staff. Of course, it's true. Yingyu is the boss of Snow Mountain Hospital, so arranging your work is just a matter of a word. It won't cause her any trouble, so rest assured. Su Chen smiled and said, Yingyu is really amazing. Chen Wanling admired. In his heart, Su Chen was secretly amused. It was probably because his childhood sweetheart was not familiar with the Magic City, so she didn't know that Shuashan Hospital belonged to Shuashan Group. Otherwise, she would be even more shocked by Yinyu's identity. However, Su Chen didn't bother to explain much to her, as she would gradually understand in the future. By the way, Wanling, when you were interning at Mingzhou First People's Hospital before, which department were you working in? I was in the obstetrics and gynecology department. Every day, I followed our team leader wearing sterilized gloves to examine pregnant women, assist doctors in medical work, and patrol the wards. Have you ever thought about becoming a small leader? I did think about it. It would be fun to command people as a leader. But some of my former colleagues, some nurse sisters, have been working for more than 10 years and are still just ordinary nurses. It's not easy to get promoted. The two chatted along the way and soon entered the city, stopping at a self-built building in an old urban area. Su Chen got out of the car and looked around. There were quite a few self-built buildings like this in the city's old urban areas. It was fortunate that there was such an area, allowing working people to afford rent. After all, with a normal salary of just a few thousand yuan, who would dare to rent a luxury apartment? Xiao Su Chen, over here. Chen Wanling walked to a self-built building with iron railings and waved to him. Su Chen followed her inside, took out the key to open the door. There was no elevator in the building, so they had to take the stairs. Fortunately, the house Chen Wanling rented was on the third floor, so there was no need to worry about climbing stairs every day. By the way, Xiao Su Chen, I share this place with a female classmate. I don't know if she's in the house. Chen Wanling led the way in front. As they climbed the stairs, a glimpse of her JK skirt revealed a hint of tender thigh. Su Chen deliberately lagged behind a few steps and teasingly asked, since you both share this place, is she also interning at your hospital? Xiao Su Chen is so smart. Chen Wanling introduced with a smile, her name is Lucini. She's my good friend from school, we were roommates. After we graduated, we agreed to intern together. I see. Su Chen's attention was not really here. Oh, white. After entering the house on the third floor, it was a simple layout of 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. She's probably not home. Chen Wanling glanced into the room, then grabbed Su Chen's hand and headed straight to her room. This was the first time Su Chen had entered a girl's boudoir. The air carried a unique fragrance of a young girl. Although the room was small, with only a bed and a desk, it was elegantly arranged. I'll tidy up first, feel free to sit. Chen Wanling took out a suitcase and started packing. Suchen sat on the soft bed, observing the layout of the room. He inadvertently noticed pieces of small fabric hanging on the clothes rack next to the window. Pink, white, all the pure and clean colors that young girls love. Chen Wanling occasionally glanced at him, knowing what he was looking at, but she didn't say anything. She just blushed slightly, pretending not to notice, and continued to pack her luggage. Suchen also noticed a khaki-colored small bag placed on the bedside table. Although the style was pretty, it was already a bit faded. Wanling, have you ever thought about what you want to do in the future, or what kind of person you want to become? Do you have any dreams? Suchen leaned his hand on the bed and asked the childhood sweetheart who was packing. Chen Wanling looked up at him, smiled, and said, "My dream may sound silly, you can't laugh at me, okay? Tell me, I won't laugh." Suchen assured. Chen Wanling said with some yearning in a soft voice, "Actually, sometimes I also think about what kind of life I look forward to in the future. I realized that I don't have much ambition. I just want to marry a boy I like, have children with him, manage household affairs, be a good wife and mother, and provide a warm home for my husband." Suchen listened quietly to these words of the childhood sweetheart, feeling a sense of inexplicable sigh in his heart. This is actually a very traditional mindset of a good girl. They don't have much ambition, nor do they have a competitive spirit. It is a mentality of living by relying on their husband. This type of girl is actually the ideal daughter-in-law that many men dream of. In this reality society that has been somewhat materialistic due to the influence of the internet, they are becoming increasingly rare. It's good, Wanling, just do what you want to do. If you encounter any difficulties, remember to find me, don't be polite to me. Suchen thought for a moment and advised his childhood sweetheart. He was not lacking in emotional intelligence. When a girl allows him into her boudoir, it means she doesn't have her guard up against you. However, Suchen understood that he couldn't make any promises to her. "Xiao Suchen, do you like Yao Yao's sister?" Chen Wanling suddenly looked at him with a smile. Suchen, looking at her expectant gaze, suddenly remembered a conversation he had with Yao Yao's sister. As the heir of the Shuishan group, a man should have many desires. He didn't need to suppress his thoughts, nor did he need to leave any regrets. Thinking of this, Suchen's mindset suddenly seemed to clear up, and he said with a smile, "I like you too, Wanling, you are becoming more and more beautiful. Being a man doesn't require choices. I want it all." Chen Wanling looked at Suchen's suddenly passionate eyes, feeling a mix of shyness and joy in her heart, coquettishly saying, "I didn't ask if you like me or not, why are you saying that?" Only she knew that she had irreversibly imagined the image of the future master of the house as Suchen. Just then, the door next door suddenly opened. A girl in cartoon pajamas rubbed her eyes and walked out, saying drowsily, "Ling Ling, are you back? Why do I hear your voice?" As she spoke, she had already reached Chen Wanling's door and, upon seeing Suchen sitting on the bed, she paused, looked at Chen Wanling in the room, and suddenly covered her mouth in surprise. "Ling Ling, where did you pick up a handsome guy from?" "In the elegant and tidy girl's boudoir." Suchen looked at this girl with a round face and a beauty score of about 70, politely greeted her, "Hello, I am Wanling's friend, Suchen." Lu Xini, wearing a bear cartoon pajamas, circled around Suchen, infatuatedly saying, "I've heard Ling Ling mention you, the childhood sweetheart who graduated from Moda Fudan University. It turns out that the boy Ling Ling has always talked about is a handsome guy." Now Ling Ling finally didn't lose out. Chen Wanling blushed a bit when she was exposed by her, and scolded her with a smile, "Lu Xini, behave yourself, go change your clothes, don't stare at people while wearing pajamas." Lu Xini pulled her bare pajamas and said indifferently, "What's there to be afraid of? He already has a fair and beautiful lady like you. He definitely wouldn't be interested in a round-faced little beauty like me." Suchen looked at Wanling's friend with some amusement, seeing that their relationship should be quite good, so he spoke, "Aren't you working today?" "I'm on vacation," Lu Xini replied, then suddenly noticed her friend packing her bags, walked over in surprise, and put her arm around her shoulder. "Ling Ling, are you moving out to live with your childhood sweetheart?" "No way. Are you going to leave me behind? I don't mind if you mess around in the room." "What nonsense." Chen Wanling's ears turned red. She stole a glance at Suchen, then continued with a hint of apology to her best friend, "Xane, I'm planning to go to the Magic City. Little Suchen used his connections today to help me contact Snow Mountain Hospital, so I can work there." Snow Mountain Hospital? The most extravagant 3-star private hospital in the Magic City? Wow! Ling Ling, congratulations, you can finally go to the Magic City and have a great time with your childhood sweetheart. Lu Xini's face was full of bright smiles, genuinely happy for her best friend. Chen Wanling's eyes suddenly turned a bit red. "Xine, I'm sorry, I can't accompany you." It's okay. In life, we always have to face difficulties alone. Besides, when I have time, I will also go to the Magic City to visit you." Lu Xini said briskly, but her eyes were clearly a bit red. Su Chen understood that they were both reluctant to part ways, or rather, it was a manifestation of a lack of security, because that's how it was when he first entered the workforce from school. If there was a familiar person to work with, it would definitely be much better than facing a new environment alone. After all, no one can guarantee that they can get along with colleagues in a new environment, whether they will be ostracized or isolated. And it was even more so for Chen Wanling and Lu Xinyi. They were roommates since college. They chose to intern at the same company after graduation, always together, facing things together, sharing grievances and complaints about unfairness. Now, one of them was leaving. Naturally, they would feel a bit lost. Although this was a necessary process for personal growth, no one can accompany someone forever. When he first started his internship, he also had to integrate into a new environment alone. He still remembered the first day at work when he greeted a colleague, but the other person ignored him. And because he didn't know how to flatter others, the team leader always assigned the most time-consuming tasks to him. Su Chen didn't look down on those who flattered others. After all, that's how the workplace was. People, after all, are not machines, they have emotions and desires. When leaders face employees with similar abilities, they would prefer to promote those who are good at socializing. So, every workplace would have some flatterers. Su Chen was proud and couldn't do such things, but others could shamelessly flatter, bow and scrape to please others, endure being laughed at by colleagues behind their backs for being a flatterer. That was also a skill. This was all for survival. No one wanted to be the one who humbly pleases the boss. So, although the process of adapting to the workplace was awkward and difficult, Su Chen was quite grateful for the first lesson society gave him. At least he understood that in this society, everyone has different ways of survival. But Su Chen felt that, in his capacity, why should he let his childhood sweetheart suffer? Growth doesn't necessarily have to be faced alone to mature. So, after some thought, Su Chen suddenly said to Lu Xinyi, "Xine, since you're free today, why not accompany Wanling to the Magic City?" He didn't explicitly tell Lu Xinyi that she could also work at Snow Mountain Hospital. Not to mention whether she had the intention, but she didn't know how much weight his words carried. It wasn't possible for her to just pack up and leave everything behind based on his words alone. So, he could only take her to the Magic City to let her feel his energy, so she could make a choice with confidence. "Sure, I have nothing to do today anyway." Lu Xinyi readily agreed and went back to her room to change clothes. Su Chen noticed Chen Wanling quietly wiping away tears, perhaps influenced by the impending farewell atmosphere. I could only smile and stand up, leaning into her ear to tell her my plan. Chen Wanling gradually stopped crying and joyfully looked at Su Chen, saying, "Xiao Su Chen, can you really get Xine to work at Shuashan Hospital?" She understood Su Chen's character, knowing that he wouldn't mention anything he wasn't sure about. Her original worries quickly dissipated. Su Chen playfully pinched her delicate nose and said, "Of course, what's the relationship between you and me? Besides, you're going to work alone in the Magic City, not familiar with the place. I can't accompany you every day, so having someone with you will put my mind at ease." Xiao Su Chen. Chen Wanling felt moved, gazing affectionately at Su Chen with eyes full of emotion, almost melting hearts. Suddenly, she tiptoed and hugged his neck, bravely planting a kiss on his rosy lips. Su Chen was momentarily stunned but quickly responded by embracing her slender waist warmly. Sweet and tender, with a girlish charm. "Ling Ling, I've changed my clothes, you." After some time, Lu Xinyi walked over and was shocked by the scene in front of her, quickly covering her mouth. Chen Wanling pushed Su Chen away, her face blushing, pretending to be angry and shyly scolding, "Lu Xinyi. Sorry, it's my fault." Lu Xinyi quickly apologized. Su Chen awkwardly smiled. "Well, let's continue packing our luggage." Lu Xinyi smirked mischievously at him. "You're lucky, this is our Jiangnan University's campus belle's first kiss." Chen Wanling, at a loss with her friend, opened the back seat and pushed her in, saying, "Get in quickly, stop talking nonsense." Due to the interruption earlier, she felt awkward sitting in the front seat and didn't want to leave her friend alone in the back, so they could chat. Su Chen had a good impression of Chen Wanling's friend. Although sometimes noisy, she didn't have any bad habits. Working at Shuashan Hospital would definitely help Wanling a lot. Shuashan Hospital is located in the Suwei district of the Magic City, covering an area of over 100,000 square meters. It is a well-known comprehensive tertiary top private hospital in the country. In the afternoon, around 3 o'clock, a hospital director Li Hongmei was anxiously waiting at the hospital gate with the HR manager. Colleagues passing by were surprised to see who was worth the director's personal welcome. "Director, who are we waiting for? Do you need to come out to greet them?" The HR manager, a middle-aged woman named Zhang Lighting, couldn't contain her curiosity and asked the director quietly. Li Hongmei gave her a look and said, "Don't let others hear you say that, or you might have to pack up and leave." Zhang Lighting was startled and dared not speak so casually, asking politely, "Is it Chairman Yang's arrival?" "Almost. The person coming is the young master of the Yang family, the future owner of our hospital. If you upset him, you might as well leave immediately, right?" Li Hongmei adjusted her appearance, maintaining the best demeanor. "The young master of the Yang family?" Zhang Lighting was also taken aback and dared not ask further, quickly following the director's lead in adjusting her appearance. Not long after, a white Paramila approached from a distance. Li Hongmei saw the license plate of the car and reminded Zhang Lighting beside her, "He's here." Zhang Lighting looked up and saw a car with 5 nines on the license plate. The very conspicuous Pamela slowly stopped in front of them. Immediately, a tall and thin young man got out of the driver's seat. The 2 girls in the back seat also followed and got out of the car. Li Hongmei went up to greet them, smiling, "Mr. Su, welcome to Snow Mountain Hospital for inspection. I am the hospital director, Li Hongmei." "Hello, Mr. Su, I am Zhang Lighting, the general manager of the personnel department of Snow Mountain Hospital." Zhang Lighting quickly greeted respectfully. When Lu Xinyi heard the names of these 2 people, she was shocked and whispered to her girlfriend next to her, "What's going on?" Chen Wanling shook her head to signal her not to speak. Although she already knew that Sister Yu was the owner of this hospital, she did not expect that her small matter of joining the hospital would attract the attention of 2 important figures. Su Chen casually glanced at the 2 middle-aged women, both looking energetic and capable. He nodded slightly. "Hello, Director Yang should have told you the purpose of my visit here, right?" Li Hongmei nodded quickly. Yes, Mr. Su, which lady is coming to work at our hospital?" Nowadays, many people refer to women without using Miss to avoid causing offense. "Let's not rush with that. First show us around the hospital and accommodation facilities." Su Chen waved his hand. "Understood, please follow me." The 3 of you, Li Hongmei respectfully nodded and led the way. "Mr. Su, our Snow Mountain Hospital currently has over 6,000 employees, with nearly 1,000 holding senior professional titles." Zhang Lighting introduced the hospital's situation to Su Chen on the side. This was Su Chen's second visit to his mother's industry, the last time being at the Yaoqi Women's Beauty Club. Compared to that, Snow Mountain Hospital was truly a giant. Not only was the building area vast, with buildings divided into various departments, but also nearly 10,000 employees. According to Director Li Hongmei, Snow Mountain Hospital's annual revenue exceeds 100 billion, ranking among the top in the country, and it even has its own medical research institute. Such assets truly made people feel terrified. At least Chen Wanling and Lu Xinyi, who were following Su Chen closely, were shocked. Compared to the internship they had at Mingzhou First People's Hospital, it was like a small fish meeting a big fish. The dormitory for medical staff was in a residential area opposite the hospital. Only those with senior professional titles were eligible for free accommodation. But privileges always override regulations. Since Su Chen personally introduced someone to work at Snow Mountain Hospital, regardless of their professional title, they would enjoy the highest treatment. After the tour of the hospital, the group arrived at the residential area for medical staff. "Mr. Su, this is a 2-bedroom apartment, including a living room, kitchen, and bathroom. The floor is also good, not too high or too low, on the 9th floor, facing north and south. Are you satisfied? If not, I can show you other houses." Li Hongmei led the group into an apartment and smiled at Su Chen. Su Chen looked at the layout of the house. If it weren't for it being a dormitory, he would have almost thought he had entered a luxurious hotel suite. The house came with furniture and appliances, designed according to the standards of a star-rated hotel, and even surpassed in some areas. It was said that such a house was originally for professor-level medical staff to live in. Now Li Hongmei directly gave it to a newly hired young lady to live in. "Wanling, what do you think?" Su Chen thought it was very good, but still sought the opinion of his childhood friend. Chen Wanling was already dazzled and tongue-tied. She stuck out her tongue and said, "If you're not satisfied with this, I'm really afraid of divine retribution." Her friend Lu Xinyi next to her also envied. "If I could live in such a house, I would be willing to work without pay." Su Chen was a bit amused and asked directly in front of Li Hongmei and Zhang Lighting, "Xinyi, are you interested in working at Shuashan Hospital with Wanling? It happens to be a 2-bedroom set, with 1 room for you and 1 for Wanling." "Ah!" Lu Xinyi covered her mouth in surprise. "Yang Deji, you're not joking with me, are you?" "What's there to joke about? Director Li is here. As long as you're willing, I can promise on the spot for her." Su Chen smiled and said. Lu Xinyi was somewhat uncertain, as she was still unclear about Su Chen's identity. But seeing how respectful the director and the HR manager were towards him, calling him young Master Su, it was obvious that Su Chen indeed had the authority. Chen Wanling quickly pulled her and said, "Why not agree quickly?" Lu Sini then came to her senses and said with a cheerful smile, "If I can really work at Shuashan Hospital, I'll go back to pack my things immediately." "Alright," Suchin nodded with a smile and said to Zhang Lighting waiting on the side, "Manager Zhang, you handle their employment procedures first, then arrange a car to send Sini back to get her luggage, and then return with the car." "No problem, leave it to me," Zhang Lighting quickly responded. "Okay." After sorting out these matters, it was already past 4 o'clock. Zhang Lighting drove an Audi S6 hospital car over, intending to personally see them off. Chen Wanling hesitated and pulled Suchin's arm. "Little Suchin, I also want to go back to help Sini pack her things." "Sure, the sooner the better." Suchin naturally had no objections. After all, Chen Wanling and they came out together, and they would be working together in the future. It was indeed inappropriate to leave her alone and go back by herself. "When I come back, I'll find you," Chen Wanling said softly, then suddenly tiptoed in front of everyone, kissed him on the cheek, and quickly got into the car. Suchin helplessly watched the car drive away. This girl seemed delicate on the surface but was quite bold in her actions. If it weren't for the inconvenient situation just now, he really wanted to tease her a bit. "Young Master Su, if there's nothing else, I'll go busy myself." Li Hongmei pretended not to have seen what just happened and respectfully sought permission. Suchin waved his hand. "Yes, go ahead. I'll leave the two girls to you. If they get bullied, I'll come to you for answers." "Rest assured, leave it to me," Li Hongmei assured. She had just seen the pretty girl kiss young Master Su, so she knew the situation. Even if that girl couldn't become the prince's consort in the future, she was currently the favored one by the prince's side. Who would dare to offend her? After bidding farewell to Director Li, Suchin walked towards the hospital's entrance to find his car. He was very happy to have solved the job issue for his childhood friend today. After all, he couldn't let her suffer, right? As Suchin hummed a tune and happily walked to the hospital entrance, about to open the car door and get in, a voice suddenly called out from behind, "Suchin." Suchin turned around and was slightly surprised. "Teacher Gu?" Two tall and beautiful women were running towards Suchin at the hospital entrance. They were Gu Yaya and her sister Gu Rongrong. Gu Yaya was wearing a black long-sleeved tight-fitting halter dress, outlining her mature and voluptuous figure like a gourd. Even the exposed collarbone and neck were as white and tender as condensed milk. She was barefoot, wearing a pair of crystal sandals, sexy and radiant. Her sister Gu Rongrong was also eye-catching, wearing a light yellow dress. With her innocent first love face and hot figure, she already exuded a mature woman's charm. Suchin hadn't expected to meet Teacher Gu and her sister here. "Suchin, what are you doing here?" Gu Yaya had already pulled her younger sister to run up to him, looking at him slightly out of breath. Suchin's feelings towards Teacher Gu were quite complicated at first. He used to think she was a bit self-deprecating, giving up the respectable career of a university counselor to work as a spa therapist at Yaoqi. But after learning about her family situation, he gradually began to understand. A young university counselor like Teacher Gu would only take home less than 10,000 yuan after deducting various fees at Moda University each month. On the other hand, at Yaoqi, she could earn 30,000 yuan right after starting, and even provide an advance payment to struggling employees. And Yaoqi was just a women's beauty salon. Putting himself in her shoes, if he were Teacher Gu, facing his mother's liver cancer and in urgent need of a large sum of money for a liver transplant surgery, with an ordinary family and no wealthy relatives to help, what could he do? As a child, it was impossible to watch his mother suffer. With no savings and unable to borrow money, what use was that decent job? Not resorting to selling his body for quick money was already holding onto his bottom line. Just as Yao Yao said before, ordinary families couldn't withstand major illnesses. It would not only deplete years of savings but also potentially leave behind a large amount of debt, dragging the entire family down. So, when Suchin saw Teacher Gu again, he felt inexplicably ashamed. He remembered being angry with her and mocking her intentionally. "Teacher Gu," Suchin scratched his head, hesitated for a moment, and apologized. "My attitude that day was not right. I hope you can forgive me." Gu Yaya was a bit stunned, then chuckled. "You didn't do anything wrong, no need to apologize, and I'm not a teacher anymore." Suchin shook his head. "Once a teacher, always a teacher, especially since you guided me through 4 years of university and took care of me a lot. You haven't said why you're here." Gu Yaya didn't argue with him, looked up at him, blushed when their eyes met, and nervously lowered her head. "Oh, I just brought a childhood friend here to work," Suchin said straightforwardly. Gu Rongrong, who had been silent beside them, said with a playful expression, "I thought you were here to find us." Hearing her words, Suchin recalled mentioning this to his mother before, and then Yang Yingyu arranged for Teacher Gu's family to transfer to Snow Mountain Hospital. "By the way, how did your mother's surgery go?" Suchin couldn't help but ask. Gu Rongrong smiled and replied, "The surgery went well. The doctor said it was fortunate that it was discovered early and hadn't spread to other organs. She just needs to stay in the hospital for observation for a while before she can be discharged. That's good. Suchen was also happy for the two sisters. Gu Yaya blinked her beautiful eyes at him. It's all thanks to your help. The director of Snow Mountain Hospital contacted me that evening and arranged the best ward, doctors, and liver source for us, and didn't even take our money. Otherwise, even with the 2 million you gave us, it would have been difficult to find a suitable liver source for us. Su Chen looked at Gu Yaya's eyes, which were a bit moist, with a pitiful charm, and couldn't help but scold her. Teacher Gu, I have to tell you about this. If you had told me about this directly at the time, could I not have helped you? Why did I have to find out on my own later? Do you really not care about our teacher-student relationship? It's because you're my student that I didn't want to trouble you. Gu Yaya lowered her head as if she had done something wrong, looking more like a student being criticized by Su Chen. Su Chen looked at Teacher Gu, who should have been high and mighty, but was now bowing to him, and sighed, forget it, let's not mention this again. Gu Yaya faced this former student, no longer having the face to show off, her eyes somewhat avoiding as she asked him, Su Chen, are you free later? You're not calling me young Master Su anymore? Su Chen looked at her with a smile. If you want, I can change it for you. Gu Yaya's fair face instantly showed a shy expression, blushing as if blood was about to drip out. Forget it, let's keep it normal. Su Chen waved his hand, then asked, what's the matter? Gu Yaya said somewhat nervously, I want to thank you. Can you come to my house for a meal later? Su Chen thought for a moment and said, you still need to take care of your mother, so I won't disturb you. Another day, perhaps. Gu Yaya was taken aback, not expecting him to refuse. Gu Rongrong beside her couldn't stand it anymore, thinking her sister was too clueless. Handsome guy, we just finished visiting my mom. Are you free tonight? Come home with us. Gu Rongrong smiled sweetly, linking her arm with Su Chen's, clearly not letting him go if he didn't agree. Su Chen was wearing just a t-shirt, his arm touching her smooth skin, making him inexplicably think of that day, and he said helplessly, alright, you guys get in the car, I'll drive you home. Yay! Gu Rongrong cheered and without being polite, opened the car door and got in. Su Chen opened the passenger door and said to Gu Yaya, Teacher Gu, get in the car. Blushing, Gu Yaya walked over to the passenger seat from his side and sat down. The mature woman's unique fragrance wafted over, intoxicating. Su Chen shook his head, closed her door, then went around to the driver's seat. Where is your home? Su Chen started the car and asked the two sisters. I'll guide you. Gu Yaya sitting next to him quickly said. As the car drove through the streets of the city, Gu Rongrong in the back seat saw the two in front not talking. She leaned between the seats, peeked forward, and flirtatiously said to Su Chen, hey, even though we're in the same year, my sister told me you're a year younger than me. Should I call you junior brother? Just call me by my name. Su Chen was also quite troubled by Teacher Gu's school flower sister, not having interacted with her before and not knowing her personality. But since that day at Yaoqi, he knew she was quite mischievous. Then I'll call you junior brother. Gu Rongrong didn't care about his opinion, smiling mischievously, in the future, you call me senior sister, don't mix it up. Alright. Su Chen felt a bit awkward. By the way, were you experiencing life at school before? How did the dignified prince of the Snow Mountain group become so low-key? You can think of it that way. By the way, do you know we've changed positions at Yaoqi? I really didn't know. Our store manager had us transferred to the finance department, saying we'll be your exclusive spa therapists. As long as you come, we'll personally serve you. Are you planning to continue working at Yaoqi? Why not? It's hard to find a job outside, and working in finance is easy, sitting in the office, with the same salary. Where else can you find such a good deal? If you like it, then it's fine. I won't object. Why not object? We are your exclusive spa therapists, you know? Teacher Gu, can you control your sister? She talks too much. Meanwhile, in the meeting room of the Snow Mountain Group, Yang Yingyu sat at the head of the long conference table, holding a white porcelain cup, sipping coffee elegantly, exuding a queen-like aura. On both sides of the conference table, women in professional attire sat in 2 rows, heads down as if they had just been scolded. Don't any of you have anything to say? Yang Yingyu suddenly spoke, setting down her coffee cup. Although her tone was flat, the innate noble and cold temperament seemed to lower the air to freezing point. The heads of the area managers below lowered even further. Yang Yingyu picked up the file in front of her and slammed it onto the center of the table, saying coldly, how do you all work? Over the past few years, we have been increasing funding for promotion, but the market share of the pharmaceutical company under Snow Mountain has never been able to break through the market share in Lingnan. Each one of you boasts about being geniuses from Harvard, MIT, or Columbia, but can't even come up with a feasible marketing plan? The market manager of the Lingnan area, with a stiff head of hair, weakly said, "Director Yang, we have really tried various methods, but Lingnan is the territory of the Su family. Their white gloves also have pharmaceutical companies. As long as the Su family obstructs us officially, we have no power to fight back." These well-known business elites in the external business circle, when facing the special environment in the country, even with genius-like planning schemes, feel inadequate. Because as long as you need publicity, events, or marketing, you cannot avoid official scrutiny. And Lingnan has always been the territory of the Su family, the kings of Lingnan. As long as there is competition between the two sides, a single word from the other side can block any of your actions. This is the powerful energy of the Su family in Lingnan. The saying among the upper class, "A Su covers Lingnan," is no joke. Without the approval of the Su family, no external company can penetrate the market in Lingnan. And as long as the companies in the Lingnan region are attached to the Su family, they can avoid being picked off by outsiders. Therefore, the Lingnan region has two of the most economically developed cities in the country, Yangcheng and Pengcheng, with the province's GDP accounting for 1/10 of the national total. It is equivalent to the GDP of a Goryeo or Bear country, a truly formidable presence. As soon as Yang Yingyu heard her mention the Su family in Lingnan, she sneered and said coldly, "What's so great about the Su family in Lingnan? Can't they even enter the territory of the Magic City? Can't you break through the market on the edge of Lingnan first? If you don't see improvement within 2 months, you should step down voluntarily. Director Yang, I will immediately formulate a new marketing plan," the market manager of the Lingnan area said with a cold sweat on his forehead. She was not willing to give up her current position, which was not only a high salary and benefits but more importantly, the power of the regional manager. Throughout the group, countless people envied her position, and there were already people lining up to replace her. Meeting adjourned. Yang Yingyu, with a cold and beautiful face, calmly waved her hand. The area managers breathed a sigh of relief, quickly packed up, and quietly left the meeting room. As the chairman who controlled half of the economy of the Magic City, the pressure emanating from Yang, with her imposing but non-angry demeanor, was something no one in the group could withstand. "Aunt Yang, why are you so angry today? Is something bothering you?" After everyone had left, Jiang Yao stood up, walked to Yang Yingyu's side, and gently massaged her shoulders. They had just returned to the company from Mingzhou this afternoon, and after Yang Yingyu saw the data brought by the secretary, she called for this meeting and gave the pharmaceutical area managers a harsh lesson. And this pharmaceutical company under Snow Mountain was just one of the many subsidiaries under Snow Mountain Group. Many subsidiaries in other industries found it difficult to achieve results in the Lingnan market. It can only be said that these area managers of Snow Mountain Pharmaceuticals happened to run into trouble. Yang Yingyu absent-mindedly waved her delicate hand and said softly, "I'm thinking about some things, feeling a bit annoyed. Then I'll go make you a cup of tea to refresh your mind." Jiang Yao saw that she didn't speak, didn't insist, smiled, and walked to the tea room next to her. Yang Yingyu lazily leaned on the CEO chair, but her phoenix eyes stared blankly in the direction of the floor-to-ceiling window opposite. It was a vast area in the Lingnan region. Yang Yingyu muttered to herself, "I wonder when the Su family will find out about Yanger's situation. By that time, that perverted woman will also come looking for us in person, right? It seems we need to make some preparations in advance. Your Su family's power is very strong, but we also have the Hua family in the Magic City. Yanger, Mom will definitely not let you be taken away by others." Ding dong, a special message alert sounded. Yang Yingyu immediately came back to her senses and picked up her phone. "Yanger, Mom, tonight I'm having dinner at Teacher Gu's place. I might be back late. If you and Sister Yao Yao want to come to my villa to stay, if you don't see me, don't worry." Smile, Yang Yingyu saw the message sent by Su Chen, her beautiful oval face showing a gentle smile as if melting like snow. She typed on her phone with her fingertips, "Mom knows, have fun, Mom won't come over tonight. Yanger, oh, miss you, Mom. Hug." Yang Yingyu smiled, typing away, "Mom misses you too. Heart." Jiang Yao walked over with a cup of hot tea, seeing Yang Yingyu's face, how could she not know what she was doing, giggling, "Aunt Yang, chatting with Yang?" "Yes, Yanger met Teacher Gu, invited to her house for dinner." Yang Yingyu remembered something and asked Jiang Yao, "Yanger's luggage is still in your car, right?" "Yes, I'll have Xiao Qing send it to his villa later." Jiang Yao nodded happily. "No." Yang Yingyu quickly stopped her, saying seriously, "Bring it home first, I'll help Yanger wash his changed clothes before giving them to him." "Okay." Jiang Yao agreed. Teacher Gu's home is a 2-bedroom apartment rented in an old residential area. It is said that their family is from the north, and both sisters have been admitted to the Magic City University. Teacher Gu stayed to teach directly, and her sister planned to work in the Magic City after graduation. As a result, their mother was diagnosed with liver cancer, and was sent to the Magic City for treatment. Only then did these subsequent events unfold. Su-chen, please sit wherever you like, I'll go to the kitchen to cook first. Gu Yada changed into a pair of slippers and smiled at Su-chen, her long slender legs bare, the bright red nail polish on her feet looking charming. Su-chen watched her twist her curvaceous body into the kitchen, scratching his head. Compared to before, Teacher Gu has become more mature and charming. Or maybe it's because she works at Yaoqi, she dresses more beautifully, whereas she had to maintain a dignified appearance as a teacher at school. Is my sister very pretty? Gu Rongrong didn't know when she had come to Su-chen's side, her lips slightly curved, proudly saying, Ahem, I didn't look, how would I know? Su-chen's face flushed, quickly retracting his gaze and bowing to change his slippers. Hee, I didn't expect you to be shy, it wasn't like that the other day. Gu Rongrong said with a coquettish smile, imitating his tone, I asked her to give me a spa, I want her. Su-chen felt even more embarrassed by her teasing, so he just ignored her and walked into the room. At that time, it might have been because of the different circumstances, like some people don't feel embarrassed wearing swimsuits at the beach, but if you walk down the street now wearing a swimsuit, it would definitely be different. Gu Rongrong giggled and ran into the living room, grabbing the remote to turn on the air conditioning. It's so hot today, it's over 30 degrees outside. Gu Rongrong stood in front of the standing air conditioner, lifting the hem of her light yellow skirt to feel the cold air, completely exposing her impeccable white legs. Although not wearing stockings, the shiny cherry blossom pink toenails and the tender whiteness of the knee pits were still exceptionally attractive. Su-chen took a glance and quickly looked away, so as not to be teased by her again. Gu Yaya brought out a plate of washed fruits and saw her sister blowing air in front of the air conditioner. She glared at her impatiently and said, Why haven't you made tea for the guests yet? Your underwear is almost showing. Gu Rongrong, with her clear black and white eyes filled with a smile, skipped over and said, You've seen it when we went to the hot springs together, it's almost the same as a swimsuit. Gu Yaya blushed slightly at her sister's mention of that incident, looking particularly charming. She dared not look at Su-chen, so she put down the fruits and returned to the kitchen. Perhaps because of the change in circumstances, she remembered that she used to be his teacher and no longer had the same composure as before. Gu Rongrong made a cup of hot tea for Su-chen and then mysteriously sat next to him, her sparkling eyes flickering. Junior, do you look down on us sisters? Su-chen took a sip of tea and shook his head. I may have felt sorry for Teacher Gu for giving up her career before, but after thinking it through, I actually admire you both. Gu Rongrong, seeing his sincere words, bit her lip and continued in a lowered voice, Actually, my sister has had it tough. Our family is poor farmers in the north, and her first year of university tuition was saved up from working during the summer after the college entrance exam, plus borrowing from relatives to make ends meet. For the next 4 years, she relied on herself to save on expenses, work part-time jobs, and barely managed to finish university. I'm 5 years younger than my sister, and I originally didn't want to go to college to avoid causing trouble for her and the family. But my sister insisted that I go, so she used her salary from teaching at the school to not only support the family but also pay for my education. I thought that after I graduated, our family's life would get better. After all, with both my sister and me working, we could save up a good amount of money. However, just over 2 months ago, while I was still interning, I heard that our mother back home had collapsed and was diagnosed with liver cancer. Liver transplant surgery is not cheap, with costs for waiting for a donor, the surgery itself, post-operative care, etc., totaling almost $1 million. My mother tearfully told us sisters that it was incurable. Even if the family couldn't come up with the money, borrowing it would only burden us with debt after the treatment. She didn't want to drag us down. But our parents worked year after year to feed us, support our education, and provide us with the life we have today. How could we just give up on her like that? So, later, my sister happened to pass by Yaoqi and saw a job opening, so she quit her job and joined Yaoqi. I found out about this by secretly following my sister, and then I also secretly joined. It wasn't my sister who brought me there, she even scolded me to quit, but I refused. Fortunately, Manager Wang Mei is a good person, or rather, Yaoqi provides good benefits for new employees. We could receive an advance on a month's salary upon signing the contract, which allowed us sisters to have enough money to send our mother to a hospital in the big city. After all, a hospital in our hometown is unlikely to find a matching liver source. Su-chen listened quietly, finding that what Gu Rongrong said this time was more detailed than what he had known before. Indeed, every family has its own difficulties, and many people's choices are forced by life. Who doesn't want to live a life of luxury, with daily indulgence, living in a mansion, and driving luxury cars? But from the day everyone is born, life is basically predetermined. Su-chen used to be an ordinary person, so he understands the difficulties of wanting to change. Just like teacher Gu and her sister, they thought they had finally graduated from university and things would gradually get better, but then this happened. So, Suchen suddenly felt that in this society, money is truly all-powerful, able to solve almost any troubles and difficulties for ordinary people. Gu Rongrong saw Suchen looking a bit absorbed and chuckled, saying, "What do you think?" After hearing it, "Do you feel that my sister is actually a very great person? At least in my eyes, she is truly great, sacrificing too much for this family, already 28 years old and still hasn't had a boyfriend." Suchen looked up at the beautiful figure busy in the kitchen and nodded involuntarily. Teacher Gu was indeed a good woman. Gu Rongrong smiled happily, teasing her sparkling earlobe with her finger, leaning close to his face and saying, "So, are you interested in becoming my brother-in-law?" Suchen, smelling the pleasant fragrance emanating from her, nonchalantly moved closer to the sofa and said seriously, "I may not be able to give teacher Gu what she wants." "How do you know what my sister wants?" Gu Rongrong gave him a look, crossed her long, beautiful legs, and playfully slid her cherry-pink painted sexy little foot gently on his pant leg, her charming face carrying a flirtatious smile. "Or, have you considered me?" Suchen helplessly pushed away her leg and said, "Let's not joke around, those were all misunderstandings in the past." Since learning about the story of the two sisters, he inexplicably felt a sense of respect for teacher Gu and her sister, no longer seeing them as spa therapists who could act recklessly in the yachi. "We won't misunderstand, you've splashed us all over with Tetra Pak. Let's see how you escape tonight." Thinking about the plan with her sister, Gu Rongrong chuckled and picked up a fruit plate to offer him. "Have some fruit." Teacher Gu's cooking skills turned out to be quite good. By 6 o'clock, a sumptuous dinner was laid out in front of Suchen. 5 dishes and a soup, a perfect combination of meat and vegetables, looked appetizing. "How does it taste?" Gu Yaha glanced at Suchen, who was eating and smiling, then placed a bottle of fruit wine on the table. Although she was no longer a teacher, her dignified and reserved demeanor as a female teacher over the years was still so charming. "Delicious, no worse than what restaurants outside make." Suchen, smelling the fragrant breeze, couldn't help but be drawn to teacher Gu's graceful figure. Although teacher Gu was only wearing a black long-sleeved tight-fitting dress with a high collar, without much jewelry, the design accentuating her waist made her curves more prominent. Rosy and elegant lips, delicate and white neck, slender and supple waist, all of this showed that teacher Gu was also a seductive beauty. Gu Yai casually chuckled, "I was worried you might find my cooking skills lacking." Sensing Suchen's gaze, although her face immediately blushed, a hint of self-satisfaction involuntarily appeared at the corner of her mouth, proudly holding her head high. In front of him, she had already lost the authority of a teacher, so why bother maintaining a teacher's posture? "Hee, Junior, this is not my sister's best level yet. Today's ingredients were insufficient, come again another day, it will definitely be even more delicious." Gu Rongrong said playfully, reaching out her fair little hand to serve Suchen's soup. Sitting on either side of Suchen, the warm fragrance of teacher Gu and the soft fragrance of Gu Rongrong continuously wafted into Suchen's nose through the silk fabric of their long skirts. Suchen felt a bit parched, so he drank a bowl of soup before feeling a bit better. "Is the meat dish too greasy?" Gu Yaya asked Suchen, somewhat surprised. "No, I'm just thirsty." Suchen wiped the sweat from his forehead. "The soup is still hot, have some fruit wine first. It's made from hawthorn picked from our hometown, good for appetizing and aiding digestion." Gu Yaha took the opportunity to pour the fruit wine into Suchen's cup. "Younger brother, quickly taste if it's good to drink." Gu Rongrong playfully kicked his leg with her delicate and charming foot, giggling as she spoke. Suchen, seeing their enthusiasm, picked up the fruit wine and took a sip. The taste was really good, with a refreshing and delicate texture, elegant and rich, with a natural fruity aroma and a slight tang of hawthorn, truly appetizing and thirst-quenching. "The taste is quite good," Suchen praised. "Then have some more." Gu Yaha continued to pour him another cup. Gu Rongrong also used chopsticks to pick food for him, saying, "Younger brother, taste the braised ribs my sister made, it's her specialty dish." "I can serve myself." Suchen smiled and continued eating. Surrounded by all the tempting fragrances, Suchen ate and drank, having several cups of fruit wine. Gu Yaya looked somewhat guilty as she took out 2 bank cards from her bag and placed them on the table in front of him. "Suchen, you should take back these bank cards." "What are these?" Suchen looked at the 2 bank cards strangely. "These were given to us by manager Wang Mei that day, there is 2 million in them. Originally, we intended to use it for my mother's surgery, but you managed to waive all my mother's treatment fees at the hospital, so we can't accept this money anymore." Gu Yaya's hair fell casually on her shoulders, her plump face blushing lightly as she spoke softly to Suchen. "I see." Suchen nodded, picked up the 2 bank cards, and handed them back to her. "Since it's already given away, there's no reason to take it back. This is what you deserve, whether to improve your family situation, buy a car or a house, just don't return it to me. Is this okay? We already owe you a great favor. Gu Yaya blinked her beautiful eyes, with a charming and bewildering look, hesitating. Suchin sternly held her delicate hand and said, I said to accept it, so just accept it. When I asked you to take care of things for me before, wasn't that also a favor? Although he sounded serious, it was also out of necessity. 2 million was nothing to him now, considering he spent tens of thousands on games. But this money could bring significant improvement to Teacher Gu's family. Back in school, Teacher Gu saw from his records that he was an orphan, so she took care of him, helped him find part-time jobs, and apply for scholarships. So, Suchin also wanted to help Teacher Gu. Seeing Suchin suddenly being so domineering, Gu Yaya's charming eyes slightly raised, and she obediently said in a low voice, Don't be angry, I'll accept it. That's right. Suchin couldn't help but smile. Gu Rongrong widened her eyes, looked at him for a while, and suddenly exclaimed, Sister, he must have been bluffing just now, pretending to be so fierce, he must be all talk and no action. You're the one who's all talk. Suchin playfully flicked her head. Gu Rongrong giggled and picked more food for him. Gu Yaya also chuckled, put away the bank cards, poured more fruit wine for Suchen, and said with a soft laugh, Suchen, your domineering look is actually quite handsome. Is it? No wonder so many girls like domineering CEOs, turns out they all like this type. Suchen joked casually. Somehow, the three of them had become more natural in their interactions. Suchen glanced at the time while eating and knew he wouldn't be able to visit Chen Wanling tonight, so he sent her a message. Oh, younger brother, is this a report for your girlfriend? Gu Rongrong asked playfully. No, it's for my friends working at Shueshan Hospital today. Originally, I was supposed to have dinner with them tonight, but now I'll tell them not to wait for me. Suchen replied without looking up, sending the message. Was it an illusion, or did he feel a bit dizzy looking at the screen? Come on, junior brother, continue drinking the fruit wine. Didn't you say it was delicious just now? Gu Rongrong poured him another cup. Alright, let's continue eating. Suchen put down his phone, took a sip, and continued eating. Suchen, since you don't want a bank card, let me toast you a cup, okay? Gu Yaya raised her own cup of fruit wine and held it in front of Suchen. Sure. Suchen clinked glasses with her, and seeing her finish her cup, he had to follow suit. Junior brother, I also want to have a drink with you. Give your senior sister some face, okay? Gu Rongrong teased him by touching his leg with her small foot. Of course, I have to give senior sister face. Suchen clinked glasses with her again. Just as he finished drinking with Gu Rongrong, Teacher Gu found another excuse to clink glasses with him, until they finished a big bottle of fruit wine. Suchen smacked his lips drowsily, his face turning red and hot as he reacted. Huh? This isn't right. This is fruit wine? Gu Rongrong giggled. Yes, this hawthorn wine is made by soaking hawthorn in rice wine to ferment into fruit wine. What's wrong? How can I drive? Suchen mumbled hazily, not finishing his sentence, and slumped onto the dining table. Hey, junior brother, get up and continue drinking, okay? Gu Rongrong tentatively reached out her fair, tender hand and pushed him. Suchen muttered something while lying on the table, unresponsive. Sis, he's already drunk. Gu Rongrong said to her sister with a low laugh. Gu Yaya grabbed Suchen's arm and propped it on her fragrant shoulder, giving her sister a glance. Hurry up and help carry him back to the room. Got it. Gu Rongrong stood up with a smile and also grabbed Suchen's other arm. In Gu Yaya's bedroom, a warm and fragrant scent wafted through, with a cozy bed and a large cloth doll placed on it. It was hard to imagine that the once dignified teacher Gu Yaya would have such a girlish side. The two sisters carefully laid Suchen on the bed. Until the next afternoon. Suchen looked dispirited, supporting his waist as he came out of the old residential area and got into his palamila. Teacher Gu, you're too ruthless, you actually tricked me. Suchen opened the car window, letting the bright summer sun shine into the car, illuminating himself. He looked up at the building. Gu Yaya and Gu Rongrong still had a rosy complexion, leaning out of the balcony, waving goodbye to him with a smile. Suchen gritted his teeth and took out his phone, sending them a message. This class group WeChat group was just established, with only the three of them. Suchen, you guys are too much. You tricked me into drinking fruit wine last night and got me drunk. Angry face, Gu Rongrong, cute, we gave you a choice. If you took back the 2 million, we would pretend nothing happened. But since you didn't, it's not our fault. Gu Ya, Suchen, I'm sorry. If you need anything in the future, feel free to come find me for lessons. The teacher will help you. Shy face, Suchen, swearing, whose idea was this in the end? Gu Rongrong, it doesn't matter whose idea it was. What matters is, my sister said you're too generous. Us girls really can't repay your kindness. Sly smile, Suchen, alright. Next time I will definitely make up for today's scene. Furious face, Gu Yaya, when you come to find Teacher Gu for lessons again, good luck. Fist bump, Gu Rongrong, junior brother is so cute, hey ha, Suchen, sweeping the supermarket. After sending the message, Suchen threw his phone aside, started the car, and drove off. When he returned to his villa, Suchen collapsed directly onto the soft sofa and didn't move for a long time. Teacher Gu's family situation isn't too good. The only thing we can do to help is with money. Suchen muttered to himself, took out his phone, and opened Teacher Gu's WeChat. He directly clicked on the transfer button. Suchen, transfer 5 million yuan, please receive the payment. He then opened Gu Rongrong's WeChat and clicked on the transfer as well. Suchen, transfer 5 million yuan, please receive the payment. In the class WeChat group, Gu Yaya and Gu Rongrong both appeared. Gu Yaya, Gu Rongrong? Suchen, this is for future tutoring classes. Gu Yaya, isn't this too much? Gu Rongrong, I also think it's too much. We haven't even spent the previous 2 million. Suchen, I don't want you to think, I want to think, I don't think it's too much. Listen to me, change to a new house, buy yourself a car, understand? Serious face, Gu Ya, oh. Dazed, Gu Rongrong, oh. Dazed, Suchen saw that they were so obedient this time. Indeed, dealing with girls required a domineering attitude. He then opened Chen Wanling's WeChat. He hadn't read the message she sent last night yet. Chen Wanling, little Suchen, we have returned to the Magic City. If you're busy, don't come over, we also need to pack tonight. Playful, Chen Wanling, little Suchen, I had a great time tonight, did you sleep? Excited, Chen Wanling, good night, little Suchen. Hug, Chen Wanling, good morning, little Suchen. Hug, Chen Wanling, little Suchen, listen to me, Director Li arranged for me to be the head nurse in the gynecology department. Cindy will be my assistant, I got promoted. Happy, Chen Wanling, little Suchen, you don't need to worry about me. When my colleagues saw Director Li bringing me over and introducing me so seriously, they all thought I had a strong background and became very friendly towards us. Smiling face, Suchen also saw a selfie sent by Chen Wanling. The delicate pink nurse uniform tightly wrapped around her slender body, with beautiful and enticing curves. Her soft hair was pinned up, wearing a pink nurse cap, revealing her long neck and the pretty face of a Jiangnan girl. A lovely young girl in a nurse's outfit was truly beautiful, especially with the lingering youthful and charming aura that was very attractive. Suchen couldn't help but remember being frequently given injections by nurses when he was young. Now that he's grown up, he must find a nurse to give him injections back. He smiled and directly initiated a transfer. Suchen, transfer 1 million yuan, please receive the payment. Chen Wanling replied instantly, shocked, little Suchen, why are you transferring so much money to me? Suchen, I noticed that your bag was fading, I'll go buy a new one when I have time, and didn't I promise to buy you a dress? Take it. Chen Wanling, but, this is too much, where can I spend it all? Shy, if she hadn't been unaware of his identity, Suchen would have transferred 5 million yuan. For now, he could only make a note of it and make up for it later. Suchen continued with his domineering CEO persona, I don't think this is a problem. This is your problem, you must solve it. Chen Wanling, ah? Suchen, I don't care how you feel, just listen to me. Chen Wanling, oh, I'll listen to you. Shy, Suchen, kiss, that's right, I might not have time today, but I'll visit you when I'm free. Chen Wanling, okay, I'll listen to you. Lips, Suchen chuckled and shook his head. It seemed that to make girls stop talking, he had to be a bit domineering. Otherwise, he would have to persuade them endlessly. Just then, a beep sounded, and the fingerprint lock on the villa's door unlocked. Suchen looked up and saw Jiang Yao, dressed in an OL suit, with a graceful figure, appearing at the entrance. Oh, Ayang, you're at home? Jiang Yao also saw him, kicked off her high heels, put on slippers, and smiled at him. Yes, just got back. Why did you come over? Suchen looked at Jiang Yao's standard mature and elegant CEO-style dress, as well as her 2 legs wrapped in ultra-thin black stockings, which were truly charming and enchanting. I'll bring you the washed and dried clothes. Jiang Yao's charming face carried a lovely smile, with a hint of mature womanly charm missing compared to Yang Yingyu. Oh, Suchen responded, continuing to rest on the sofa. Jiang Yao walked over with the suitcase, looking at Suchen's playful expression. She couldn't help but smile again. Did you do something naughty last night? That's why you're so tired? Suchen held Jiang Yao's hand, let her sit down and hummed a few times, saying, Ya Yao, I want to work out, help me find a female personal trainer? In the past, he was a homebody who spent his days eating, drinking, sleeping, and playing on the computer, which was quite detrimental to his health. If it weren't for his young age and good digestion, he would probably have become a fat recluse. And now, since he had the means, he had to change his lifestyle. At least when he went to class with Teacher Gu, he wouldn't be dominated by the teacher and senior sisters. Jiang Yao sat by Suchen's side, gathered her curly hair behind her shoulders, revealing her beautiful charming smile. Sure, It's good that you want to exercise. Let Betty be your personal trainer. She's a professional in this field. Betty? The foreign housekeeper? Su Chen immediately recalled the tall and sexy figure. Zhang Yao nodded, gently patting his waist with her delicate hand, smiling. Yes, now that she's your exclusive housekeeper, she must serve you as the master. How about letting her guide you in the villa's gym tomorrow? Sure, I'm lazy anyway. I definitely won't go out to find a gym or anything. It's convenient to do it at home. Su Chen naturally had no objections, enjoying Yao Yao's waist pat. By the way, your mother will come over later to have dinner with you. Shouldn't you go take a shower and change your clothes first? Zhang Yao reached out to flip Su Chen's shirt, her fingertips pinched his waist, and she smiled. Su Chen suddenly remembered that he hadn't changed his clothes since yesterday, and quickly got up from the sofa. Yao Yao, I'll go take a shower first. Zhang Yao grabbed his arm, looking like a resentful woman in the inner chambers, pointed to her red lips, pouted, and said in a coquettish voice, "Give me a kiss first." Su Chen felt that Yao Yao saw through what he did last night. Feeling a bit guilty, he hugged Yao Yao and kissed her fiercely for a few minutes before carrying the suitcase upstairs. Yang is really getting better at kissing. Zhang Yao lazily leaned on the sofa, licking her red lips, her long wavy hair slightly messy. Su Chen returned to the room and hung the clothes from the suitcase in the closet. Is a shirt missing? Su Chen counted the clothes he had just hung up, and indeed one was missing. Did I forget to bring it back from the old house? Forget it, Yao Yao bought me so many clothes, missing one won't matter. Su Chen shook his head, took the clean clothes, and headed to the bathroom. At night, the exclusive housekeeper Betty prepared a sumptuous dinner. After Su Chen and the two women finished dinner, they took the unfinished red wine and moved to the living room to continue watching TV and enjoying the wine. Yanger, why did you suddenly want to work out? Yang Yingyu blinked and looked at her son. Su Chen took a sip of wine and said helplessly, because I'm worried that my body won't be able to handle it in the future, so I'd better exercise and strengthen my body while I'm young. Your body won't be able to handle it? Yang Yingyu shook her wine glass, smiling softly. Actually, there is a way to solve this problem. What way? Su Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at his mother. Yao Yao, bring me my bag. Yang Yingyu's smile was gentle as she raised a white jade foot and kicked Zhang Yao sitting beside her. Okay. Zhang Yao put down her wine glass and happily ran to get Yang Yan's LV handbag. Su Chen also curiously watched his mother take the bag and pull out a small white jade bottle from it. What is this? Su Chen stared at the white jade bottle and couldn't help but ask. Yang Yingyu smiled and said, "It's a small golden dragon pill." What? Mom, you're not going to tell me that this world is a martial arts world, or a cultivation world, right? Su Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes at the fantasy-like name. Yang Yingyu chuckled. Yanger, where are you getting at? We are in the modern age of technology now. There's no such thing as martial arts or cultivation. Then what is this small golden dragon pill? Su Chen was really curious about this particular item. Yang Yingyu didn't directly answer her son's question, but glanced at the eager Zhang Yao, and calmly said, Yao Yao, why don't you explain it to Yanger in detail? Zhang Yao got the chance to perform, and immediately smiled and said, Yang, you must have heard that in ancient times, traditional Chinese medicine was very prosperous, right? Su Chen sat cross-legged on the sofa, looking at Zhang Yao's sharp and charming face, nodded and said, I know that, traditional Chinese medicine was much stronger in ancient times. Zhang Yao squinted her beautiful eyes, like a charming fox spirit, and asked, do you know why? Su Chen pondered for a moment. It should be due to the issue of inheritance, which led to the gradual decline of traditional Chinese medicine, right? Exactly. Zhang Yao pinched her index finger and thumb, made a heart gesture towards Su Chen, and with her captivating eyes, continued to explain. The traditional Chinese medicine studied by our ancestors is truly profound, but in ancient times, medical skills were considered a craft used to ensure a stable livelihood. Therefore, those famous doctors would mostly pass down their own traditional Chinese medicine formulas and experiences in a single line of inheritance, rather than sharing them with others, even if it meant taking their skills to the grave. Listening to Zhang Yao's words, Su Chen seemed to grasp a key point, and turned to look at Yang Yingyu, who was sitting elegantly beside him with a gentle smile. Mom, you're not some famous ancient doctor's descendant, are you? Su Chen guessed. Yang Yingyu was amused by her son's words, chuckled, and said with a smile, not quite. Let me tell you about the hidden secrets of the pharmaceutical industry. Su Chen looked attentively, staring at his mother's beautiful oval face. Yang Yingyu organized her thoughts and said in a casual tone, due to historical reasons in the past, many traditional Chinese medicine families had a hard time and lived in poverty. At this time, some pharmaceutical companies saw a business opportunity. They paid high prices to acquire the ancestral secret formulas of these traditional Chinese medicine families, signed some buyout contracts, and prohibited these families from passing down their ancestral secret formulas in the future. After obtaining these numerous ancestral secret formulas, the pharmaceutical companies did not use them to make money, but instead locked them away in safes. After all, good medicine is not a good commodity. If a medicine works instantly, how can they make money? They acquired these ancestral secret formulas from traditional Chinese medicine families just to prevent these simple and effective formulas from spreading outside. Suchen suddenly heard about these industry secrets and felt a chill down his spine. Business people really spare no means for profit. Mom, are you saying that this small golden dragon pill is also one of these ancestral secret formulas? Suchen was starting to understand, looking puzzled. That's right, Mom also owns a pharmaceutical company established by your grandfather back then, and there are also a large number of ancient prescriptions stored in the safe. Yang Yingyu said here, sighed and continued, Yang, it's not that Mom doesn't want to disclose these prescriptions, but the implications involved are too significant. It's like pulling a hair and moving the whole body, so we can only try to slowly incorporate the prescriptions into the medicines and then release them externally. This process may be very long, but there really isn't much else we can do. I understand that. Suchen didn't have the idea of breaking industry interests himself. Yang Yingyu's eyes were still gentle as water. Yang, you must remember a saying, you can earn money back if you lose it, but if you lose your conscience, you will only earn more. That is the truth of wealth. Suchen felt his head was hit hard, took a deep breath, and changed back to the previous topic. Mom, what's the story behind this little golden dragon pill? This one has a remarkable background. Yang Yingyu raised her white as jade forehead and looked at her son. The prescription for making the little golden dragon pill was bought from a 1,000-year-old family of traditional Chinese medicine. It is said that their ancestors were imperial physicians, and this little golden dragon pill was a special medicine for ancient emperors to enhance their health and vitality. According to the secret recipe, as long as you take one pill a week, you can continuously nourish your body. In just 3 years, handling 1,000 women at night will be a piece of cake. Wow, that's amazing. Su Chen's eyes sparkled. Yang Yingyu's fragrant fingertips turned the small jade bottle, exuding unparalleled elegance in her gestures, and smiled. Along with this little golden dragon pill, we also purchased a prescription for the cold fragrance pill from this family of traditional Chinese medicine. It is used by palace ladies for beauty and anti-aging. Your sister Yao Yao and I have taken this cold fragrance pill before. Hearing this, Suchen looked at his mother's goose-egg face, delicate eyebrows, long eyes, and white and rosy skin, couldn't help but exclaim, Mom, is it really that effective? Are there no side effects? After all, no matter how he listened, it all sounded so magical, just like a legend. Yang Yingyu smiled gracefully and said, we have tried to make some of these pills according to the prescription proportions before, and then took them to the laboratory of the Snow Mountain Hospital for analysis with high-precision equipment. In the end, all the data showed that the combination of these medicinal materials would not have harmful side effects on the human body. It can only be said that the traditional Chinese medicine prescriptions of our ancestors are indeed very powerful. By using different amounts and different medicinal materials, they can produce wonderful chemical reactions and achieve such miraculous nourishing effects. Then I'll have to eat a lot of them. Suchen took the small white jade bottle from his mother's hand and said happily. Zhang Yao covered her mouth and laughed at him, eat a lot? Be careful not to have a nosebleed. Yang, you should only take one little golden dragon pill at most per week. Its medicinal ingredients are precious and very nourishing, so it's not suitable to take too many at once. Yang Yingyu also gently reminded. I know, I was just saying. Su Chen was delighted with the treasure medicine and was in a very pleasant mood. This is the treasure that only upper-class people can understand and access. It seems that as an ordinary person before, he had very limited exposure to such things. Early the next morning, Su Chen woke up naturally and suddenly felt no soreness in his waist, no weakness in his legs, and his spirit was very full. Oh my, the effect is really immediate. Su Chen stood in front of the full-length mirror, looking at his complexion, moving his limbs, and couldn't help but exclaim. Last night, he followed Yang Yingyu's instructions and took a little golden dragon pill before going to bed. It is said that the main ingredient of this pill is wild 100-year-old mountain ginseng, with a faint ginseng flavor when smelled, a bit bitter when eaten, and then a warm feeling in the stomach and warmth all over the body. Su Chen originally just wanted to give it a try, and he really didn't expect the effect to come out so quickly. It seems that ancient Chinese medicine is indeed amazing. In addition to the loss and deliberate refrigeration of prescriptions, another reason is that many medicinal materials nowadays are artificially cultivated. The effect of wild herb picking in ancient times is not as good. Just like the small golden dragon pill Su Chen ate last night, it is said to be made entirely of precious wild herbs, which is why its medicinal properties are so potent. Our ancestors' traditional Chinese medicine is really something. Suchen couldn't help but sigh again, feeling very good as he changed clothes and went downstairs. Yang Yingyu and Jiang Yao had already gone to work at the company, leaving only the foreign housekeeper Betty waiting in the living room. Last night, while preparing dinner, Suchen had told her to come this morning to teach him fitness. "Hi, Betty." Suchen greeted the blonde, blue-eyed foreign housekeeper with a smile. "Good morning, young master. Breakfast is ready. How about having breakfast first, and then we can do some exercise?" Betty had already gained some understanding of her young master's character and was not as reserved as before. She blinked her blue eyes like the ocean and threw a flirtatious glance at Suchen with a charming smile. "Sure." Suchen followed her to the dining table and glanced at Betty's outfit. Today, the foreign housekeeper deliberately wore a black tank top and shorts, fully showcasing her tall and curvaceous figure. To be honest, Betty really fit the aesthetic preferences of the Chinese people. Her waist was slender, her thighs were full and long, her hips and buttocks were plump, and her skin was fair. Coupled with her gorgeous appearance, crimson lips, and ocean blue eyes, she was definitely a seductive foreign beauty. Betty intimately placed the breakfast in front of Suchen, her flirtatious blue eyes blinking. "Young master, you might want to change into a set of workout clothes later. I've brought them for you. Your casual outfit isn't suitable for exercise." Suchen was quite satisfied with the way the foreign housekeeper handled things. She was very considerate. "By the way, do you really know how to work out?" Suchen asked as he ate breakfast, glancing at her exposed white abdomen. The skin there was delicate and smooth, with only a faint vest line and a cute elongated belly button. Betty placed her hands on her slender waist and joked, "Do you think women who work out have very obvious muscles? That's what hardcore fitness enthusiasts like. I believe women should be more graceful, so I only maintain moderate fitness." Suchen chuckled, "I agree with that. I will definitely only do moderate workouts to maintain a good physique. I don't want to become a bulky muscle man." Although he was now taking the small golden dragon pill to nourish his body, he still needed to maintain his physique through proper exercise. After all, even ancient emperors, despite having imperial physicians to care for their bodies, ended up lazy and fat, right? So, Suchen's current plan was to cultivate internally and exercise externally, moderately building some muscles and increasing his strength. Just like Yang Yingyu and Jiang Yao, they would occasionally practice yoga, which they said could make their bodies more flexible and agile. Anyway, these were all considered as a way to maintain their physique. After finishing breakfast, Suchen changed into the workout clothes that Betty had brought. "Young master, working out can be quite boring, so we need some music." Betty chuckled lightly and turned on the stereo in the gym, playing soothing and relaxing music. "Where should we start?" Suchen, eager to try, began stretching by bending and stretching his arms. For beginners, it's best to start with the treadmill. Betty affectionately linked her arm with Suchen's and led him to several automatic treadmills. "How do you use this?" Suchen was not unfamiliar with treadmills, having seen them in TV shows and movies, but he had never used one himself. "Young master, you go up first, and I'll teach you how to use it," Betty said with a charming smile as she tied up her golden curly hair. Suchen nodded and walked onto a treadmill. Betty leaned her hot body against the front console, using her slender fingers to point out and explain the various functions to Suchen in detail. "Young master, this treadmill is the latest model. It can adjust different inclines and speeds, and it also has a heart rate control function. Here is the exercise interface." It wasn't difficult for young people, similar to operating electronic products, as the screen also had labels. Suchen just lacked professional guidance for beginners in fitness. So, after Betty roughly explained the various functions, his gaze followed the hot girl's slender arms to her smooth and fair thighs. The legs of their own foreign housekeeper were also outstanding, snow-white, round, and fleshy, with a texture like condensed fat, truly supermodel legs. "Young master, shall we start trying to run now?" Betty could naturally feel Suchen's gaze, but she just sweetly smiled and continued to guide him. "It's best for beginners to start at the slowest speed. You can start by walking slowly on it." "No problem." Suchen withdrew his gaze and started walking slowly as she instructed. It had to be said that Betty was very professional in fitness and patient in explaining issues such as stride and pace. After jogging for half an hour, Suchen's forehead was slightly sweaty, so he stopped. Betty picked up a towel hanging around her neck to wipe his sweat, smiling sweetly. "Young master, you've warmed up enough now, let's try something else." "Okay." Suchen got off the treadmill, looking down at the pretty foreign girl wiping his sweat off his wrist, and praised, "Betty, you're doing a great job as a fitness instructor." Hearing the praise, Betty's heart was delighted. She tiptoed and kissed Suchen's face, saying, "Thank you for the compliment, young master. It's my first time teaching someone." "Ha? Was this foreign girl always so proactive?" Suchen glanced at the blonde, blue-eyed housekeeper, pondering in his mind. In fact, He had no idea that Yang Yingyu had long instructed Betty to not only do her job well but also fulfill all the requests of their young master, whether reasonable or unreasonable. And naturally, Betty also had some improper thoughts about the prince, eagerly anticipating the chance to have a romantic moment with him. Young master, next, let's do some strength training. Betty began to introduce another fitness equipment to Su Chen. Following her guidance, Su Chen grabbed a barbell in front of him with both hands. Young master, your posture is incorrect. You'll hurt your wrists like this. Betty came over from behind, her two soft hands holding Su Chen's palms, correcting his misalignment. Got it. I shouldn't bend my wrists backward, right? Su Chen felt the hot body of the foreign girl and smiled. That's right. Betty giggled, her blue eyes flashing with exotic charm, not letting go of his hand, and continued to smile. Let's try 2 sets. I'll teach you how to exert force. Okay. Su Chen smiled as he lifted the barbell with her. Young master, you're amazing. I didn't expect you to look quite slim but have quite a bit of strength, and even some muscles. Betty's face was filled with a charming smile as she let go of the barbell and ran her hand up his arm. Su Chen chuckled, maybe it's from playing basketball often in school. Betty leaned close to Su Chen's ear and said, young master, have you ever ridden a horse? It's also a form of exercise, you know. What horse? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, smiling knowingly. Betty giggled and whispered 2 words in his ear. Several hours later, Su Chen had finished his workout for the day. He was comfortably sitting in front of his computer playing games after taking a shower. He was busy using his phone to recharge in the game Genshin Impact. This game was from the same company as the one he had played before, Stellar Railway, but it offered a more enriched gameplay experience, belonging to the open-world adventure genre. At least in this game, he could explore the map, enjoy the scenery, and listen to the music from different regions without worrying about stamina. The common point between these 2 games was that they were both games where players could nurture virtual characters. Currently, one of Su Chen's favorite virtual characters, Eula, was being featured in Genshin Impact. So, Su Chen was fulfilling his dream of maxing out Eula's constellation and weapons, something he couldn't afford to do before. Just after he finished drawing the card, he received 2 new messages on his phone. They were from the Otaku group. This group chat was created by Su Chen and 2 good friends from college, where they would gather to play games together on weekends. One of them, Ozjian, messaged, at Su Chen, I borrowed your Rakshasa character in Stellar Railway for a few days and noticed something strange about its attributes. You're amazing. It's fully upgraded? The other friend, Liao Zhanghao, messaged, at Su Chen, what's going on? Did Yangzi suddenly become rich? What kind of family background does he have to afford full upgrades for a male character? Borrowing characters was one of the gameplay features in Stellar Railway. In simple terms, friends could borrow the main account holder's supported characters for battles. The account holder who lent the character would receive credit points as a reward, which could be used as in-game currency. Su Chen and his 2 friends would often borrow characters from each other to earn more credit points. Today, these 2 friends were surprised to find that the Rakshasa character Su Chen had lent them was fully upgraded, a feat that would require at least 10,000 yuan to achieve. As fellow monthly card users, they were shocked to see one of them switch to being a paying player. Su Chen grabbed Betty's golden hair and picked up his phone to read the messages. These 2 were his roommates from college, and they had stayed in touch even after graduation. Moreover, they all worked in the same city, so they would often meet up for drinks and snacks. Although Su Chen used to be a loner, he had made 2 good friends with similar interests. I've made a little fortune recently. How about you guys? Su Chen casually typed and sent the message. Despite the drastic changes in his life, he didn't want to sever ties with his old friends. He wasn't that kind of person. Ozjian replied, same old routine, work, rent, and gaming. No excitement. Liao Zhanghao shared, back in school, I thought I would excel and make big money once I entered society. But now, I'm just a workaholic, grinding 996 every day, hoping to make a breakthrough someday. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh after reading his friend's messages. This was the life of an ordinary person, and if not for a change in fate, he would have been living a similar life. Su Chen teased Liao Zhanghao, at least you have a girlfriend now, unlike our buddy Yangzi who's still single. Liao Zhanghao hesitated to respond. Ozjian chimed in, yeah, having a relationship since college graduation is something to envy. Liao Zhanghao awkwardly admitted, embarrassed, you guys might not know. I broke up a few days ago. Su Chen asked, what happened? Weren't you planning to get married after graduation? Ozjian, yeah, last time we went out for skewers, I heard you were saving money to get married. Liao Zhanghao, it's a long story, how about we have dinner together today? I'll chat with you guys. Ozjian, sure, is Yangzi available? Su Chen thought for a moment, then typed, I'm fine too, where should we meet? Liao Zhanghao, the usual place. Su Chen, okay, see you at the usual place. Oh Zijian, okay. Betty raised her stylish face and looked at Su Chen, who stood up. Young master, are you going out? Su Chen nodded, looked at the time and said, I won't be having dinner at home tonight. You don't need to prepare dinner for me. Go back and rest early. Okay. Betty stood up and helped Su Chen put on his clothes. Outside a hot pot restaurant in the mountain city, a white Palomila stopped. Su Chen got out of the car, attracting the passing girls who kept looking at him. It has to be said that the effect of the little golden dragon pill is quite remarkable. At least his legs and back didn't ache after riding a horse. Su Chen simply ignored the girls around him and walked into the hot pot restaurant in the mountain city. This is the old place where Su Chen used to have meals with those two classmates. Because Liao Zhanghao is from the mountain city and loves hot pot the most, he used to take Su Chen and Ozijian to eat hot pot during college. After trying various places, they found this one to be the most authentic, so they made it their regular spot for meals. It was still only around 5 o'clock. Su Chen found a table by the floor-to-ceiling window, with a good view of the outside where girls in cool outfits passed by. Seems like some habits are hard to change. Su Chen chuckled to himself. This way of choosing a table was a habit from the past when he dined with those two classmates. The main purpose was naturally to see the passing girls. However, Su Chen didn't lack girls now, and each of them scored above 90 in looks. But after coming in just now, he still instinctively chose a spot like this. Su Chen took out his phone and sent a message in the otaku group. Those two classmates were already on their way. Since it was the weekend and they didn't have work, they took a taxi directly from their rental house. Su Chen asked the waiter to bring the soup base and order dishes, as well as 2 cases of beer. After all, Hosey had just broken up. There must be a lot of bitterness to talk about, and alcohol was necessary. After ordering the dishes, Su Chen looked at his Palomila outside. It doesn't seem very convenient to call a designated driver. I'll just message Yao Yao to come pick me up later. Su Chen didn't like other men touching his car, so he sent a location to Yao Yao to come pick him up later. Drinking and driving was for safety reasons. It was not a joke. When the hot pot soup base and ingredients were all ready, Ozijian and Liao Zhanghao also arrived at the hot pot restaurant. Yangzi, you picked a good spot. Ozijian gave a thumbs up. I arrived early, so I could pick any spot. Su Chen smiled. Eating hot pot with air conditioning is so enjoyable. Liao Zhanghao looked at the red hot pot base, saliva almost dripping out. Sit down quickly, let's get started. Su Chen started putting ingredients into the soup base. Ozijian handed them beer and glanced at Su Chen, exclaiming, Yangzi, it hasn't been long since we last met, but you seem different, your aura has changed. Liao Zhanghao also looked Su Chen up and down. Indeed, there's something different, you seem even more handsome? Su Chen jokingly scolded, I'm treating you guys this time, stop flattering me. Ozijian said seriously, I'm not flattering, I just feel that there's been some change. Su Chen naturally knew what was going on. His hairstyle was cutted Yao Qi to match his billionaire status, and he was wearing Armani casual clothes. If he didn't think it would be a bit showy to bring out the Patek Philippe watch his mother gave him, he could have blinded the eyes of these two grudges directly. Su Chen simply changed the subject and said, Hauzi, why don't you talk about your situation first? Why did you break up? He remembered that Hauzi's girlfriend had been pursuing him since freshman year, and it wasn't until sophomore year that she caught up with him. Although her looks were not considered high, they were above average, looking quite delicate and cute. When Liao Zhanghao heard him mention this, he didn't have the heart to look closely at Su Chen, sighed, took a sip of beer, and said, what else could it be? She thought I was poor. Poor? Oh, Zijian was surprised. Su Qianer shouldn't be that kind of girl, right? Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed to your pursuit back then. People change, Liao Zhanghao said gloomily after eating a bite of mutton and drinking a beer. Some time ago, she said her parents asked her to come home for a visit. I didn't pay much attention to it at first, but when she came back, she told me she wanted to break up. I pressed her for the reason, and she didn't hide it from me. It turned out that her parents in her hometown had introduced her to a blind date. The man's family is in business, owning 2 restaurants, driving a Mercedes-Benz, and promised Qianer that if she married him, he would give her a BMW and a dowry of 300,000. Did Su Qianer agree to that? Oh, Zijian asked wide-eyed. She didn't agree directly, but asked me if I could fulfill the conditions that man mentioned, Liao Zhanghao said dejectedly. What did you say? Su Chen couldn't help but ask. I said, can you give me 5 years? She said 5 years is too long, she can't wait. By then, she would be an old maid. Who can guarantee that I can fulfill these promises by then? She wants to see how important she is to me now. Liao Zhanghao continued to drink beer and said, but, as you all know, my family is just an ordinary one. A BMW, 300,000 dowry, To come up with that now, I would have to sell the house. But if my family sells the house, where will my parents live? Suchin asked again, is there really no room for negotiation? None, Liao Zhanghao shook his head. In fact, after graduation, I also saw through it a bit. Xian'er talks to me every day about her friend who met a boyfriend, takes her out to play every day, goes on trips, doesn't have to work, wears brand name clothes and carries brand name bags. And she doesn't look worse than her friend, but their fates are different. She works hard every day, but can only afford to buy cosmetics and skincare products for herself. Suchin and Ozhijian listened to his story, raised their beers silently and clinked with him, accompanying him in drinking. Liao Zhanghao finished a bottle of beer directly, smiled bitterly, and continued, since then, I realized that she was complaining that I couldn't give her much, complaining that I didn't have money. But what can I do? If I want to marry her, I have to save money to buy a car, a house, and also prepare a dowry for the wedding. If I spend my salary on wining and dining with her every day, will there be a future? And with my salary, after wining and dining, I won't have enough to buy brand name clothes and bags for her. So, I suddenly felt very tired. More than 3 years of relationship, shattered directly because of the comparison with her friend, because of a BMW and a 300,000 dowry. After hesitating for a moment, Suchin spoke up, Hauzi, if you need money, I can lend it to you first. In fact, he felt that the girl was not suitable for Hauzi, but he didn't know if Hauzi would consider trying to reconcile in a hopeful situation. So, based on their years of friendship, he was willing to help. You really struck it rich? Liao Zhanghao laughed and looked at him. If I said I'm actually a second-generation rich kid, would you believe it? Suchin shrugged and said. Ozhijian laughed and asked, what level of second-generation rich? Probably the top level in Magic City. Suchin knew they didn't believe it, but he said it directly. Ozhijian patted his shoulder and said, Yangzi, you haven't drunk much, why are you drunk so quickly? Anyway, whether you believe it or not, Suchin rolled his eyes and looked at Liao Zhanghao, how about it? As a brother, I can lend you $1 million. Liao Zhanghao shook his head with a bitter smile, even if you really have money, I won't borrow it. My relationship has long had cracks that can't be repaired. Our values are different now. She wants things ready-made and to show off. If we really get married, she will still find fault with me for not being as good as someone else's husband. So I've come to terms with it, let's just break up. Suchin breathed a sigh of relief and said, it's good that you think that way. I also think you're not suitable for each other, but as best friends, it's not good to advise on breaking up, nor to criticize your girlfriend. She's my ex-girlfriend. Liao Zhanghao shook the beer bottle and smiled. Ha! Ozhijian exclaimed, his hand on Suchin's shoulder, flipping his collar, our money? Yangzi, are you wearing a high imitation or the real thing? I told you I'm a second-generation rich, and you still don't believe it. Suchin pushed his hand away impatiently and continued, brothers, if you have any difficulties in the future, just tell me directly. I'll help if I can, don't be so reserved. Definitely, Ozhijian picked up his beer and clinked it with him. For sure, Liao Zhanghao also raised his beer bottle and smiled. In fact, regardless of whether Suchin's words were true or not, as best friends, they didn't want to owe each other too much. After all, friendship is friendship. Once too many things are involved, it becomes unequal. If you don't owe a friend a favor, even if you're just a worker and he's a millionaire, sitting down to drink, you can still relax and chat freely. But if you owe a friend a favor, or work under a friend, the equal relationship will change completely, and the interaction will no longer be equal. Therefore, true best friends won't mix too many other things into their friendship. Suchin actually knew the personalities of these two classmates, but his expression was also a kind of goodwill. After finishing a hot pot meal and emptying 2 boxes of beer, it was past 8 o'clock in the evening. Suchin saw the message from Yao Yaojie that she was ready to come here, so he asked for the bill. Brothers, it's time to go, let's each go home. Suchin patted his 2 old classmates. Okay, let's meet again another day. Liao Zhanghao and Ozhijian were still relatively sober, and the 3 of them walked out of the hot pot restaurant. Yangzi, you have the worst alcohol tolerance, let us help you call a car and send you off, Liao Zhanghao said as he went to hail a taxi. No need, Suchin quickly stopped him and took out his Porsche car keys. I drove here, just need someone to drive for me. Wow, this lighter is really exquisite, Ozhijian exclaimed with wide eyes. Suchin rolled his eyes, speechless. Hey, brothers, look at 12 o'clock, there's a super beautiful woman. At that moment, Liao Zhanghao slyly tugged at their sleeves, pretending to be serious but actually glancing in another direction. Damn! She's really a rich beauty, is that a Rolls Royce? She got out of that car, Ozhijian also whispered in excitement. Both of them were the type who wanted to look at beautiful women but were too afraid to be caught, so they sneakily glanced sideways. Suchin looked in the direction of 12 o'clock and indeed saw Yao Yaojie in a suit. Hey, she's coming over, stop peeking, you'll be looked down upon, Liao Zhenghao reported the latest developments at all times. Zijian has already withdrawn his timid eyes, afraid that the beauty would find him creepy and despise him. Su Chen shook his head with a hint of amusement. Not long ago, he was one of them. But now, Su Chen raised his hand directly and waved to Jiang Yao. Yao, I'm here. I know, I saw you a long time ago. Jiang Yao ran over with a sweet smile, linking her arm with his. Liao Zhenghao and Zijian were dumbfounded. What was going on? Su Chen saw the two dumbfounded guys and chuckled as he twirled the Porsche key in his hand. This is the beauty who came to drive for me. Jiang Yao had heard from Su Chen on WeChat that he was meeting two old university classmates for dinner, so she greeted them gracefully. Hello, I'm a Yang's girlfriend, Jiang Yao. Hello, the two dumbfounded classmates quickly replied, too timid to look up. After all, this beauty's aura was too strong, making them feel like they were from different worlds. Su Chen knew they were at their most timid in front of a beauty, so he waved to them with a smile. Brothers, I'll leave first, let's meet again another day. Liao Zhenghao and Zijian watched in disbelief as their buddy led the beauty and got into the parked Palomila by the roadside together. Even after the car had gone far, they still wore shocked expressions. My goodness, how is this possible? Could a Yang really be a hidden rich second generation? The two dumbfounded classmates looked at each other, wondering if they had drunk too much. Haozi, give me a slap to see if I'm drunk. Jianzi, give me a slap too, to see if I'm drunk. Then, by the roadside in front of the hot pot restaurant, two young men who had just graduated from college were standing, raising their hands to slap each other's faces. Su Chen hadn't been in the car for long before reaching his villa. He was bombarded with messages from the two dumbfounded classmates in the group chat. Zijian, at Su Chen, OMG. Yang, is that beauty really your girlfriend? Shocked, Liao Zhenghao, at Su Chen, when Yang was having dinner just now, were you telling the truth? Are you really a hidden rich second generation? Terrified, Zijian, at Su Chen, confess and you'll be treated leniently, resist and you'll be punished severely, quickly tell the truth. Liao Zhenghao, at Su Chen, it hasn't been long since we last met, but your transformation is too drastic. Su Chen sat in the passenger seat, slightly tipsy, looking at the messages from these two old friends. He replied, I told you guys a long time ago that I'm a rich second generation, it's just that you didn't believe me. Zijian, isn't that too far-fetched? When you were in college, didn't you say you were an orphan? Su Chen, the explanation is quite complicated. Just think of me as a rich guy who was raised in poverty by my family and sent out to experience ordinary life among the common people. Liao Zhenghao, do you think this is a TV drama? Such a melodramatic plot? Su Chen, if you don't believe it, there's nothing I can do. How about you think of me as a gigolo? I cling to a rich woman, cry hungry every day, and she feeds me, buys me cars, and gives me money. When he mentioned the rich woman, he was referring to Yang Yingyu, but the two dumbfounded classmates thought he was talking about Jiang Yao whom they had just met. Zijian, there's such a young and beautiful rich woman? Are you kidding me? Liao Zhenghao, exactly, I admit you're more handsome than us, but can you also introduce us to a rich woman? Looks don't matter much to me, I don't want to work hard either. Su Chen, it's simple, when you see a luxury car passing by on the road, just rush over and stop it. If there's a woman inside, shout mom loudly, and see if the rich woman will give you a chance to be a filial son. Zijian, get lost, you're trying to trick us into a free meal. Liao Zhenghao, may God strike us with lightning, there's a filial son here trying to woo a rich woman. Su Chen chatted a few words with the two annoying guys, feeling like his brain, just finished drinking, was a bit dizzy from the phone shaking, so he ignored these two guys. Jiang Yao was driving, glanced sideways at Su Chen who was resting with his eyes closed on the seat, smiled and said, Yang, how was your workout today? Su Chen smiled, not bad, I learned a lot about fitness equipment. Betty is indeed a very good fitness trainer. She not only teaches by words but also by example, and she also made a daily training plan for me. That's good. The women your mother sends to you are all undeveloped. She's afraid you have a cleanliness obsession. Jiang Yao hinted, her charming face under the city night lights looking exceptionally beautiful. Su Chen blushed, opened his eyes to look at Jiang Yao driving, and changed the subject. Yao, why are you still wearing your work uniform? Didn't you go home? After work, I went to have dinner with your mother, and when it was about time, I came straight here. Jiang Yao smiled and said. Su Chen's gaze scanned Jiang Yao's body, and he had to admit that with Jiang Yao's unbeatable figure of slim waist, perky buttocks, and long legs, she looked very attractive no matter what she wore. Only his mother could surpass her in some aspects. Among the girls Su Chen knew, she was truly outstanding. It was a bit of a pity that because Jiang Yao had to drive for Su Chen, she changed into a pair of Chanel flat shoes, so he couldn't see her delicate feet wrapped in ultra-thin black stockings. By the way, Yao Yao, why did you introduce yourself as my girlfriend to my friend just now? Su Chen teased Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao immediately made a pitiful look as if about to cry and glanced at him. Doesn't sister deserve it? Although Su Chen knew she was pretending, he still couldn't bear to see her hurt, so he reached out and held Jiang Yao's cool little hand in his palm. Of course, you deserve it. Match perfectly. Top match. Match made in heaven. Jiang Yao tried hard to hold back her laughter, her almond eyes forming crescents. Why are you so sweet today? How can Yao Yao's little mouth not be sweet? Su Chen shamelessly played with Jiang Yao's tender hand, which had shiny red nails on it. Yao Yao, why do you girls like to paint your nails? You paint your hands and feet. Aren't you afraid of poisoning me? Although it looks beautiful, Su Chen was really worried about getting poisoned. Jiang Yao giggled, I don't know about other girls, but at least your mother and I, you don't have to worry about being poisoned. The nail polish we use is made from top-grade natural edible plants, and the protective color is transparent gelatin that is not soluble in water. Only specific nail polish removers can dissolve it, so this is edible nail polish. Really? Su Chen suspiciously grabbed Jiang Yao's delicate hand, lowered his head to suck on her fragrant fingertips, and exclaimed in surprise, it seems a bit sweet. Jiang Yao blushed and pulled back her hand, giving him a look, see? So you can rest assured to eat, you don't have to worry about being poisoned. Yao Yao, do you like red color? Su Chen suddenly remembered that most of the women he knew had various colors of nail polish. His mother's was crystal purple, Jiang Yao's was crystal red, Teacher Gu's was deep rose red, Rongrong's was cherry blossom pink, Chen Wanling's was transparent light pink, and Betty's was pomegranate red. Not particularly, but red is a color that most people like. Your mother, on the other hand, loves purple the most. Jiang Yao smiled charmingly and added, by the way, your aunt whom you haven't met yet, her favorite color is yellow. Yellow? Is it the kind of yellow I'm thinking of? Su Chen chuckled mischievously and asked, does my mother have any special hobbies? Of course, it's you. Jiang Yao's flawless face carried a teasing smile. Su Chen grabbed Jiang Yao's delicate hand in annoyance and bit it on the back of her hand. Stop joking, I'm serious. I'm serious too, Jiang Yao said with a charming smile. If I have to choose one, it would be a resin specimen. Your mother likes things that can be preserved forever. Resin specimen? Like amber? Su Chen thought of amber as soon as he heard this. Because amber is a resin specimen, a transparent biological fossil formed by plant resin wrapping around some plants or insects buried for millions of years. Something like that. But your mother prefers flower specimens. Jiang Yao's eyes flashed a hint of triumphant conspiracy, squinting as she spoke. Flowers? Su Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly said to Jiang Yao, Yao Yao, let's not go back yet. Help me find a resin specimen shop. I want to buy a specimen to give to my mother. For so many days, Yang Yingyu had given him many things, but he had not given his mother any gifts. And now, hearing Jiang Yao talk about his mother's hobbies, Su Chen decided he needed to give his mother a gift too. Sure, I happen to know a famous resin specimen shop in the Magic City, Jiang Yao said with a sly smile. At the same time, in an elegantly decorated boudoir, Chen Wanling was sitting on the bed, video chatting with her mother. Mom, I'm doing well in the Magic City, so don't worry. Look at the dorm I'm living in. Your daughter has also been promoted to the head nurse of the obstetrics and gynecology department. Zhou Huiyun, look at you, so proud. Isn't it all thanks to your little Su Chen supporting you? That's right, little Su Chen is the best to me. Chen Wanling giggled and asked, what about Dad? Zhou Huiyun, he's outside the convenience store, talk to him. Zhou Huiyun handed the phone to her father as she said. Chen Yong was fanning himself with a palm leaf fan, looking happily at his daughter and asked, how are you, Linger? Haven't you been shopping with Xiaoyang these days? No, Xiaoyang has been busy these days, Chen Wanling said, then lowered her voice mysteriously. Dad, is Mom not around? No, your mom went back to the store. Shen Yong knew his daughter had something to say when she acted like this. Dad, Xiaoyang transferred $1 million to me yesterday. Chen Wanling hesitated for a moment, then told her father. Oh, Chen Yong raised an eyebrow, but didn't react much. Dad, what's with that expression? It's 1 million, not 100 yuan. Chen Wanling blinked her bright eyes and repeated. Xiaoyang gave it to you, just spend it. Our families have always been close, and besides, you've liked Xiaoyang since you were little, right? I think it's a good idea to marry you to Xiaoyang at some point. Chen Yong said jokingly. Dad, you're just talking nonsense, I'm hanging up. Chen Wanling's cheeks flushed as if on fire, and she hurriedly ended the video call. Shen Yong looked at the disconnected WeChat video, then looked up in a daze towards the direction of the back hill. Young master, you've been gone for 8 years. Sometimes, I wonder if it wasn't for me bringing you to my hometown to hide, would you have had an accident? Young master has already acknowledged his mother, and that day madam also came to the Chen family town. When I first saw Madam, I was almost scared to death. Fortunately, Madam didn't recognize me. When I was your trusted bodyguard, the information was only in your hands and not exposed, so I didn't reveal anything. It seems that the relationship between young master and Madam has been repaired smoothly. However, young master still wants to go back to his roots. After all, in this generation of the Su family, young master is the only heir. The entire Lingnan family business is waiting for young master to take over. The letter you left for me to send to the Su family is still hidden in the compartment of my room. At first, I thought you were being too cautious, writing letters in advance to the lady in the Su family while the person was still alive. Later, when you had a car accident and passed away, I understood that you had everything planned out. Life and death really happen in an instant, accidents and tomorrow, no one knows which will come first. Those who die unexpectedly probably never thought about how they would die, right? You, as a smart person, gave up using your intelligence to work quietly and earn money at the construction site, showing an unparalleled determination. It's fortunate that you left behind those letters, otherwise, I wouldn't have known who to entrust the young master to. Now the young master has reunited with the lady, and the letter you asked me to send to the Su family will be sent out soon. By then, you should also return to your ancestral land, no need to be buried in a foreign land. The young master will probably face a big decision at that time, right? If the lady and the Su family find out that it was me who helped you create a new identity back then, they might want to kill me, right? Ha, if only you were still here. Many people say that the queen of the magic city, Yang Yingyu, is a cold, domineering, crazy beautiful bad woman. Her figure is unparalleled, her appearance mesmerizes everyone, but she is like a poisonous rose that no one dares to touch. But who would have thought that such a terrifying queen would stand at the villa gate at night, like a stone waiting for her son to return? It was past 10 o'clock at night when a Palomila finally drove into the villa. Suchen sat in the passenger seat, and as soon as they entered the yard, he saw his mother waiting at the door through the windshield. As soon as the car stopped, he eagerly grabbed a beautifully wrapped gift box and got out of the car. "Mom, why are you standing here?" Suchen shouted as he ran towards Yang Yingyu. Yang Yingyu, worried about her son, smiled softly as she welcomed him. "I was waiting for Yaya to pick you up, but she took so long that I couldn't help but come out to see." Yang Yingyu hugged her son as he ran towards her, smiling gently. "Mom, didn't I text you that I would be back later?" Suchen enjoyed the feeling of being embraced by his mother, looking down at her. "It's okay, I was bored and wanted to wait for you outside." Yang Yingyu also raised her beautiful oval face, looking at her son who was now half a head taller than her, smiling happily. These days of being able to spend time affectionately with her son were scenes she had only dreamed of before. Fortunately, God did not let her grow old alone, but returned her precious son to her. "Why are you home already? Let's go inside, the moonlight is shining." Jiang Yao also walked over from behind, her OL dress hugging her postpartum figure, her long black stockings accentuating her sexy legs. "Mom, come on, let me show you the little treasure I prepared for you inside." Suchen took his mother's hand and led her into the villa. "What little treasure?" Yang Yingyu curiously blinked her phoenix eyes and asked. "You'll see in a moment." Suchen smiled mysteriously, lifting the gift box in his other hand. After the three of them changed their shoes inside the villa, Suchen sat his mother on the sofa and presented the exquisite gift box on the coffee table in front of her like a treasure. "Ta-da! Mom, guess what this is?" Suchen opened the box with both hands, looking smugly at his mother. Inside the shoebox-sized gift box lay a transparent resin specimen shaped like a frame. Encased in the resin was a rare purple sunflower, with a small sun character woven from grass roots next to it. "What is this?" Yang Yingyu's phoenix eyes shimmered as she stared at the purple sunflower resin specimen. "Aunt Yang, we came back so late because Yang wanted to make a plant specimen for you by hand. He said his name has the character Yang, symbolizing sunflowers, and knowing that you like purple, we visited several flower shops all over the street to find this purple-red fresh sunflower. Then we went back to the plant specimen shop, and Yang personally made this plant specimen." Zhang Yaoyao's beautiful face was filled with a smile as she leaned towards Yang Yingyu and revealed everything that Suchen had done earlier. Yang Yingyu lightly traced the character Yang on the sunflower specimen with her fragrant fingertips, lifting her beautiful oval face to look at Suchen in astonishment. "Yanger, did you make this by hand?" Suchen scratched his head, smiling apologetically. "Mom, this is the first time I made a specimen, so there may be some parts that are not done very well. But I want to give you this sunflower specimen symbolizing me, so that it can always accompany you. In the future, I will continue to look for sunflowers of various colors, make more sunflower specimens by hand for you, and let you have a wall of sunflower specimens. In this way, whenever you see these sunflower specimens, it's like seeing me, and I will always be with you, right?" Yang Yingyu's stunning phoenix eyes welled up with tears. This woman, stronger than Jade, couldn't help but shed tears in front of her son. Yanger, Mom loves you so much. Yang Yingyu threw herself forward, tightly embracing Su Chen, her heart in turmoil. Mom, are you okay? Su Chen gently patted his mother's jade-like back. Yang Yingyu shook her head, not daring to speak, afraid that her crying voice would affect her son's mood. Mom, do you like the gift I gave you? Su Chen asked with a smile. Yes. As long as it's from Yanger, I like it. Yang Yingyu buried her head on her son's shoulder, muffling her words. Zhang Yaoyao, watching the queen who was always dignified and elegant, secretly shedding tears on her son's shoulder, couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. Indeed, for Aunt Yang, her son was her blessing, but also her calamity. This is fate. At night, Su Chen, who had just finished bathing, lay on the large soft bed in the master bedroom, unable to sleep. Unable to help but recall the scene of sleeping in the same bed with Sister Yao Yao in the old house that day. He immediately took out his phone and sent a message to Zhang Yaoyao. Su Chen, Sister Yao Yao, bring me a glass of water. Zhang Yaoyao was obviously still awake and quickly replied to the message. Wait. Asterisk? Not long after, Zhang Yaoyao was seen entering with a water glass. She always liked to wear very cool nightgowns in front of Su Chen, and this time was no exception. A black lace-strap nightgown revealed a large expanse of fair and delicate skin, as well as her long and round jade legs. Yang, the water you wanted, I added some cold water, the temperature is just right. Zhang Yaoyao had obviously just finished bathing, her delicate face was fair and smooth, with a hint of rosy glow. When Zhang Yaoyao placed the water on his bedside table, Su Chen reached out and grabbed her arm, chuckling, well done, Sister Yaoyao, come into my bed for a reward. With that, he pulled Yaoyao into bed, embracing her slender waist and pulling her into the covers. Zhang Yaoyao was forcibly dragged into bed by Su Chen, clicking her tongue at him. Do you have no conscience? You asked me to bring you water, but then pulled me into bed to keep warm. Sister Yaoyao, can I touch your conscience? Su Chen lowered his voice and leaned in close to Zhang Yaoyao's sparkling ear. Your hand is already on it, do you still need to ask me? Zhang Yaoyao scolded him with a smile, adjusted her lying position, and lay on the same pillow as Su Chen, the two of them sharing a smile. It had to be said that Sister Yaoyao's body was truly like water, soft, smooth, fragrant, and tender. Sister Yaoyao, will you sleep on my side tonight? Don't go back. Su Chen held Zhang Yao's increasingly sexy and graceful figure, completely reluctant to let her leave. He used to be used to sleeping alone, but ever since he tried sleeping with a fragrant and soft beauty, the feeling was truly enjoyable. Sure. Zhang Yao smiled and touched Su Chen's head, looking at him with a coquettish smile. Just sleeping? Su Chen couldn't resist, he turned over and lay on top of Zhang Yao, his legs holding her captivating body, and he leaned down. Very sweet, very fragrant, very soft. After several minutes, Su Chen finally let go of the almost suffocated Zhang Yao with a carefree smile, hugged her, and lay back down. Zhang Yao was breathing heavily, her delicate face with a touch of rosy blush, lightly hitting him. Hateful Su Chen looked at her charming eyes and innocently asked, Yao Yao, do you think I'm a bit fickle? He knew Yao Yao would understand what he was saying. Actually, Su Chen wouldn't really do anything with Yao Yao tonight. He had been through a lot these days, and his heart was a bit scattered and chaotic. He wouldn't do anything with Yao Yao in this state, especially since she held a position in his heart second only to his mother. After all, emotional resonance was very important, and true integration could only be achieved when both parties came together. He didn't want to casually do something with Yao Yao while his emotions were scattered. Because Yao Yao was different from others, she wasn't a toy but a woman who could resonate emotionally with Su Chen. So, he cherished Yao Yao very much and wouldn't treat her casually. What kind of fickleness is that? Zhang Yao stared at Su Chen's distinct profile, her delicate hand on his heart, feeling his heartbeat, and smiled gently, saying, if a man's heart lacks the desire to conquer, filled with hesitation and fear, then his achievements in life will be limited, and his life won't have any flavor. So, both your mother and I actually want you to expand your heart. Only then can you handle pressure, endure difficulties, grow, and have a sense of the bigger picture. Look at those wealthy people, how many of them don't have numerous mistresses? Some even use a whole neighborhood to accommodate their mistresses. Of course, this doesn't mean that having more women can help you improve yourself, but as long as you cherish the present, enjoy life, and don't worry about love, your path is still long. Su Chen pondered the meaning behind Zhang Yao's words, tightly embracing her slender waist, his forehead against hers, and smiled, Yao Yao, it's great to have you. In his life, meeting someone like Yao Yao, who could accompany him, educate him, and guide him, was truly very fortunate. Zhang Yao leaned over and kissed him, teasingly saying, so you've fallen for me? How else will you resist me? I have these restless long legs. The next morning, Su Chen woke up naturally. Zhang Yao was nowhere to be seen, but her scent still lingered in the bed. So good. Su Chen lazily stretched and got out of bed. Although he had only slept with Jiang Yao last night without going all the way, having a beautiful woman to sleep with still made him sleep very well. He got up, washed, changed clothes, and went downstairs. The blonde and blue-eyed housekeeper Betty had already prepared breakfast for him. Young master, according to the training plan, your body is still recovering and adapting today, so you can rest freely. Betty, with her perfect figure outlined in a black silk hip skirt, was smiling seductively at Su Chen. Exercising doesn't need to be done every day, especially for someone like Su Chen who simply wants to strengthen his body, add some muscle, and doesn't want to become a bodybuilding expert. Therefore, according to the plan of the foreign housekeeper, exercising about 3 times a week is completely sufficient, and it is important to adjust the training frequency reasonably and leave time for the body to rest. Okay, I have an appointment today. Su Chen glanced at Betty's sexy and shapely black silk legs, grinned, and said, Betty, you're in luck. I'll treat you to a big glass of Ternary. Thank you for your reward, young master. You have breakfast first, I'll have the Ternary by myself. Betty smiled sweetly and led Su Chen to the dining table. A stylish red Ferrari LaFerrari slowly stopped at the entrance of the Snow Mountain Hospital. The English name of this LaFerrari is LaFerrari, a flagship supercar launched by Ferrari, with a global limited edition of 499 units. According to Betty, the price of this car in China exceeds 20 million. Su Chen didn't drive the 4-seater Pamela today. Instead, he chose this very eye-catching and cool sports car from the garage to meet his sweetheart. Chen Wanling received a message from Su Chen, so she quickly asked Lu Xinyi to help her take a leave of absence and then hurried to the entrance to wait for him. She hadn't had time to change into casual clothes and was still wearing the delicate pink and white nurse uniform she wore to work. The fitted nurse uniform tightly wrapped around Chen Wanling's slender figure, accentuating her beautiful and enticing curves. The 2 snow-white delicate calves exposed at the hem made her look even more youthful and energetic in addition to her beauty. Honk honk. Su Chen drove the red LaFerrari in front of her and lightly honked the horn twice. Chen Wanling turned to look and saw that it wasn't Su Chen's Porsche, so she coldly walked a few steps forward. Su Chen paused, realizing that his sweetheart probably didn't know it was him in the car, so he decided to tease her. He chuckled and drove the LaFerrari in front of her again, honking the horn. Although Chen Wanling usually behaved like a cute kitten in front of Su Chen, she was not the kind of gentle girl to be trifled with. She directly made a stern face, clenched her small fists, glared at him warningly, and walked a few steps forward. If there was a third time, this girl might smash the car. Su Chen didn't want to upset his sweetheart, so he smiled, rolled down the window, and waved to her. Wanling, it's me. Chen Wanling, who had been looking elsewhere with a cold expression, turned her head in surprise when she heard Su Chen's voice and asked in a daze, Little Su Chen? Why is it you? Su Chen, thinking about his childish behavior just now, coughed and said, get in the car and I'll explain. Oh. Chen Wanling happily ran over and got into the passenger seat. Wanling, I'm sorry for earlier. I couldn't resist teasing you because you looked so cute. It was just a joke. Su Chen scratched his head, leaned over, and fastened the seatbelt for his sweetheart. You're so bad. Blushing, Chen Wanling glared at him and couldn't tell if she was referring to his earlier behavior or accidentally brushing against her when fastening the seatbelt. Brother was wrong. Let me accompany you back to change clothes first, and then we'll go shopping properly later. Su Chen took advantage of the situation and smiled as he sat back down. Chen Wanling had already figured him out in her heart, so how could she really be angry with him? She playfully gave him a look and curiously asked, Little Su Chen, why did you drive this car here today? As Su Chen started the car, he said, Wanling, I have to tell you the truth. I'm actually a second-generation rich kid. Since his sweetheart was working in the Magic City, she would eventually find out his identity, so he decided to reveal it early to prevent her from worrying about his sudden wealth. Chen Wanling just smiled and said, Are you teasing me again? I hate it so much. Su Chen looked at her seriously and continued, I'm not joking this time. Don't tell your dad yet. Actually, the sister Ing we met in Chenjiazan that day, she is my mom. Ing sister is your mom? Chen Wanling's big eyes turned, puzzled. This shouldn't be right. Ing sister looks so young? Just in her 30s, right? How could she have a son as old as you? Ha, if my mom hears you say that, she will definitely be very happy. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. Chen Wanling felt that little Su Chen was not joking and couldn't help but ask, Is Ing's sister really your mom? Su Chen nodded, Yes, actually my dad lied to me back then. My mom didn't actually die, but the situation is very complicated. I can't tell you. Anyway, Ing's sister is my real mom, and everything I have now is given to me by my mom. Chen Wanling covered her cherry lips, full of surprise, her CPU almost overheating. Oh no! After a while, Chen Wanling slapped her head and exclaimed miserably. Su Chen turned to look at her with a smile. What's wrong with you again? Chen Wanling said with a bitter face, I didn't know before thatting you sister. Oh no, Aunt Yang is your mom. I didn't behave well, and I don't know how Aunt Yang sees me. Now that she knows Yang Yingyu is Su Chen's real mom, she started to see things from the perspective of a future daughter-in-law, constantly recalling whether she did anything wrong before, whether she left a bad impression on Aunt Yang. Su Chen heard that his childhood sweetheart changed her way of addressing him and couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't your behavior good that day? My mom even praised you. Really? Chen Wanling's eyes lit up. Yeah, she said you were sensible and polite, much better than the girls in the city, Su Chen said seriously. I'm not that great, Chen Wanling said with a smile, her pretty face blooming like a flower. Chen Wanling's dormitory was not far from the hospital, and in no time Su Chen drove her to the building where she lived. Su Chen had been here once before, but this time he was brought back to the house by his childhood sweetheart. He found that the atmosphere in the house had changed a lot, maybe because Chen Wanling and Lu Xini had decorated the living room a bit, adding some personality. Like the throw pillows, they were replaced with cute anime-themed ones. Several pots of plants were placed around, adding some vitality to the space. Not bad, there are quite a few detailed changes since the last time I came. Su Chen sat on the sofa and tossed the REM pillow in his hand. His childhood sweetheart had been a fan of anime since she was a child, too. In junior high school, they often watched various animations together in her room. Once out of curiosity, they even watched Yasuga no Sora together, almost causing something to happen on the spot. After work these days, Cindy and I have been exploring the area. There are quite a few shopping malls here, but things are much more expensive than in Mingzhou. Chen Wanling took off her nurse cap and poured a glass of water for Su Chen. Is this also a new purchase? Su Chen picked up the white porcelain cup with a big road cake hidden pattern on it and asked curiously. The big road cake hidden is the male lead in Yuzi's love story, and he has a childhood sweetheart named Kitagawa Yuzi. Their rooms were facing each other on the street, and they used to chat on the phone with paper cups every day, which was quite similar to how he and Wanling used to interact when they were young. Chen Wanling secretly covered the tabletop, blushing and nodding. Yes, I saw it that day and thought it was cute, so I bought it. Su Chen smiled and pulled her over, only to see another white porcelain cup with the same hidden pattern of Yuzi on the table. Is this a couple cup set? Su Chen teased as he looked at Chen Wanling and laughed. I'll go change my clothes first. Chen Wanling's pretty face blushed as if bleeding, wanting to slip away. First reward 1. Su Chen directly embraced her slender waist under the nurse's uniform, letting her sit in his lap. Zhujiahui, one of the top 10 commercial centers in the Magic City. Chen Wanling wore a short top paired with a JK miniskirt, walking arm in arm with Su Chen on the street, chatting all the way. A pair of tender white long legs, stepping on a pair of black British-style small leather shoes, wearing over-the-knee white stockings. The absolute area between the JK miniskirt and the white stockings, along with the thigh flesh squeezed out by the white stockings, all highlighted her youthful exuberance. Su Chen looked at Chen Wanling beside him, couldn't help but sigh. The JK girl is also the best remedy in a weary life. Their own styles, one is a second-dimensional JK girl, the other is a black-stocking mature lady with long legs. Wanling, didn't I give you money to change this bag? Su Chen looked at the somewhat faded bag hanging on his childhood friend's shoulder, helplessly pinching her fingertips. Chen Wanling stared at him eagerly. I didn't have time to buy a new one. Is it that you didn't have time or you're reluctant to spend? Su Chen knew exactly what she was thinking, jokingly tapping her head. You're not even willing to change a faded bag, just worried that your big brother will spend all the money, so you're saving it for me. Chen Wanling covered her head, groaning in pain. Who told you not to tell me about your situation before? How would I know if you suddenly got rich or have always been so wealthy? Su Chen rubbed her white forehead. Are you relieved now? Don't save money for me in the future, got it? Got it. Chen Wanling giggled, softly placing her small hand into Su Chen's large hand, interlocking their fingers. Let's go into this store. Su Chen saw a luxurious cherry blossom brand store ahead and directly pulled Chen Wanling inside. This cherry blossom brand store specializes in selling JK-style clothing. Rows of various JK outfits filled the store, covering an area of over 100 square meters. Welcome, handsome and beautiful, how can I assist you? A young woman in a cherry blossom-style professional suit hurriedly greeted them warmly. She was knowledgeable, noticing that Su Chen was wearing the latest Armani summer casual wear and the Ferrari logo keychain hanging from his waist was eye-catching. Taking a closer look at the handsome guy's arms revealed the Patek Philippe top-grade watch on his wrist. She immediately realized that this was a rich second generation bringing his girlfriend to shop. Su Chen didn't beat around the bush, directly pulling Chen Wanling beside him. Match a few sets of JK for my girlfriend, just the most expensive ones. The saleswoman's eyes lit up, quickly extending her hand. "Handsome and beautiful, please come this way." On the other hand, Chen Wanling suddenly heard Su Chen refer to her as girlfriend, making her face blush with excitement. Many people may think that JK uniforms are cheap, but they don't really understand this circle. Su Chen is an otaku, and with Chen Wanling as his otaku childhood friend, he naturally knows some information about JK uniforms. In the JK circle, there is also a hierarchy similar to luxury goods. The highest grade is the school supply, which is the uniform worn by Cherry Blossom Country's local schoolgirls. Because it is a school supply, specifically for students, this type of JK uniform is the most orthodox. You need to present school identification or similar documents to purchase from designated places. Of course, in reality, as long as you have money, there are still ways to get them. So the prices are very high, with a set in China costing tens of thousands of yuan. This price can compete with Dior, LV, and Chanel level clothing. The lower tier brand compared to the school supply is the Sakura brand. In simple terms, it is a local brand of JK uniforms in Sakura country. Since JK uniforms are traditionally worn by high school girls in Sakura country, the design of Sakura brand is considered orthodox. The price of Sakura brand is around 1,000 yuan, rarely exceeding 10,000, because it needs to add import and copyright taxes on top of the original price. The lower tier JK uniforms are limited edition, authentic, or imitation. The prices of these three tiers form a significant watershed compared to school supplies and Sakura brand, which can be bought for hundreds or tens on Taobao. Hey handsome and beautiful, take a look at this set. This is the only brand new set of Koyano Girls Academy JK uniform in our store. It is exclusively provided by the school and is our flagship product. Second-hand platforms in the country are around 50,000, but our brand new set only costs 100,000. Su Chen waved his hand directly. "If the size fits, wrap it up." "Hey handsome, take a look at this set. It's a school supply, the new design from Taniokawa, only 2,000 yuan. Su Chen frowned. "Don't mention the price to me. Just show it to me. If it looks good, I'll take it." "I'm sorry, sir, it's my mistake." The salesperson quickly apologized, afraid of offending the customer. Later, Su Chen also bought Tokyo Women's Academy, Tokyo Shid Middle School, Musashietsu Winter and Summer, Meisho Academy Winter and Summer, Okayama Minami Winter and Summer, Ikumi Tai, Jiuno Oka, Oida Fujikage, Hidaka High School, and various other JK uniforms. Chen Wanling looked at this pile of school supply level JK uniforms and was ecstatic. These are all luxury items in the eyes of JK girls. The national brand authentic version she is wearing now costs only a few hundred yuan per set. After all, she didn't pursue these expensive authentic school supplies before. She just liked the youthful energy of JK uniforms from watching anime. Unlike now, where JK uniforms costing tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands are bought without hesitation. "Xiao Su Chen, is this too much?" Chen Wanling pulled Su Chen's arm and whispered with a sweet smile. "How could it be too much?" Su Chen smirked and whispered in his childhood sweetheart's ear. "What if I accidentally tear it for you? You're so bad." Chen Wanling blushed and lightly tapped him. As a second-dimensional girl, what isn't instantly understood? Su Chen smiled happily and had the salesperson help Chen Wanling match various shoes. He also bought the right size shoes for her petite 36-sized feet. Watching Chen Wanling try on shoes, with her beautiful feet painted with transparent light pink toenails, was truly enticing. In addition, Su Chen also bought many luxurious and soft silk stockings and extremely soft white socks for Chen Wanling. After all, these things would be used on him later, so he couldn't risk rubbing his neck. He really couldn't skimp. Everything was packed, paid by card, and the total was less than 300,000. It was equivalent to the money Su Chen spent on 2 waves of games, not really expensive. After settling the bill, the salesperson excitedly called 2 colleagues to help and proactively put bags of clothes and shoes into Su Chen's Ferrari. With so many things, the front trunk of the Ferrari was filled, and even the leg space in the front passenger seat had to accommodate 2 bags of clothes to fit everything. "Xiao Su Chen, shall we go back first?" Chen Wanling sat in the passenger seat, holding the 2 bags of clothes, her eyes filled with the kind of teenage infatuation. "Sure, let's find a place to have lunch and then go back." Su Chen saw her smiling so sweetly and knew she had a great time shopping today, so he didn't plan to shop anymore. He closed the butterfly door and started the Ferrari. At the same time, one of the top hotels in Magic City, the Bund Peninsula Hotel. Yang Yingyu was dining in a luxurious private room with 3 beautiful women who looked like noble ladies. Each of the women sitting here with outstanding looks was a prominent figure in the city. The most prominent among them was Yang Yingyu, who was sitting in the middle, along with a charming mature woman with a beauty mark at the corner of her eye. The other 2 women were seated on either side of Yang Yingyu and the charming mature woman. As top-tier socialites in the city, These 4 women were dressed in beautiful evening gowns for the gathering. Yang Yingyu was wearing a luxurious, custom-made chipo embroidered with gold thread, which was quite expensive. Combined with her dignified and noble demeanor, along with the sparkling jewelry, she exuded a queenly aura from head to toe. It's much more comfortable hiding in the air-conditioned room. I almost fainted from the heat during my research trip a while back, the charming mature woman named Hua Mayan said pitifully, holding her beautifully made-up face. Her name was Hua Mayan, the second-generation leader of the prestigious Hua family in the city, a prominent figure and unmarried. If Yang Yingyu possessed half the wealth of the city, then she was the most powerful woman in the city. Who told you to go running around at this time? It's lucky you didn't get sunburned, Yang Yingyu teased, taking a sip of wine and crossing her legs elegantly, causing the hem of her chipo to sway. I have no choice, it's for work, Hua Mayan said, supporting her chin with one hand and holding a glass of wine with the other, inadvertently revealing a wonderful career line on her chest in her strap evening gown. Sitting next to Yang Yingyu was a beautiful socialite with a shoulder-length evening gown, revealing a perfect neckline and shoulder line, and sporting a stylish short haircut. She joked, "Is it really for work, or are you avoiding the pressure to get married at home?" This woman with delicate eyebrows and a charming short haircut was named Song Shuyuan, the head of the prestigious Song family in the city, divorced and with a daughter. She relied on collaborating with Yang Yingyu to establish herself in the city and seize control of the family group. "Don't mention it, you all know me too well," Hua Mayan said somewhat irritably, tapping her foot on the ground. Her beautiful crystal high heels made a crisp sound as she did so. Many people might not know that this city leader was a lesbian. In her youth, in order to resist an arranged marriage, she set a goal to become the city leader before the age of 28. If she failed, she agreed to the arranged marriage, but on the condition that the Hua family would not interfere with her, create difficulties, or use their influence. She was then transferred to a remote and poor area, starting as a local official, and indeed became the city leader of a third-tier city at the age of 28. Eventually, the Hua family saw her potential in the political arena and decided not to marry her off, allowing her to pursue her own path while paving the way for her step by step. As a result, she became the city leader of this international metropolis at just over 40 years old. However, starting this year, the Hua family felt that Hua Mayan's age had reached a point where they could no longer delay. Otherwise, she would truly end up alone and lonely. They began persuading her to find a partner, although not forcing her, but the constant reminders were becoming annoying. Sitting next to Hua Mayan was a beautiful woman who had not spoken, with a beautiful face but a hint of melancholy in her eyes. She smiled and said, "Have you noticed that Yingyu's complexion seems much rosier than the last time we met?" This melancholic beauty, named Lu Rumei, was wearing a backless evening gown that fully exposed her snow-white back. She was the eldest daughter of the prestigious Lu family in the city, divorced and childless. Due to her inability to conceive, she divorced, but fortunately, she met the other 3 women present and gained some influence in the Lu family, becoming Hua Mayan's companion. Hua Mayan and Song Shuyuan blinked their beautiful eyes and looked at Yang Yingyu, who was sitting elegantly with crossed legs, like a queen, sipping her wine. Song Shuyuan showed a charming smile. "It seems like my complexion has improved a lot, much better than the pale look before." Hua Mayan directly linked arms with Yang Yingyu, her beautiful eyes adorned with a beauty mark exuding a soft and feminine charm, giggling, "Yingyu, your complexion seems off. Why do you look like a woman in love? Get lost." Yang Yingyu jokingly scolded her, gently pushing away her coquettish body that had leaned in, still maintaining an aura of composure, and lightly said, "But, there is indeed a man living in my heart now." Her words stunned the other 3 women. Just now, Hua Mayan was just joking. After all, there were many wealthy women in the city, and they could all get to know each other. It was because they were all single strong women who viewed men as insignificant, some even hating men or naturally disliking them. That's why they could gather together and become friends. After all, if someone in their private circle talked about how happy their family was and how much their husband loved them every day, what else could they talk about? Only people with similar temperaments and experiences could have a common language and become close friends. So, hearing a queen who naturally hated men say that there was a man living in her heart, how could these close friends not be shocked? In the depths of Hua Mayan's beautiful eyes, a hint of loss flashed, but her face, no less beautiful than Yang Yingyu's, remained calm as she curiously asked, "Yingyu, who is this man? How old is he? What does he look like?" "You wouldn't know his name, he just turned 22 this year, and as for his looks, of course, he's so handsome that I lose my mind," Yang Yingyu teased, looking at the 3 of them with a smile. Sitting next to her, Song Shuyuan was stunned for a while before covering her mouth and exclaimed, "Oh my! Yingyu, he's so young? 22? Hasn't he just graduated from college?" Lu Rumei, sitting next to Hua Mayan, also blinked her eyes in surprise. After a moment of confusion, Wamoyan blinked and jokingly said, Ingyu, so you like younger men, huh? Cut it out. Yang Ingyu gave them a look and stopped teasing them, revealing with a faint smile, the man who lives in my heart is naturally my own son, Suchin. Your own son? Suchin? With these words, the three peach-like wealthy women widened their eyes in disbelief. Wasn't Yang Ingyu's own son killed in a plane crash with her husband years ago? What was going on? Only Wamoyan, amidst her surprise, also breathed a sigh of relief quietly. After Yang Ingyu finished telling her three close friends how she found her son, they all understood. I see, Ingyu, you really scared me. I thought you naturally hated men. How could you fall in love with a man? Wamoyan patted her chest, looking frightened. Otherwise, what do you think? In this world, only my son can have physical contact with me. I feel disgusted just looking at other men. Yang Ingyu elegantly lifted her glass of red wine and chuckled. Song Shuyuan became curious and gossiped, Ingyu, when your son was born, we all held him. How has he grown up now? Yeah, I'm also curious about what your son looks like now, Ingyu. Louis Rume eagerly asked with a smile. Well, my son's photo is the wallpaper on my phone. Let me show you, the old ladies. Yang Ingyu took out her phone from her bag and handed it to her friends for them to admire. The flower foamyan was quick, taking the phone first and lighting it up. The wallpaper on the phone was a selfie that Su Chen had sent to his mother before. She hadn't expected her mother to use it as a wallpaper. Hey, he really is a handsome little guy. His eyes and mouth look so much like Ingyu. You can tell he's a very likable child at first glance, Flower Foamyan said with a charming smile as she stared at Su Chen's photo. Let me see. Song Shuyuan couldn't wait any longer. She got up directly in her high heels and walked over, her pair of silky legs emitting a soft white luster under her skirt. Sitting next to Flower Foamyan, Lu Rume also leaned over, tilting her head to look at the wallpaper on the phone, and said softly, Indeed, he looks a lot like you. It melts your heart to look at him. I can't believe that the baby we could hold with just 2 hands back then has grown up so much. Yes, he's already 22 years old. He has really grown up. I should introduce my daughter to him when there's a chance, Song Shuyuan said, leaning on the back of the chair, one hand holding her shoulder-length hair, smiling coquettishly. Flower Foamyan, with her beauty-mark eyes, gave her a glance and smiled. Shuyuan, are you trying to become in-laws with Ingyu? If the kids are interested, I have no problem. It's my blessing to have such a handsome son-in-law, Song Shuyuan said unabashedly, showing that she would continue to rely on the Yang family, with a charming smile on her face. Yang Ingyu said gently, I won't interfere with who Yanger chooses to marry. As long as my son likes her, I can accept her. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Ingyu and I have the same opinion, Song Shuyuan said with a coquettish smile. You flatter me, Flower Foamyan also giggled and continued. I remember one time we went to Ingyu's house to see this little guy. You carefully took the little one from Ingyu's hands, and the little one woke up, still grumpy, and bit your arm. Song Shuyuan's beautiful face blushed slightly, recalling and said, At that time, my minor had just stopped breastfeeding, maybe the little one smelled the milk and went straight for it, such a little glutton. Yang Ingyu smiled with a hint of reminiscence. The three of you, who hasn't been bitten by my son? Each of you knows how to tease my son. Moyen and Rume haven't been spared either, making my son bite you and cry in pain. Only Ingyu's son would play with me. This little guy is also playful. When I held him, he would only grab the soft parts. If it weren't for the fact that the fourth son of the Su family secretly took him away back then, I might have recognized him as my godson. Flower Foamyan thought of the past, looking at Su Chen's photo with a touch of affection and joy. Lu Rume covered her mouth and laughed. You would have spoiled him if you recognized him as your godson. The four noble ladies were close friends who knew each other well, and they spoke freely. Oh, you're talking about me. At that time, both of you had the same idea, right? It just didn't happen, and then that incident occurred. We didn't dare mention this little guy in front of Ingyu, afraid of stirring up her sad memories. Poor little guy, he hadn't even weaned yet, a baby who only drank his mother's milk every day, was forced to drink milk powder in a remote place. Flower Foamyan extended her delicate white hand and gently touched the wallpaper on the phone. Yang Ingyu was also reminded of the painful memories of the past by her words, staring blankly at the phone screen she held, her eyes slightly moist as she murmured, Fortunately, my son came back. Flower Foamyan keenly sensed her emotions and immediately gritted her teeth in solidarity. I heard that the fourth son of the Su family dared to take the little one away. I was so angry that I wanted to catch him and throw him into the Huangpu River to feed the fish. Yang Ingyu waved her hand, painted with glamorous purple nail polish. Forget about him. Flower Foamyan finally stopped complaining, and the topic returned to Su Chen. She smiled strangely and said, I remember this little guy peed on someone's lap back then. Lu Rume's fair face blushed slightly as she smiled with rosy lips. He peed on my lap. This little guy is mischievous. Song Shuyuan couldn't help but giggle. Back then, the little guy didn't like wearing diapers, felt stuffy, and crawled into our laps with crotchless pants. I never thought that it was 22 years ago. Yes, back then we were only in our late teens or early 20s. I never thought time would pass so quickly. I still feel like a young girl, Flower Foam Yen said with some emotion. Yang Yingyu smiled gently and said, Mo Yen, as long as your heart is young, you will always be a young girl. I feel like I'm standing with my son like siblings. Definitely, if I didn't know you for so many years, I would think you and the little guy are siblings, Flower Foam Yen exaggerated. Get out of here, Yang Yingyu chuckled and curiously glared at her. At this moment, Song Shuyuan thought of someone and curiously asked Yang Yingyu, when will your sister Bingru return to the country? It's been a while since I last saw her. Yang Yingyu also missed her sister a bit and said softly, my sister is busy setting up new trade routes abroad and domestically. It may take some time. Flower Foam Yen asked in confusion, does Bingru not know about Yang Yun's situation? She used to dote on her nephew, cuddling him to sleep in your bed every day. Yang Yingyu remained composed and smiled, I haven't told her yet. I plan to give her a surprise when she returns. Yingyu, when can we sisters meet Yang Yang? Lu Rumei asked expectantly. Yang Yingyu glanced at Flower Foam Yen and Song Shuyuan, who were also looking forward, and said with a smile, I'll talk to him when I get back and arrange a time for us. Okay. We are all looking forward to it. I can't wait to see the little guy we used to hold in our arms, Flower Foam Yen said with a smile, gently tapping under Su Chen's selfie with a very beautiful slender hand, mischievously like when she was a child. On the other side, after Su Chen had dinner with Chen Wanling, he drove her back to the dormitory apartment. By this time, Chen Wanling, who had sweated from shopping, had already gone to take a shower. Su Chen sat alone in Chen Wanling's bedroom, looking around curiously. A girl's bedroom is different. Just a few days of living there, the air would carry her scent. This laptop is so old. I'll ask Wanling to get a new one later, Su Chen muttered as he sat down at the computer desk and opened the old Lenovo laptop on the desktop. The computer was in sleep mode, and as soon as he lifted it, it automatically woke up, resuming its previous state. This girl is still watching anime every day. Su Chen looked at the interface, which was paused on a romantic daily life anime on a video site. He clicked to minimize it. Looking at her computer interface, it was basically various video software and a few anime games. Oh, there are study materials too? It seems this girl continues to study after work. Su Chen noticed a folder named Study Materials sandwiched among various software. Curious about what medical school graduates study, Su Chen couldn't help but open the Study Materials folder. Put! When Su Chen saw the contents of this folder, he burst out laughing. Fortunately, he wasn't drinking water at the moment, or he would have sprayed it all over the computer screen. Because the Study Materials folder was full of various anime. And they are all siblings, the pile of Sakuraga's words, it's really exciting to read. Su Chen chuckled and muttered, there's something, but in a certain sense, it can also be considered as study material. He could understand the behavior of hiding a pile of anime in his own computer. He had even more hidden, not just anime, but all kinds of real people as well. And it's not clear whether it was due to a lack of maternal love since childhood, but that type of content was the majority. However, he didn't dare to openly display it on the desktop, all hidden in an inconspicuous folder inside the computer hard drive. Otherwise, if it was discovered by someone, it would definitely be a social death. It's like being caught red-handed by his mom. Ding ding! Just then, Su Chen's phone received a WeChat notification. Taking out his phone, it turned out to be two classmates from the otaku group mentioning him. Liao Zhenghao, at Su Chen, Yangzi, in our university group, let's have a class gathering tomorrow. Let everyone working in the Magic City attend. Are you coming? Oh Zijian, at Su Chen, the class monitor has been mentioning you in the group for a long time, and you still haven't replied. Smirking, Su Chen had long set the so-called university group to do not disturb, as the group chatted about trivial matters every day, which was truly annoying. He casually typed and sent, what's the point of going to such gatherings? Those who are not doing well will just be background extras, listening to those who are doing well bragging. Those who are doing well will go to show off in front of their classmates, but I'm not interested. He was telling the truth, university class gatherings were just a place for those doing well to show off. But after showing off, when classmates really needed help, they would hesitate due to face and come up with excuses to avoid it. In short, after entering society, the friendship among university classmates had long been worn down by real life. Su Chen felt that the most appropriate class gathering to attend was the high school class gathering after the college entrance examination. At that time, the students' feelings were more innocent, not tainted by fame and fortune in society. Everyone had fought together for 3 years to overcome the college entrance examination. After receiving the admission notice, they were about to disperse to universities all over the country. Many students would also confess to their crushes at this time, saying some things that had been hidden in their hearts for a long time. Whether successful or rejected, at least there would be no regrets in the future. Therefore, the high school gathering was truly the last place to maintain the feelings among classmates. Once entering society, people's values would basically change, from admiring those with good academic performance to envying those who made big money and did well. Oh Zijian, but the class monitor Zhou Siyu will also go, right? When the beautiful class monitor speaks, who can resist? Suchen naturally remembered his class monitor, who was indeed quite good-looking, scoring around 70 or 80 points, but now he was surrounded by beautiful women scoring 90 points, so why would he care about this small class flower? He continued typing and sent, "Anyway, I'm not going. You guys have fun. If asked about me, just say I have something else to do." He really had no interest in these small fame and fortune scenes, even though he was already a super-rich second generation. He had no interest in showing off in front of those classmates. It was too old-fashioned, just like a country bumpkin. With his status, he was destined not to have any intersection with his former classmates. Why waste this time? Liao Zhanghao, smirking, "Okay, then I and Moyan will go to join in the fun. If anything interesting happens, I'll tell you when I get back." Su Chen, okay. Just as Su Chen had finished chatting with the two classmates, Chen Wanling had finished showering and changed into a set of Little Wild Girls Academy JK uniform and walked in from outside. "Xiao Su Chen, are you bored yet?" Chen Wanling spoke gracefully, with a towel in her hand wiping her smooth hair. The JK uniform of the small wild girls' school was worn on her well-proportioned body, exuding a bright youthful energy. "I just sent a WeChat message to a friend," she said. Su Chen turned around, staring directly at the two snow-white slender legs of his childhood sweetheart just out of the bath, the tender and fair skin that seemed like it could produce water with a pinch. It must be said that his childhood sweetheart really suited the JK uniform, like this set of small wild girls' school JK uniform, which not only embodies the stability required by the Sakura Country Girls High School uniform, but also does not lose the natural liveliness and gentleness of a girl. The overall color is a gentle apricot pink paired with a gray pink checkered skirt and a pink tie, truly full of girlish charm, just like a beautiful high school girl from a two-dimensional anime. Chen Wanling blushed slightly as Su Chen stared at her, but when she noticed that her laptop was open, she quickly walked over. "Ah!" Chen Wanling saw the study materials folder that hadn't been closed on the computer interface and screamed, her pretty face blushing as if bleeding. "Xiao Su Chen, how did you open this file?" Su Chen stopped her from closing the laptop with her small hand, pulled her into his arms, and smiled. "Wanling, so this is your study material? Why didn't you say so earlier? I'll send you some new resources." Chen Wanling lightly tapped him a few times, her eyes avoiding Su Chen's gaze completely. "I don't want it." Su Chen, smelling the faint fragrance emanating from his childhood sweetheart, happily opened a video. "Why not? Remember how we used to watch anime together often? Come, let's reminisce about the atmosphere of the past and watch together." "I don't want to watch." Chen Wanling kept blushing, hiding in his arms and covering her eyes. Su Chen held her slender waist, not letting her escape. Although her body seemed quite slim, the skin on her waist was surprisingly elastic. Before long, in the video of study materials, there were sounds and images that were indescribable, making Chen Wanling's blush even more intense. Su Chen was also finding it hard to resist. "Wanling, the end of studying still requires putting theory into practice." The next day, Chen Wanling asked Lu Sini for another day off. From yesterday afternoon to today afternoon, Su Chen and Chen Wanling didn't even leave the room, continuously putting the theoretical study materials into practice. Both dinner and lunch were still packed by Lu Sini for them. In the afternoon, while Su Chen was practicing the study materials with his childhood sweetheart and playing games on her laptop, his phone rang. "Hello? Sister Yao Yao?" Su Chen answered the phone, lazily leaning back in his chair. "Ayang, where are you?" Zhang Yao Yao's soft and pleasant voice came through the phone. "I'm still in Wanling's dorm." Su Chen smiled and put the phone next to Chen Wanling's ear. "Here, say hello to Sister Yao Yao." Chen Wanling shyly opened her mouth. "Sister Yao Yao, I'm Wanling." Su Chen chuckled and took the phone back, asking, "Sister Yao Yao, what's up?" Zhang Yao Yao said with a smile, "Well, in the evening, are you free? I've arranged to meet two friends and introduce them to you, so you can expand your circle in the Magic City." Su Chen thought for a moment and replied, "Sure, what time?" He understood that he was no longer the same person as before and indeed needed to change to a new social circle. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to accept the fact that he was already a super-rich second generation. Zhang Yao Yao giggled and said, 6 o'clock, just come to Snow Mountain Building to pick me up." "No problem," Su Chen agreed. "I have been with Chen Wanling, studying materials with her until after 4 in the afternoon. Su Chen only left her dormitory then, since tonight he was going to meet new friends with Jiang Yao. Naturally, he couldn't be so hasty. Su Chen drove his Ferrari back to his own villa first, took a good shower and changed his clothes. Then he got back into the Ferrari and drove towards the Snow Mountain building. The Snow Mountain building is located in the commercial center of Pudong, the Magic City, and is the headquarters of the Snow Mountain Group. Su Chen had passed by here before, not knowing that this 99-story building would turn out to be his birth mother's. Having lived in the Magic City for 4 years during his university days, he returned to this building once again. Su Chen looked up at the building shaped like the bauhinia flower of the Magic City, feeling an infinite sense of awe in his heart. In just a short period of time, his identity and mindset had completely changed. He was no longer the lazy otaku who could only rent a small single apartment. Now he lived in a villa of hundreds of square meters, drove a Ferrari worth over 20 million, wore custom-made Armani clothes, and wore a Patek Philippe astronomical tourbillon wristwatch worth over 40 million. More importantly, his state of mind was no longer that of someone who constantly compromised and lowered his expectations in the face of reality. It's no wonder that he had been a bit rebellious recently, because his previous state of mind as an ordinary person had been suppressed for too long. Now, he would bravely do anything he wanted to do, enjoying all the wonders of life and fulfilling all his past desires. Su Chen realized that this was how one should live, and this was the true essence of being born in this world. Otherwise, living from youth to old age, working hard for a house and a car, for raising a family and children, laboring tirelessly for a lifetime, and then entering the coffin exhausted, what meaning did such a life have? Enjoying life, experiencing the different insights and pleasures that life brings, and leaving this world satisfied is what Su Chen currently aims to do. Not long after, Jiang Yao, who had received Su Chen's message, came out of the Snow Mountain building carrying her bag and running in high heels. It was peak hours for getting off work, and many employees of the Snow Mountain Group curiously glanced at General Manager Jiang, not knowing why the usually aloof and bright manager was in such a hurry today. Jiang Yao naturally recognized Su Chen's Ferrari and directly opened the passenger door to get in. "Did you wait long? I came down as soon as I received your message." Jiang Yao looked coquettishly at Su Chen in the driver's seat. "No, I came early. I just wanted to take a look at this building." Su Chen smiled and also turned to look at Yao Yao beside him. Today, Yao Yao was dressed very beautifully, her tall figure wrapped in a red dress, the waist design highlighting her slender waist, and her mature and beautiful face adorned with red ruby earrings on both sides, adding to her charm. "Do you want me to take you up for a walk?" Jiang Yao's soft face blossomed with a smile, her bright and beautiful eyes blinking playfully. Her fair skin on the side of her face was delicate, her eyelashes long, her nose straight, her lips painted with lipstick, exuding a mature charm. "Another day, it's already after work and there's nothing much to see. It's better to look at my sister Yao Yao more." Su Chen's eyes wandered to Jiang Yao's pair of round and slender legs wrapped in silk stockings, particularly enticing. "Hey, you've improved, now you know how to make your sister happy." Jiang Yao immediately smiled with her eyes and eyebrows. Knowing Su Chen's preferences, she comfortably sat back in the seat, kicked off her high heels, and placed her silk-stockinged feet directly on the front footrest of the passenger seat. Through the ultra-thin silk stockings, you could still see her feet painted with bright red nail polish, shimmering. "Sister Yao Yao, isn't this a bit indecent?" Su Chen pretended to be serious, but his gaze was still drawn to those two delicate and charming little feet. "Just tell me, do you like it or not?" Jiang Yao chuckled, turned her face to him, and looked at him with bright eyes. A faint fragrance wafted from Sister Yao Yao's body in the car, making people feel comfortable just by smelling it. "Sister Yao Yao understands me. Today, let me be your driver." Su Chen couldn't help but smile and slowly started the Ferrari. Come to think of it, it seemed like the first time he was Sister Yao Yao's driver. And because he was not very familiar with driving a sports car, he didn't drive fast, but it was safe. "By the way, has my mom finished work?" Su Chen remembered something and asked Jiang Yao, who was setting the navigation for him. "Mrs. Yang made an appointment with friends to relax at Yaoqi today and didn't go to the office," Jiang Yao said with a smile. "Female friends?" Su Chen blurted out unconsciously. Jiang Yao's tender face immediately showed a teasing look. "Can it be anyone else? Your mom naturally dislikes men, and Yaoqi only serves female customers." "I was just asking," Su Chen said helplessly. Jiang Yao kicked his arm with her foot and smirked, "Yang, I find that you have a strong desire for control and possession." "Do I?" Su Chen was puzzled. Of course, Jiang Yao giggled, showing off her alluring legs and continued, "But it's also good to have such qualities, like a big shot." Su Chen, who didn't understand this aspect, asked about something else. "By the way, who are the friends you're introducing me to today?" "They are my besties, one is named Hua Shuefu, and the other is named Song Yimin." Xuefu's aunt and Minner's mother are friends with Mrs. Yang, and they are the ones who went to Yaoqi with Mrs. Yang today. In the evening, the night breeze was cool. Following Zhang Yao's navigation, Suchen drove the Ferrari all the way to a luxurious restaurant called Wangjiang. The location of this restaurant was excellent, located on the Bund. Dining here allowed you to overlook the splendid and bustling night view of both sides of the Huangpu River. Have your two friends arrived? Suchen asked Zhang Yao as he unbuckled his seatbelt. Yes, they sent a message saying they are waiting for us in the private room upstairs, Zhang Yao said, looking at her phone, her soft eyes shining brightly in the screen's reflection. After getting out of the car, Suchen curiously looked at the luxuriously decorated restaurant. Sister Yao Yao, could this be a restaurant opened by our mom? He had naturally heard of this most famous restaurant in the city. It was said that the average consumption per person here could easily exceed tens of thousands, not something an ordinary person could afford. Zhang Yao walked over in high heels, giggling, Ayang, you're really smart. This is indeed a restaurant opened by your mom. Just eat and sign the bill. My mom really has a lot of businesses, Suchen sighed and walked inside. Ayang, wait for me, I'm wearing high heels. Zhang Yao held onto his arm. Suchen turned around and chuckled. Because Sister Yao Yao was wearing high heels today, the kind with the YSL logo, the Saint Laurent high heels, which made it difficult to walk. Do you girls find it comfortable to wear these high heels? Aren't you afraid of stepping on dust? Suchen looked at her feet and said with a smile, comfort is not important, it just needs to look good. And the top-notch Saint Laurent high heels don't touch the roadside dust, do you know why? Zhang Yao pursed her rosy lips and smiled as she looked at him. Why? Don't you walk on the road? Suchen rolled his eyes. Zhang Yao blinked and chuckled, because they only touch the starry sky. Starry sky? Suchen was even more puzzled. Zhang Yao looked at him teasingly, don't you know that our Rolls-Royce has a starry sky roof? Put. Suchen almost burst out laughing. He now understood and jokingly pinched her fair face. Are you going to die if you don't tease me? Yes, I'll die, really. Zhang Yao said in a coquettish voice, her watery eyes on the verge of tears. Let's go inside. Suchen shook his head helplessly, took her delicate hand, and walked slowly towards the Zhangga Pavilion. The restaurant was indeed decorated beautifully, resembling a luxurious banquet hall from a TV drama. Mr. Su and Mr. Jiang, welcome. Miss Hua and Miss Song are already waiting in the VIP room, please follow me. Shortly after entering, a woman in a lady's uniform came forward respectfully to lead the way. Suchen curiously glanced at her name tag, which read manager. It was normal since Zhangga Pavilion was owned by his own mother, so it was natural for the restaurant's leader to personally welcome them. Before long, Suchen and Zhang Yao arrived at a luxurious VIP private room upstairs. At a glance, they saw the two women waiting inside. Even Suchen, whose aesthetics had been greatly elevated by Yao Yao and his own mother, couldn't help but be slightly dazzled. Wow, Yao Yao, you finally came. Is this the little brother who fought with me for food back then? A tall and slender lady with fair skin, enchanting looks, and wearing a Gucci black chiffon dress, rushed over, hugged Zhang Yao, kissed her cheek, and then looked at Suchen with a smile. Is that true? Suchen looked puzzled. From Zhang Yao's introduction on the way here, he learned that this enchanting lady was named Song Yimin and was a year older than him. Her mother, Song Shuyuan, was the president of the Song Group, with assets close to $1 billion, and had a good cooperative relationship with his own mother, who had also invested in the Song Group. Song Yimin blinked her long and charming eyes and said, of course, you wouldn't remember. You were only a few months old at the time. My mother went to Aunt Yang's house to see you, and you woke up and bit my mom. Suchen could only look innocently at Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao pushed her best friend away, linked arms with Suchen, and whispered in his ear, I've heard about this too, it should be true. All right. Suchen helplessly shrugged, go ahead and laugh, I was ignorant at that time. Song Yimin covered her mouth and giggled. Zhang Yao gave her a look, then introduced Suchen to the tall and silent girl standing beside them. Ayang, this is the Hua Shuefu I mentioned to you. Zhang Yao said, then linked arms with the girl and continued with a wink, she may not speak much, but she's actually the most seductive one here. Yao Yao, are you looking for a fight? Do you want me to lose my image? Hua Shuefu's beautiful face drooped, and she lightly pushed Zhang Yao, pouting. Zhang Yao tucked her hair behind her ear and giggled, who asked you to act like a lady on the side? This seductive woman in Zhang Yao's words had a beautiful and elegant face, delicate nose, rosy lips, and a white chin, especially a mole at the corner of her mouth, adding a touch of charm. With long black straight hair and wearing a Chanel white dress that accentuated her figure, she was exceptional in all aspects, especially her shapely long legs. Suchen remembered Zhang Yao mentioning that her aunt, Hua Moyan, was the mayor of the Magic City, and the Hua family's power in the Magic City and its surroundings was strong, not inferior to his own mother. Hello, like Yao Yao, you can call me Shuefu. Hua Shuefu teased Jiang Yao for a moment, then waved and greeted Su Chen with a smile. Hello, nice to meet you. Su Chen also smiled and greeted back. Su Chen, you can also call me Minner, Yang Auntie, and Yao Yao call me that way. Next to her, Song Yamin also came over with a flirtatious smile and said to Su Chen. Sure. Su Chen was not familiar with them, so naturally he agreed with whatever they said. Alright, let's not stand, let's sit down and chat first. Jiang Yao happily pulled Su Chen to find a seat. The four of them sat around the dining table, ordered their food, and started chatting casually. Ayang, let me tell you, Shuefu's aunt also has a beauty mark, but hers is at the corner of her eye, while hers is at the corner of her mouth. Their personalities are quite different, but Minner's temperament is almost a mini version of her mother's. Jiang Yao sat next to Su Chen, her skirt revealing her shapely legs wrapped in stockings. Watch a few chuckled, my aunt's natural charm is indeed different from mine. In the past, family members said her personality was not suitable for the officialdom but more for business. However, my aunt didn't listen, and unexpectedly succeeded. It can only be said that my aunt has potential in this area. On the other side of Su Chen was Wakshifu, and from his perspective, the beauty mark at the corner of her mouth made her smile even more charming. It seemed like Wakshifu noticed his gaze. She tucked her hair behind her ear, rested her chin on her hand on the table, and looked at him alluringly, saying, Su Chen, do you plan to enter politics or business in the future? Both she and Song Yamin had heard about Su Chen from their own aunt, mother, and Yao Yao's side, so they didn't bring up the topic of his disappearance for 21 years. Su Chen smiled and glanced at her beautiful eyes, saying, I can't do bureaucracy, but being an investor is not a problem. Sitting next to Jiang Yao, Song Yamin smiled flirtatiously, that's good too. In the future, you can take over Yang Auntie's position. My mom has been grooming me as her successor. Wakshifu twisted her delicate earring and smiled gracefully, with your family background, it doesn't matter which path you choose. She wasn't just referring to Yang Yingyu's Shuishan group but also the power of the Lingnan Su family. However, Su Chen was unaware of this, and he curiously asked, is Minner currently working at Auntie Song's company? Song Yamin looked at him with a hint of coquetry and said, yes, do you want to come with sister to my mom's company? Jiang Yao, with her plump and slightly raised cheeks, smiled and said, even Ayang hasn't been to Auntie Yang's company yet, maybe next time. Su Chen chuckled as he embraced Jiang Yao's slender waist, feeling her tender skin through the thin purple dress. What does Shuefu do? Su Chen asked Wakshifu on the other side. I am currently a team leader at the Supreme Procuratorate. Wakshifu giggled. Oh, that's quite a bit of power. Su Chen had seen In the Name of the People before, where the main characters were from the Supreme Procuratorate, so he understood. It's okay, but I definitely can't compare to my aunt, Wakshifu said with a gentle smile. By the way, Yao Yao, are you and Su Chen already dating? Song Yamin looked at the two of them cuddling together with a face full of gossip. Wakshifu also blinked her clear eyes curiously and glanced at Su Chen holding Jiang Yao's arm. Jiang Yao's eyes sparkled like stars as she giggled. I'm already Ayang's foster daughter-in-law, what do you think? Wakshifu also seemed interested in this topic and gossiped. How far have you two progressed? Have you done that? Jiang Yao laughed disdainfully. Can I discuss that with you too? You might even ask for more details. Song Yamin stared at Su Chen, grinned mischievously and said, you better keep an eye on him, or else sister won't mind making a move on him. Jiang Yao's eyes were charming, and she jokingly scolded, hey, Yimin, tone it down. You're already showing your interest so soon after meeting him? There's no choice. There are hardly any men in the Magic City that catch our eye, except for Su Chen, Song Yamin said, winking at Hua Shuefufu. What do you think, Shuefu? Hua Shuefufu smiled lightly and nodded, that's true. Of course, our Yanger is the best. Jiang Yao laughed, holding her waist. Su Chen could only smile wryly and drink his water. Facing the teasing of two girls he had just met, he didn't know how to respond. Fortunately, at that moment, the waiter knocked on the door and started bringing food and drinks to the private room. The dishes at this Wanjiang pavilion, run by a close relative, were indeed excellent. Deep-sea scallops, golden fish, roasted squab, cherry shrimp with sea cucumber, cod, lobster stewed rice, crispy abalone, smoked salmon. Each dish was a specialty here, looking and tasting delicious. Sitting next to Jiang Yao, Su Chen slowly began to get acquainted with the two new beautiful women while eating, drinking, and chatting. Song Yamin was indeed as Jiang Yao described, a seductive woman who flirted with Su Chen frequently after letting her nature loose. However, it was said that she only acted this way in front of Jiang Yao, and in front of others, including her family, she was very proper. Hua Shuefufu was also quite seductive, with a delicate and graceful appearance, but her occasional gaze towards Su Chen was full of charm. These two heiresses, raised with a silver spoon, actually got along quite well. But honestly, Suchin found that these wealthy and beautiful women were indeed of a higher quality than other women. Perhaps because they were pampered since childhood, living in luxury, and not experiencing hardships. Their skin was truly fair, tender, and rosy, exuding beauty from head to toe. Such beauties could truly be considered goddesses. Everywhere was tantalizing, and surely delicious. Is this bird's nest stewed with papaya? Shuefu, you should eat more, or we won't be able to keep up with Yao Yao. Song Yamin stood up, opened a small stew pot, and boldly said. Upon hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but glance at her and Shuefu. They were quite something. Hua Shuefufu blushed a bit, avoiding his gaze, and with a graceful and helpless expression, she said, You eat a lot usually too. Yao Yao is naturally beautiful, and I have already surrendered. Zhang Yao lifted her charming face from the bowl, puffed up her chest, and mumbled, Are you impressed? I, as your elder sister, can handle both of you. Yao Yao, why don't you exaggerate a bit more? After all, we are both D-level powerhouses, Song Yamin retorted, hands on her hips. Zhang Yao glanced at her, chuckled, and remained silent. Song Yamin suddenly walked over, grabbed Su Chen's arm, and said softly, Su Chen, measure it for sister. I don't believe it. Su Chen quickly withdrew his hand, completely speechless. Hua Shuefufu smiled brightly and teased, I don't believe Yao Yao can handle both of us alone. Measure mine too. Su Chen chuckled helplessly, let's finish eating first. Zhang Yao's eyes sparkled as she playfully shouted, My Yang is afraid you two will lose face, so he's giving you a way out. Don't be silly, Su Chen said, pinching Zhang Yao's cheek. He didn't feel right about getting physical with these two girls he had just met, but when it came to his own Zhang Yao, he had no reservations. Zhang Yao blinked her eyes and said cutely, I listened to my Yang. Hua Shuefu teased her, Yao Yao, you haven't become Su Chen's wife yet, and you're already listening to him so quickly. I can't help it, my heart and body belong to my Yang. Zhang Yao didn't mind at all, leaning against Su Chen, looking pleased with her charming face raised. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, it was only just past 8 o'clock. It's still early, why don't we go somewhere else for more drinks? Song Yamin suggested to Su Chen and the others, looking at her delicate lady's watch. I have no objections, Hua Shuefu said with a gentle smile. I listen to my Yang, Zhang Yao said in a coquettish manner, linking arms with Su Chen. Su Chen, seeing everyone looking at him, felt that ending the night like this was a bit unsatisfactory, so he nodded and said, Let's go, I have no objections either. Alright, I'll choose the place. I don't want to go to Aunt Yang's place with Yao Yao again, not even a chance to pay the bill, Song Yamin said with a charming smile. After leaving Wang Jiange, the four of them didn't drive their own cars. After all, everyone had been drinking. Xiao Chang, who had been following Zhang Yao, drove the Rolls-Royce over. No one sat in the front passenger seat, they all went straight to the back seat. Fortunately, the Rolls-Royce had enough space, and squeezing in 4 people was no problem, just a little bit of body contact. Minner, sit inside to avoid your little burning feet from taking advantage of others. Hua Shuefu pushed Song Yamin to sit inside. Shuefu, look at you being so sly, trying to steal a seat, Song Yamin teased her. Zhang Yao also pushed Su Chen into the car, so now, Hua Shuefu and Song Yamin were on his right, and Zhang Yao was on his left. He didn't mind being squeezed in with the beautiful women, just feeling the warm, delicate, and elastic skin of Hua Shuefu. After Zhang Yao closed the car door, she had Xiaoqing drive, holding Su Chen's arm with both hands, creating a strong sense of pressure. Yang, give me the car keys, I'll have someone drive your car back later, Zhang Yao said to Su Chen. Oh, Su Chen replied, taking the keys out of his pocket. Accidentally brushing against a surprisingly soft touch with his elbow, he handed the keys to Zhang Yao as if nothing had happened. Quietly looking back at Hua Shuefu, he noticed a blush on her face, and when she saw him looking, she blinked her clear eyes at him. Su Chen thought to himself, indeed a D-level powerhouse, only second to Zhang Yao. Triumph Palace International Club, one of the most luxurious nightclubs in the Magic City. Whether it's a bar, a business KTV, or leisure entertainment, they have it all. The Rolls-Royce that Su Chen was sitting in had just stopped in front of the Triumph Palace. 2 men smoking under the changing neon lights immediately came forward to greet them. Xin Fun, are you working as a doorman today? Song Yamin, just getting out of the car, said lightly to the young man in front of her. When distinguished guests arrive, a few young ladies rarely visit Triumph Palace. As the owner, I happen to be here today, so I have to personally receive them, right? Xin Fun said with a smile on his face. Zhang Yao leaned close to Su Chen's ear and whispered to him, This is Xin Fun. His family probably has assets in the billions. His father is from Hong Kong and does business as a junket operator in Macau, while he himself is settled in the Magic City, running several companies and clubs. He's quite flamboyant, known by netizens as the Emperor of Shanghai. He's just one of the upper-class rich second generation in the Magic City, not at the top level. I heard he has a good relationship with the Wang family of Chenda Group, both of them like to show off in public. As a netizen who surfs the internet, Su Chen naturally had heard of Qin Fun and Wang Saiken, but didn't know much about them. After listening to the situation introduced by Jiang Yao, he realized that this Shanghai emperor was not even comparable to Song Yamin's family, let alone him and Wakshifu. It's no wonder that this Shanghai emperor knew they were coming and had to come out to greet them personally. After all, Yang Yingyu's financial power in the Magic City was at a huge level. Just a wave of his hand could make this so-called Shanghai emperor unable to survive in the Magic City. At this moment, Qin Fun also saw Su Chen standing among the three women, his eyes showing a hint of surprise. He quickly greeted warmly, "I haven't met this big brother before, what should I call you?" Although he didn't know who this young man was, from how close he was to Miss Jiang, Miss Hua, and Miss Song, his status must be extraordinary. Otherwise, how could these young ladies treat him so well? Didn't you see that Wakshifu and Jiang Yao didn't even look at him when they saw him? This is differential treatment. Su Chen didn't have any grudges against this Shanghai emperor. Seeing him greet with a smile, he naturally responded with a smile, saying, "My name is Su Chen, just call me by my name." No. Qin Fun had been mingling in the circle of rich second generations for so many years, he still had the necessary demeanor, smiling and saying, "Su, you coming to the Triumph Palace is giving me face, how can I be so rude?" As he spoke, he quickly took out a business card and handed it to Su Chen with both hands. Su Chen took it and casually put it in his pocket, saying, "Mr. Qin, please lead the way, we are attracting attention standing here." It was already nightlife time, three stylish and beautiful women in high heels, as soon as they appeared at the door, became the center of attention. Sorry, it's my fault, please follow me." Qin Fun quickly led the way. Xiao Qing, dressed in a women's suit, followed closely behind Jiang Yao and also entered the Triumph Palace. After all, this was a nightlife venue, safety had to be ensured. The group arrived at a luxurious private room, where through the glass window, they could see the chaotic dance in the bar pool outside. After the waiter brought a fruit platter and drinks, Qin Fun politely excused himself and left the room. In the luxurious KTV private room, only Su Chen and his group were left. Song Yamin and the others were completely excited, no longer pretending to be serious and aloof. Xiao Qing just sat quietly in the corner, like an invisible person. Su Chen glanced at her, Wakshifu and the others seemed used to it, obviously they had known this bodyguard of Jiang Yao's for a long time. Jiang Yao chose the song Little Dimple and pulled Su Chen to sing with her. Su Chen had a good voice, but his singing was at a normal level, occasionally off-key. However, when friends come out to sing, it's not necessary to sing professionally to be cool. Instead, occasionally singing off-key made Wakshifu and Song Yamin cover their mouths and laugh, making the atmosphere more fun. After all, if you really want to hear good singing, just listen to the original singer, singing out is for fun. So, as long as you relax and boldly shout into the microphone, there's no need to be afraid of singing badly. Jiang Yao's singing was good, mainly because her voice was very soft and pleasant, making it sound like she was singing even when speaking. After Su Chen and Jiang Yao finished singing a song, Song Yamin couldn't wait to choose the song because of love and pulled him to sing with her. Originally thought that Song Yamin might not be good at singing such emotionally rich songs, but unexpectedly, her ethereal female voice was quite pleasant to listen to. Wakshifu then joined in to sing with Su Chen, and surprisingly, the song she chose was "Today You Are Going to Marry Me." Jiang Yao and Song Yamin directly teased her for being truly reserved. Hua Shuefu, on the other hand, with her pure white long legs crossed, pretended and said, "There are only a few nice duet love songs, and you guys have already chosen them. I can only go with this one." Su Chen didn't mind at all, picked up the microphone and started singing with her. At the same time, in another KTV private room at the Triumph Palace, Su Chen's two university grudge classmates, Liao Zhenghao and Oz Jian, were also singing. It turns out that after the university reunion that Su Chen skipped today, they had dinner and then came to the Triumph Palace to have fun in the second half. A young man dressed in high-end casual wear, already exuding a high-quality mature male scent, was holding a microphone and shouting, "Old classmates, tonight let's drink and have fun to our heart's content. We won't go home until we're drunk." He was one of the initiators of this class reunion, named Li Jincheng, who was a playful person in school and his family was in the construction materials business. Back in school, maybe not many girls would like such a guy. But now, after more than half a year of social beatings, many girls realized that love alone is not enough, so tonight there were quite a few female classmates interested in Li Jincheng. So, after Li Jincheng finished speaking, the old classmates around him cheered. "Brother Chang, among our class, you are the only one who has achieved success in your career, driving a BMW and being a boss, that's awesome. Yeah, compared to Chang, we really seem to be quite pathetic. We all came from the same class in school, but we can only take the subway and work 996 every day, not knowing when we can make it. Back in school, I felt that Li Jincheng would definitely have a bright future, and now, he has indeed become a big boss. Zijin and Liao Zhanghao listened to the flattering remarks of a few flatterers without shame and looked at each other speechlessly. I should have listened to Yangzi yesterday and not come to this class reunion, it's really boring, Liao Zhanghao muttered under his breath. Exactly, the relationships between classmates have really changed. Everyone is now judging success based on luxury cars, status, and position, using cars and social status to evaluate success, Zijian also whispered in agreement. This is normal, in school it's about grades and talent, but once you enter society, it's all about who earns more money. People are just so vulgar. Liao Zhanghao remembered his ex-girlfriend breaking up with him for money and took a sip of wine feeling a bit depressed. And at that moment, Zhou Siyu, the beautiful class monitor who Su Chen had rated 70 to 80 points, smiled and asked Li Jincheng, studently, how did you manage to get a VIP private room at the Triumph Palace? Just now at the entrance, I heard it was full, I thought we would have to go somewhere else. When Li Jincheng heard the little class flower ask this, he felt proud and said modestly, it's nothing, I invited clients here with my dad before, and coincidentally, those clients knew the owner here, so my dad and I took the opportunity to get to know this owner, spent 1 million to open a super VIP card, so whenever people come, we can have a private room. Someone exclaimed, you spent 1 million to get a VIP card? That's enough to start your own business and become a boss, right? When Li Jincheng heard someone notice the core of his showing off, he became even more proud and said with a smile, you guys don't understand this, in business, you have to pay attention to appearances, like driving a luxury car, wearing a famous watch, being able to entertain at the top venues, these are all ways to prove your strength. If you don't have these appearances, those clients won't even look at you. Oh, so that's how it is, we really don't understand this, we are just workers, our perspective is really different from Brother Chang's. Another classmate exclaimed. Of course. Li Jincheng looked at the envious eyes of his classmates around him, took the opportunity to show off and said, the Triumph Palace where you are now is one of the top entertainment venues in the entire Magic City. Do you know who the boss behind it is? Class monitor Zhou Siyu was a bit curious and asked, who is it? Li Jincheng put on a mysterious expression and said, have you all heard of the Shanghai Emperor? Shanghai Emperor? Some students seemed to recall something and said, isn't that the Qinfen who was bragged about by Wang Xikong online, saying that he doesn't care if his friends have money or not, because he can't compare to him anyway, and then Shanghai Emperor replied, what about me? Is that Qinfen? Exactly. Li Jincheng clapped his hands, showing off, it's Qinfen. He is on the same level as Wang Xikong, a top second-generation rich kid in the entire Magic City. No one dares to provoke him. I only got to sit and have a drink with him because of my clients. Damn! Brother Chang, you're amazing. You even know top second-generation rich kids like Qinfen? Shanghai Emperor, I didn't expect that you, Li Jincheng, have actually had a drink with him. We ordinary people are completely in different worlds from second-generation rich kids like Qinfen. Li Jincheng discreetly watched Zhou Siyu's gaze and saw that she was indeed looking at him. He smiled and said, what you said is not wrong. In fact, ordinary people and people at their level are like two parallel lines, with no intersection. The cars they casually drive cost millions, which you all wouldn't be able to afford even if you worked your whole life, right? Liao Zhanghao was already annoyed by his showing off, and when he heard this, he shouted, just cars worth millions? Our classmate Su Chen has one. Su Chen? Liao Zhanghao, are you kidding me? We're all in the same class, who doesn't know that Su Chen is an orphan, and he had to work part-time to finish college? That's right, I'm not targeting our old classmate Su Chen. It's admirable that he worked hard, but you're exaggerating. The surrounding classmates naturally didn't believe his words. Zijian saw them all criticizing his buddy and couldn't help but feel indignant. Who's bragging? Just a few days ago, we went out to eat with Su Chen and I saw him driving the latest model of a Panamera, fully loaded. Come on, fully loaded Panamera? Are you kidding me? Can you be sure he bought it, or is he just renting it to show off? Another student questioned. Liao Zhanghao and Zijian were stumped by this question, as they really didn't know. Li Jincheng, seeing them silent, chuckled and said, I guess he rented it to show off in front of classmates. There are plenty of such things on the internet. Class monitor Zhou Siyu shook her head regretfully. I didn't expect that after entering society, Su Chen would rent a car just to show off. Luckily he didn't come, or he would definitely rent one to attend the class reunion. Liao Zhanghao and Zijian were so angry that they wanted to curse. Isn't Li Jincheng the most showy one here? Why don't you say he shouldn't come to show off? But Li Jincheng pretended to be magnanimous and waved his hand. Forget it, let's not talk about him. It's not good to speak ill of him behind his back. We're all old classmates, come on, let's continue drinking and singing. With that said, everyone didn't say anything more and continued singing and drinking. However, from the way everyone was seated, it was clear that these old classmates had formed their own little circles. Most of them were gathered around Li Jincheng, including Zhou Siyu, while Liao Zhanghao and Oz Jian seemed to be isolated, with no one paying them any attention. They're so damn realistic. It seems like we really came here just as foils, listening to others show off, Liao Zhanghao sarcastically muttered. There's no way, we're just not as well off. Li Jincheng is following his family's business. I bet there are classmates who want to hang out with him. When those female classmates heard that he's still single, they were even more eager to date him. Oz Jian said with a sneer. I won't come to this kind of gathering next time, it's really boring. Liao Zhanghao shook his head. I won't come either, I've seen the reality clearly, society is like a big dying vat, it's really easy to influence people's hearts, Oz Jian also agreed. And at that moment, Li Jincheng suddenly received a phone call. He quickly stood up from the crowd and ran out of the private room. Not long after, he walked in with a man in his 30s dressed in branded clothes. Li Jincheng turned off the music, took the microphone and shouted to the people present, Come, let me introduce someone to you. This is Zhang Longqian, the son of the Longwei Group in the Magic City. His family is in real estate and factories, with assets of over 10 billion. He is also the biggest client of my family's building materials company. As soon as he said this, the classmates around him applauded and cheered. Wow! Isn't this a typical second-generation rich? Impressive. Brother Chang is really amazing, actually doing business with a billionaire. Zhang Longqian was originally drinking and singing with his buddies here. He happened to want to find Li Jincheng, the scapegoat, to pay the bill, but heard that he was also at the class reunion here. So, out of gratitude for Li Jincheng paying the bill for him, he came to greet his classmates and give him some face. However, when Zhang Longqian saw Zhou Siyu sitting in the private room, he changed his mind. Although this female college student had graduated, she was still wearing a short skirt and a white t-shirt, exuding a youthful vibe, and more importantly, she was prettier than those princesses in the private room. So he whispered something to Li Jincheng. Li Jincheng immediately took Zhang Longqian and squeezed to Zhou Siyu's side. Siyu, Prince Zhang wants to make friends with you, why don't you two get to know each other? Although Li Jincheng felt reluctant, he still let go of his crush for the sake of the financial support from his family. After all, in this society, as long as you make money, you can find any woman. Zhou Siyu frowned slightly but still politely smiled and said, Hello, I'm Zhou Siyu. Li Jincheng took the opportunity to disperse the classmates around him and asked them to go sing outside. In fact, the classmates present were somewhat dissatisfied with this sudden appearance of a second-generation rich. After all, they were at a class reunion, having a stranger sitting there made it awkward, but they didn't want to embarrass Li Jincheng at this moment. Zhang Longqian, on the other hand, didn't care about the looks of others. He had a strong desire for this class flower and kept chatting and drinking with her, getting closer and closer, almost sticking to her. Liao Zhanghao glanced over there and muttered, if Li Jincheng didn't want to pursue Zhou Siyu, why did he introduce her to this rich second generation? Oh, Zijian chuckled softly, isn't this just proving that saying? When a friend asks you out to play, they introduce others to you to play. When your girlfriend asks you out to play, they introduce you to others to play. It's a pity that the class president has become the prey that Li Jincheng is sending out. Meanwhile, after Zhang Longqian persuaded Zhou Siyu to drink a few glasses, he filled her glass again and then eagerly reached out to put his hand on her shoulder. Siyu, why don't you be my girlfriend? My family still has some face in this city. If you want to work somewhere, I can help you with connections. Zhang Longqian said with a warm smile on his face. Zhou Siyu calmly moved away his hand. It's not appropriate. I'm just an ordinary college graduate. I might not be able to match your family. It's true that it's a bit of a stretch, but I like you. Zhang Longqian had already drunk quite a bit of alcohol. Emboldened by the alcohol, he placed his hand on her leg. Master Zhang, please behave yourself. Zhou Siyu shifted away uncomfortably. Don't be like that, follow me and I'll buy you a bag, a car. Zhang Longqian continued to move closer, directly embracing her waist. Let go, release me. Zhou Siyu blushed and tried to pry his hand off forcefully. The commotion here attracted the attention of Li Jincheng and the surrounding classmates, but they gritted their teeth and pretended not to see. After all, the poor don't cause trouble, that's what they were taught by their parents since childhood. And Li Jincheng relied on the Dragon Power Group for their family business, so it was impossible for him to intervene. This group of cowards. Just watching the monitor being bullied and not saying anything, Liao Zhanghao couldn't bear it. Mind your own business. What does the little bit of classmate friendship in the past count for? Oh, Zijian sneered. Liao Zhanghao saw that Zhang Longqian was about to embrace Zhou Siyu and force a kiss on her, so he stood up, slammed his glass on the table in front of them with a loud bang. Drink your alcohol, but don't lay hands on others, Liao Zhanghao said, seeing the attention of those around them being drawn over. Zheng Longqian, seeing so many people looking at him, suddenly felt a bit embarrassed, stood up abruptly, and slapped him. Who do you think you are? Dare to meddle in my business? Hey hey hey! You bully our monitor and still think you're right. Zijian also stood up quickly, shouting loudly. Liao Zhanghao's face was marked with a red imprint, his hands clenched into fists, resisting the urge to retaliate. Li Jincheng saw a conflict erupting here, so he hurried over to mediate. Master Zhang, calm down, don't stoop to their level. I'll have 2 bottles of black spade sent to your private room as compensation. Damn it! 2 poor students are disturbing my enjoyment. Zheng Longqian cursed. But seeing Liao Zhanghao and Zijian united against him, and with their classmates around, he knew he would be at a disadvantage if he fought alone. So he pointed at them and cursed, I'll give Li Jincheng some face today, you guys wait for me. With those harsh words, Zheng Longqian left the private room. Zhou Siyu's eyes were filled with tears. Zhanghao, Zijian, thank you. If you hadn't stood up, I really wouldn't know what to do. Monitor, no need to be polite, we've been classmates for 4 years, anyone who sees it will stop it, Liao Zhanghao said. Hearing this, the people around, including Li Jincheng, felt ashamed and lowered their heads. You two better leave quickly, Zheng Longqian definitely won't let this go. Li Jincheng hesitated, then reminded them. Afraid of what? Does he dare to harm us? Zijian said disdainfully. Forget it, let's go, we're just ordinary office workers, we really can't compete with a second-generation rich kid. I even endured a slap just now, let's leave quickly, Liao Zhanghao said sensibly, pulling his arm. Zhou Siyu also advised them, you really should leave here as soon as possible, so as not to cause trouble for you because of me. Monitor, you too, Master Zhang has taken a liking to you. If they leave, they will definitely take it out on you. You should go with them, Li Jincheng reminded. Why don't we all leave together? We're not in the mood to play anymore. Yeah, we've all had enough to drink anyway. Other classmates, fearing they would suffer, couldn't help but speak up. Alright, you guys go first, I'll settle the bill, Li Jincheng nodded and said. Let's go, back home. Liao Zhanghao had a bad feeling in his heart, so he pulled Zijian and walked towards the door. Just as a group of classmates were about to leave, the door of the private room suddenly burst open. Zheng Longqian led a group of men holding beer bottles, charging in front. No one is allowed to leave. Fight me. Liao Zhanghao, Zijian, and the rest of the old classmates' faces changed instantly. The spacious VIP room was now in chaos. Beer bottles, broken glass, fruit platters, dice, scattered in every corner. Tonight's class reunion was just a dozen or so classmates who stayed to work in the City of Magic, with half of them being female. Zheng Longqian directly brought a group of rich second-generation youths to play together, equivalent to 2 against 1, and they relied on their wealth and power, showing no mercy. In no time, they knocked down Liao Zhanghao and his friends, kicking and punching them on the ground. Fortunately, these rich second-generation youths still had some face and did not go after the female classmates. Zhou Siyu pulled 7 female classmates to huddle in the innermost part, each of them pale and trembling with fear. Master Zhang, let's talk things out, please don't fight. Li Jincheng struggled on the ground and shouted at Zheng Longqian. Zheng Longqian stopped the 2 rich second-generation youths who were kicking him. Li Jincheng, I'll give you some face today, get out of here. Li Jincheng got up, glanced at his classmates being beaten on the ground, gritted his teeth, and said with a forced smile, Master Zhang, they came with me, please spare them, I will personally make amends to you another day. Zheng Longqian coldly looked at him, who do you think you are? Don't push me, or I'll cancel the business with your crappy building materials company. Li Jincheng was startled and dared not say more, quickly leaving the room. Some of the classmates who were beaten also tried to distance themselves. Master Zhang, it was Liao Zhanghao and Zijian who offended you, not us. Yes, Master Zhang, they are responsible for their actions, please let us go. Zheng Longqian, who had lost face in front of these people, how could he let them off so easily, angrily shouted, I don't care if you are together or not, dare to challenge me again and I'll beat you all. These timid classmates dared not say more. Zheng Longqian had his brothers lift up Liao Zhanghao and Zijian. You two were arrogant just now, dared to meddle in my business? Zheng Longqian disdainfully slapped their faces. Liao Zhanghao's head was covered in blood and beer stains, cursing, you think it's right to bully our class president? Zijian, also hit by beer, boldly retorted, if you have the guts, fight one-on-one, what's the skill in a group fight? Zheng Longqian directly slapped the 2 of them, I'm standing in front of you, dare to touch me? Believe me, with just a word from me, you won't be able to survive in this city anymore. He had always been praised by his friends and spoiled by his family. When had he ever been insulted by these poor university graduates? Moreover, his brothers were all watching. If he didn't show some leadership, how could he continue to thrive in this circle? Liao Zhanghao and Oz Jian's faces were swollen from the beating. They could only stare at this rich second-generation youth. Zhang Longqian instructed his brothers to take turns humiliating them by slapping their ears. Then, he walked alone to the group of female classmates hiding in the back, pulled out Zhou Siyu, grabbed her chin, and sneered, "You pretend to be innocent with me, I'm doing you a favor by noticing you." Saying that, Zhang Longqian slapped Zhou Siyu twice. These rich second-generation friends of his, including himself, although only belonged to the middle circle in the City of Magic, had at least hundreds of millions or even billions in family wealth. As long as they didn't escalate things to serious injuries, it wouldn't be a big deal. Zhang Longqian dragged Zhou Siyu and threw her next to Liao Zhanghao and his friends. "Just sit directly on the sofa at the door," playfully looking at these pale-faced college graduates who were scared, and sneered, "Whoever wants to end this tonight, kneel down and lick my shoes. After licking, get the hell out, otherwise no one is leaving." When the surrounding students heard him say this, they all looked fearful. If anyone really did such a humiliating thing, they would truly be unable to show their face in the future. Seeing this group of people looking terrified, Zhang Longqian and his brothers laughed shamelessly. "Brothers, bring these two over here, press down on their heads and make them lick our shoes." Zhang Longqian pointed to Liao Zhanghao and Oz Jian, saying with a smile. The young men escorting them, with a look of amusement, pushed Liao Zhanghao and Oz Jian to kneel in front of Zhang Longqian. All the students felt a bit sorry for them. This was definitely the darkest moment they had encountered in their lives. On the other side, after Su Chen, Zhang Yao, Wakshifu, and Song Yimin finished singing, they also settled the bill and prepared to leave. "Ayang, why are there so many people gathered in front?" Zhang Yao, who had drunk a lot, with a flushed face, curiously looked ahead. Su Chen glanced at the corridor ahead and saw several men in security uniforms smoking at the entrance of a private room, occasionally glancing inside. One of them seemed to have met before, like the manager of the Kaishian Palace, who had been greeted by Qin Fen at the entrance earlier. Probably someone causing trouble after drinking too much. Su Chen shook his head, not thinking much of it. This kind of situation was very common in nightclubs. Alcohol could numb people's nerves and make them impulsive. Therefore, fights after drinking were almost a regular occurrence in nightclubs. Wakshifu and Song Yimin were also used to such incidents and followed Su Chen in their high heels. As the group passed by the entrance of the private room, Su Chen casually glanced inside and was suddenly stunned. "Wait a minute." Su Chen stopped, pushed aside the person blocking the door, walked in, and said, "Haozi, Jianzi, what are you doing here?" At that moment in the private room, Liao Zhanghao and Oz Jian were being forced to bow their heads and lick Zhang Longqian's shoes. But because of Su Chen's sudden appearance, everyone's attention turned to the door. Su Chen? Those students naturally recognized him at a glance and looked at him in surprise. Liao Zhanghao and Oz Jian's eyes, which were filled with despair, lit up when they saw Su Chen, but then they became worried again. "Ayang, why are you here? Didn't you say you wouldn't attend the class reunion? Ayang, you better leave quickly, this is none of your business." Su Chen frowned and glanced at the scene in the private room, roughly analyzing the situation. Looking at the young man sitting in front of his two classmates, he said, "This friend, they are my classmates. Regardless of the situation, give me face and let them go." When Zhang Longqian heard that he was classmates with these people, he laughed angrily, stood up, pointed at Su Chen and said, "Who the hell are you? Hanging out with these poor university students and still want to be friends with me? Why should I give you face?" Su Chen listened to the other party's blunt words and curses, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. At that moment, a beer bottle suddenly appeared on Zhang Longqian's head, instantly shattering. The beer mixed with glass shards and blood, flowing all over his head. Su Chen looked incredulously at Zhang Yao, who was holding the broken bottle next to him. He never expected that the usually gentle and delicate Yao Yao would be so decisive. Everyone in the private room also looked over, staring at the beautiful woman holding the broken bottle. Including Zhang Longqian's friends, they were completely confused by the scene and hadn't reacted yet. Zhang Yao's face turned cold as she said, "What are you in front of me? Ayang is my young master, I am very protective of him, I can't stand anyone saying he's not good. Are you looking for trouble?" Zhang Longqian snapped out of his confusion and cursed angrily, "Damn it." There was a sound of shattering. Another beer bottle exploded directly on Zhang Longqian's head. Su Chen held the wine bottle coldly and cursed harshly, "Do you dare say it again?" Zhang Longqian went crazy and cursed as he rushed over, "Damn it." But before he could finish his words, Su Chen kicked him, sending the enraged Zhang Longqian flying. "Brothers, get him!" Zhang Longqian shouted angrily on the ground. His friends finally came to their senses and rushed forward with beer bottles. The surrounding students' faces changed. Although they were puzzled why Su Chen suddenly appeared here, they were still anxious to see another student in trouble. Just then, Xiao Chang, who had been standing behind Zhang Yao, moved. She agilely moved to Su Chen's side, blocking a beer bottle with a punch. Then, she swiftly countered, subduing the young man in front of her and knocking him down. Xiao Qing's movements were quick, dodging another person's beer bottle and landing 2 punches on his stomach, causing him to groan and fall to the ground. She stood upright, fists raised in a classic boxing stance. She deflected another beer bottle with a slap, followed by a powerful punch to the chin. She swiftly moved through the crowd, defending and attacking. She kicked a young man's knee, causing him to kneel, then delivered a fierce knee strike, knocking him out. She continued her swift and precise movements, incapacitating several others. Within 30 seconds, 17 or 18 young men were either writhing in pain or unconscious on the ground, unable to get up. Everyone was stunned, watching in disbelief as this elegant girl in a suit took down all the men. The girl's movements were so fast, like a scene from a martial arts movie, precise and effective. How could a petite girl like her defeat a group of young men? Li Jincheng, who had returned without anyone noticing, watched the scene in astonishment. Su Chen also marveled at Xiao Qing's skills, muttering, "Xiao Qing is amazing, isn't she?" He had only seen such scenes in movies. Her fighting style was modern and practical, without any unnecessary flair. The impact was more exciting than a movie, it was simply explosive. Zhang Yao was not surprised. She smiled and held Su Chen's arm, saying sweetly, "How was it? I told you before, Xiao Qing is really good at fighting." Su Chen remembered when Zhang Yao introduced Xiao Qing to him, saying she could take on 10 of him. He didn't believe it at the time. Now, after seeing her fight, he understood that even 10 was an understatement. Not to mention 10, even if there were 20 of him, he probably couldn't beat Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing, on the other hand, appeared calm and returned to Zhang Yao's side, standing by her. Liao Zhanghao and Oz Jian also came to their senses, quickly running over to Su Chen's side, talking nonstop about what had just happened. Zheng Longqian was completely bewildered, sitting on the ground and backing away repeatedly. "What do you want to do? What do you want to do?" Su Chen sneered after hearing the complaints from the 2 troublemakers. "At first, I wanted to reason with you, but you insisted on starting a fight. Now, look at what you've done to my classmates." Other classmates gathered around Su Chen as if they had found a savior. Seeing Zhang Yao, Wang Shifu, and Song Yamin by Su Chen's side up close, they couldn't help but be surprised. They couldn't understand why these 3 stunning beauties were with Su Chen. "Do you know who I am? I am the son of Longwei Group. Are you really going to offend me for them?" Zheng Longqian was still struggling. Still so arrogant? Zhang Yao, feeling indignant, grabbed a bottle of beer and wanted to smash it at him. Su Chen quickly stopped her, taking the beer from her hand. "Let me do it." He noticed that Zhang Yao was wearing a dress and it wouldn't be convenient for her to confront Zheng Longqian lying on the ground. Bang! The sound of breaking glass echoed. Zheng Longqian's head was hit by 3 bottles of beer, blood mixing with alcohol creating a mess. Su Chen remembered that this guy had just been cursing loudly earlier. He hated it when someone insulted his mother, especially when it was directed at him. In the past, when playing online games, he couldn't retaliate directly, but now it was happening in real life, and with Xiao Qing protecting him on the side, he couldn't contain his anger without making a move. Wang Shifu and Song Yamin watched Su Chen's domineering side, their faces flushed abnormally, their eyes almost popping out. "Where's the boss? The boss of Triumph Palace hasn't come out yet. There's trouble here." Zheng Longqian, feeling dizzy, knew he couldn't beat Su Chen now, so he started begging for mercy. "What do you want from me?" Just then, a young man's voice came from outside the private room. Xin Fun, with a cold face, led a group of security guards inside. Originally, as the behind-the-scenes boss of the bar, he didn't need to get involved in fights like this, he just needed to send the manager to make sure things didn't escalate. However, he rushed over immediately after hearing the manager report that Su Chen and his group were also involved. When Zhang Longqian saw Xin Fun, it was like seeing a ray of hope. He quickly got up from the ground and said in a pitiful tone, "Xin Gu, they caused trouble in your place, and they injured me and my friends." Although he was not on the same level as Qin Fun in terms of being a second-generation rich kid, they still knew each other. Moreover, his father's Longwei Group had some business dealings with Qin Fun. Logically, now that he had been beaten in Qin Fun's place, Qin Fun would definitely stand on his side. Su Chen's classmates, seeing this legendary figure from Shanghai appear and clearly knowing Zheng Longqian, felt a chill in their hearts. Including Li Jincheng, who had somehow joined the group of classmates, his face also changed drastically, trembling in fear. He had discussed with his classmates how awesome the Shanghai Emperor was before, but he didn't expect this Shanghai Emperor to appear in front of them now. And the fact that he was able to have a drink with Qin Fun at the time was also because he knew Zheng Longqian. So, Li Jincheng knew about the group in Zhang Longqian's family and had a cooperative relationship with Qin Fun. Now, he felt a bit regretful about coming back to see his classmates. Just as his classmates were on edge and Li Jincheng was hesitating whether to slip away, the Shanghai Emperor, Qin Fan, the young master Qin, actually ignored Zhang Longqian and approached Su Chen with a warm smile, bending down in front of him. Su Xiao, these bastards didn't hurt you, did they? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at Su Chen in astonishment. How could this be possible? The mighty Shanghai Emperor Qin Fan was so humble in front of Su Chen? Thud. A sound, the bag in Zhou Siyu's hand was shocked and dropped to the ground. Damn! When did their classmate Su Chen become so awesome? Liao Zhanghao and Ou Zijian were completely stunned, looking at Su Chen in disbelief. But Su Chen just glanced at Qin Fan calmly and said, Boss Qin, it seems like you're not having a good time here. I don't think I want to come next time. My bad, Su Xiao, Miss Jiang, Miss Hua, Miss Song, I apologize to you all here, rest assured, Qin, will definitely give you an explanation. Qin Fan quickly assured. Qin Gu, what's wrong with you? Zhang Longqian realized that something was wrong and said anxiously. Qin Fan turned to him, coldly scolding, Zhang Longqian, who do you think you are calling me Qin Gu? Stop calling me that. Do you really have the ability, dare to lay a hand on the people of the Yang family, Hua family, and Song family? Zhang Longqian's face turned pale when he heard this, because he suddenly realized something extremely terrifying. The figure who could make the mighty Shanghai Emperor Qin Fan treat with such respect, plus the Yang family, Hua family, and Song family mentioned by Qin Fan. Although he hadn't had the chance to meet the young masters and misses of these families at his level, at this moment he suddenly understood the identities of these people. Misunderstanding. It's a huge misunderstanding. Zhang Longqian was sweating profusely in fear. Su Chen smiled faintly and said, when I told you it was a misunderstanding at the beginning, how did you respond? Weren't you still cursing? Qin Fan's face changed drastically upon hearing this, shaking with anger. He walked over and kicked Zhang Longqian hard, scolding, Zhang Longqian, you caused this trouble yourself, you are responsible for it, this time even your father can't save you, he will be implicated too. This is really frustrating. He was really angry, although he was not clear about Su Chen's specific identity. But how dare Zhang Longqian curse at them? Do you know who the mothers of these little ancestors are? If they find out, can these big shots tolerate it? He dared not imagine how terrifying it would be if the Yang family, Hua family, and Song family started trouble. If he got involved, it would be a disaster. After all, these little ancestors caused trouble in his place. Zhang Longqian was scared out of his wits. Now he knew fear. His legs trembled and he knelt down with a thud, raising his hand and slapping himself hard on the face, begging, I didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Big brother, I was really wrong, please spare me. He naturally understood how terrifying the power of these families in the Magic City was. Especially Yang Yingyu of the Yang family, she was a ruthless queen who would retaliate for the slightest offense. If anyone dared to show the slightest disrespect, they would be skinned alive. Su Chen's old classmates watched this miraculous turn of events in shock, all taking a cold breath. They finally believed what Liao Zhanghao and Ou Zijian had said before. Even the emperor of Shanghai, Qin Fan, and Zhang Longqian, whose net worth is over 10 billion, had to kneel and beg for mercy. Is it necessary to rent a Palamila to show off? With their status and position, even driving a Palamila is considered low-key, right? Especially Li Jincheng was dumbfounded watching the prince of the Longwei group, whom he had to serve, kneeling and begging like a dog. The impact on his mind was so great that it left him completely dumbfounded. Liao Zhanghao and Ou Zijian also looked completely shocked, as if they were seeing Su Chen in a new light, unable to close their mouths in astonishment. Before, they didn't believe Su Chen when he claimed to be a top second-generation rich kid, thinking he was bragging. Now, they knew better, Su Chen was speaking the truth. Otherwise, how could he hold onto the thigh of a rich woman and be called a young master Su by the respected emperor of Shanghai, Qin Fan? The rich second generation around them who were wailing in pain just lay there pretending to be dead, afraid to make a sound. Su Chen glanced around at the shocked and incredulous expressions of the people and calmly shook his head, saying, you reap what you sow. Then, he said to Qin Fan, Qin boss, I'll leave it to you here, we'll be on our way. No problem, I'll arrange for a car to take Su's classmates to the hospital for examination and treatment immediately, Qin Fan said joyfully when he saw that Su Chen didn't give him a hard time, quickly assuring him respectfully. Su Chen looked at his old classmates once again. He knew that he was now in a completely different class from these classmates, and they would no longer have any intersection in the future, so he didn't bother to say hello. He just waved to the two grudges and said, brothers, we'll meet again another day. With that, Su Chen took Zhang Yao's hand, along with Hua Shifu and Song Yimin, and left the private room. Zhang Longqian sat completely paralyzed on the ground, knowing that he was finished. When had these classmates ever seen such a scene before? They were still discussing in amazement. Oh my god, who exactly is Su Chen? Heavens, what's going on? Isn't Su Chen an orphan? Orphan my foot, don't talk nonsense, Su Chen saved us. Yes, this is too surreal. When I was in despair, it was Su Chen who came to save us. Su Chen used to pretend to be an ordinary person, like those rich kids who go undercover to experience the life of commoners on TV, right? Maybe, I regret not pursuing him back then, otherwise I would be so happy now. Just you? Get real. Haven't you seen the caliber of the beauties around Su Chen? They're even more beautiful than celebrities. I told you before that Su Chen has a top-of-the-line palamila. You didn't believe me. The super beautiful woman next to him just now came to pick him up. The scene just now completely stunned these classmates who had been with Su Chen for 4 years. Zheng Longqian sat stunned for a moment, very anxiously said to Qin Fen, who was arranging for a car to come over, "Qin brother, what should I do? Please save me." "Save you? I'm worried about my own situation, you figure it out yourself," Qin Fen said coldly, giving him a glance. Zheng Longqian quickly rolled over to Liao Zhenghao and Oz Jian. "I'm sorry, I was confused, I shouldn't have conflicted with you, can you help me out? Please, I'm begging you." The classmates watched this scene of changing fortunes, each with a different expression, but completely ignored him. However, from his begging, they could see that Su Chen's power was even more terrifying than they had imagined. None of them had expected that the man who had been obscure for 4 years would bring them such a huge shock. Meanwhile, in another part, at the villa, Yang Yingyu had already received a call from Xiuqi, who was secretly protecting Su Chen, reporting to her. After hanging up the phone, Yang Yingyu's expression was very serious, and a cold aura enveloped her entire body. She immediately made a call. "Immediately seal all projects of Longwei Industrial for me. Contact the bank to cut off their loans for collection. I want Longwei Industrial to go bankrupt within 3 days." Yang Yingyu's face was frosty as she spoke coldly into her phone. "No problem, leave it to me." Without asking any questions, the person on the other end agreed and hung up the phone. For companies like Longwei Industrial Group that are involved in physical and real estate businesses, all of them have astonishing debt ratios. They rely on their physical industries and land holdings to obtain loans from banks, mortgage them, and establish early-stage projects. Then they promote and advertise to investors and buyers, receive advance payments, proceed with the later stages of the project construction, and continue to mortgage bank loans, constantly profiting without investing anything. This method is very common in the physical industry and can easily leverage more than 3 times the cost capital. As long as the process is completed, huge profits can be easily earned at low cost. But in order for the project to proceed smoothly, each step needs to be carefully managed to ensure success. Therefore, almost all physical entities operate in violation of regulations. As soon as someone investigates, a lot of problems can be uncovered. If any step is broken, the company is not far from bankruptcy. Yang Yingyu was truly angry this time. Su Chen is her beloved son. She would do anything to protect him. How dare someone insult him like this? No one can bully my son. If you are an enemy of the world, then I will be an enemy of the world. After Shaoqing dropped off Wakshifu and Songyamin, it was already late at night. The city of Modu was still brightly lit at night, with young ladies in cool attire walking along the streets. Su Chen looked Jiang Yao up and down, smiling. "Yao Yao, I didn't expect you to fight too?" Jiang Yao was afraid he would think she was rude, so she turned slightly, her face blushing, and said, "I don't fight." Su Chen really looked at Jiang Yao differently and took her hand with a smile. "Yao Yao, about what happened just now, will it cause trouble with my mom?" Jiang Yao chuckled. "Why would there be any trouble? Your mom's power is beyond your imagination, Ayang. Remember, in Modu, you don't need to tolerate anything or anyone, your mom can handle it for you." "That's good, just a scumbag, not worth bothering about." Su Chen saw her take it lightly, so he didn't think much about it. "Young master, you may not care, but we won't let it go. Even if she can't stand it, your mom will be furious." Jiang Yao gritted her teeth inwardly, but on the surface, she flicked her curly hair behind her ear and nodded with a smile. "Ayang, what do you think of my 2 girlfriends? They're pretty good, their personalities and styles are quite unique, and they're beautiful." Su Chen smiled and said, "Have you noticed that Shuefu and Minner both seem to like you?" Jiang Yao's face softened, linking her arm with his. "Really? It's only the first time I've met them." Su Chen was puzzled, not realizing he had any charm that would make a super beauty fall for him at first sight. He Jiang Yao giggled and blinked. "Ayang, you don't have a very accurate assessment of your own charm." "What do you mean?" Su Chen was now curious, smelling the faint fragrance emanating from Jiang Yao, he asked. Jiang Yao rested her chin on his shoulder, her charming face looking particularly beautiful under the city night lights. "I mentioned the issue of identity to you before. In fact, for women, money and power can invisibly increase a man's charm. As long as your identity is strong enough, any of your actions will become very attractive. For example, just now you smashed someone with a beer bottle. If it was another man doing it, Xu Fu and Minner would think he is rude and disgusting. But if you do it, because of the power and wealth you control behind you, you will appear domineering and handsome. This is like the saying a beauty in the eyes of a lover. The same thing done by different people will have different effects. All your actions will appear very different and charming in the eyes of a lover, because your identity represents your uniqueness, while others represent the same type of person. So, as long as you put on the cloak of money and power, any woman can fall in love with you at first sight. You don't have to think you're not that great. Why would girls like you? In fact, your identity can make almost any woman naturally have a very good first impression of you, and then continuously find all your behaviors cute and attractive, different from others. Is this a joke? Su Chan was somewhat surprised. This is not a joke. This is based on psychological analysis of human nature. Zhang Yao looked at him with a smile and said, "Have you heard of the famous blind date corner in the Magic City, right next to People's Park?" "I know about that. I heard that many parents gather there to find partners for their children." Su Chen nodded. "Let me give you an example. If you go to the blind date corner and pretend to be a delivery man or courier with a monthly income of only a few thousand yuan, no car, no house, how likely do you think you will be chosen?" Zhang Yao said with a smile. "Definitely no one will be interested. I might even be ridiculed, right?" Su Chen understood the reality of this society very well. Zhang Yao nestled beside him, raised her high heels and lightly kicked him. "Then, if you pretend to be a company boss with a deposit of 1 billion, a villa, and a luxury car, how do you think those parents looking for partners for their daughters will react?" "I guess I won't even be able to leave People's Park. I'll probably be surrounded by those parents." Su Chen laughed. Zhang Yao also laughed charmingly. "This is just a way of saying that as long as you put on this cloak, even though you are the same person, others will have completely different opinions about you, right?" "That makes sense." Su Chen patted her silk stockings under her skirt. Zhang Yao smiled and proactively placed her beautiful legs on his lap, swaying the high heels on her feet, saying, "So, do you now understand why Xu Fu and Minner only met you for the first time but already have a good impression of you? Because the attribute of your identity adds up. You don't need to show anything, you don't need to pursue girls like ordinary people, giving them romance, surprises, and moving gestures to make them like you. I roughly understand now. It turns out I have quite a charm." Su Chen felt confident. Of course, there are many excellent men in this world, but they all belong to the same category, while you are unique, different from them. Just like why I like you, there is no need for a reason. Zhang Yao held Su Chen's big hand and placed it on her silk stockings, playfully saying. The night breeze outside the car window blew in gently, stroking her chestnut-colored curls. Su Chen looked at Zhang Yao's charming and beautiful appearance, feeling that she was so beautiful and moving. In the past, he used to live alone in a rental house, with no social life, no entertainment, basically just eating, sleeping, and working, feeling like he was getting depressed. Although adults are generally like this, they have to learn to endure loneliness. But now, having someone to accompany you to be happy and grow together is definitely a very happy thing. Su Chen saw a strand of hair blown onto Zhang Yao's cheek and couldn't help but reach out to tuck it behind her crystal-clear white ear. Zhang Yao looked at his gentle expression and blinked her bright eyes. "Ayang, you're not falling for me, are you?" Su Chen smiled and pinched her soft cheek, this time being very honest. "More than just liking you, I love you to death, okay?" Wow! Sister's charm is still very strong, so quickly stirring the young master's heart. Zhang Yao raised her snow-white chin like a proud fox, her beautiful eyes looking at Su Chen provocatively. "Can you tell me how much you love me?" Su Chen looked at Zhang Yao, her face like a beautiful flower just a fist away from his own, able to smell her warm breath in the air. His excited heart, trembling hands holding Zhang Yao's delicate face, as if holding something fragile and precious. For some reason, he suddenly felt very precious about this woman, already feeling like he couldn't be without her. Mumbling, Zhang Yao giggled and hugged his neck, her bright red lips actively meeting his. At 11 o'clock at night, Su Chen and Zhang Yao had already returned to their villa. As the saying goes, a full stomach leads to thoughts of jade. After taking a shower, Su Chen was now sitting on the sofa in the living room chatting with his mother. Zhang Yao was still upstairs taking a shower. "Mom, I want to ask you a question. Do you think there are girls who are willing to grow up with a boy?" Su Chen, savoring the fragrance and sweetness of Zhang Yao, curiously asked his mother. Yang Yingyu was wearing a nightgown, smiling lightly as she sipped her red wine. It was a habit she had developed over the years, to endure the pain of missing her son. She couldn't sleep at night without a glass of red wine. And now that her son had returned, she still maintained this habit. "Yanger, of course there are girls like that. The first time our eyes met, you had just been born and were lying in mommy's arms. At that time, mommy was only 20 years old." Yang Yingyu gently rubbed her son's head and smiled warmly. "Mom!" Su Chen was touched by her words and couldn't help but lean into his mother's warm embrace. In this world, if there is only one person who will truly be good to you, it is definitely Yang Yingyu. Because she is his biological mother, naturally she will love her son unreservedly. The connection of blood ties will always make her treasure you, care for you, and trust you completely. So, Su Chen also cherishes this hard-earned motherly love very much. In a world where modern men are receiving less and less attention and care, men have to stand on their own. All men long to be loved, fundamentally lacking in love. This is why men cannot resist the love of motherhood. Motherly love is just too beautiful, too unconditional. Yang Yingyu put down her wineglass, her stunning face showing a hint of indulgent smile, and asked softly, "What's wrong, Yanger? Mom feels like you have something on your mind." "It's not really a problem, Mom. Can you tell me about Sister Yao Yao?" Su Chen adjusted his emotions and looked up at his mother. It's not that he didn't trust Sister Yao Yao with his previous question, but he wanted to learn more about Jiang Yao from his mother. Because Su Chen felt that his understanding of Jiang Yao was not very deep, which was his own problem. He had never actively explored the woman he loved most besides his mother. So after confessing to Jiang Yao tonight, Su Chen wanted to know about Jiang Yao's past. Yao Yao. Yang Yingyu heard her son's question and seemed to be lost in memories. She held her son's head and continued to speak softly to herself. "Actually, Yao Yao is the orphan of a very good female friend of mine. Their family is a scholarly family, and her grandfather was a close friend of your grandfather. But Yao Yao's grandparents couldn't survive the difficult period of history and passed away. Since childhood, Yao Yao has been very intelligent. When she was 5 years old, 20 years ago, her parents responded to the country's call to teach in a mountain village for 6 months. One day, there was a sudden mudslide in the village, and they both passed away, leaving behind a lonely 5-year-old girl. At that time, I had just been deceived by your father into thinking that you had really had an accident, so when I learned about Yao Yao's situation, I felt a sense of empathy. We both lost our most important family members, so under the same fate, I helped raise her daughter for my friend, nurturing her into adulthood. Because Yao Yao knew that I naturally disliked men, she had told me long ago that she would never have a boyfriend in her life and would stay by my side forever. Although she didn't say the reason, I knew that she actually valued me. So, my feelings for her have always been much stronger than for other trusted individuals I have raised myself. Yao Yao has not disappointed anyone's expectations, whether in company management or in ruthless business competition. She has shown the same style as me in the past. It can be said that her personality is very much like mine. Perhaps she has always learned from me as a role model. Later, after I found my biological son, which is you, she volunteered to help me improve our mother-son relationship. So, in fact, Mom really hopes that you two can be together. Yao Yao is a good girl, and Mom has watched her grow up. Mom knows her well and knows that after meeting you, she has decided on her life's path. Yao Yao has already identified herself as your foster daughter-in-law. She is actually quite naive in matters of love, still like a blank sheet of paper. However, over the years, she has dealt with all kinds of people in business, so she understands human nature and won't be fooled by anyone. But she is absolutely sincere and open-hearted towards you. She has always been trying to teach you about the things she knows about the world. She also hopes that one day, she can truly leave a significant place in your heart. Her protective nature is like mine, her tolerance towards you is like mine, and like Mom, she is the woman in this world who cherishes you the most. This poor child has truly dedicated her entire life to our family. Su Chen listened to his mother's murmurs. He felt his heart heavy. He now finally understood Jiang Yao's background. He also understood why she had always been so good to him, why she liked him so unconditionally, why she had been guiding him so wholeheartedly. This girl is indeed as Mom described. She has truly dedicated herself completely to this family. Su Chen no longer melodramatically thinks that Jiang Yao loves him out of some kind of repayment. Instead, he cherishes the feelings and love between him and Jiang Yao. Just like himself, he initially liked Jiang Yao because of her delicate and beautiful face, and her seductive figure. He was simply lusting after Jiang Yao's body. It could also be said that he was attracted by her appearance. However, after spending time together, he began to feel a change in his feelings towards her. He no longer just lusted after her body, but truly enjoyed the emotional resonance and response with her. So, no matter how love initially arises, after spending time together, the two will definitely fall more in love with each other due to other factors. Su Chen originally thought that as he grew older, he would believe in love less and less. He had already made up his mind to seal his heart with cement. Unexpectedly, the first girl to enter his heart now turned out to be Jiang Yao. He felt pity for Jiang Yao's background, but he knew that he didn't love her out of pity. Even before knowing about her background, Su Chen had already faced his own feelings and expressed his love to Jiang Yao. It was just that through his mother's words, he learned more about the complete Jiang Yao. Just as Jiang Yao understood him, he really enjoyed being with her. He liked the look of understanding and love in her eyes. He liked her guidance. He truly loved her so much. Loved her so much that he couldn't imagine life without her. Night. Su Chen lay on his luxurious bed, continuing to message Jiang Yao. Yao Yao, pour me a glass of water, please. */W**. Jiang Yao was naturally not asleep yet and replied instantly, wait. Not long after, he heard a sound at the door, and Jiang Yao quietly pushed open his door and sneaked in. Su Chen looked up, and his eyes instantly lit up. Because tonight, Jiang Yao was not only wearing a sexy lace-strap nightgown, but her long and beautiful legs were also wrapped in black lace stockings. From top to bottom, the enchanting mature curly hair, the fair and delicate melon-seed face, the smooth swan-like neck, the round and smooth pearl shoulders, and the delicate collarbones. Then there was the overwhelming charm, leading to the slender waist that could be held in one hand, the black lace stockings wrapped around the thighs under the skirt, the feeling of white flesh, revealing an absolute area. 2 lace straps, along the absolute area of the snow-white thighs, extended upwards into the skirt. Yao Yao, why are you still wearing stockings so late at night? Su Chen swallowed and asked her softly. Black stockings keep me warm, the air conditioning is freezing my legs. Jiang Yao blinked earnestly and smiled, placing the water glass on his bedside table. Since your legs are cold, come in quickly to warm up. Su Chen directly hugged Jiang Yao's slender waist and pulled her into his bed. Yao Yao, I love you to death. Su Chen hugged Jiang Yao's curvaceous body, burying his head in her fragrant body and nuzzling. Hee, why are you still nuzzling like a puppy? Jiang Yao giggled, tickling him and lifting his head, her beautiful eyes shining as she looked into his eyes, asking, Yang, is something bothering you? I used to think my heart was as hard as a stone by the roadside, sealed with cement, but then I suddenly found myself believing in love again. Su Chen embraced Jiang Yao's slender waist, sitting next to her on the bed with a smile. Jiang Yao laughed carelessly. Yang, have you been hurt in the past? No, as I grew older, I felt that love was all fake. Su Chen said, looking like he understood the ways of the world. Nonsense, how old are you? I'm 4 years older than you and still believe in love. Jiang Yao playfully pinched his ear. Su Chen grabbed Jiang Yao's delicate hand and bit her fingertip painted with red nail polish. Yao Yao, let me tell you a story. I have a college classmate who pursued a girl for 2 years. One rainy night, the girl posted on her moments that she wanted to drink yogurt. My classmate saw it and went to buy yogurt, delivered it to the entrance of her dorm, and asked her to come down. Do you know what happened next? Jiang Yao was intrigued and curiously asked, go on. Su Chen was brewing his words and continued. Later, that girl replied to him saying that she and her roommates were playing truth or dare, and she lost. Her roommates then made her post something on moments that only my classmate could see, to see if this bootlicker would come. Surprisingly, he did come and made the girls in their dorm burst into laughter. No way! Are there really girls like that? Jiang Yao exclaimed. There are even more outrageous ones. My classmate actually said that the girl must be testing him, and he kept pursuing her afterwards. Do you think he's like a dog? Su Chen chuckled. This girl is so disrespectful. Jiang Yao cursed, then suddenly seemed to realize something and blinked. Could that classmate be you? How could I be a bootlicker? Su Chen bit her hand again and said with a smile, I've just seen too much of these things. It feels like without love, always catering to a certain girl is just too tiring. It's better not to believe in love and treat yourself better. Jiang Yao seemed to have confirmed that the classmate was him, patted his head and comforted him. Yang, don't be sad. That girl is not worthy of you. I already said it's not me. Su Chen gritted his teeth. I know, don't be angry. I'm not angry, it's not me, why would I be angry? Right, you're not angry. Damn it. You clearly think it's me. Su Chen pressed Jiang Yao onto his lap, smacked her playfully on the butt. Whoa, it's not you, why are you hitting my butt? Jiang Yao pouted, looking at him with a resentful look. Who told you I'm the bootlicker? Su Chen laughed and pulled her up, kissing her soft red lips. Jiang Yao pouted, so you're really not the bootlicker? I'm really not. Su Chen denied. Jiang Yao blinked, I just feel like you're not the type to lick boots. Otherwise, with a beauty like me by your side, you wouldn't resist. Su Chen smiled, if I start licking, it might be the end of you. Do you believe me? Jiang Yao giggled, I don't believe you. Su Chen pinched her cute nose. Yao Yao, are you really a dog, deliberately wanting me to lick you? I'm not a dog, I'm a little white tiger. Miss, don't drive, it's dangerous. Where are you going? I'm a tiger. So you're the legendary tigress. Scary. Are you scared? The tigress will bite you to death. The two of them playfully wrestled under the covers, the bedding tumbling around. After a while, they emerged with flushed faces, not sure if it was from being stifled or for other reasons. Yao Yao, there are some things in my heart that I still can't figure out. Suchen embraced Zhang Yao's fair and round shoulders, gazing at her face with a blush, a very pleasing mature face. What's the matter? Zhang Yao pulled the strap of her nightgown, raising her charming eyes to look at him. I feel guilty about some things, towards you. Suchen buried his head in Zhang Yao's neck and mumbled. Zhang Yao, understanding what he meant, kissed him and smiled. Ayang, let me tell you a story. Do you know why ancient emperors in the harem of 3,000 beauties never had the troubles of love? That's because they never had to date every beauty. As long as the emperor fancied a woman, he treated her like a dessert. Once he had her, he would bestow her a title and rewards, then he could move on. If he found the dessert delicious, he could have it multiple times. This includes the times when he encountered a pretty palace maid in the harem. He could directly bring her back to favor her, but later might lose interest and leave her aside. Only the empress was the one the emperor had the deepest feelings for, or cared the most about, the most important person to him, the one worth having a relationship with. In addition, there may be a few favored concubines who can enter the emperor's heart. Therefore, the emperor will not be troubled by emotions. When he encounters an attractive girl he is interested in, he will possess her directly without spending time talking about emotions. Let me give you a modern example. Have you watched Iron Man? Iron Man is a playboy. He often brings beautiful women home overnight, but his true love is Pepper Potts. He only talks about emotions with Pepper, while other women are just one-night stands. Do the audience think he is wrong? No. The audience will think he truly loves Pepper. The audience never considers those one-night stand beauties as the female lead. They are all just passing through Iron Man's life. Only Pepper is the female lead, the woman Iron Man deeply loves. Now let me talk about you, Ayang. Men usually have a strong possessiveness. They will definitely want to possess beautiful things when they see them. Only ordinary people suppress their desires because they lack the capital, compromising to loving only one person. But you are different from them. You are the prince of the Snow Mountain group. In your life, you will definitely encounter many beautiful women who interest you. I have never thought of restraining you, as it would make you unable to act freely, easily affecting your character. However, you need to distinguish between those who will be passing through and those who are worthy of your emotional investment. Because you cannot invest time in every woman as you would in a romantic relationship. Your heart will not only be tired, but you will also neglect those few women who are worth having feelings for. So, you need to learn from the ancient emperors on how to handle the harem, and understand how Iron Man can be a carefree playboy in modern society. Suchen listened quietly to Zhang Yao's words, pondering the wisdom in her words. If we were to explain it using the online novels he used to read when he was a shut-in before, it would be different from harem novels and single female lead novels. Because in those harem novels, the male lead has to distribute the plot and have a romantic relationship with each female lead. This leads to a situation where the more women there are, the less time the male lead can allocate, causing some female leads to collapse. In the case of a single female lead, the male lead focuses on one woman, suppressing his thoughts about other beautiful women, and only loving the female lead. Every time Su Chen sees this, he feels a sense of regret for not collecting them all. However, if he were to collect them all, it would revert to the path of harem novels, where the plot of female characters having romantic relationships would not be properly allocated, leading to a collapse of the plot. But now, Zhang Yao is teaching him to take a different path. That is, when he sees a woman he likes, he can collect her, but he needs to distinguish which ones are desserts. If he is only lusting after her body, just wanting to enjoy this dessert, then he doesn't need to invest time in her every day like in a romantic relationship. Suchen doesn't need to see a beautiful woman and suppress his feelings for Zhang Yao out of concern, letting his naturally free heart be bound. Just like with teacher Gu, senior sister, and Betty, Suchen is actually just lusting after their bodies, with very little emotional exchange. As for Chen Wanling, there are some childhood ties, but it's still about lusting after her body. There is a bit more emotional exchange than with teacher Gu and the others, but still not as much as with Zhang Yao. So, they can all be considered canaries he keeps, to be enjoyed whenever he wants a dessert, without needing to invest too much time. To summarize Suchen's current situation using the types of online novels, Zhang Yao is the single female lead, while the others are just supporting characters. Anyway, according to Suchen's possessiveness, he would not let go of women who have had a relationship with him. Even if he keeps them as canaries, he would not have any disgusting thoughts of sending them away. He is such a big man, and he can afford it anyway. How about it? My king, have you figured it out? After Suchen contemplated alone for a while, Zhang Yao reached out her delicate hand and lightly pinched him under the covers, asking with a coquettish smile, Queen Yao, you really have won my heart. Su Chen grabbed Jiang Yao's tight and slender black silk leg from under the covers and bit it. To have such a tolerant and indulgent girlfriend like her is definitely the luckiest thing in his life. No matter how many temptations he may face in the future, and how many admirers he may have, he will always love Sister Yao Yao the most. My king, how do you plan to reward your humble servant? Jiang Yao giggled and flirted, using her black silk foot with crimson manicured toenails to step on him. Of course, I will give you a big reward. The next morning, after Yang Yingyu got up and finished washing up, she carefully folded the white shirt placed on the bed. This shirt was not her size, it looked much larger. But these days, when Yang Yingyu slept, she didn't wear her own nightgown, she liked to wear it as her pajamas. Because as long as she wore it, she could feel its owner, accompanying her every moment, making her sleep quality very good, sometimes even having sweet dreams. However, this was a secret that could not be discovered by anyone. So, Yang Yingyu carefully folded the white shirt and put it in her bag to carry with her. After everything was organized, Yang Yingyu, dressed in a Dior black fishtail skirt, walked out of the room with a commanding presence, like a queen of the city. She had to go back to Snow Mountain Group for a meeting today, so she had to go to work at the company again. Yang Yingyu pushed open Jiang Yao's room, but didn't see her figure, naturally knowing that this girl must have sneaked into her son's room to warm the bed. When Yang Yingyu arrived at her precious son's room, she gently opened the door and saw. Indeed, Yang was hugging Jiang Yao and sleeping on the bed. Usually, Jiang Yao would get up early and quietly accompany her to work. But this time, Yang Yingyu's gaze fell on the torn pieces of cloth on the carpet. It seems this girl finally got what she wanted. Yang Yingyu's beautiful face wore a faint smile, and she didn't wake up Jiang Yao. After looking at her son's sleeping face again, her face filled with happiness, she quietly closed the door and left, her skirt swaying as she turned away. Yang, Mom really wishes she could watch you grow up from a young age. Over the years, you must have suffered so much. Now you can finally enjoy everything Mom has prepared for you. Mom really wishes she could give you everything she has. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, Su Chen's room door was opened again. Jiang Yao, wearing his oversized shirt, hugged his neck, hanging on him, and coquettishly said, Yao Yao is starving, Ayang, I want to eat Xiaolong Bao. You're hungry but still want me to hold you. I've already had Betty prepare breakfast, why don't you come out to eat first? Su Chen lowered his head and bit Jiang Yao's face, which still had a charming blush. Today, as soon as she woke up, Sister Yao Yao turned into a charming young lady, wanting him to do everything for her, including brushing teeth, changing clothes, blow-drying hair. It took an hour before she finally put on a shirt to wear as pajamas and walked out of the room with her charming body. It's all because of the good things you did. Jiang Yao's two snow-white beautiful legs rested gently on his arm, lazily leaning in his embrace, unwilling to move. Yes, it's all because of the good things I did. Su Chen wouldn't really blame her, so he coaxed Jiang Yao and carried her down the stairs, all the way to the dining room. Master, Madam, breakfast is ready as per your instructions, please enjoy. Betty, with her azure eyes, saw Jiang Yao's radiant and charming appearance, not knowing what had happened, smiled coquettishly and changed her way of addressing them. Su Chen smiled approvingly at her, sat down with Jiang Yao on a dining chair, and said to the Western housekeeper, Betty, you don't need to wait here for now, go clean the rooms for me first. Yes, master. Betty threw a flirtatious glance at Su Chen, bowed and left the dining room. Ayang, I'm already the madam. Jiang Yao sat on his lap, looking at him happily. Just calling you madam makes you so happy? How will you be the Queen Yao then? Su Chen handed Jiang Yao a cup of hot milk, looking at her with narrowed eyes. Jiang Yao blinked her soft eyes and said cutely, why do you want to call me Queen Yao? Is it because I'm good at shaking? You're still at least 10 battles away from being good at shaking, so take your time. Su Chen rolled his eyes, picked up a small steamed bun and brought it to her mouth. Your Majesty, you can't finish one by yourself, here, let me share half with you. Jiang Yao twisted her body, bit the steamed bun, and with a charming face, brought it close to him. Be careful with the soup inside. Su Chen reminded her, then lowered his head to share the steamed bun with her. Wow, it tastes even better. Jiang Yao's cheeks puffed up, and she smiled vaguely. Su Chen handed her a pair of chopsticks to eat by herself, took a sip of her milk, and said to her, Yao Yao, ask my mom for 2 days off, I won't go anywhere, I'll stay at home and accompany you. Okay, your Queen Yao wants to stick to you every day, so you can't leave me. Jiang Yao smiled with her eyes wide open. Su Chen exaggeratedly said, how come I never noticed before that you're so clingy? What? Regretting it now? Jiang Yao tilted her head and stared at him. Su Chen looked at Jiang Yao's increasingly charming face for a while, chuckled, and said, I like it even more, I'm just worried that in 2 days, you'll be too weak to go to work. Nonsense. Jiang Yao playfully glared at him, her mouth slightly curved but revealing her inner pride. Haha, my charm is irresistible, even the king wants to make me weak. Luckily, I acted fast, otherwise when the Su family reacts, Yang goes to Lingnan, there will definitely be a bunch of beauties throwing themselves at him. Now I am the queen Yao, the rest are just concubines, at most the position of noble concubine. Haha. Half an hour later. Gym. Su Chen was doing push-ups on the floor, returning to the rhythm of exercising his body. Zhang Yao was indeed clingy, sitting on his lower back, holding a cup of coffee and drinking happily. Su Chen was a little annoyed and asked the Western housekeeper in gym clothes, "Betty, does this kind of exercise really work?" Betty covered her mouth and smiled coquettishly. "Master, doing push-ups with added weight does increase the effectiveness of the exercise, it can train your waist strength and arm support. Soon you'll have abs and mermaid lines, as you say in your country, that's the legendary electric pile driver." Electric pile driver? Su Chen's eyes widened suddenly, immediately carried Zhang Yao's soft body and continued to do push-ups. The frequency increased suddenly, causing Zhang Yao, who was sitting on his back, to scream in surprise. "Yang, don't go too fast. I'm going to fly over an hour later." Su Chen finished his workout, took a shower, and sat in his room playing games. Zhang Yao had changed into a set of suspender dress, sitting on his lap, her 2 snow-white jade feet swaying gently, her 10 jade toes painted with bright red nail polish, extremely charming. "Your Majesty, I'll open your mouth, eat some fruit." Zhang Yao held a plate of fruit in her hands, picked up a piece of chilled watermelon with a fork, and brought it to his mouth. Su Chen had one hand resting on Yao Yao's thigh, one hand on the mouse, looking like a young master leaning back in his chair, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he was fed the sweetest piece of watermelon. "Your Majesty, I have a sip of cola." Zhang Yao's delicate hand brought over a cup of bubbly chilled cola and held it to his mouth. Su Chen opened his mouth, and the straw was gently placed in his mouth by Yao Yao. Without even needing to look, he stared at the computer screen and played games, his body involuntarily shivering as he sucked. It was so refreshing. In the scorching summer days, playing games in the air-conditioned room, listening to music, and having the super beautiful Queen Yao serving fruit in his arms, every time his mouth moved, a cup of happy water was delivered. TSK, TSK, TSK. This life is heavenly. Queen, you truly have captured my heart. Su Chen rubbed Zhang Yao's extremely elastic thigh. "Come, help me draw a card." "Your Majesty, what is this?" Zhang Yao tilted her head, curiously looking at a pink-haired girl on the screen. "This is a member of my harem, the Coral Palace Heartsea in the Genshin world. Help me draw your sister full of luck and bring her back to the palace." Su Chen hugged Zhang Yao's slender waist, turned her around, facing the screen, his chin against her fragrant shoulder, sniffing the intoxicating scent on her body. "All right, leave it to me, Your Majesty." Zhang Yao quickly understood how Su Chen drew the card by watching him, and clicked the mouse vigorously. "Oh my! Queen Yao, you are truly lucky, you drew 2 Heartseas in just the 4th 10 draw." After only 4 10 draws, Zhang Yao directly drew 2 Heartseas, causing Su Chen to fiercely kiss her neck a few times. "Hee, Your Majesty, it tickles." Zhang Yao twisted in his arms, her voice charming and seductive. "Queen Yao, you are truly a little demon." Su Chen hugged Yao Yao's slender waist and kissed her fiercely. In the end, Zhang Yao only needed 900 draws to draw the Coral Palace Heartsea that Su Chen originally only needed 1 illustration for, and she drew it full of luck and energy. Zhang Yao watched as Su Chen controlled this beautiful pink-haired girl like an ornamental fish, testing damage on bosses, blinking curiously and asking him, "Yang, is this a support role? How are you taking her to fight monsters? You don't understand this, do you? My team is called the Divine Crane Wanshin, each one is an indispensable core, super strong." Su Chen said seriously. "Do you really like this character named Heartsea?" Zhang Yao asked as she fed him grapes. "I do, this Heartsea is so cute, I want to have a bunch of little Heartseas with her, */w\**. Su Chen showed Zhang Yao the wonderful angles of Heartsea. "Yang, I want to have fish roe with you too." Zhang Yao twisted in his arms. Su Chen grimaced, "Don't be silly, I'm still playing games." "What's so fun about games? Isn't it more enjoyable to be with me?" Zhang Yao smiled and kissed him. "You're wrong, games are much more fun. I have a bunch of wives waiting for me to spoil them inside." Su Chen said seriously. "I don't care, I want to have fish roe with you and make a bunch of little Yao Yaos." Zhang Yao threw a tantrum in his arms. "That's easy, I'll play my game, you make your fish roe, there's no conflict." "Your Majesty, you're so smart, I'll reward you with some fish roe." This day, Su Chen spent most of his time resting at home with Zhang Yao. In fact, Yao Yao didn't have any major problems, just a little awkward walking. After all, she was a 26-year-old young woman, and her body was already very mature. In the evening, Yang Yingyu thoughtfully packed a table of nourishing dishes and brought them back. When Su Chen carried Zhang Yao down, he saw a sumptuous dinner on the table. There was bird's nest chicken soup, braised abalone with pearl vegetables, shark fin and crab soup, fake leopard fetus, colorful camel hump stir fry, steamed deer tail, kung pao wild rabbit turtle sea cucumber, deer tendon stewed in clay pot, stir-fried lamb kidneys, chongchun deer whip soup, tianxiang abalone. Wow! All of them were tonifying kidney foods. Suchen didn't know the dishes, and after listening to his mother recite the names, he was stunned. Jiang Yao smiled and said, "Ayang, Aunt Yang is so good to you, she's afraid you're overworked and wants to nourish you well." Tonight, Yang Yingyu seemed to be in a good mood and said with a smile, "My Ayang has the little golden dragon pill to protect him, so he doesn't need kidney tonics. This is for you, Yao Yao." "Ha? Do women need kidney tonics too?" Jiang Yao was surprised, blinking her bright eyes. Yang Yingyu smiled and said, "Of course, women need it too. The kidneys are the foundation of life. When they are nourished, they won't be deficient, and they can also resist aging and protect the skin. You, this girl, need to learn more about women's knowledge." Following his mother's words, Suchen pinched Jiang Yao's fair face and sneered, "Did you hear that? You're the one who needs tonics. We need to raise you to be plump and fair." "Ing, I want to be fair, not plump." Jiang Yao pouted her rosy lips and started acting cute again. "Brother, I'll punch each Ing monster." Suchen patted her back and teased her, saying she was 4 years older than him. Did this Jiang Yao sister look like an older sister? "Ing, Aunt Yang is bullying me." Jiang Yao covered her cheek and looked pitifully at Yang Yingyu. "You are our adopted daughter-in-law. Ayang won't bully you. Who else can he bully?" Yang Yingyu's beautiful purple nails brushed her nose, and she looked at her son with gentle eyes. Only in front of her beloved son would this queen of the city let go of her coldness and replace it with a motherly love that could melt everything. "Aunt Yang makes sense." Jiang Yao's beautiful eyes lit up, looking like she had taken advantage of something, and happily shouted, "I want to be bullied by Ayang every day, and have a bunch of little Yao Yaos, hooray! With so much good food, you still can't stop talking." Suchen teased, picking up a piece of deer tendon and stuffing it into her mouth. "At night. My king, I've had enough." "No, I don't think you've had enough." Ing, I really had enough." "Queen Yao, you're too weak, you need to replenish tomorrow." On the third morning, it was Jiang Yao's day off. Suchen was woken up by the mischievous Jiang Yao. It was past 10 o'clock when he carried the still blushing Jiang Yao downstairs to have breakfast. Yang Yingyu had already gone back to work at the company by herself. Jiang Yao ate a small steamed bun, casually picked up the Magic City Daily next to her and glanced at it. Her eyes lit up, and she mumbled, "Ayang, look at this." Suchen, holding Jiang Yao on his lap, curiously looked at the article she was pointing at. Major news in the Magic City: the chairman and his son of the Dragon Power Industrial Group were arrested for investigation yesterday? The Dragon Power Group father and son? Wasn't that Zhang Longqian who was making a scene with me at the KTV the other day? He and his father were actually sentenced and arrested? After reading the headline, Suchen was immediately drawn to the details below. It turned out that the father and son of the Dragon Power Group were sealed off due to multiple projects suspected of irregular operations, as well as bribery and pyramid schemes, and the entire group's projects were sealed 2 days ago. Overnight, Longwei's 2 factories and a construction site were directly closed, accounts frozen, dealers and suppliers stopped cooperation, and banks cut off loans directly in the name of loan risks, causing Longwei Industrial's funding chain to be completely cut off. When this news spread, construction site workers protested, suppliers demanded payment, and pre-purchased home buyers demanded refunds, almost driving the father and son of Longwei Group crazy. During the investigation, it was also found that Zhang Longqian was suspected of involvement in illegal activities. Finally, yesterday, the father and son were arrested and sentenced, starting from 20 years. Did Longwei Group collapse too quickly? After reading it, Suchen already had a rough idea of who was behind this event. Otherwise, Longwei Group had been operating for so many years without any issues, but suddenly everything was exposed in the past few days. And the handling of this case was too swift, with a company worth billions collapsing, the father and son being investigated, imprisoned, and sentenced in less than 3 days. All of this was completed within 3 days. Normally, in our dragon country, things don't get done this quickly. Your Majesty, do you now understand the powerful influence of the Empress Dowager? No one in the Magic City can speak ill of our Majesty. Jiang Yao raised her head and made a face at him. That can only mean he brought it upon himself. Suchen was not a saint, nor did he feel any pity. Since Zhang Longqian dared to insult him, he had to face the consequences. Suchen shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and ate a small steamed bun that Jiang Yao handed to him, sighing, "Our Empress Dowager is indeed powerful." At the same time, in the president's office of Snow Mountain Group, Yang Yingyu, sitting with her legs crossed like a queen, was listening to a report from her subordinate. Director Yang, Longwei Industrial's assets have been mortgaged and are ready for auction. We will send representatives to the auction to acquire all of Longwei Industrial's assets. A woman in uniform with a high ponytail respectfully reported. Yang Yingyu took a sip of coffee and calmly said, "Did they play any tricks after going in?" They naturally referred to the father and son of Longwei Industrial. Director Yang, rest assured, we have people watching them closely. There won't be any problems. The woman with the high ponytail said earnestly. Yang Yingyu's noble phoenix eyes flashed with coldness, and she said sternly, "If they dare to play any tricks and try to retaliate against my son, make them disappear from this world completely, understood?" "Understood, Director Yang." The woman with the high ponytail quickly responded. "All right, you may go." Yang Yingyu waved her hand. The woman with the high ponytail bowed slightly and left the office. Sitting next to Yang Yingyu, Hua Moyan teased, "Yingyu, you really are a doting mother, even more so than me." This naturally beautiful city lord, when she smiled, the beauty mark at the corner of her eye complemented her charming eyes, making every smile and frown so alluring. Yang Yingyu raised her eyebrows dominantly. "What's wrong with that? Yanger is my own son, and I'm willing to protect, pamper, and indulge him. So what?" Only when her gaze swept over the photo frame of her son on the desk did her eyes soften. After 21 years apart, mother and son were reunited. She blamed herself for not being there for her son during the most important stages of his life. Therefore, she could not tolerate anyone harming her beloved son. "You are really close to your son." Hua Moyan envied her, tapping her smooth jade foot in high heels with silver manicured nails. Yang Yingyu's gaze shifted away from the photo of her own son and turned to her best friend beside her, asking with a calm smile, "Moyan, how come you have time to relax at my place today?" "I had no choice. I'm off today, but if I go home, I'll definitely be nagged by my old man to find a partner again. It's better to come to your place for some peace and quiet." Hua Moyan lazily leaned back on the sofa, her exceptionally mature curves exuding a seductive charm. Yang Yingyu pinched her arm as if trying to squeeze water out of it, and smiled. "By the way, has your niece Shuefu met my son?" "Hee, speaking of that, my niece seems quite interested in your precious son. She has been asking me for information through WeChat these days." Hua Moyan blinked and smiled. "I quite like this girl Shuefu. She's 3 years older than my son, has a beautiful face that is quite pleasing, tall stature, a pair of beautiful legs, pretty hands, fair skin, well-nourished, and she can even dance classical dance. Her career and vision are also outstanding." Yang Yingyu recited the qualities of a daughter-in-law standardly. Hua Moyan squinted her eyes and smiled. "Yingyu, do you think it would be more suitable for me to be your daughter-in-law? I'm not inferior to that girl Shuefu, am I?" Yang Yingyu gave her a charming look. "With your foxy nature, I'm afraid you'll devour my son completely." "How could that be? I would definitely spit him out after eating. I'm just afraid your son won't be happy being eaten by me." Hua Moyan's delicate and slender hand hooked onto Yang Yingyu's arm, smiling shyly. Yang Yingyu couldn't help but laugh and lightly tapped her. "Are you really responsive to men? It's possible, after all, Yang is your son." Hua Moyan fidgeted uneasily, her eyes flashing, her naturally charming face blushing. Yang Yingyu couldn't hold back her laughter and rubbed her waist, saying, "If my son Yang really likes you, then I wouldn't mind you being my daughter-in-law." Hua Moyan's eyes, with teardrop moles, lit up slightly, pondering something. Evening. Suchen sat in the middle of the dining table, with Jiang Yao and his own mother Yang Yingyu on either side. Today, he spent the day playing games and watching anime with Jiang Yao at home. In the past, he used to find these days quite enjoyable. But now, to be honest, he was getting tired of it. Perhaps he hadn't yet adapted to his change in status, so he didn't want to make too many changes to his lifestyle. Su Chen was gradually getting used to being a super-rich second generation. He felt that he should have a life goal and take a different path in life. Being a homebody every day was no longer suitable for him. He wanted to redefine his life plan, otherwise, being a rich second generation who eats and waits to die would be meaningless in the future. "Mom, I want to go to work with you tomorrow." Su Chen hesitated for a moment and expressed his thoughts to his mother. Yang Yingyu was not surprised at all, looking at him with her noble phoenix eyes and saying with a gentle smile, "Sure, as long as Yanger wants to do it, Mom supports you." "Mom, don't you want to ask me why?" Su Chen looked at his mother's beautiful oval face in surprise. Yang Yingyu put a braised pork rib into her son's bowl and said with a smile, "Actually, Mom has been thinking about having you come to the company to take a look. After all, Mom's business will be handed over to you in the future. I was just worried that you hadn't adapted yet, so I didn't want to force you. I planned to wait until you were ready." "Mom, you really understand me," Su Chen exclaimed. He never expected that his mother would understand all his thoughts so well. Jiang Yao lifted her delicate face from her bowl, cheeks puffed, her voice muffled. "This is called mother and son are of one heart. You are the flesh that fell from Aunt Yang. As a mother, I still don't know what you're thinking. Yang Yingyu gently looked at her son, raised the corner of her mouth and asked with a smile, Yanger, what kind of work do you plan to help Mom with? Or which areas of work are you more interested in? Mom, I want to first understand what industries your assets are involved in, Suchin said after some thought. Yang Yingyu crossed her legs, swayed her fancy slippers, and proudly said, actually, the assets in my hands cover quite a wide range of industries, such as internet products, financial trade, banking and insurance, airlines, port logistics, entertainment and culture, hotel real estate, tourist resorts, shopping centers, department stores, clothing and accessories, hospitals and pharmaceuticals, electronics, household appliances, technological innovation, food processing, petrochemical mining, and so on. The more Su Chen listened, the more amazed he became. No wonder Jiang Yao had said before that their mother's assets had already formed a closed loop. The industries mentioned by their mother basically covered all aspects of people's lives, closely connected to everyone's lives. It could be said without exaggeration that their mother was truly the economic pillar of the city. Mom, you're really amazing. Su Chen could only give his mother a thumbs up. Yang Yingyu's beautiful oval face showed a faint smile as she gently pinched her precious son's face and said softly, this is nothing. In my heart, you, my Yanger, are the most important. This is just the empire I built for you, and it will all be yours in the future. Then I have to work even harder. Su Chen suddenly felt a great pressure. Jiang Yao leaned over with her delicate feet, kicked him playfully, and asked with a smile, Yang, what do you plan to do next? She actually hoped that Su Chen would get involved in the family business sooner. After all, Su Chen's identity would eventually be revealed. Not only the Shueishan group, but also the vast assets of the Lingnan Su family would need Su Chen, the only heir, to inherit. Su Chen glanced at Jiang Yao, his eyes lit up slightly, and he eagerly said while holding Yang Yingyu's arm, Mom, why don't you arrange Jiang Yao as my assistant? I want to learn about investment first. Sure, whatever you want, Mom will give it to you. Yang Yingyu looked indulgently at her son and said with a smile, then let Jiang Yao be your assistant. You're still young, so don't worry about failure. Investing is also good. It's a way to practice and get a feel for managing funds. Mom, I love you so much. Su Chen excitedly hugged his mother and kissed her firmly. He studied finance management in college, although he had only interned and worked for a little over half a year after graduation. But at least he had put into practice the knowledge of finance and economics he had learned in school. And with his current status, he didn't need to be a technical talent. After all, no matter how capable he was, could he compete with dozens of actuarial financial geniuses and top financial teams? So, working at his mother's company was more about learning and networking, seeing how each industry operated, how big companies operated, how employees and leaders in the company worked, as well as how Jiang Yao and his mother handled things. This was the path he should take as the heir of the Shueishan group, no longer developing himself as a technical talent as before, but learning various useful knowledge. Technical talents can be hired with money, but the leader's mind needs to progress on its own. Anyway, take one step at a time. It's best to try things out for yourself to know if they work or not. At the very least, trying and gaining experience is better than not trying at all. Previously, Su Chen had no choice, but now he has a broad platform to showcase himself. He doesn't believe he can't make a career for himself. After all, he is a graduate of the prestigious Magic City University. Yang Yingyu lovingly looked at her precious son, not minding the greasy marks on his beautiful face left by his son's oily mouth. Jiang Yao teasingly said to Su Chen with a smile, hey, eating with a greasy mouth and kissing people, how dirty, Queen Yao, do you find it dirty? Su Chen turned around and hugged his girlfriend, kissing her soft face repeatedly. Disgusting. Jiang Yao twisted her body, lifted her delicate feet to push him away, and with a coy smile on her soft face, she said, you don't need to wash your mouth after kissing. Stop kissing my face. Yang Yingyu smiled softly, watching the two children playing around, her eyes full of happiness. Various emotions surged in her heart. This is what a family should look like. Son is playing around, and I am smiling. After many years, the dream has finally come true. At night, Jiang Yao dragged 2 suitcases into Su Chen's room from outside. What is this? Su Chen put down the book he was reading and curiously got up from the bed. Didn't you get your measurements taken at the Armani flagship store before? These are the clothes they customized for you, just delivered. Jiang Yao looked up at him with a smile. The life of the rich is good, even the clothes are custom made. Su Chen shrugged, walked over to the dressing room with Jiang Yao, and hung up his clothes and hats. After they finished arranging the clothes, Jiang Yao flopped onto his bed worth over 10 million, saying, Yaya was so tired she had already taken a bath and was only wearing a black camisole nightgown, her 2 long legs clad in silk stockings, the ultra-thin fabric tightly wrapping around her legs, emitting a soft glow. She used to wait for Yang Yingyu to fall asleep before sneaking over to warm Su Chen's bed. Now, she came to his house openly, like a mistress. You're tired from doing so little, Queen Yao, you're really useless. Su Chen laughed and pounced on her like a hungry tiger, embracing Jiang Yao's fragrant body and rolling around on the bed. Jiang Yao was so fragrant that all he could think of was a plant, vanilla. What are you doing to me? After being kissed by him for a few minutes, Jiang Yao's face blushed slightly, she wrinkled her nose, reached behind her and pulled out the book Su Chen had been reading. This is the book I was reading just now, I forgot to put it aside. Su Chen bit Jiang Yao's crystal clear ear and smiled. Hey, is it still capital? Are you cramming at the last minute, Ayang? After seeing the title of the book, Jiang Yao giggled, picked up the book and sat on the bed like a duck. I have to start working at my mom's company tomorrow, feeling a bit nervous, so I flipped through some old books. Su Chen admitted truthfully and sat up, hugging Jiang Yao's slender waist, smelling the faint fragrance on her body. As a graduate of the finance department, he had read a series of economic classics long ago. Original works like Capital and selected works of Mao Zedong could greatly broaden his mind. Jiang Yao pursed her rosy lips and giggled. What are you nervous about? It's your mom's company, you are above everyone else, who dares to challenge you? I can't help it, I'm introverted and easily get nervous. When I meet a beautiful woman on the street, I don't even dare to go up and kiss her. Su Chen nibbled on her smooth neck. Tickles Jiang Yao's delicate face blushed, she patted his head, and coquettishly said, sit properly, your majesty, let me teach you. Oh, Su Chen loved to listen to Jiang Yao teach him, so he obediently sat cross-legged in front of her. Your majesty, can you massage my feet for me? Jiang Yao is like a lady, elegantly placing a pair of silky smooth legs on Su Chen's lap, dominating him. Su Chen likes her ladylike strength, gently massaging her 2 delicate feet, each of the 10 jade toes painted with bright red nail polish shining through the ultra-thin stockings. Jiang Yao playfully spreads her toes like a cat extending its claws, stretching the stockings on her toes even thinner, and teasingly asks him, Ayang, are you worried that what you know may not be enough to support your control over the company? I do have that concern, after all, I can't do everything like those business tycoons, who know a little bit of everything. So, I had to look through a book just now to review the knowledge I possess, Su Chen replied honestly, pinching her playful toes. Actually, those so-called all-around business tycoons are not truly all-around. You should know that as a person in power, the most important thing is not knowing everything but making accurate judgments in the big picture. Take for example the former chairman of Ali, Ma Shuaiyun, and the chairman of Penguin, Ma Longting. The knowledge they possess is far less than that of top experts in a specific field. Knowledge is just the foundation of success, not the key to success. What's more important is their keen business sense, being able to make precise decisions at critical moments. And those professional analyses, professional data, can all be done by hiring people with money. These things are not unique. Several top actuaries from different companies can produce similar analytical data from the same market report. The key is being able to discover a market that others haven't, so you can make achievements ahead of others. In this world, no one knows everything, after all, learning takes time and effort. So, it's important to delegate unimportant tasks to other professionals, while you focus on making judgments and choices. Otherwise, with all the money you have, why spend time learning what many top actuaries already know? You just need to know how to spend money, as money can buy their knowledge. Why do we say that money can buy anything? It's because money can buy a lifetime of learning from others. If someone's abilities are not enough, you can replace them with someone more capable. In this way, you are using money to compensate for what you are not good at. When you have covered all your weaknesses, you will become the all-around person that others talk about. Just like Ma Shuaiyun and Ma Longting, others only see the judgments they make and the results they achieve, marveling at how smart they are and how they understand such vast amounts of data. In reality, those data and such are produced by professionals for them to use in meetings and presentations. They are more like the brains of the company, only needing to make judgments and decisions, while everything else is handled by various departments of the company. Otherwise, why hire so many elites and have them just sit around waiting for the boss to figure everything out and feed them? In conclusion, Ayang, you are not inferior to anyone, not even to Ma Shuaiyun and Ma Longting. What they know may not necessarily be more than what you know, and their education may not be higher than yours. Their starting point is even lower than yours. You can confidently face your life as long as you know how to spend money, then you will be all around. After listening to Jiang Yao's words, Su Chen truly felt the enlightenment of "A word from a wise man is worth 1,000 books." That's right. Ma Shuaiyun only has a bachelor's degree from a normal college and used to be a teacher. And Ma Longting only graduated in computer science from Deep City University, starting out as a technical person, not necessarily knowing more about economics than himself. How do they appear so all around? Actually, as Yao Yao said, using money to make up for one's shortcomings and make them appear capable of everything. Suchin only needs to expand his knowledge and make judgments based on his own ideas, then there is nothing else he needs to do. Everything else can be taken care of with money. This is what a true leader should do. Otherwise, one would have to think about everything and do everything themselves. How tiring would that be? What meaning is there in earning money? Yao Yao, you are truly my confidant in life. Suchin picked up her silky calf and kissed it fiercely a few times. Just a confidant? Not a beauty? Jiang Yao smiled, raised her delicate foot and stepped on his heart. Of course, a beauty confidant. Suchen held her fragrant calf and said solemnly, "Is there a reward for me?" Jiang Yao licked her moist red lips and looked at him flirtatiously. "My love, feel free to ask for any reward." Suchen readily agreed. "My king, do you want to eat dumplings?" "Yes. With skin or without?" "First with skin, then original flavor." A new morning. While Suchen was still asleep, he felt an itch on his face. A soft and pleasant voice came from his ear. "My king, it's time for morning court." Opening his eyes, he saw Jiang Yao already dressed and sitting on him, playing with a strand of hair on his face. Yawning, Suchen stretched. "What time is it?" "Yao Yao, just past 8:30, your mother is already up." Jiang Yao's delicate feet were on his chest, rocking back and forth. Suchen woke up fully, remembering that he was supposed to go to work with his mother today. These days of slacking off had made him lazy. He quickly pushed Jiang Yao off him, got out of bed, and went to the bathroom to freshen up. He didn't know when Jiang Yao had woken up, but on the washstand, she had already set up a cup for rinsing and a toothbrush with toothpaste ready for him. After Suchen finished brushing his teeth and freshening up, he came out to find that Jiang Yao had already laid out the clothes he was going to wear today on the bed. Life with a girlfriend was indeed different from being alone. "Yao Yao, should I wear casual clothes to work today?" Suchen asked as he changed clothes. As one of the top executives of the group, we can dress freely, while other employees need to wear professional attire, Jiang Yao said, fastening his belt and winking at him. She was wearing an elegant French-style red dress today, with a slim waist and long legs wrapped in black stockings, looking beautiful. "That's good. It would be uncomfortable to wear a suit and tie to work, moving around in them." Suchen preferred casual wear, without that tight feeling. Jiang Yao put a Patek Philippe watch on him, and they were almost ready. Holding hands, they left the room and went downstairs to the living room. Yang Yingyu was already wearing an elegant purple knee-length skirt, sitting on the sofa waiting. "Yang Yao, have a cup of hot milk to warm up." Seeing them come down, Yang Yingyu brought 2 cups of hot milk over with gentle steps and a soft smile. Suchen took a sip and glanced towards the dining room. "Did Betty not prepare breakfast today?" Yang Yingyu smiled gently. "I told her not to prepare. We'll have breakfast at the company." "Ah Yang, Aunt Yang is going to let you experience the process of Snow Mountain Group employees going to work today," Jiang Yao said sweetly, licking the milk off her lips. "Oh?" Suchen was curious. After the two finished drinking the milk, the 3 of them left together, changing their shoes at the entrance before leaving the villa. "Let's take my car today," Yang Yingyu said, linking her son's other arm. Her vehicle was also a Rolls-Royce Phantom, which was basically a standard for wealthy people worldwide. "Madam, young master, Miss Jiang," a delicate girl got out of the car and opened the door for them. Suchen looked at the girl in a lady's suit and couldn't help but think of Xiao Chang, the female bodyguard who drove for Jiang Yao. Their attire and demeanor were almost identical. "She is Xiao Lu," Yang Yingyu introduced to her son. "Oh, is that a code name?" Suchen was a bit puzzled. Why wasn't Xiao Qing a code name? The delicate girl seemed to know what he was wondering about and softly said, "Xiao Qing is 12th among his sisters." Suchen understood, the top 10 might be more convenient to use code names, so the 12th might have a different name. After the 3 got into Yang Yingyu's car, the car slowly started. Before long, the car headed towards the villa area but stopped by the roadside. "Ayang, look at that shuttle bus," Jiang Yao, leaning close to Suchen, pointed outside through the car window, enthusiastically introducing, "That's our Snow Mountain Group's free shuttle bus. There are probably hundreds of them, covering every route in the city. Our employees can ride to and from work for free by swiping their employee cards." Suchen followed her gaze and indeed saw a shuttle bus painted with the Snow Mountain Group logo parked by the roadside, with several women in office lady uniforms chatting and boarding the bus. "Our company benefits are pretty good," Suchen couldn't help but praise. Yang Yingyu explained to her son with a smile, "Basically, big companies offer such benefits. Those with cars can drive themselves, but it's more cost-effective for those without cars to take our company's free shuttle bus. If they don't want to take the bus, they can take a taxi, but the company won't reimburse them." "That's not bad, at least you don't have to squeeze onto the subway or bus." Suchen recalled his internship days commuting to work and couldn't help but envy these people. The Rolls-Royce continued on its way. As they passed the shuttle bus, Suchin curiously glanced inside. Through the window, he could see many employees, all dressed in office lady uniforms. Even the driver was a woman. This reminded Suchin of when Jiang Yao mentioned that because Yang Yingyu disliked men, all the employees at the Snow Mountain Group were women. It seemed to be true. Along the way, Suchin saw several Snow Mountain Group shuttle buses, which he hadn't paid much attention to before but now deliberately observed and found quite a few. At 8:50, a building shaped like a white magnolia in the distance caught Suchin's eye. It had a champagne-colored exterior, a perfect design, and looked very grand. The glass curtain wall reflected the morning sunlight, shining with a golden light. He had been here once before when he came to the Snow Mountain Group to pick up Jiang Yao to have dinner with Hua Shuefu and Song Yamin. Yang, this Snow Mountain building was completed under my guidance 5 years ago. It's a new iconic landmark in the Magic City, standing at 388 meters tall with 99 floors. It's our group's headquarters, with nearly tens of thousands of administrative staff from various subsidiaries working here. The entire building uses the Internet of Things and artificial intelligence technology, making it a smart building integrating digital and intelligent technologies, Yang Yingyu softly explained to Suchin. Soon, the car stopped at the entrance of the Snow Mountain building. Only Yang Yingyu could park like this. Other employees who drove would obediently park in the company's underground parking lot. Sun Chen got off the car with his mother. A crisp and pleasant voice rang out, "Director Yang, Mr. Su, General Jiang, good morning." Looking over, there were 2 rows of beautiful women in Dior uniforms and high heels standing in front of the car, greeting with charming smiles. "Yanger, they are all my secretaries, consider it an early introduction to you." Yang Yingyu held Sun Chen's arm and whispered a sentence to his ear with a light smile. Sun Chen counted, 1 row of 12, exactly 24 people. And all of them were extremely good-looking, each with their own unique charm, beautiful temperament, fair skin, and beautiful long legs. Those pairs of black silk legs, the round buttocks wrapped in tight skirts, almost dazzled Sun Chen's eyes. "Yang, how is it? Is this welcome ceremony okay? Blinding, isn't it?" Jiang Yao also held Sun Chen's other arm, chuckling. Sun Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. "Isn't this a bit too grand?" At this peak working hour, there were constantly stylishly dressed women in OL uniforms coming in and out in front of the building. People who could work at Snow Mountain Group were basically white-collar and gold-collar elites in the city. These exquisitely dressed female employees were initially surprised to see this lineup, but when they saw Director Yang and General Jiang holding the arm of a young handsome man, they were even more shocked, instantly dumbfounded. Although they didn't know that Director Yang had a natural aversion to men, they could all sense that Director Yang didn't treat men well. Just from the rule that only female employees were allowed to work at the group headquarters, there was already a problem. Usually, only some big business partners' bosses came to discuss cooperation, or branch leaders held meetings, or government officials came to inspect, would there be men at Snow Mountain building. As for General Jiang, it goes without saying, she basically followed Director Yang, and she had never shown a good face to any man. But at this moment, they actually saw Director Yang and General Jiang intimately holding the arm of a man together? My God, what's going on here? Who is that man? On the other side, Sun Chen and his group had already walked into Snow Mountain building. Entering the lobby of the office building, they first saw the reception area of the front desk, with cool air conditioning blowing towards them. Then walking to the side, there were gate barriers, only employees with access cards could pass through. The secretarial team surrounded Sun Chen and the other 2, with secretaries in front already swiping their cards. After stepping on the clean floor, there were rows of elevators. The elevators were all intelligently scheduled for traffic flow, avoiding congestion during peak hours, just needing to manually input the floor number. Director Yang, General Jiang, good morning. Many female employees waiting for the elevator, upon seeing Sun Chen and the others, were shocked and quickly greeted respectfully. Yang Yingyu and Jiang Yao just nodded calmly, not surprised, their top-notch high heels clicking as they walked with Sun Chen towards the VIP elevator. They naturally didn't need to squeeze into the same elevator as the employees, having their exclusive elevator. Sun Chen had seen a lot during this period and didn't feel restrained, rather excited, walking proudly with his head held high, curiously looking around. The secretaries had already opened the VIP elevator for them, with only 4 secretaries following inside. The rest had to take another VIP elevator. Before long, the elevator stopped on the 70th floor. Yanger, this is the company's cafeteria, offering dishes, snacks, and fruits from all over the country, from the 10th to the 15th floor, and the 65th to the 70th floor, separated on 2 levels. Employees working on different floors don't have to go too far, and the cafeteria is all free, just swipe your card to get your meal. Yang Yingyu walked out of the elevator with her son, introducing him as they walked. Looking at the small pride on her beautiful oval face, there was a sense of pride in leading her son to visit the empire she had built for him. Su-chen looked at the stylish and luxurious large flat restaurant, with private rooms, feeling like he had walked into a high-end restaurant, and was amazed at the strength of the Shueshan group. They actually used 10 floors specifically to create a cafeteria for employees, and it was free. Which working person wouldn't envy that? The female employees sitting in the restaurant all turned their attention to Su-chen. After all, the three of them were quite eye-catching. Su-chen was dressed in a custom Armani casual suit, but let's talk about Yang Yingyu on his left, wearing a precious custom LV long dress, with a noble and elegant temperament, a typical domineering female CEO. And standing on his right, Zhang Yao, also dressed in a custom Dior French-style red dress, tall and beautiful, a perfect mature beauty. Their image was already easy to attract attention among a group of women in professional attire, not to mention their identities. When they saw Su-chen being escorted by Director Yang and General Manager Zhang, they all showed a look of shock. However, they only glanced for a moment and then stopped looking, at most stealing a glance. After all, it would be impolite to stare for too long. Some people passing by respectfully greeted them and quickly went to the self-service buffet to get food. Su-chen also saw several OL girls who were joking with each other coming out of the elevator, but as soon as they saw them, they immediately fell silent, greeted them politely, and then hurried away. Su-chen could understand this situation. No matter which company, the boss's identity would naturally bring pressure to the employees. Wherever the boss was, people usually couldn't relax and felt uncomfortable. The secretary led the way, bringing Su-chen and the others to an empty VIP room to sit down. Yang, what would you like to eat? Zhang Yao brought a menu and placed it in front of him. Su-chen looked at the menu, divided into two parts, with breakfast at the front and lunch and dinner at the back. Wow, this was just like a regular restaurant. Are the meals here all delivered? Su-chen looked outside the room and didn't see any waiters. The restaurant's private rooms were semi-open, with walls made of artistic wooden strips, creating separate spaces that allowed a view outside, providing good ventilation and a sense of openness. Young Master Su, other employees go to the buffet for breakfast, but since we're here for you, just let us know what you want, and we'll get it for you. A beautiful secretary with a high ponytail said sweetly to him. Oh, I see. Su-chen understood. No wonder he saw the other employees outside lining up at the breakfast counter. Su-chen ordered some breakfast items he wouldn't normally eat, such as hot dry noodles, spicy soup, and rice noodle rolls. After Yang Yingyu and Zhang Yao placed their orders, the female secretary took notes and slipped out to get breakfast. Mom, what time do we officially start work at our company? Su-chen looked at the time, it was already past 9 o'clock, so he asked curiously. Yang Yingyu crossed her legs elegantly and smiled gently. The Shueshan Group's work hours are from 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Wow! Su-chen couldn't help but exclaim, isn't that too good? Only 7.5 hours of work? Zhang Yao leaned her arms on the table, supporting her cheek, and tilted her head with a smile, saying, where is their 7.5 hours? We have lunch break from 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. After lunch, if you don't want to rest, you can walk on the sky runway on the 50th floor. Floors 50 to 55 are all sports and leisure areas, with a supermarket, gym, indoor basketball court, dance area, rock climbing area, table tennis area, badminton area, billiards area, bowling area, tennis area. Each area has a dedicated coach, and everything is free except the supermarket. In addition, we have a tea area, reading area, and leisure area for quiet occasions. You can play games, watch movies, chat, or sit alone by the window to overlook the magnificent view of Lujiazui and Pudong or enjoy the bustling scenery of the Huangpu River. Each floor also has a tea room with unlimited free coffee and milk tea. For those who don't drink these, we also provide free tea with wolfberry and chrysanthemum. The view in the tea room is also nice, so you can have a coffee break during work. Su-chen felt a sourness in his heart as he listened. Indeed, he was truly envious. This doesn't seem like a place to work, but more like a vacation. No wonder so many people hope to work in big companies. Who wouldn't want to come with such benefits and treatment? Mom, with such good benefits, won't we lose money? Su-chen, looking from the employee's perspective, suddenly felt a pang in his heart from the boss's point of view. Yang Yingyu heard her son's somewhat naive words and couldn't help but rub his head and laugh. I definitely wouldn't do a losing business. These employees are basically either from top universities or Ivy League schools. As long as we find out after inspection that some employees do not meet the standards, they will be eliminated and dismissed. The company doesn't keep idle people. We provide them with such good benefits, so they have to create higher value for the company than the benefits they receive, otherwise they are considered unqualified. Anyway, there are plenty of talents graduating from top universities every year, and there are not many companies nationwide that can provide such good benefits. We always have the right to choose, and they are the ones being chosen, so how could we lose? Suchen took a sip of the soy milk brought by the secretary and still felt a bit distressed. I still feel like their working hours are too short. Apart from the 2 hours for meals and rest, they only work for 5.5 hours. Jiang Yao also covered her mouth and chuckled. Yang, you may not understand yet. Many of our company's employees have to work overtime. Of course, this is not our requirement, but they voluntarily work overtime. There are voluntary overtime? Su Chen was surprised. Who would voluntarily stay after work? Yang Yingyu stirred the hot dry noodles for Su Chen and said with a light smile, Yanger, it's like this. Our Snow Mountain group's off-duty time is 5:30 p.m., but we have a free shuttle at 6 p.m. You know that the rush hour in the city will definitely be congested, so they would rather wait for the free shuttle than leave early and get stuck in traffic. So they voluntarily work an extra half an hour. Moreover, our company's dinner is not served until 7 p.m. If they go home to cook, it will take time and effort, so they voluntarily work an extra hour before having dinner and then go back. After they finish dinner, the company shuttle has already finished for the day, so they have to take a taxi home after working until 9 p.m., and the company reimburses them for the taxi fare. In this way, who would want to squeeze onto public transport? So they voluntarily work an extra 2 hours. Don't they have any complaints? Su Chen was curious. Jiang Yao picked up a piece of rice noodle, dipped it in sauce, held it delicately in her hand, and fed it to him, saying, what complaints could there be? We never force our employees to work overtime. They can leave any time after work, but most of them choose to stay voluntarily, and they even get paid for overtime. After all, we are different from other small companies. They only know about the big company's 996 work culture, but they haven't caught up in terms of benefits and treatment. Naturally, employees in those companies have complaints and grumble about working 996 every day. That's true. Su Chen, eating the food fed by Yao Yao, also understood. If he were working here, he would probably be willing to work overtime. After all, it's not like there's anywhere better to go for dinner, so why not have a free meal at the company? And there are so many entertainment and leisure areas, as well as various free coffee and milk tea. In short, when there's work, leave on time, and if there's nothing to do, it's really better to finish eating, slack off at your desk for overtime pay, and then take a taxi home. After breakfast, Su Chen was led by Jiang Yao, following Yang Yingyu all the way to the 99th floor at the top. Yanger, besides our offices, this floor is where our secretarial and assistant teams work. There are no other people here, Yang Yingyu said, holding her son's hand, walking in small high heels, with a gentle smile on her face, like a queen leading him to inspect this territory. Su Chen looked at the luxurious leisure areas, and offices on this floor, and asked curiously, the area of this floor is estimated to be over 10,000 square meters, right? Mom, how many people are in your secretarial and assistant teams? Yang Yingyu softly introduced to her son. To be precise, this area is 180 meters by 180 meters, a single-layer super-large area of 22,000 square meters. Yao Yao and I each have a 24-person secretarial team and a 24-person assistant team, and these secretaries and assistants also have their assistants, so there are about 200 people working on this floor. I see, Su Chen understood. After all, according to the industry controlled by his mother, without 2 elite teams to assist in management, he would definitely be overwhelmed. This is like an ancient emperor who must know how to delegate authority to others, otherwise, how can one enjoy life? As they chatted, they soon entered Yang Yingyu's exclusive chairman's office. This office was impressive. It occupied at least several hundred square meters. In addition to the office area, there was a lounge area like a living room, as well as a rest area decorated like a presidential suite, complete with a tea room, bathroom, and shower. The decoration of the entire space was exquisite, with European-style crystal chandeliers, exquisite calligraphy and paintings hanging around, neatly arranged shelves displaying various classics, the floor covered with thick carpets on natural marble, office furniture made of precious wood or genuine leather, and various precious metals, crystals, and other materials used for decoration. There were also some lush potted plants around, and looking outside, there were floor-to-ceiling glass walls on both sides, offering a view of the Huangpu River without any obstruction. This was no different from a luxurious villa, even surpassing it. Su Chen stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the magnificent scenery of the entire city from the top of this skyscraper, feeling a completely new sensation. It was as if he were the owner of this skyscraper, looking down on all living beings, with everyone bowing down at his feet. It's no wonder that most company bosses' offices are located on the top floor. This intangible sense of dominance was indeed a very strange feeling. It was a feeling of controlling the fate of thousands, a sense of conquest that could determine a person's future with just a word. Su Chen estimated that maintaining this state for a long time would also add a bit of pressure of a superior to his demeanor. Suwa, have a cup of coffee to refresh yourself. This is the Jamaica Blue Mountain coffee beans that Director Yang usually drinks. A secretary with exquisite jewelry and carefully styled big curly hair walked up to Suwa Chen with a cup of coffee in her hands and handed it to him with a smile. Suwa Chen took the coffee and couldn't help but glance at her. It had to be said that the secretaries around his mother were all very beautiful and eye-catching, each with their own unique charm, all being stunning beauties scoring above 90 points. Just like the beautiful secretary in front of him, with a delicate face carrying a lovely smile, a slender waist held straight, making her figure even more prominent under her blouse. When she noticed him looking at her, she even dared to throw a few flirtatious glances at him. "What's your name?" Suwa Chen smiled and asked her. "Wei Linglan, Wei from Jingwei, Linglan from the Orchid." The big curly-haired secretary replied with a smile. "That's a nice name. Did my mother tell you guys about my identity?" Suwa Chen took a sip of coffee, indeed the hand-ground top-grade coffee beans, very fragrant and smooth in the mouth, with a hint of fruity flavor. "Yes, Director Yang sent a message to us in the group this morning, but even if Director Yang didn't tell us, we could still guess," Wei Linglan said with a charming smile. "Oh, why is that?" Suwa Chen was curious. "Because there's a photo of you on Director Yang's desk. We basically see your photo every day, so we can recognize you at a glance." Wei Linglan said matter-of-factly. The small piece of snow-white skin revealed at the collar of her blouse was quite sexy. Suwa Chen understood. According to his mother's natural aversion to men, being able to put a young man's photo on her desk, how could these secretaries who had been working by her side not guess some truths? "Linglan, are you trying to seduce our young master?" Jiang Yao walked over with a smile and slapped Wei Linglan's butt. "General Jiang, how could I?" Wei Linglan blushed slightly, covered her butt, and slipped away. Yang Yingyu also held a cup of coffee and walked over gracefully, smiling gently. Linglan is good at finding opportunities to strike up a conversation. "If you fancy her, Yanger, Mom will help you bring her back to warm your bed." "Yang, do you want sister to call Linglan to accompany you tonight?" Jiang Yao also flirtatiously shook his arm. Suwa Chen helplessly changed the subject and asked, "Mom, why do all your secretaries and assistants look so young?" "Well, Yao Yao, you explain it to Yanger." Yang Yingyu suddenly blushed and said somewhat embarrassedly, "Oh." Suwa Chen rarely saw his mother so charming. Jiang Yao giggled, pursed her rosy lips, and explained to him, "Yang, you know your mother naturally dislikes men. She can only be in contact with you as a man, so she will also be very averse to the scent of other men, which requires the secretaries and assistants around her to remain single. Otherwise, if they have intimate contact with boyfriends and then come to work in the company, wouldn't they bring the scent of other men to work? So, once a secretary or assistant has a boyfriend, they must proactively apply for a transfer, and we will bring in someone else. Our secretaries and assistants are the trusted confidants around the female emperor, with great power in the entire group, and we have many young, beautiful, and capable people to choose from. However, if they conceal it and we find out, they will directly enter the group's blacklist and will not be able to work in any of your mother's industries or partner companies. But if they voluntarily report and apply for a transfer, they can still be transferred to a good leadership position. So basically, no one can be foolish enough to hide it. After all, they have been working by your mother's side for so long, and they all know how terrifying your mother's assets are. This has resulted in the fact that the secretaries and assistants around us are basically beautiful women in their 20s, with the oldest assistant being a career-oriented woman who has been with your mother for 10 years and just turned 35 this year." After listening to Jiang Yao's words, Su Chen finally understood. He didn't expect his mother to be ill to such an extent. She can't even be approached by the opposite sex. However, just maintaining a single status can make you a popular figure by the Empress's side, which is not much of a sacrifice for women who want to pursue a career. And as the prince of the Snow Mountain Group, who will eventually inherit his mother's business and become the boss they have to serve, naturally, they will be curious and eager to please him. It seems that the condition of mandatory singlehood must be continued. Su Chen felt that he was also influenced by his mother, not liking people around him to have the scent of other men. It turns out that he is not ill lightly either. This is definitely genetic. In the luxurious lounge of the chairman's office, Su Chen sat on a soft leather sofa, with various fresh pastries and fruits in front of him. Jiang Yao sat next to him like a well-behaved little daughter-in-law. "Mom, which department will I be working in at the company?" Su Chen looked curiously at the elegant figure of his mother, who was sitting with her legs crossed elegantly on the side. Yang Yingyu smiled at her son and said softly, "I was also serving as the president of the Snow Mountain Group before. I plan to let you take over the position of president and then establish a new investment department for you to manage and practice first. What do you think, Yang? Suchen naturally had no objections and rubbed his hands, saying, I'm fine with that, Mom. How much investment capital can I operate in this department? Yang Yingyu raised her beautiful hand with 3 fingers painted with deep purple crystal nail polish, mischievously winking at her son. This much. 30 billion? Su Chen's eyes lit up. Yang Yingyu teased, how could your mother be so stingy? It's 300 billion. 300 billion? So much? Su Chen was dumbfounded. Yang Yingyu pinched her son's face, smiled slightly, and said, what's the big deal about this? The liquid funds that your mother can use exceed $1 trillion, and there are also over 200 billion idle funds. 300 billion is equivalent to the pure profit of your mother's assets for a month. Mom, aren't you afraid that I will lose all of this 300 billion? Su Chen was shocked by his mother's generosity. Yang Yingyu's gentle smile deepened on her face. What's there to be afraid of? It's just 300 billion. I can bring out this money to let you play around. Anyway, it's just for experience, and I don't expect you to achieve anything. As long as you have fun, everything is worth it. Mom, you are so good to me. Su Chen hugged his mother tightly. Zhang Yao also smiled enviously and said, Aunt Yang, you really indulge Younger, bringing out 300 billion just for him to play with. Yang Yingyu smiled gracefully, there's no other way. Yanger is my own son, so I have to spoil him. If he wants the moon in the sky, I will find a way to get it for him. After their family chat ended, Yang Yingyu's secretary had already informed the entire management team of the Snow Mountain Group and called for a meeting. The Empress announced Su Chen's identity in the meeting room and appointed him as the president of the Snow Mountain Group, giving him full authority over the company and also making him responsible for the newly created New Horizon Investment Department. This formal appointment position allows Su Chen to command people more conveniently in the Snow Mountain Group. After all, the higher the official, the heavier the pressure. Yang Yingyu also introduced Su Chen to the managers of various departments in the company. In addition, there were administrative personnel transfers and appointments in the new Wind Investment Department. After all, this is the Prince's Investment Department. The management personnel who were transferred to the new Wind were so excited that they almost cheered. And when the appointment documents spread throughout the entire group, all the employees, especially those ordinary employees who did not know Su Chen's identity, were directly in chaos, completely shocked. My goodness! Snow Mountain Group actually has a male CEO? Didn't they say that Snow Mountain Group only hires female employees? Didn't they say that Director Yang and President Jiang both dislike men? And now, tens of thousands of female employees in Snow Mountain Group are all ruled by a male CEO? This world is too crazy. Only after their leader returns from the meeting, did they quietly reveal Su Chen's identity to these ordinary employees. These ordinary employees suddenly realized that the man lying in the flowers was actually the prince. Many outstanding female employees started daydreaming about the domineering CEO falling in love with them. On the other hand, Su Chen had already arrived at the luxurious CEO office arranged by his mother with Zhang Yao. This luxurious office was no less inferior to his mother's. His mother still had work to do today, so Su Chen didn't stay in Yang Yingyu's office to disturb her. And he also needed to figure out how to use the 3 billion investment funds. Yao, I found that there seem to be very few employees in our company who own cars. Since Su Chen will be in the Snow Mountain Group company in the future, he wanted to know more about the employees under his new position. This question arose after he saw so many employees taking the shuttle bus in the morning. In theory, the employees of Snow Mountain Group have high salaries, so they shouldn't all need to take the shuttle bus, right? Zhang Yao elegantly sat on his lap, sipping a cup of coffee, and said in a charming voice, Yang, this shows that you don't understand women. In fact, women are not very interested in cars and houses. They prefer to spend money on designer handbags, luxury clothing, jewelry, high heels, brand-name cosmetics, skincare products, or renting more luxurious apartments. After all, women naturally love beauty, and cars and houses are not essential. Besides, the transportation in the city is very convenient, so except for the high-ranking leaders with high salaries, few will spend money to buy cars. Su Chen understood. This is the difference between men and women. Women can live relatively easily because they just need to marry a man to have everything. Moreover, they are female employees of Snow Mountain Group, so their standards will be higher. The men who catch their eyes must be millionaires. But men are different. Men need to have a car, a house, and money to dare to marry a wife. Therefore, the consumption views of women and men are completely different. Yang, which industry do you plan to start exploring? Zhang Yao shook her long legs wrapped in black stockings and asked him with sparkling eyes. Su Chen hugged his girlfriend's slender waist, looked at her seductive face, and asked back, Yao, do you think there are any trends suitable for investment at the moment? Trends? Jiang Yao blinked her beautiful eyes and said naturally, that would be technology and the internet, which are also the future development trends. Su Chen nodded, that's right. I have also investigated the trends of the times in recent years, from the early years of state-owned private enterprises, to the real estate boom, and then to the internet and electronic products. And the internet is where the most billionaires are born, especially in the areas of sharing economy, e-commerce, live streaming, and short videos. As for other traditional industries, it takes a long time for investments to see returns. Besides, my mom already occupies most of the traditional industries, so if I were to get involved, it would just be a small-scale endeavor. Therefore, for now, my focus is still on the internet sector. Aunt Yang's industries do lean towards the industrial side. If you were to venture into the internet, that would be a good direction. However, the internet is now saturated, making it difficult to come up with new hot products unless there are improvements in hardware and networks for greater development, Jiang Yao agreed. What she said actually reflects the mainstream view of the current era. E-commerce became popular back then due to the widespread availability of the internet. And the popularity of short videos and similar content is thanks to the prevalence of 4G and 5G networks. When netizens have faster and more abundant network and data, naturally, new business opportunities will emerge. Otherwise, why did Tencent's short video app Weishi, launched in 2013, ultimately lose to Douyin, launched in 2016? It was simply because at that time, netizens had slow network speeds, mostly stuck on 2G and 3G networks with limited data packages, reluctant to use them for excessive video streaming. So, it can be said that Weishi was ahead of its time. Born in an era without a suitable environment, it was later found that the data was not good, the department did not foresee a promising future, and the project was eventually scrapped and the software removed. It wasn't until the widespread adoption of 4G and 5G networks, and the subsequent popularity of Douyin, that Tencent restarted its short video project. However, by then, the market was already divided between Kuaishou and Douyin, missing the best entry point, with Douyin dominating most of the market. In the end, Tencent had to admit defeat and give up on this huge opportunity of the new era. Su Chen naturally understood this, so he did not rush to create a new trend himself. Instead of launching a similar product to compete with these internet giants, he continued to invest and explore new things in the current hottest internet trends. At least these new things are not something his strong-willed mother, who leans towards the real economy, would play with or bother with. After all, from the closed-loop assets laid out by his mother, it is evident that she values sustainable development projects. And the real economy is definitely better at controlling financial risks than the internet economy, because as long as the entity is still there, its value remains. If an internet product fails, all that's left are a few computers and some office chairs. However, the downside of the real economy is the long time cycle and limited profit margins. If an internet product becomes successful, the profits it can bring can exceed 100 or 1,000 times. So, the advantage of the real economy is stability, while the internet economy has a higher ceiling. Of course, Su Chen did not rush to decide where to start. His priority now is to first understand the information of his Snow Mountain Group. Only when he is well aware of the assets he controls can he freely execute his investment plans. It's only the first day at work. There's no need to rush into investing recklessly. There needs to be a sufficient adaptation period to form personal opinions. Thinking of this, Su Chen grinned, pinched Jiang Yao's exquisitely crafted gemstone earring, and said, Yao Yao, help me prepare various documents such as customer information, financial statements, performance reports, market research, project summaries, etc. I want to get a general understanding of our company's basic information. What he mentioned are all the most important documents of the Snow Mountain Group, usually only accessible to the management. But now he is the president of the Shuishan Group, superior to tens of thousands of people, naturally able to browse these files at will. No problem, I'll have Ling Lan bring them to you right away. Jiang Yao pecked him on the lips and then stood up with a smile. Wei Ling Lan has now been temporarily assigned by her own mother to work as Su Chen's secretary, including Wei Ling Lan's own assistant team. So Su Chen still has quite a few people he can use. Before long, stacks of Shuishan Group documents were neatly placed on Su Chen's desk. Looking at the mountain-like files, Su Chen knew that his career still had a long way to go. After looking at the documents for a while, Su Chen finally had some understanding of the general framework of the Shuishan Group. In fact, the Shuishan building is said to have 10,000 administrative staff working here. In reality, almost half of the employees only have workstations in the company. They have to go to various branch offices for inspections, supervision, business trips, organizing activities, implementing marketing plans, and other work. So, there are probably about 6,000 to 7,000 people working in the Shuishan Group office. Of course, this is already a significant number. Only a building like the 99-story skyscraper of the Shueishan Group can accommodate so many people for work, dining, and relaxation. At noon, Su Chen had lunch with his mother in Jiangyao in the employee cafeteria downstairs. When they greeted the employees this time, they included Su Chen. In the morning, they didn't know Su Chen's identity, so they basically only greeted Director Yang and General Jiang. Now, there was an additional General Su, and the gazes of these female employees looking at Su Chen became shiny, as if they were looking at a delicious meal. Su Chen, a man surrounded by fragrant women, found this feeling quite enjoyable. He politely smiled and nodded to the female employees who greeted him. After lunch, Su Chen followed his mother in Jiangyao to visit the company's recreational area, watching female employees dance, play ball, climb rocks, and then return to the rooftop. Yang Yingyu was used to taking a nap at noon, so she rested for a while in the luxurious suite in her office. Su Chen also carried Jiang Yao, who was giggling, and sneaked into her office's rest suite, throwing her onto the large soft bed. Jiang Yao playfully bounced on the bed, her soft and white feet in black silk stockings gliding over the blue sheets, her delicate toes adorned with bright red nail polish, leaving a beautiful trace on the sheets. "My king, would you like me to cook dumplings for you to relax?" "Of course, make one." Su Chen couldn't resist and pounced on her. Just as Jiang Yao was about to cook dumplings for Su Chen, a beep sounded. A new message popped up on his WeChat. Su Chen leaned against the headboard, originally not wanting to bother, but after seeing the sender's name, he decided to check his phone. "Hua Shuefu? Su Chen, I heard you started working at Shueishan Group today?" After Su Chen met Hua Shuefu and Song Yimin through Jiang Yao, the three of them exchanged WeChat contacts. They didn't chat much usually, so Su Chen guessed that Hua Shuefu must have something important to discuss. While letting Jiang Yao continue cooking dumplings for him, Su Chen smiled and replied, "Yes, it's my first day at work today. My mom asked me to start with some investments to practice. Hua Shuefu, W? Jiang Yao told me about it. There's a company here looking for support, wanting our Hua family to be their backer and invest in them. But we don't have many business-minded people in our family. How about you help by investing?" Seeing this message, Su Chen knew that Hua Shuefu was offering him an opportunity. Being able to seek out the company of the Hua family in the Magic City, it must have a significant background, and it is definitely a high-quality asset. So, curious, someone typed and asked, "What is the name of this company?" "Hua Shuefu, Zijie Tiodong. You should have heard of it, right?" "Oh my. It's not just heard of, isn't this the internet giant behind the rise of Douyin that has grasped the latest trend?" Nowadays, connections are indeed resources. With connections, there is no lack of financial opportunities. Su Chen typed excitedly, "What's going on? How did Zijie Tiaodong find you guys?" "Hua Shuefu, let's talk about it when we meet tonight. How about meeting at Wangjiang Pavilion at 6 o'clock? "Su Chen, no problem, I'll bring Yao Yao to see you tonight." "Hua Shuefu, then let's not miss each other." "Su Chen, let's not miss each other." In the afternoon, Su Chen took a small golden dragon pill and continued to look through various company information. He now takes the small golden dragon pill every week on time. The effect is very significant. After each use, he feels very clear-headed, comfortable with sweat all over, and completely free of symptoms of sore waist and legs. After Jiang Yao finished bathing, her beautiful face still had a rosy glow as she snuggled up on his lap, looking through the information together. The pair of black stockings on her legs that had been torn were replaced with a new pair of top-grade, ultra-thin black stockings from Paris. Whenever Su Chen encountered something he didn't understand, he would ask Jiang Yao and explore the pile of documents with her. During breaks, Jiang Yao would gently massage his temples with her slender jade fingers. Su Chen took the finely hand-ground coffee brought to him by his secretary Wei Linglan, took a sip to refresh himself. "Are you tired, Ayang? Come, let sister give you a kiss." Jiang Yao pouted and wanted to kiss him. Su Chen helplessly glanced at Wei Linglan, who was organizing the documents in front of him, leaned over, and bit her fragrant lips, saying with a smile, "Yao Yao, you really have no shame." Jiang Yao took his coffee, held it in her hand, took a sip, raised her slender neck, and smiled coquettishly. "What's there to be ashamed of? I am a very traditional woman, only acting like this towards the man I have chosen. My dream is to be a perfect wife who is respected in public and loved in private." Su Chen rolled his eyes and mentioned to Jiang Yao about the dinner invitation from Wachafu tonight, asking her, "Yao Yao, how did the boss of Zijie Tiaodong manage to seek the Hua family as a backer?" Jiang Yao, with her beautiful face raised, blinked at him. "Have you ever heard of a saying? It goes, in Lingnan, there is Su, in the desert, there is a cloud, in Shanghai, there are 2 flowers, in Jiangnan, there is a family, after Jinling's Jiao, in Bashu, there is Lu's territory, in Sanqin, there is the Shin family's dominance, in Jingchu, there is Wu's influence. Su Chen, smelling the faint fragrance coming from his girlfriend, shook his head and thought, I haven't heard of it. In fact, this refers to the major forces and regions that were established and divided during the founding of our Longwa dynasty, as well as the areas managed by their descendants. Jiang Yao cleverly skipped over the part about in Lingnan, there is Su, and continued to explain to him, as for the 2 flowers in Shanghai, it refers to the Yang family represented by your mother and the Hua family represented by Xu Efu. These 2 families have always been closely connected, with one in politics and the other in business. The information contained in this poem is beyond the understanding and involvement of ordinary families for generations. Su Chen asked uncertainly, so, what does this have to do with Zijiatiaodong seeking the Hua family? Jiang Yao smiled coquettishly, Ayang, don't tell me you don't know that our Longwei is the biggest official head? Any capital in front of the official is just a sumptuous feast, easily accessible. Some people have thought of resisting, but as you can see, Ali's Ma Shuayan was forced to retire and resign as chairman, never to show up again, and Lu Changxi of Dog East has also had problems in recent years, right? So, if any capital doesn't have a big backer, especially these internet giants with shallow foundations, aren't they just easy targets for manipulation? After listening to Jiang Yao's words, Su Chen chuckled and patted the back of his head, self-deprecatingly saying, it seems I still haven't completely changed my perspective as an ordinary person, I can't even see through the situation. Jiang Yao burst into laughter, holding his face and saying in a tender voice, how can you blame yourself? You haven't been exposed to these things before. I also followed your mother since I was young and learned about the deeper aspects of high society through her influence. If she hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known either. So we all need a process of seeing and hearing. I believe that in less than 2 years, you will definitely know more than Yao Yao's sister, much more impressive. Looking at the shimmering beauty in Yao Yao's sister's eyes, Su Chen couldn't help but kiss the corner of her eye and say with a smile, having such a confidant, what more could a husband ask for? Jiang Yao proudly raised her snow-white chin and said, now you understand the importance of the Queen Yao, right? Su Chen touched Jiang Yao's round and straight black silk legs, looking at her enchanting appearance. He truly felt how beautiful and charming his girlfriend was, making him infatuated, and he directly picked her up. Queen Yao, I must reward you generously. Annoying your majesty, are you going to the lounge to play games again? Play your sister. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Chen informed his mother and left early with Yao Yao. Jiang Yao changed into a delicate outfit, very eye-catching. A ladylike floral bubble-sleeved black dress, revealing her snowy arms, wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, accentuating her textured legs. Her chestnut-colored large curly hair draped over one shoulder, giving her a mature charm. A pair of crystal high heels she stepped on, sparkling and beautiful. The 2 of them got into the Rolls-Royce waiting downstairs, driven by Xiao Chang. Yao, sister, how many pairs of high heels do you have? Su Chen couldn't help but ask curiously. Earlier in Jiang Yao's office rest suite, he saw a dazzling array of expensive high heels on the floor. Every time he saw Jiang Yao before, he noticed that she would wear different styles of high heels, and each pair was new and exquisite. Jiang Yao smiled and placed one leg on his knee, shaking the high heels on her feet, saying, Ayang, you may not know that I am a hardcore enthusiast of stockings and high heels. I have at least 100 pairs of high heels in my shoe cabinet at home, and every time a new pair comes out, someone will send it to me. So I basically change them every day, otherwise I really can't wear them all. Su Chen examined Yao Yao's crystal high heels as if they were works of art. These crystal high heels were not entirely carved out of crystal. Instead, a layer of shiny crushed crystal was applied to the shoe surface, giving it a refractive look, shiny like a layer of powdered diamonds, very aesthetic. What does being a hardcore enthusiast of stockings mean? Su Chen continued to gossip about girly things with Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao smiled brightly and said, it means I love wearing all kinds of stockings. I have piles and piles of stockings, in various colors, shapes, patterns, and brands. I basically throw them away after wearing them once, they are disposable items. Isn't that wasteful? Where do you throw them? I'll pick them up. Su Chen grinned, these are original stockings after all. Jiang Yao giggled and stretched out her fragrant fingertips, poking his forehead. The things you threw were all cut up by the housekeeper. What's the use of picking them up? All right. Su Chen was seen through by Sister Yao's thoughts, not embarrassed, after all, they were already frank with each other as boyfriend and girlfriend. He directly grabbed Jiang Yao's warm and fragrant leg and continued to comment, but the quality of these stockings is really thin and slippery. I'm afraid I might accidentally tear them. Ayang, how about I wear different stockings and high heels for you to see every day in the future? Jiang Yao blinked her phoenix eyes, acting cute. Her slender and long legs were truly invincible, especially wrapped in these ultra-thin flesh-colored shiny stockings, exuding a mature charm. Just for looking? Su Chen said with a thick skin. What else do you want? Jiang Yao's lips slightly curled, and she kicked off her high heels, placing her bare silky feet on his knees. Cough, just looking is fine. Su Chen coughed, knowing that his girlfriend had discovered all his strange attributes. Then help me massage my feet, I'm so tired today. Jiang Yao, with her red manicured toenails, pressed her feet on his knees. Without saying a word, Su Chen massaged her feet, saying seriously, "You've worked hard, Sister Yao." Jiang Yao leaned against the car door, smiling at him. The two of them were truly like a mirror to each other. At around 5:30 in the afternoon, the Rolls-Royce parked steadily in front of the Wangjiang Pavilion. Su Chen had been here with Jiang Yao before, so he was familiar with the place. Holding Jiang Yao's hand, he got out of the car and walked into the luxurious restaurant owned by the lady. He thought they were leaving at 5 o'clock, but it turned out they were early. The lobby manager reported that Wang Shifu had already reserved a private room and was waiting. It seemed that Wang Shifu was also someone who arrived early for appointments. "Shuefu, you're here really early." Jiang Yao walked into the VIP room and happily walked over to Wang Shifu, hugging her. Today, Wang Shifu was also dressed up, wearing a Chanel white floral long skirt with a mermaid hem, paired with a pair of Dior high heels in the same color. Her beautiful black straight hair was draped behind her head, revealing her fair legs wrapped in stockings, her elegant face still shining brightly. After chatting with Jiang Yao for a while, Wang Shifu walked over to Su Chen in her high heels and greeted him with a charming smile. "Hi, Su Chen, we meet again." Su Chen looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and smiled. "Haven't seen you in a few days, Shuefu, you look even more beautiful." The most impressive thing about Wang Shifu for Su Chen was her ethereal and elegant temperament, as well as her reserved personality. A woman should always look her best. Wang Shifu blinked her clear eyes and smiled straightforwardly. Jiang Yao, with a teasing look in her eyes, scolded, "Are you two ignoring my presence? Just the second time we meet and you're already exchanging glances?" Su Chen smiled, hugged Jiang Yao's slender waist, and said, "Let's sit down and talk." After the three of them sat around the table, Su Chen curiously asked Wang Shifu, "Shuefu, can you tell me about this situation with the word realm's fluctuations?" "Sure." Wang Shifu elegantly crossed her legs, her fishtail skirt accentuating her round hips. She rested her chin on her hand, looking at Su Chen. It is said that some official children in the capital have set their sights on the word realm, offering 10 billion in investment for a 40% stake, but the owner of the word realm, Zhang Daming, naturally cannot agree. After all, Zijia is backed by Jinri Tushio and Douyin, and is already the hottest super unicorn in the country. Last year's revenue reached as high as $80 billion, and the latest valuation has long surpassed $200 billion. Although this is just a valuation, it also proves the huge potential of Zijia. How could someone with just a mere 10 billion renminbi think of taking 40% of Zijia's shares? After Zhang Daming rejected this official's son, the official son just said to his grandfather, "Grandpa, I want this." Zijia was directly investigated by the government of the Dragon capital. As you know, there is no internet giant in the country that does not have a dark history. Their rise was all in the gray area of expansion. Like Baidu back then, the bidding ranking incident misled millions of netizens with search terms, causing huge economic losses, and they directly fell from the top 3 internet giants in the Dragon country, being replaced by Zijia. Mama Ali's Taomao also started with various pirated merchants, counterfeit brands, low-end, low-priced, and poor-quality products. After scaling up, they began to eliminate these merchants and slowly transition to legitimacy. Later, Pinduoduo took over those merchants to target the sinking market, seized the group of low-level users, and then followed Mama Ali's path to start transitioning after becoming the strongest. As for Tencent, many people say it is a company without integrity that only knows how to plagiarize. But in fact, there is no internet giant in the country that did not start with plagiarism. All of them copied and improved foreign product lines for localization. Zijia naturally has its own dark history as well. Today's Tushio's development has benefited from the poor copyright environment in the country at that time, satisfying the content needs of major users but completely disrespecting content producers. When Tushio just launched, it promoted itself as "I do not produce content, I am just a content porter." Including the current popular product Douyin of Zijia, it also learned from Tencent's fast imitation, various plagiarism, following trends, and abusing music copyrights and other violations. At the same time, the advertising route taken by Zijia's products is also full of various false advertisements, accepting all kinds of bad ads as long as they pay, and these ads cannot withstand scrutiny. Previously, foreign countries used these issues to suppress and ban the foreign version of Douyin, forcing Zijie to sell shares. In the country, which is Zijie's stronghold, if they want to crack down on it, Zijie can definitely be directly controlled. So, Zijie's boss Zhang Daming wants to find a less greedy backer to resist the threat from the official son in the Dragon Capital. And our Hua family has connections in the Dragon Capital and cooperates with your young family in the surrounding areas of the Magic City, which is as strong as a moat. The Magic City is also an international metropolis, very suitable for the development of Zijie. So, Zhang Daming naturally came to us. After listening to Wakshifu's narration, Su Chen also felt some emotion. Indeed, as Yao Yaojie told him, the Dragon Country is the biggest in officialdom. No matter how powerful the internet giants are, they cannot resist the words "Grandpa, I want this." He has also heard about the dark history of the major internet giants. It also confirms what his mother said, that without a conscience, one can only earn more, which is the truth of wealth. Therefore, these internet giants started in the gray area, and they naturally have many hidden dangers. It mainly depends on whether anyone will investigate and scrutinize them. This is not to say that after whitewashing, everything can be forgotten. Moreover, a new internet giant like Zijie is still in the stage of expanding and consolidating its territory, and has not yet started whitewashing. Shuefu, when will Zhang Daming come over? Su Chen thought for a moment and asked her. Hua Shuefu lifted the ends of her hair back, revealing her beautiful face, and said with a smile, "He has been in the Magic City for 3 days, visiting many people in our Hua family, including my aunt. I asked him to be here at 6:30 to give us some time to chat first." Jiang Yao also asked curiously, "How does he plan to cooperate?" Hua Shuefu pursed her rosy lips, moved the beauty mark at the corner of her mouth, and said with a charming smile, "Invest 10 billion soft sister coins, and take 20% of the shares in the word realm." Wow! This deal is really big. Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim when he heard this. According to the current valuation of the word realm at $200 billion, this 20% stake is equivalent to $40 billion, which is almost 280 billion soft sister coins. Indeed, nowadays, ordinary people struggle all their lives and cannot compare to someone like him, who has endless resources thanks to family connections. An opportunity that any investor dreams of, in his eyes, is just a sentence away. Of course, what Zhang Daming is really concerned about is what money cannot provide. As long as he has a backer, his wealth will not be forcibly taken away by others, nor will it be drastically reduced by sanctions. Therefore, for Zhang Daming, this price is not worth mentioning at all. Su Chen thought for a moment and expressed another concern in his heart. If I invest in the word realm, will the official children in the capital and their families retaliate against us? This official child in the capital is indeed impressive, with a family background that is no less than our Hua family, but with our Hua family and you, we can handle 10 such official children. Hua Shuefu giggled, swaying her high heels, and casually brushed against Su Chen's leg with her toe. This time, she did not mention the Yang family, but you Su Chen. More precisely, it is the Su family and the Yang family represented by Su Chen. The family background of the Lingnan king is top-notch nationwide. Why fear others? Su Chen did not realize the other implications in her words, and seeing her speak so casually, he had no reservations and nodded, saying, "That's fine, I am very interested in the word realm." At 6:30 in the evening, Zhang Daming, the dynamic figure of the word realm, led one of the founders, Liang Hongba, to the private room on time. The two big shots of the word realm, after entering, were full of caution and anxiety, clearly troubled by this matter. Hua Shuefu, no longer the gentle and lovely appearance in front of Su Chen, raised her wrist expressionlessly to look at her delicate lady's watch and said coldly, "Mr. Zhang, Mr. Liang, you are quite punctual." Although Hua Shuefu was much younger than them, the aura she exudes from growing up in the family still made the two bosses feel a sense of unease. Zhang Daming smiled apologetically and said, "Miss Hua, I wonder if we can finalize the cooperation today?" Hua Shuefu gestured to Su Chen beside her. "This is the young master Su Chen of the Yang family. He is somewhat interested in your company. If you can reach an agreement with him, then the cooperation can be finalized." Zhang Daming's eyes lit up instantly and he looked hopefully at the young man sitting between the two women. Before coming, he had naturally done some investigation and knew very well that the power and resources this young man possessed were definitely stronger than those of the Hua family. The negotiations for this cooperation unexpectedly went smoothly. Su Chen was not very familiar with business negotiations, so he let Jiang Yao set the conditions. Investing 10 billion soft sister coins and taking 20% of the dynamic word realm shares were just Zhang Daming's initial intentions. There was still room for further discussion. The final cooperation reached was that Su Chen invested 10 billion soft sister coins and obtained a 25% stake in Zijie Tiaodong, while also becoming a member of the Zjie board of directors. According to the proportion of shares, he had higher voting rights at the Zjie shareholders meeting. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Daming and Lian Hongbo walked out of the Wangjiang Hotel with smiles on their faces, holding the drafted agreement. Tomorrow, they would officially go to the Shuashan building to sign the contract and transfer the shares. Solving the issue of having a backer truly relieved Zhang Daming and Lian Hongbo. Although they paid the price of 25% of Zijie's shares in exchange for 10 billion in funds, from now on, both parties were bound by shared interests. At least they no longer had to worry about ignorant officials' children targeting Zijie again. Only by letting go of this burden in their hearts could they fully pursue their goals. After leaving Wangjiang, Su Chen, Zhang Yao, and Hua Chufu went for a walk along the Huangpu River. The various experiences during this period were also quite amazing for Su Chen. Previously, he was just an ordinary college graduate among the masses, but since acknowledging his birth mother, he felt that everything around him had changed. The legendary internet tycoons could only bow before him. He transformed from a dispensable ordinary person into the protagonist around whom the world revolved. Many people and things gathered around him. All of this was due to the change in his identity. It's no wonder they say some are born in Rome, while others are born as cattle and horses. Identity, from the moment of birth, largely determines the resources and achievements a person can obtain in the future. Yang, do you have any dreams or goals? Zhang Yao asked with a smile on her face, walking arm in arm with him along the river, her smile as bright as flowers. I may not have had one before, but now I do, Su Chen said with a grin. Hua Chufu, carrying her bag and wearing high heels, also looked at him curiously. Su Chen continued, I find my mother's closed-loop asset model quite interesting. My dream is to expand this model from the Magic City to the whole country, and even the whole world one day. Hua Chufu's delicate face showed a faint smile as she said, Su Chen, your dream is indeed quite ambitious, and the possibility of achieving it is slim. Su Chen chuckled nonchalantly, dreams that cannot be realized are called dreams. Anyway, I'll strive towards it as a direction in life, whether it can be achieved is another matter. Zhang Yao chimed in, I support Yang's idea. As the saying goes, what's the difference between a person without dreams and a salted fish? Su Chen playfully pinched her pretty face, Jie Yao, are you indirectly calling me a salted fish? Of course not. Zhang Yao coquettishly glanced at him, broke free from his grasp, and pulled Hua Chufu to walk ahead a few steps. Then she turned around, her black silk-clad legs in crystal high heels stepping back in front of Su Chen. Yang, keep an eye on our backs so we don't bump into anyone, she said. Su Chen chuckled helplessly, aren't you afraid of falling? You're not even walking properly. Looking at these two mature women face to face, they were quite pleasing to the eye. Whether from their beautiful faces or their outstanding figures, they were both top-tier beauties. Moreover, the two women had completely different temperaments, with Zhang Yao's gentle face looking particularly charming under the streetlights. Her two round black silk-clad legs were truly captivating to Su Chen. Hua Chufu's dark and shiny hair also gleamed like satin under the light. Her 3-inch black high heels on her delicate feet added a touch of graceful sensuality. Especially the beauty mark at the corner of her mouth, under the backdrop of that exquisite face, became even more captivating. Such a wind, blowing past us and then onto you, is it equivalent to us embracing you? Hua Chufu smiled and blinked at Su Chen, her slender waist and long legs creating a graceful and alluring figure, casting a seductive curve under the lamplight. Zhang Yao almost burst out laughing, shaking her friend's hand and saying, Shuefu, you're really something, coming up with such words. Su Chen exaggeratedly took a deep breath and said with a smile, this wind really carries your scent. Yang, are we fragrant? Zhang Yao giggled, meeting Su Chen's deep and sharp eyes, the evening breeze lifting the curls behind her head, floating by her face. Fragrant. Su Chen smiled, it has a hint of seafood, I like the taste of the sea. Hua Chufu's face also carried a lovely smile, lightly scoffing, Pa, the seafood scent is coming from the river, we only have a sweet fragrance. Su Chen chuckled, suddenly noticing the high heels under Hua Chufu's feet, accidentally stepping on the edge of the grass. Be careful. Ah! Hua Chufu's 3-inch pointed high heel indeed got stuck, her steps faltering and falling forward. Su Chen stepped forward, embracing her slender waist and holding her mature and fragrant body in his arms. Thank goodness you're here. Hua Chufu lowered her head to fix her messy hair, looking up at him with a mischievous look of embarrassment. Shuefu, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Zhang Yao, hands on her hips, could easily see through her sly friend's tactics. No, I couldn't see the road behind me, and you didn't help me. Hua Chufu looked at Zhang Yao with a pitiful expression. Zhang Yao chuckled, indicating that the Queen Yao had seen through everything. Su Chen didn't mind these things. After helping Hua Chufu stand firm, he bent down and said, you stand still, I'll help you pull out the heel. Oh, thank you. Hua Chufu held onto Su Chen's shoulder, looking mischievous and triumphant. Jiang Yao caught her friend's expression, feeling both amused and exasperated. Hua Chufu quickly gave her a pleading look, asking her not to expose her further. Jiang Yao gave her a playful look, deciding not to reveal her friend's actions. Since the Queen Yao's position was secure, the friend could at most be a noble concubine. Su Chen had already reached out and grabbed Hua Chufu's delicate Dior high heels. Hua Chufu's feet must be small, probably a size 36, delicate and graspable. On the shoe's surface, her foot was wrapped in silk, soft and delicate to the touch. Su Chen couldn't help but feel his heart race, quickly dismissing his thoughts, his hands passing through the sole of the shoe to grip the foot and pull the stuck heel out. Done, don't walk backward, it's not safe. Su Chen quietly pinched Hua Chufu's foot, then stood up and said, Ayang, is Xuefu's foot fragrant too? Jiang Yao giggled and made a funny face at him. Su Chen saw the blush on Hua Chufu's lovely face and knew that his little actions hadn't escaped their notice, but he boldly joked, just like our Yao Yao, fragrant through and through. Fragrant through? Or trying to be transparent? Hua Chufu added with a hint of joy. Su Chen chuckled, feeling puzzled. No wonder they say people of different kinds can't play together. Xuefu, you and our Yao Yao are really good at this. Jiang Yao hooked her arm around his, coquettishly saying, who's playing? I'm not playing, I'm just the queen of shaking. Su Chen smiled and said, alright, it's about time, let's go back. Hua Xuefu covered her mouth and chuckled, nodding in agreement. Her elegant and refined demeanor was quite attractive. Jiang Yao walked arm in arm with Su Chen for a few steps, but suddenly stumbled and frowned, saying, Ayang, I think I twisted my foot. Hua Xuefu widened her beautiful eyes, watching her friend talk nonsense. Yao Yao, you really know how to take advantage. Really? Su Chen also looked skeptical. Is it really just a coincidence? One gets their heel stuck, the other twists their foot after a few steps. It's true. Jiang Yao pitifully looked at him. What should we do? Su Chen asked helplessly. Jiang Yao giggled mischievously and said, carry me back. I owe you one, Su Chen said helplessly, and bent down to carry her. Ah Yang, a little lower, I'm wearing a skirt, Jiang Yao reminded him. Su Chen knew this and had to crouch down further. Jiang Yao giggled and then hugged his neck, saying, Xiao Yangzi, let's go back to the palace. Stop it, call me your majesty. Su Chen playfully slapped her and carried her soft body on his shoulder. Your majesty, you're so fierce, I'm scared. Jiang Yao laughed and made a victory gesture towards Hua Xuefu. Who doesn't know how to act? I'm a drama queen. You just want to be carried by me. Su Chen teased, carrying Jiang Yao's legs and walking towards the Rolls-Royce parked nearby. Hua Xuefu rolled her eyes at the proud and willful Jiang Yao, then suggested with a smile, Su Chen, Yao Yao, how about we go on a trip to the sea together when we have time? There's not much fun left in the city. Sure, I'm interested in going to the sea. Su Chen's eyes lit up. He hadn't been to the sea much before, and the thought of yachts, bikinis, and beautiful women felt fresh to him. Jiang Yao also smiled charmingly and said, I'll listen to my Xiao Yang. It's settled then. We'll call Minner and go play in the sea together, Hua Xuefu said with a graceful smile. At 10 o'clock at night, in their own villa. After Su Chen and Jiang Yao finished showering, they sat on the bed. Jiang Yao pretended her foot was still hurting, so Su Chen massaged her delicate foot. Yao Yao, your acting skills could win an Oscar, you're really good at acting, Su Chen sarcastically commented as he massaged her rosy toenails. Jiang Yao squinted her fox-like eyes and hummed along with his massage, not saying a word. Ding! A new message popped up on Su Chen's phone. He glanced at the screen. Hua Xuefu, Su Chen, equals? W? Smiley face O, I just put a little gift in your pocket, I wonder if you found it? A gift? Su Chen hadn't noticed, so he left Jiang Yao's beautiful feet and got up to search for the laundry basket in the bathroom, rummaging through the sexy little fabrics on top to find his clothes. Sure enough, a soft flesh-colored pair of stockings appeared in his hand. Damn! When did she put this in my pocket? But wait, Hua Xuefu didn't take off her stockings, did she? Ah Yang, what gift did Xuefu give you? Jiang Yao walked over in her slippers, holding his phone, clearly having seen the message. Does this count as a gift? Su Chen raised the fragrant flesh-colored stockings in his hand, feeling a bit helpless. Xuefu was too mischievous. Jiang Yao covered her mouth and giggled. At this moment, Su Chen's phone received a WeChat message alert. Wakshufyu, have you found it? */w \***. You said tonight that you liked the scent on my body. This is what I just changed today, still the original scent. Seeing this message, Su Chen took the phone and typed, Xuefu, I realize I need to get to know you again, you're too hot. Wakshufyu, tonight you can let Yao Yao wear my original scented stockings and do that thing with you, so I can also feel involved. Zhang Yaoyao grabbed the phone, directly scolded with a voice message. Little hot hooves, being so wild late at night, do you want me to film a live video for you? Watch if you also send a voice message with a smile. Yaoyao, if you're willing to send it, I will definitely save it to watch slowly. Zhang Yaoyao replied with a coquettish smile. I'm afraid you'll see through it tonight. Damn! Are you two fooling around in front of me? Su Chen couldn't bear it, grabbed Zhang Yaoyao's two smooth arms, used the stockings to tie her hands, lifted her fragrant and soft body on his shoulder, and walked towards the big bed. Queen Yaoyao, you're in for a treat tonight. Ing King, I'm scared. The next morning, Zhang Daming and Lian Hongba, afraid of having too many dreams at night, arrived at the Snow Mountain building at 10 o'clock sharp to sign the contract. Su Chen received the two founders of Zijie in the reception room of the Snow Mountain building. The details of the contract were discussed over dinner last night. Therefore, Zhang Yaoyao had already instructed the secretary to print out the contract template. Zhang Daming had brought various related documents and official seals of Zijie that needed to be checked. After confirming that the contract was correct, both parties signed their names on it. Su Chen invested 10 billion soft sister coins, holding 25% of the shares of Zijie, with a restriction on cashing out within 5 years. After 5 years, the constraint would be gradually lifted at a rate of 5% per year. Zhang Daming was worried that if he sold the shares directly after finding this backer, they would be left with nothing. At the same time, Zhang Yaoyao secured financing priority for Su Chen. If Zijie needed financing in the future, Su Chen could invest first, gaining more shares. After the contract was signed, Su Chen, along with Zhang Yaoyao, went to the industrial and commercial department with Zhang Daming and Lian Hongba, the two founders of Zijie, to change the equity structure registration information. Then, the Snow Mountain Group's finance department transferred the 10 billion in cash to their account. After everything was settled, it was already afternoon. Zhang Daming shook hands with Su Chen excitedly. Mr. Su, it's a pleasure to cooperate. From now on, we are all on the same boat. Please take care of Zijie. In fact, with the support of Tushio and Douyin, Zijie had sufficient liquidity and did not lack the 10 billion in cash. However, the successful conclusion of this contract would bring great benefits to Zijie's future. At least they could develop with peace of mind, stabilize their current momentum, and even take Zijie to a new height. In this way, Zijie's valuation would definitely increase, and everyone's shares would become more valuable, quickly offsetting the impact of transferring 25% of the shares to Su Chen. Su Chen grinned. Don't worry, feel free to call me if you need anything. Currently, apart from Zhang Daming, who held a higher percentage of shares, Su Chen had become the second largest shareholder of Zijie. If he had ambitions, when Zijie needed funds in the future, he could invest a large sum of money and dilute the shares of other shareholders, possibly becoming the largest shareholder. This was also a method used by many large companies to acquire other companies. As long as they could invest in a company, they would dilute other people's shares through capital increase and expansion. Unless other shareholders can also come up with a corresponding proportion of funds for investment, they can only continue to reduce their shareholding, ultimately leading to the company being controlled by others. This is also the favored method of capital giants like Penguin Ali, usually investing in other companies in this way, until they completely exclude the founding team from the decision-making level and control the entire company. However, he has no intention of seizing power now. After all, professional matters should be left to professionals. If Su Chen were to manage the company and take control of the word-jumping world, he might not necessarily do better than Zhang Daming and the other founders. Moreover, managing a company requires a lot of mental effort, so it's better to sit back and let them make money for you. Zhang Daming and Lian Hongba flew back to the headquarters of ByteDance that afternoon. Su Chen and Jian Yao went straight back home and returned to Shueshan building. Mom, I've secured my first investment. Su Chen headed straight to his mother's office, unable to contain his joy and wanting to share it with her. Yang Yingyu put down the files in her hand, smiled and stretched lazily, then greeted him. My dear son, you're amazing. Su Chen embraced his mother, took a deep breath of the familiar hometown scent, and said with a smile, Mom, there's pressure over at the word-jumping world. You need to contact the Hua family to support them. I heard there's a nobleman's son in the capital who wants to mess with them. No problem, since the word-jumping world is a company in which my son has a stake, those short-sighted people better not cause trouble. Yang Yingyu took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from her son's forehead. The feeling of being able to shield her dear son from the wind and rain made her, as a mother, very proud. As long as her son is happy, she is willing to do anything for him. This is the responsibility she, as a mother, must fulfill. She feels she owes her son too many years. Aunt Yang, I want to wipe too. It's so hot outside. Zhang Yao, wearing high heels, walked over, pouting and acting cute towards Yang Yingyu. You're 4 years older than Yanger, but you still act like a little girl. Yang Yingyu playfully poked her fragrant fingertips at Jiang Yao's head, softly laughing as she wiped the sweat from her temples. Jiang Yao linked arms with Su Chen, her eyes sparkling, and giggled. Yang has never treated me like a sister. Last night, he even asked me to call him. Su Chen's face flushed, not letting Jiang Yao finish her sentence. He directly covered her red lips. This damn Yao Yao's sister dared to expose his secrets in front of his mother. He must educate her severely tonight. Mom, we're going back to the office to look at the documents. You take your time. Su Chen told his mother and then pulled Jiang Yao out. Aunt Yang, save me. Jiang Yao held Su Chen's big hand, muttering in a muffled voice. Yang Yingyu watched the figure of her dear son dragging Jiang Yao away with a smile, feeling a hint of envy in her heart. She felt that ever since she recognized her son, her mindset had become somewhat childish. She also wanted to ing with Yang, happily throwing a tantrum. On the other side, in Mingzhou post office, Chen Yong stood in front of the gate, checking the letter he carried once again. He looked towards the direction of the Magic City, then turned to look in the direction of Lingnan. In the end, he sighed, carrying the letter that might bring many variables to the future, and stepped into the post office. The girl at the counter handling express mail told Chen Yong that from the Magic City to Lingnan's Yangcheng, using the fastest EMS express, it would take about 2 days to arrive. After filling out the address, Chen Yong watched as the girl put the letter into a document bag, affixed the shipping label, confirmed everything was correct, and then walked out of the post office. This letter actually has a backup copy, so if anything unexpected happens, it will be sent out again. But normally, how could there be so many accidents in reality? It's just following the young master's example, trying to be foolproof. I guess after the Su family receives this letter, they will soon come to Chenjiazan, right? After all, the young master's remains are still buried in the back mountains of Chenjiazan. That is not where the young master should be. Longwa people value returning to their roots, and it's time for the young master to return to his ancestral land. Snow Mountain Group President's Office. Su Chen naturally did not know what was happening in Mingzhou 200 kilometers away. At this moment, he was twisting his girlfriend's wrist, pressing it against her slender waist, sitting on her thigh, and patting her buttocks. Zayayayo, you dare to reveal my secrets to my mom, you've grown bolder. Oh my your majesty, I was wrong. Be gentle, it hurts. Jiang Yaoyao lay on the sofa like a mermaid, kicking her legs up and down, using the heels of her black silk feet to kick him. Hey! You dare to kick me? Obviously, you haven't realized your mistake yet. Su Chen patted her buttocks a few more times. How did I make a mistake? Wasn't I just telling the truth? Can't I tell your mom about your matters? Jiang Yaoyao twisted her body, continuing to kick his back with her heels. Of course, I can tell my mom about my matters, but calling someone dad, can that be said? Can't you distinguish that? Su Chen grabbed her foot and tickled the sole of her foot. Ahahaha, I'm ticklish, stop it, Jiang Yaoyao coquettishly cried out. Do you realize your mistake? Su Chen continued to tickle her soft sole. I was wrong tonight. You will be punished to cook dumplings for me for an hour, got it? I got it. Your Majesty, you really want to take my life? Stop tickling me. Only then did Su Chen let go of his girlfriend and helped her turn over. Jiang Yaoyao giggled mischievously and, when he wasn't paying attention, lifted her foot and kicked him in the face. Damn it! Don't stuff me! Ugh! Su Chen was furious, pushed her foot away, and pounced on her like a hungry tiger. The two of them frolicked on the sofa for a while. Eventually, Jiang Yaoyao was defeated and agreed to a bunch of conditions from Su Chen, calming down. Sister Yaoyao, look, Xuefu sent me another message. Su Chen held Jiang Yaoyao, who looked like she was in a bad mood, and they snuggled on the sofa to look at the phone together. Playful banter between lovers is just part of life's fun, and no one really gets mad at each other, but instead, they love each other more. Jiang Yaoyao opened her half-closed eyes and took a look. Wakshufu, Su Chen, congratulations, you've successfully acquired the majority shareholder status in the word realm. Su Chen replied, thanks to you for introducing the investment project, otherwise, I wouldn't have had any investment direction. Wakshufu, asterisk, WQ, so how do you plan to thank me? By offering yourself? Su Chen chuckled, but before he could type, Jiang Yaoyao had already snatched his phone, scolding in a voice message, Xuefu, you're not just boring, you're clearly crazy. Wakshufu also sent a voice message, laughing out loud, Yaoyao, did you use my stockings to play with Su Chen last night? Why didn't you send me the video? Jiang Yaoyao smugly chuckled, sorry, sister, I have plenty of stockings, but I didn't let you participate. Wakshufu's tone was resentful, Yaoyao, you've changed, you don't love me anymore after getting a man. Jiang Yaoyao immediately smiled, alright, your stockings were used by Yang to tie my wrists and got torn, so you did participate, okay? Wow, you guys are into bondage. You're really something. John Yao Yao instigated, yeah, do you want to join us? You guys are too much. Suchin couldn't stand it anymore and snatched the phone back. If these two crazy women kept chatting, he'd probably be run over by a car. Jiang Yao hugged Suchin's neck and chuckled, Ayang, you should go shopping at the supermarket. I'm fine at the supermarket. Suchin rolled his eyes. He continued to open WeChat and check other messages. Jiang Yao also leaned on his shoulder to look at his phone. Suchin basically didn't guard against his girlfriend now, as the two of them were honest with each other every day, with almost no secrets between them. During this time, Chen Wanling and Gu Yaya, the two sisters, also often chatted with him on WeChat. Gu Yaya had already bought a house in the Magic City, and the two sisters also bought a small BMW and a small Audi. They had reportedly been promoted at their work in Yaoqi, becoming the manager and deputy manager of the finance department. After hearing this, Suchin could only sigh and say, when one prospers, the whole family prospers. Jiang Yao corrected him, saying, the wife shares the husband's honor. As for Chen Wanling, Suchin had already given her the 4 million he owed her a few days ago. He was fair. Teacher Gu and the others were also indispensable. Because Suchin hadn't had much time to play games recently, he had given his account to Qingmei to help with daily tasks. After knowing that he liked to play Genshin Impact and Honkai Impact, Chen Wanling became obsessed with cosplaying. This second-dimensional girl often spent money on custom character cosplay costumes, dressed up, and took videos and photos for him. Today, she sent another new cosplay video. Chen Wanling, Xiao Suchin, I just got the Ganyu cosplay yesterday. Do I look like her? Suchin casually opened the short video sent by Chen Wanling. He saw Chen Wanling with a head of soft, blue long hair, a natural ponytail hanging down behind her head, and two cute little qilin horns on top. Her exquisite body was tightly wrapped in a white short chipa with gold patterns, and a gold bell hung on her delicate jade neck. In addition, her whole body was wrapped in a bodysuit, revealing only her snow-white and tender jade back. Her long, beautiful legs were wrapped in ultra-thin stockings, round and taut, with gold-patterned sock cuffs. Suchin admired Chen Wanling's charming appearance as she twirled around in the video and said in a voice message, you are truly beautiful. You look good in any cosplay. This pure and seductive combination is simply perfect. Chen Wanling replied with a coquettish laugh, Xiao Suchin, are you busy today? Do you want to come over and have coconut milk? Suchin, thinking of the two black slimes in the video, replied directly, sure, I'll come to play Ganyu at your place tonight. Chen Wanling exclaimed in surprise, Xiao Suchin, are you really coming? That's great. Seeing that Suchin was going to have dessert with Chen Wanling tonight, Jiang Yao, with her watery phoenix eyes, looked at him and said coquettishly, Ayang, I haven't seen Wanling for a long time. I also want to go see her. Suchin playfully pinched his girlfriend's cheek and said, okay, I'll take you to play Ganyu with me tonight. Then he replied to Chen Wanling, wait, I and Yao Yao will pick you up from the hospital after work, we'll have dinner first, and then play games at your dorm. Chen Wanling hadn't seen Jiang Yao for a long time and immediately said happily, wow, Yao Yao is coming too? I really miss her. Jiang Yao took Suchin's phone and said in a voice message, Wanling, I miss you too. Tonight, sister will accompany Ayang to see you. Okay, let's play together, Sister Yao Yao. The next morning, Suchin drove his Ferrari back to Snow Mountain Group with Jiang Yao to continue working. Last night, he had taken Jiang Yao to play games with Chen Wanling all night. Let Suchin try someone to cook dumplings for himself for the first time, someone to feed himself dumplings, and still be able to drink a sip of coconut milk. In short, with legs on shoulders, as beautiful as a celestial being. Anyway, now that he has the little golden dragon pill to nourish his body, he is not afraid of staying up late. After waking up, his waist is not sore and his legs are not weak, and he is still full of energy. On the other hand, Chen Yong checked the EMS letter he sent with his mobile phone. It was already sorted out last night and sent out from the Magic City in the early morning. It is currently being transported and is expected to arrive in Lingnan Yangchang, more than 1,000 kilometers away, tonight and will be delivered tomorrow morning. Snow Mountain Group President's Office. Su Chen, who had just had breakfast with his mother, was still checking various company information as usual. Ayang, have you ever thought about using the advantage of being a shareholder in the word realm to invest in some related industries and maximize the returns on your resources? Jiang Yao walked over with a cup of coffee, her high-heeled shoes propped up on his thigh, and asked with a smile. I have actually thought about this issue. Su Chen smiled lightly, embraced Jiang Yao's slender waist, and let her sit on his lap, biting her crystal-clear ear and continued, Yao Yao, have you heard of the internet celebrity economy? Are you planning to develop from this? Jiang Yao leaned against his chest, her pair of black silk legs elegantly folded together. That's right. As the saying goes, where there is traffic, there is a trend. I want to invest in an internet celebrity company, use the identity of a shareholder in the word realm to promote and popularize a group of people, and then let them monetize their traffic, Su Chen explained confidently. In fact, this idea had appeared in his mind after signing the contract with the word realm yesterday. In this era where traffic is king, whoever controls the platform is the boss. The platform can promote a person overnight, or it can make her plummet instantly, or even directly ban her account and blacklist her identity card. So, since Su Chen is now the second largest shareholder of the word realm, why not use this resource to create more benefits? Zhang Yao also smiled and agreed, this is indeed a good choice. If you were to delve into artificial intelligence, satellites, or outer space spacecraft, that would be too ambitious. It's better to make reasonable use of the resources at hand, start by investing in the internet celebrity economy, and get a feel for investment. Alright, let's arrange for personnel to conduct market research now and see where it's best to start, Su Chen said enthusiastically. Yang, I happen to know an internet celebrity agency. Why don't we just acquire it, so we don't have to build a team from scratch? Zhang Yao pouted playfully and suggested. Oh, which internet celebrity agency is it? Su Chen became curious. Zhang Yao smiled and said 4 words with a smile, Wuyo Media. That's a good idea. Su Chen's eyes lit up when he heard the name. He had naturally heard of this internet celebrity agency. When he was browsing Douyin before, he followed many beautiful women from Wuyo Media. Action speaks louder than words, so Su Chen immediately called his secretary, Wei Linglan, and asked her to arrange for the department to organize the information of Wuyo Media. This internet celebrity agency was established in 2016 as an internet-based brokerage company. Its headquarters are in Beijing and Hangzhou, and it also has branch offices or representative offices in many other cities, including the Magic City. There is a saying that there are thousands of beautiful women on Douyin, and Wuyo Media accounts for half of them, which indirectly proves that Wuyo Media is the #1 MCN in all of Douyin. According to the research report conducted by the employees, the estimated value of Wuyo Media has already reached 193 billion yuan, ranking first among internet celebrity agencies nationwide. Zhang Yao has already sent a team to contact the Magic City office of Wuyo Media. Under normal circumstances, whether it's investment or acquisition, there will be a tedious negotiation process, so there's no rush for this matter. In the afternoon, while Su Chen was still reviewing the materials of Wuyo Media, he received a message from Gu Yaya and decided to go to Yaoqi to see her and her senior sister. Zhang Yao also wanted to go to Yaoqi to take care of her hair and soak in a hot spring. So Su Chen and Zhang Yao sneaked out of the company again, driving the Ferrari all the way to the Yaoqi Women's Beauty Club. Unlike the first time they came, this time Su Chen could calmly ignore the sign on the door that said men keep out, and proudly led Zhang Yao into the Women's Beauty Club. After all, it was his family's business. Where couldn't he go? Mr. Su, General Jiang, good afternoon. Ya and Rongrong are already waiting in the VIP lounge. The manager Wang Mei greeted them as soon as she saw them. Su Chen and Zhang Yao took the elevator and arrived at the VIP lounge on the 16th floor. Yang, you go play in the private room first. I'll come find you after I finish my hair. Zhang Yao kissed Su Chen on the cheek and said with a smile. Su Chen glanced at the beautiful hairstylist who was already waiting. The girl who cut his hair last time seemed to be called Xiaoran, so he nodded and said, okay, I'll go see Teacher Gu first. He didn't let Wang Mei follow him, and went to the private room alone. Teacher Gu had previously sent a message saying that she and her senior sister had recently learned the cherry blossom bubble bath from a colleague, and asked him to try it. Su Chen was quite interested and couldn't wait to learn from Teacher Gu. As he opened the door to the private room reserved for his family, he didn't expect someone to be coming out at the same time. He accidentally bumped into the person in front of him. He instinctively hugged the person's waist, patted her back, and smiled, thinking it was Teacher Gu. However, when the woman in his arms, wrapped in only a bath towel, raised her enchanting face and looked at him with wide eyes, Su Chen realized he had mistaken her identity. I'm sorry, I mistook you for someone else. Su Chen quickly let go of her waist and took 2 steps back. After seeing the appearance and figure of this woman, his already discerning taste, influenced by Zhang Yao and his mother, couldn't help but be amazed. The mature woman in front of him had a very beautiful face, with a beauty mark at the corner of her eye, accentuating her watery eyes and making her look even more charming. Her voluptuous body wrapped in a scarf was mature and sexy, with a true hourglass figure and long, shapely legs. Even with Su Chen's discerning eye, he couldn't deny that this mature woman was the only one who could match his mother in terms of temperament, figure, and appearance. The only difference was the enchanting aura exuded by this woman, accentuated by the beauty mark at the corner of her eye, radiating infinite charm and allure. Just as Su Chen was amazed by the woman's exquisite figure and beauty, Hua Mayan was also sizing up the young man in front of her. She had seen him on Yingyu's phone wallpaper before, so she immediately recognized him as Yingyu's son. This kid wasn't bad looking at all, and he was quite tall. When he accidentally bumped into her and she felt his toned abs, she couldn't help but tease him. Where was this kid looking at? Hasn't he had enough fun as a child? Suchin noticed the teasing look in her eyes, quickly averted his gaze, coughed, and repeated, I mistook you earlier, I'll leave now. He speculated in his heart that this mature woman must either know his mother or his girlfriend Zhang Yao, otherwise she wouldn't be in this private room. So, to avoid embarrassment, it would be better to slip away first. Hey, wait a minute, little brother. Hua Moyan twisted her slender and enticing waist, grabbing his arm. Suchin stopped without a word, looking at her beautiful face and asked, is there something else? Little brother, do you have a girlfriend? Hua Moyan squinted her eyes, smiling charmingly at him. I have a girlfriend, Suchan replied truthfully. Do you want a lover then? How about me? Hua Moyan's smile was enchanting as she held his hand and twirled in front of him as if dancing. Suchan, looking at her round and slender white legs under the towel and the shiny silver nail polish on her feet, asked nervously, how old are you? Little brother, I just turned 18 this year, Hua Moyan said with a smile, trying to sound young. Suchan rolled his eyes. How could an 18-year-old have such a figure? What zodiac sign is 18? Suchan didn't believe her. Hua Moyan shook his hand with her extremely beautiful and slender hands, softly laughing. It's the rooster. Oh, when is your birthday? Suchan smelled the fragrance coming from her and glanced at her round and fair shoulders. It's April 28th. Little brother, are you thinking of giving me a birthday gift? Hua Moyan smiled. Yes, what about your lunar birthday? Suchan knew that one lie required many more lies to cover it up, so these questions could only be answered subconsciously by the other party, and it was impossible to match a false calendar. The lunar birthday is March 24th, Hua Moyan answered subconsciously. Oh, wait for me. Suchan took out his phone, searched for rooster birthday April 28th, lunar March 24th, born in which year? He quickly got the result. Auntie, you were born in 81, right? Only that year matches your zodiac sign and lunar calendar. I almost thought you were really 18. Suchan teased the old lady. Hua Moyan looked at him in surprise with her peach blossom eyes and exclaimed, you're quite clever, actually revealing my real age. Then you must be a friend of my mother, right? Suchan smiled, taking the initiative and seizing control. Honestly, he couldn't tell the age of this mature woman at first, maybe in her 20s or 30s. Like his mother, they were both women whose actual age couldn't be determined from their appearance. However, insisting that she was 18 was out of line, falling right into Suchan's trap. Little guy, can you guess anything else? Keep going. Hua Moyan continued to hold his hand and sway, exuding charm. Suchan stared at the beauty mark beside her eyes and said, this beauty mark of yours looks a lot like a friend of mine, but hers is at the corner of her mouth. I remember someone mentioning this to me. You must be Shuefei's aunt, Hua Moyan, right? No fun, you've already figured it out. Hua Moyan pouted in a pitiful manner. Moyan, who are you chatting with? At that moment, a mature woman's voice came from the private room. Then, Suchan saw a beautiful woman, also wearing only a towel, walking out from inside. This beautiful woman, tall and well-proportioned, with fair skin exuding a seductive allure, was intimate with Hua Moyan, clearly her friend. Rume, look who this is? Hua Moyan happily pulled Lu Rume over. Willow Rume's beautiful eyes stared at Suchan's face for a moment, then smiled and said, so you're Yingyu's son, no wonder you keep holding onto her and talking non-stop. Suchan greeted calmly, hello, auntie. Hua Moyan complained playfully, you call me auntie, she's also auntie, how do you differentiate between us? Suchan scratched his head, should I call you Yen auntie? That's more like it. Hua Moyan happily tilted her head. Willow Rume also smiled at Suchan and said, I am your mother's friend, Willow Rume, you can call me Mei auntie. Okay, Mei auntie, Suchan replied. Unexpectedly, Hua Moyan suddenly pushed Willow Rume towards Suchan, saying with a sly smile, it's been so many years, we have to hug, right? Willow Rume let out a soft cry as she fell into Suchan's arms. Suchan instinctively held the beautiful woman who fell into his embrace, her faint fragrance wafting over. Her hands were on his chest, her beautiful face blushing with a hint of shyness in her eyes. Willow Rume, after regaining her balance, didn't immediately leave Suchan's embrace, instead turned back and playfully scolded Hua Moyan. Hua Moyan teased, you're still pretending to be serious, I already hugged the little guy earlier, if you don't hug him, I'll be at a loss. Willow Rume's fair and beautiful hands were still on Suchan's body. She raised her pretty face and said softly, Xiao Yang, sorry, your Auntie Yen likes to play around, don't mind her. It's okay, Suchan didn't mind having Mei Auntie leaning on him, after all, Mei Auntie was so beautiful. Oh, you two still hugging and not letting go? Could it be? Hua Moyan teased, dragging out her words. Willow Rume, feeling embarrassed, finally withdrew from Su Chen's embrace. Su Chen scratched his head awkwardly. Auntie, have you seen the two spa therapists from Yaoqi? He was referring to Gyaya and Duran. Didn't the manager say they were waiting for him inside? Oh, you mean those two pretty girls inside? They're tidying up. Just heard they were waiting for you, so your auntie and I came out. Hua Moyan blinked and smiled. No need to trouble yourselves, auntie and May auntie, you can continue using this private room. I'll switch to another one, Su Chen said quickly, not wanting to intrude on his mother's friends. Hua Moyan stopped teasing him and said, actually, we're done here, just changing clothes and leaving. You go enjoy the service from those two little beauties. Okay, Su Chen felt a bit flustered by her teasing gaze. After Hua Moyan and Willow Rume left, Su Chen entered the private room alone. Gyaya and her sister were organizing things by the bath, and when they saw him, their faces blushed abnormally. Su Chen found it amusing. Why was Teacher Gu shy today? However, when Su Chen's gaze fell on the items placed next to the bath, he understood. A small whip, a plug-in foxtail, fox ear accessories. Seeing his eyes light up, Duran smiled and said, Junior, what are you thinking? No peeking. This is what Mrs. Hua and Mrs. Lu left just now, and we will have to send it to them later. Su Chen was slightly stunned, and his gaze shifted to the plump Teacher Gu and the gentle senior sister, pointing at the few small things in disbelief, and asked again, these are from Auntie Hua and Auntie Lu? Gu Yaha nodded, her snow-white chin slightly raised, her intellectual and sexy face blushing faintly. Yes, Director Yang brought them to Yaoqi for beauty treatments before. Although we have been transferred to the finance department, Director Yang still called us up, saying he wanted to see us. Later, we found out that Mrs. Hua and Mrs. Lu liked to play with these. Well, Su Chen finally reacted. No wonder he heard that Auntie Yan had never been married. Yao didn't mention to him that Auntie Yan and Auntie May still had that kind of relationship. Maybe these things have little to do with him. After all, they are aunts, and he usually just hangs out with Snow and the other young people. Gu Rong had already walked over with her delicate and charming cherry blossom pink jade feet, holding his big hand, and looked up at him with a bright face. Junior, let senior sister guide you well today, no problem. I will submit the application for admission immediately. The strongest province in the Dragon Country's economy, Lingnan Yu Province. On a new morning, in the capital of Yu Province, Yangchang. In a luxurious independent villa located in the first wealthy area of Ursha Island, a voluptuous beauty lay on the spacious and luxurious queen-size bed, just waking up. Her tight and slender legs were stretching lazily under the quilt. Two delicate and slender jade feet emerged from the quilt. On those exquisite jade toes, there were sparkling crimson red nail polish, shining like cut diamond facets, as beautiful as exquisite artworks. The voluptuous beauty is named Su Qingfei, the only daughter of the second generation of the Su family in Lingnan. At the age of 36, she is still unmarried, mainly because of her proud temperament. She looks down on any man in the world, believing that no man is worthy of her, and no man can conquer her. She also disdains to submit to any man's ex. In normal circumstances, it is more common for men to marry into the Su family and become Su Qingfei's subordinates, but this kind of undignified turtle man is what she detests. So far, Su Qingfei has never considered the idea of marrying a man. After all, her family has never pressured her. After all, the Su family in Lingnan does not need to sacrifice the happiness of their children for political marriages, unless the children are willing. Moreover, Su Qingfei is the only daughter of Su Shuai, the head of the Su family in Lingnan, and has been a dazzling pearl since she was born. At this moment, the self-proclaimed Empress Su Qingfei slowly lifted the thin air-conditioned quilt. Her vibrant and delicate body was completely exposed in the air, shining against the red bedsheet as if emitting a snowy white glow. Su Qingfei got out of bed, went to the bathroom to freshen up, and then came to the luxurious dressing room, where she picked a thin black LV dress. She wore an exquisite Bulgari sapphire necklace around her neck, the pendant hanging on her snow-white collarbone, creating an E-level scenic view. Su Qingfei then picked up two matching sapphire earrings and pinned them on her delicate and white ears in front of the mirror. Finally, she paired them with a Tiffany diamond bracelet and ring, as well as a Cartier lady's gemstone watch, before stepping out of the room in slippers. Miss, breakfast is ready, and a postal letter that just arrived has been placed next to the dining table, the housekeeper said with a smile as she saw the graceful and somewhat charming figure coming down the stairs. You can go about your business. Su Qingfei lazily waved her hand and sat down at the dining table alone. The breakfast of Lingnan people is basically inseparable from morning tea and morning snacks. Whether they are wealthy or common people, they have already become accustomed to this breakfast tradition that has been passed down for hundreds of years. Su Qingfei glanced at the letter that was packed in a courier document bag, but completely ignored it. It wouldn't let this unknown letter affect her mood for breakfast. She picked up a teacup with her slender and snow-white fingertips, lightly tasted the newly released Longjing green tea with her rosy lips. She gently exhaled a breath of hot air, then elegantly raised her hand adorned with a dazzling red diamond ring and picked up a pair of natural yellow rosewood chopsticks, picking up a shrimp dumpling and placing it in her mouth. Although she wore a lot of jewelry, these dazzling accessories could not conceal her stunning face. Su Qingfei sat elegantly, her plump and snow-white legs glistening with water, crossed together. The front of her slippers revealed her dazzling red diamond pedicure, fresh and tender. She ate breakfast while checking her phone on the table, occasionally tucking her hair behind her ear. Her delicate and snow-white ears were adorned with Bulgari sapphire earrings, shining brightly. Mid-Autumn Festival is coming in 2 months. Big brother, second brother, and third brother will have to endure Grandpa's cane again. These useless brothers, after so many years, still haven't produced a male heir. Su Qingfei looked at the WeChat group, where the 3 brothers were discussing how to celebrate Mid-Autumn Festival with Grandpa last night, and couldn't help but sneer. However, after laughing, her originally clear eyes were filled with deep sorrow. It's a pity. If fourth brother and Xiaobao hadn't encountered the plane crash, our Su family would have had at least one male heir in the 3rd generation. When I was young, the older brothers thought I was childish and didn't like to play with me. Only fourth brother, who was closest to my age, led me to play everywhere and bought me all kinds of delicious food and drinks. When Xiaobao was born, I was only in the 2nd year of junior high school. At that time, I often skipped classes to go to the Magic City to see my little nephew. Although fourth sister-in-law was cold to fourth brother, she was quite gentle to me, at least willing to let me hold Xiaobao. Originally, it was agreed that after Xiaobao was weaned, fourth brother would bring him back to Lingnan, so that Grandpa and Grandma wouldn't have to keep going to the Magic City. Everything was supposed to develop as planned, but unexpected events occurred. My chubby little nephew was gone, and my fourth brother was gone. I cried until my eyes were dry, but there was no miracle. If it weren't for that accident, my little nephew would be 22 years old this year, right? He would have grown up, maybe even bullied his aunt. Hee, I haven't been called aunt by my nephew yet. I don't know if it's any different from being called aunt by those nieces. Su Qingfei thought of this and her dark and deep eyes turned into a crescent moon, shimmering with radiance. It's a pity. Su Qingfei returned to reality and sighed softly. It can only exist in fantasy. My little nephew has left us forever. I wonder if that woman in the Magic City has moved on from the pain of that year? Because of that incident, our 2 families haven't been in contact for 20 years. Back then, we were young and ignorant. It was her quarrel with fourth brother that made him take Xiaobao on that flight. She even fought with her sister, leaving her face injured. Thinking back now, many things are destined by fate. Some disasters are already predetermined, and the people you are supposed to meet cannot be avoided, and the disasters you are supposed to experience cannot be escaped. It's just a pity for the old man and the old lady, to see their hair turn white from sending off their black-haired child, and he was the only male heir in the 3rd generation of the family. I don't know if there's something wrong with our family. In the 2nd generation, I'm the only daughter, and in the 3rd generation, there's only Xiaobao, a male descendant. Su Qingfei shook her head, stopped thinking about it, drank the last sip of boat kanji, wiped her mouth with a napkin, and prepared to leave. Just as she was about to stand up, she turned back to look at the express mail on the table. She casually grabbed it and hummed a tune as she walked to the shoe cabinet at the door. Among the dazzling high heels, she picked up a pair of LV stilettos. Then she went out and got into the red Maserati parked in the courtyard. Su Qingfei threw her bag and high heels onto the passenger seat, and with both hands on the steering wheel, she started to look at the express mail. It was sent from Jiangnan Mingzhou, by a sender named Chen Yong, with the phone number 18X*X*X*X*X. Chen Yong? Who is this? And from Jiangnan Mingzhou? Although Su Qingfei was puzzled, she tore open the envelope without hesitation, intending to take a casual look and then throw it away. On the scorching streets of Yangcheng in the summer, a red Maserati MC20 roared down the road towards the office of the county magistrate of Yangcheng. Su Qingfei, who was driving, had tears in her beautiful eyes, tightly biting her lower lip to keep herself from crying. The letter was actually written by her fourth brother, and back then, her fourth brother and little treasure did not board that plane. She had to immediately tell her brothers about this news. The only heir of the 3rd generation of the Lingnan Su family was still alive in this world. Su Qingfei's tearful eyes occasionally glanced at the photo of her fourth brother and little treasure that came with the letter, placed on the dashboard. My little nephew. He's still alive. That's great. Su Qingfei muttered to herself, tears falling onto her custom-made LV dress. 20 minutes later, the Maserati stopped in front of the county magistrate's office building. Su Qingfei kicked off her flat shoes, put on the high heels from the passenger seat, took the letter and the photo, grabbed her bag, and pushed open the door. Clack, 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 clack. Suo Ching-fei couldn't remember the last time she had run so urgently. Her enticing feet in the LV stilettos ran, her skirt fluttered, and her snow-white, beautifully manicured toes with bright red nail polish were unmatched in beauty. The office staff at the county magistrate's office clearly recognized this exquisitely dressed woman from head to toe and did not stop her. Suo Ching-fei pushed open the wooden door of the governor's office. "Big brother, something big has happened," Suo Ching-fei shouted as soon as she entered the room. "Little sister, what could make you so anxious?" A dignified voice with a hint of a smile sounded, and the middle-aged man with a square face sitting behind the desk looked up at his little sister and asked cheerfully. He was Su Xingyi, the representative figure of the Lingnan Su family, the eldest of the second generation. He was currently the governor and secretary of the Lingnan Yu province, the top leader. At just 50 years old, he was at the peak of his career in life. He didn't take his little sister's words about something big happening seriously at all. After all, this was the stronghold of the Lingnan Su family, and even if the King of Heaven came here, he would have to follow the rules of the Su family. "Big brother, you should read this letter first." Suo Ching-fei hurriedly went over and handed him the letter. Su Xingyi casually noticed that his little sister's eyelashes were trembling slightly, and her eyes were still red, obviously having just cried. "Little sister, why are you crying? Who dared to bully you in Lingnan? Tell big brother, and I'll take care of them." Su Xingyi suddenly became furious. Everyone knew that the Su family was most united and protective, and now someone or something had made the apple of the Su family's eye cry. Who the hell is so bold? Su Ching-fei hurriedly wiped her eyes with her hands, then punched Su Xingyi. "Stop talking. Quickly read the letter." Su Xingyi winced in pain, wondering why his little sister hit so hard. It was abnormal. He didn't ask any more questions. It must be about the letter. He took the letter and started reading it. On the old-fashioned yellow envelope, there were only a few big words written, "Little sister, please open." Seeing the handwriting of these 4 words, Su Xingyi's eyebrows twitched. Suddenly, a thought came to his mind. He carefully unfolded the yellowed letter from the envelope. "Jean Xinyue, have you ever thought of me, your 4th brother? The address this letter was sent to is the villa I gave you back then. I believe you wouldn't have given it away, right? Ha ha. However, when you receive this letter instead of me personally coming to you, it means I may no longer be in this world. I left this letter with a trusted person to be sent 2 months after my son, Su Chen's 22nd birthday. In fact, back then, Yanger and I didn't board that flight. I was young and wanted to hide with Yanger to make your 4th sister-in-law suffer. I took Yanger through security, put our luggage on the plane, then changed course to take a car to a small town in Mingzhou. I never expected that the plane would crash. Originally, I just wanted to make your 4th sister-in-law suffer for a while and then return. But I found out that she truly didn't have me in her heart. Her tears were only for Yanger, maybe out of love turning to hate, or wanting to seek revenge on her. At that moment, I was determined to let her continue to suffer. So, I didn't return to Lingnan, otherwise she would have known that Yanger and I were still alive. Instead, I decided to pretend that Yanger and I had truly died in that plane crash. It's like watching an ex-girlfriend suffer and feeling happy, thinking she deserved it for breaking up with me. But deep down, I still loved her. Knowing she was in pain, I felt sorry for her. Over the next few years, I kept hesitating if I had gone too far. But after enduring these years, going back would mean admitting I was wrong and that these years were wasted. So, obsession is truly a terrible thing. Every time I felt impulsive, I held back, and it's been like this for many years. One day, I saw a news story about a girl waiting for a bus on the roadside, playing on her phone, when an air conditioning unit fell from a building and hit her, causing her immediate death. The girl standing next to her, who had just arrived to wait for the bus, was unharmed. This news made me think back to how Yanger and I had luckily avoided that plane crash. I knew then that people can't always be so lucky. Accidents and tomorrow, no one knows which will come first. So, to ensure nothing went wrong, I left 2 letters similar to this one as farewell letters, to be sent at a certain time to you, Yanger, and his mother. If everything goes smoothly, I will tell Yanger everything after his college entrance exams, and bring him back to meet his mother and the Su family. But if something happens to me and I'm no longer here, someone will send the letters to you after Yanger graduates from college. By then, he will have grown up and should be able to face these facts on his own. I'm sorry, little sister, I have been unfilial. Please take care of our parents. Please tell my older brothers that I'm sorry. Bring me a sentence for my parents. The grace of nurturing in this life can only be repaid in the next life. Unable to pour out filial piety, to be continued in the next life. After reading this letter, Su Xingyi couldn't help but tremble all over, his emotions out of control, tears streaming down his face. 4th brother. This is the handwritten letter of the 4th brother. Su Xingyi's excitement and joy, mixed feelings, all showed on his face. Su Qingfei couldn't help but shed tears again, crystal tears hanging on her beautiful cheeks, sobbing, "Big brother, our nephew is still alive." And at this moment, there were two noisy voices at the door. "Little sister, what's going on? Why did you call us to Big Brother's place so urgently? Threatening your brothers that they won't recognize us if they come late, making such a big fuss." The people who came were Su Qingfei's second and third brothers, whom she had informed on the way. Su Xinghua and Su Shengyun pushed open the door and were stunned by the scene inside. How old are these big brother and little sister, and why are they all crying? And when Su Xingyi handed them the letter to read, Su Shenghua, the Grand General of the Lingnan military region, and Su Shengyun, who had experienced many storms in the province of Bagui, danced and jumped in place as if they were crazy. "Big brother, little sister. The son of the fourth brother is still alive. Our Su family in Lingnan has a future." Su Xinghua and Su Shengyun were so excited that they cried and their hearts were filled with overwhelming joy. No one knew better than them what would become of a large family if there were no direct descendants to inherit. And no one knew better than them the pain and suffering they had endured when the fourth brother and the only direct descendant of the family passed away. Back then, the old master and the old lady were so grief-stricken that they almost followed suit. Later, the old lady built a temple for the fourth brother and the little treasure, offering incense and praying to Buddha every day to bless and commemorate them. Unexpectedly, the knot that had troubled the Su family for more than 20 years was now partially untied. The fourth brother may have had an accident and passed away, but the fact that the letter was sent over means that the little treasure is still in this world. After a while, Su Xingyi, as the big brother, finally managed to control his emotions and decisively said, "Arrange a car immediately, we need to go to Mingzhou, and also contact the sender of the letter to find out more information." "Big brother, should we not tell our mother and the old master about this good news?" Su Qingfei, wiping her tear-stained eyes, asked in a charming and pitiful manner. "Not yet, let's first find out the specific details, and then report to the two elders in full, otherwise I'm really worried that their heart disease might recur." Su Xingyi wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and regained a serious attitude. "Okay, let's set off for Mingzhou." Everyone temporarily restrained their excitement and eagerly awaited the return of the fourth young master of the Su family. At the same time, on the other side, at the Shishan Manor in the Magic City. Today is the weekend, and Yang Yingyu rarely put down her work and rested at home for a day. Su Chen went to Teacher Gu's new home for dinner with Jiang Yao last night and stayed at Teacher Gu's house overnight. After waking up in the morning, he directly asked Jiang Yao to drive to the mother's residence. "Mom, is this where you used to live? It's so big." Su Chen stood on the balcony of the third floor, looking out and exclaiming. He thought his villa was already luxurious enough. Unexpectedly, compared to this place, the difference was like night and day. The manor of the mother, which occupies more than 20,000 square meters, overlooks the largest artificial ecological lake, the Moon Lake, in the Magic City, surrounded by the verdant Phoenix Mountain, Little Shishan, and Shui Mountain. The lake water is clear, with gentle ripples, large clean lawns of lush greenery. Surrounding the lake are large rocky beaches, sandy beaches, large banyan trees with diameters of over 1 meter, old plum trees, and a pavilion in the center of the lake. And all of this, surprisingly, is Yang Yingyu's personal private domain. "Yanger, if you like it, you can come and stay here in the future," Yang Yingyu said softly with a smile, completely concealing her queenly side with tender affection on her oval face. "Sure," Su Chen replied without hesitation, nodding with a smile. His own villa, basically whenever he goes back to live there, his mother and Yao Yao will also stay there. He has gradually become accustomed to living with his own biological mother and Yao Yao. Jiang Yao's lips curled slightly as she chuckled. "Yang, have you noticed how much you've changed in the past month? If you were asked to stay here a month ago, you probably wouldn't have wanted to, right?" Su Chen, with a thick skin, insisted, "Why wouldn't I want to? Wherever my mother is, that's my home." In fact, Jiang Yao was right, he had indeed changed a lot in this month. Besides the increase in knowledge and perspective that made him more confident. In his relationship with his own mother, he had gradually eliminated years of unfamiliarity and became very harmonious in their interactions. He could now accept everything his mother gave him naturally, without feeling out of place. Perhaps it was the unbreakable bond of blood between them that made him naturally want to be close to her, to immerse himself in his mother's deep maternal love. Yang Yingyu looked at her son with eyes like water, her face showing even more softness and warmth, and said with a smile, "That's right, everything I have is for Yanger, as long as Yanger wants it, Mom can give you anything." "Did you hear that, little Yao Yao?" Su Chen proudly poked Jiang Yao's slender waist. "You're so small, I'm 4 years older than you." Jiang Yao coquettishly linked her arm with his. "Yang, what should we do at home today?" Su Chen looked at the time, it was already past 10 o'clock, a bright idea struck him. he looked up at his mother and said, "Mom, how about we make lunch at home today?" Yang Yingyu's eyes also lit up, her flawless face beaming with a smile. "Great, let's make and eat at home." Jiang Yao, with slightly parted red lips, exclaimed, "Yang auntie, are you kidding? I remember you've never even been in the kitchen." Yang Yingyu was caught off guard by her in front of her son. She gave her a secret glare and awkwardly smiled. "Not being in the kitchen doesn't mean I can't cook, I can always learn." She had lived a privileged life since childhood, with everything at her fingertips. Naturally she had never cooked. But the thought of making a hearty dinner for her son gave her a sense of home, and she wanted to try for him. Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle at his mother's slightly unnatural expression. He didn't care whether his biological mother and Yao Yao could cook. After all, in this era, many young girls are pampered and most don't know how to cook. Besides, his biological mother and Yao Yao had different lifestyles from him since childhood. If he had been rich since childhood, he wouldn't have spent time cooking and washing dishes. Many life skills were forced out of necessity. There was no need to force people from different backgrounds to learn various life skills like ordinary families. Otherwise, making so much money would just be for living a more relaxed and carefree life, not wanting to be occupied by the trivialities of life, and having more time to enjoy the quality of life. So, Su Chen didn't have that conservative mindset that once you have money, women should know how to cook, clean, and do laundry. "Why don't we leave now and go to the market to buy some groceries?" Su Chen suggested. "Sure," Yang Yingyu said enthusiastically, her smile stunning. "There is a saying that goes, if she enjoys wealth and glory, take her to see the world. If she experiences hardships, take her to see the bustling world." It's likely that neither my mother nor Yao Yao have ever been to a market this big. Su Chen and the two women sat in a Rolls-Royce and arrived at a nearby public market. Both women looked around curiously. This market was the kind where ordinary residents gathered, with stalls lining the streets and various meat vendors inside, rather than a large, clean market for fresh produce. Yang Yingyu and Jiang Yao, let alone visiting, might not even spare a glance when passing by in a car. The market was bustling with people coming and going, with many middle-aged and elderly people bargaining with vendors, as well as young workers buying groceries to cook at home to save money. Su Chen and the two women, dressed in their finest, along with Yang Yingyu's noble elegance and Jiang Yao's charm, immediately became the center of attention at the market. Perhaps the ordinary citizens found it strange that these three obviously wealthy people would appear in such a place. After a period of adjustment, Su Chen had become accustomed to the attention and chatted with Yang Yingyu and Jiang Yao as they strolled through the market. "I used to get tired of takeout, so I would occasionally come to the market to buy groceries and cook for myself. These vegetable and meat vendors unload their goods and set up their stalls very early in the morning. The prices are cheaper than those at the large supermarkets, and the produce is fresher because they sell what they can't finish at a discount or even give it away before closing. Some people like to come later to get a better deal," Su Chen explained. Yang Yingyu and Jiang Yao were not used to such a lively place. Each of them held onto one of Su Chen's arms, their palms sweaty. Su Chen, of course, remembered his mother's aversion to men and walked on the inside, trying to keep a distance from the other people. When they were buying vegetables at a vendor's stall, Su Chen encouraged his mother, "Mom, try bargaining. It's fun." Yang Yingyu also looked eager to try and asked the vendor in front of her, "Auntie, how much are these vegetables?" The vendor, looking at the beautiful woman in front of her, said with a smile, "These greens are 3 yuan per pound." 3 yuan? Yang Yingyu widened her eyes slightly. "Too expensive? How much do you want? How about 5 yuan for 2 pounds? The vendor took out a plastic bag and looked at them expectantly. No, it's too cheap. I'll take 2 pounds for 100 yuan, how about that?" Yang Yingyu quickly took out 100 yuan from her purse and handed it over. This time, it was the vendor's turn to widen her eyes. After selling vegetables for so many years, it was the first time she had encountered such a reverse bargaining tactic. "Miss, you don't need to use 100 yuan. With this 100 yuan, you could clear out my entire stock." The vendor was actually a shrewd businesswoman and declined with a smile. This, Yang Yingyu had to turn to her precious son. Jiang Yao covered her mouth, trying hard to suppress a smile. How could Aunt Yang have such a cute side? If those who knew her saw the dignified ice queen acting so silly, their jaws would probably drop. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh, took the 100 yuan, and handed it to the vendor. "Auntie, it's fate that we came to your stall to buy vegetables. Just take it, and if we come back to buy vegetables in the future, you can give us a discount." After some persuasion from Su Chen, the vendor finally accepted the 100 yuan and gave Su Chen several kinds of vegetables, along with fresh scallions, garlic, and cilantro. After buying all the ingredients, the three of them returned to the car. Jiang Yao covered her stomach and laughed incessantly in her seat. "Yang Yi, I really opened my eyes today. I didn't expect you to have this side." Yang Yingyu glanced at her son, feeling embarrassed as she rubbed her hands. Her beautiful oval face blushed. Yang, is your mother really so foolish that she can't even bargain? No way. Suchin didn't think so, saying seriously, if my mom didn't know how to bargain, how could she become the richest person in the Magic City? It's just that my mom saw that the old lady selling at the stall is so old and life is not easy, so she wanted to give more money, couldn't bear to bargain. Mom, you are kind-hearted and beautiful. Encouraged by her son's praise, Yang Yingyu, feeling elated, revealed a charming smile again. She playfully kicked Jiang Yao's foot and said proudly, "Did you hear that, you silly girl? Always laughing. My son understands me."